The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Alfaro hits one to deep left center field. Slater going back. That's the ball game. Alfaro walks it off again. Kim will score. Padres win 2-1.
Dan Orsillo, Padres Television Network. Pods win 2-1 against the Giants. They've lost 7 of their last 8 games. And, man, what a well-pitched game that was. Joe Musgrove for the Padres. Logan Webb going 8 big boy innings yesterday. Only 2 strikeouts, but only allowed 6 hits. Gave up the 1 home run to Manny Machado in the 4th inning. 86-mile-an-hour change just right over the plate. Caught too much of the plate.
Yeah.
Machado smoked it to the upper deck in left field. But, you know, Giants had their chances there at the top of the 10th inning. They didn't cash in. The Padres cashed in at the bottom of the 10th. We'll talk a little bit about this Giants game. We've got a lot going on here on a Payday Friday.
Yes.
Frisco Friday. They got my boy Steven Nice Guy Langford in for Shasky. And I think we should start this Friday by this. You know, let's have some fun. You haven't done pregame show all week.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to bring some of those elements in today.
Yes.
We're going in with the doghouse. We're coming in with the doghouse today. We're going to have an element of the doghouse.
Okay.
We're going to have Langford's long balls.
Cool, because I got 5 of the Langford's long balls and I got 4 for the doghouse.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love
if you got any for the doghouse too, Bonte,
I'm
feel
going to
free.
sit back and relax. I may have something on the doghouse. I haven't thought about it.
I think you have one. I kind of left you. I left you an opening.
Oh. Does that have to do with football?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Colin Coward, Michael Silver.
Maybe.
All right. Arm fatigue.
Maybe.
So we got that going on. We got shameless shout-outs. I just want to say, oh, baby. We made it to Friday. Oh, baby, or a little, yes, sir. Good morning, family.
I think my headphones just went out after that one. Damn. That was nicely done. I'm just kidding. They didn't go out. They're fine.
I love those. I love that, yes, sir. Gets me going. Gets me
Yeah.
going at 5 a.m. Wakes me up.
You know, I got to say, as we will get into baseball, and that game last night, obviously the scary collision with Yerkes and Profar and CJ Abrams, that stuff is just terrifying when that sort of thing happens. But before we get into that game and Logan Webb, his dominance there, I actually just looked up the Rogers twins, and I looked up their stats because it's pretty funny. They both got off to hot starts, but they've been struggling at the same exact time. Very odd with the Rogers twins. There's something happening there. But I just got to say, man, I'm taking 101 North up, and obviously I'm doing the pregame show at 5 a.m., so
Right.
I'm here by 4:30, maybe
Right.
4:40 at the latest.
Right.
You know, if I'm any later than 4:40, then I get a little nervous. That's why I don't want myself to be live stream on that show, because you'll just see me scrambling at the opening segment if I'm any later than that. But I got to say, man, 101 North, I'm going to get a little sentimental for a bit. You know where, I mean, obviously where that stretch is, where Candlestick was.
Park.
Man, when the sun is just starting to rise and it's just the sky is turning blue.
It's beautiful.
And you got a couple
scene.
of different colors, man.
It's beautiful.
I'm driving down. I'm like, damn, I'm missing a lot, because normally I'm driving up at 4:30, and this morning I'm driving up at like 5:10. I'm like, damn, this is kind of nice. And then you continue on 101, and then it turns into 80. I get off on 4th Street, so eventually it turns into 80. But the shot of the skyline,
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
it's so nice to drive up when the light is out.
See, you got to take 280. You got to junction to 280 north and get off at King Street. Because that skyline, when you're driving down 280, and you start getting a little dips, the little bumps.
That one
going
right at
past
the
Potrero
end.
Hill.
That one right at the end of 280 is just
Brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got to slow down a little
Yeah,
bit.
the first time I went over that.
Yeah, no, you got to slow it down. But
I totaled my car.
When you junction over and you're hitting 280 and you're driving past Potrero Hill and you're dipping and you're bumping.
Yeah.
And today, you know, I was bumping that Kendrick Lamar since you weren't on the air. So I was bumping Kendrick.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is hitting. I'm dipping. It's a Friday. And you see that skyline, the Salesforce Tower, Transfer Terminal. You see all downtown, the Bay Bridge. And I'm like, man, we're driving to the money. We're going to downtown San Francisco, baby. We're here working with the big boys in the big buildings.
Let me tell you right here for a second.
I should have been playing Pink Floyd this morning. Money!
Little money. It's a gas.
I love that song coming into work.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. So that's Skyline. Whether you take 101, you can take 101. You see the same thing. You see the same thing on 101. I take 280. But it's just a beautiful scene. I love when that sun's hitting.
It just makes a huge difference when there's
light
light out. It does,
man. Make you feel good about life?
It does. And, sure, driving in at 4:30 makes me feel okay about life, but not as good as I felt driving in at 5:12.
And you don't fret about the freaking Giants game. You don't fret about it. You don't even care. You're like, hey, they lost. Whatever.
Right.
7 of 8.
Yeah.
They lost.
Yeah.
Logan Webb dealt. They lost.
Yeah.
They can't hit. They lose.
Life's gonna be okay.
Life's gonna be okay. Life's gonna be okay.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Everything's gonna be all right. Good morning, everybody out there on YouTube. Subscribe to us on YouTube. We love you on YouTube, and we love our day ones on Twitch. 95.7 The Game on Twitch. Subscribe to both. We love you both. The Comcast Business Text Line. We see you out there. We're going to take a lot of your texts today, talking about everything from arm fatigue with Trey Lance. We have Joey Light-Ears, a.k.a. Joe Lacob, on the Tim Kawakami podcast, Got to get that out. He said a lot. He said a lot about Wiseman, said a lot about the championship, said a lot about the luxury tax, spending the contract, spending big money. So we'll hear from Joe Lacob a little bit later. Let's start with the Giants. And then we also got James Wiseman. There's a lot of James Wiseman footage. People are saying he looks pretty damn good in Vegas. I just want to see him play because I think Wiseman, for some reason, he's labeled as a bust. No. When you talk about bust, go look at Anthony Bennett. That's a bust. All right, go look at, I don't know, Michael Olowokandi. That's a bust.
Darko
Milicic. That's a bust. A guy who comes in and he scores 11-6 his rookie season in 39 games, that to me is not a bust. He scored 18 points against Kevin Durant in his his NBA debut. 18 points against the Nets. They got blown out, but he scored 18. Mm-hmm. Think about what Kuminga scored 17 or 18 this past season. We all went crazy. Oh, Jonathan Kuminga's going to be great. We don't do that with Wiseman. That's going to be rectified next season, I believe.
It's just the idea of him being a number 2 overall pick, and it has people going insane. And you go on Twitter, and then you find an opinion. You didn't even watch what Wiseman did, and then you listen to those opinions, and then you're like, oh, that has a lot of retweets and a lot of likes. Uh-huh. That must be true.
Yep.
So then you obviously form your opinion based off of that tweet, then things go awry. That's just what happens with social media within the sports world. We'll get into all of that, but a couple of things from that Giants game. First off, when Mayne Machado hit that home run in the bottom of the fourth, like that dude... I mean, I've never really liked Manny Machado, going back to his time with the Orioles. I thought he looked like a punk against Josh Donaldson, but now we see how Josh Donaldson's looking right now. Left that dude off the list of Langford's long balls, even though I think he hit 2 grand slams this week. That dude's never getting on the list. You just didn't make the list.
Right.
The anti-Chris Jericho. That was a bad joke. But Manny Machado and his follow-through, like when he gets a hold of one, and it's beautiful. Gets that left arm out.
It's beautiful.
Like, dude...
And it went
that one.
Second deck, left field.
Right.
It was a no-doubter. So they go up 1-0. But Logan Webb, the fact that he did go 8 innings, and today's going to be a bullpen game for the Giants, and you got to win one of these 2 games, and hopefully you get the ball to Rodon with a chance to win as well in that baseball game. But Musgrove was impressive. He had no-hit stuff, and you got to wonder if the delay didn't happen when Jerks and Profar caught that knee. That was scary. It took the cart, 8 minutes to come out?
Yeah.
They let him walk, and he faded. It was a scary scene, a scary situation.
That took me back to 2020 when Patrick Mahomes, I forgot who they were playing, but Patrick Mahomes got the concussion.
Yeah.
And he was walking off the field.
And he was wobbly.
And he was, you could see that he didn't know where he was. Now, Profar, as he was walking off, he looked like he was fine, but then you could see he grimaced a little bit. Then 3 steps after that grimace, he falls over, and that's just a scary scene whenever that happens.
No,
but then Bob Melvin said after the game, well, you know what, though, when he was on the ground, he was smiling. He was trying to make us feel better. Maybe his body was just in a place where he couldn't control it. You know,
Right,
he
right.
wanted to, but he couldn't control his body. Maybe he was in that sort of mindset. But luckily he gave a smile and gave the thumbs up from the stretcher. So everything goes out to Yerkes and Profar, man. Just that was a scary scene out there.
Very scary for Profar. Hopefully he's okay. Heard he went to the hospital, got checked out.
Okay.
I think he's okay. He'll probably be back in the lineup in a couple days here. Probably get the day off tonight. That was scary. He had the long delay, but the Giants still couldn't hit. They couldn't get anything going. And then finally in the top of the ninth inning, where I'm thinking to myself, all right, morning show. We're running late here. We're hitting 10 o'clock, Langford.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
But the Giants freaking tied up, started by Austin Slater getting hit in the toe.
Right.
0-2 count, getting hit in the toe. He gets first base with the hit by pitch. And then next thing you know, Rogers, he's sitting there getting rattled a bit. Slater still second base. Stealing second base. That led to a run to tie the game at the top of the ninth inning. He had to think, man, Giants got action here. If they could just get something going in the top of the 10th. But Slater again, and I thought about Sam Lubman right away. Producer Sam Lubman right away when Slater got off first base. I said, oh boy, he's off first. It's top of the ninth inning. He's still second.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, Crawford with the single to right with 2 outs was just pretty damn special right there with Crawford coming through right there. You needed him to come through. But there's a couple at-bats, especially in the 6th inning. I thought Brandon Belt being up. That situation right there, Langford, we're watching Brandon Belt in the top of the 6th inning. And there's runners off first and second after Lamont Wade Jr. has a leadoff double. Flores works a walk. It's first and second. And I'm thinking, man, Belt. One out here.
This is the
time.
time.
This is it. This is the time to turn your season around.
Yeah.
And he grounds into a fielder's choice, which really should have been a double play if Hosmer didn't drop the ball. And then, of course, Mike Yashimsky strikes out with 2 outs. That, to me, was a big, big point in the baseball game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you could even go to the next inning when Crawford got on because he got hit in the toe, too. A lot of hit toes in this game.
A lot of hit toes.
Brandon Crawford
a lot
got
of sore
hit
toes. A lot of sore toes in San Diego. Hopefully somebody dipped it in Pacific Beach.
Yeah.
Get some of that salt on that toe.
It was like Dwayne Kuiper said on the broadcast. He said that, when Crawford is going to get up in the middle of the night for a drink of water, he's going to walk on that foot normally and forget about it, and then he's going to go down. Like, that's what's going to happen in the middle of the night, so I can't imagine. But Crawford getting on first, and then Tommy LaStella just hitting an atom ball right at Eric Hosmer, and then Eric Hosmer obviously gets the double play when there was already one out. Then the inning is over. So, I mean, there's some situations in this game where it's just they had a chance, but they couldn't pull through. And I got to be honest, man, you go back to that top of the 6th. I know, or excuse me, top of the when Brandon Crawford tied it in the top of the ninth.
Top of the ninth.
Man, I got to tell you, man. When David Villar has had his opportunities to make a splash, when he's had runners in scoring position, he just hasn't been able to do it. I don't know what it is. He seems hesitant to just pull the trigger. Yeah, he just seems hesitant to pull the triggers. Like when he gets 2 strikes, he doesn't know what's coming, and he's caught guessing. And it feels like I've seen him strike out 3 different times looking when the pitch is right down the middle. Now, granted, it's not a fastball.
Right.
I don't know what he's looking for, but it was the same yesterday. I couldn't help but think, damn, Villar had his opportunity. Obviously, Crawford came through, and luckily they tied the game 1-1, but it was just not a good game for the offense. They couldn't execute.
A lot of strikeouts. They struck out 12 times yesterday. The Giants only accumulate 2 hits. 2 hits yesterday at Petco Park.
Terrible.
They did draw 5 walks, but even in the top of the 10th inning when it's tied at 1-1, they got a chance to take the lead there. Of course, extra innings, you get a runner at second base. Giants strike out 3 times. Chris Metz strikes out the side. And right there, you're just thinking to yourself, oh, boy, all right, here we go. And then, of course, Garcia at the bottom of the 10th inning on that butt. You just got to go to first.
Yeah.
You can't be hesitant. You look at third, then you go all the way back to first base. First base. That's the game right there. It's too long. You're taking too long. And so you don't make the right defensive play. Padres win with the big single to deep center, which really would have been a double had it not been a walk-off. Alfaro, of course, hits the single there to deep center. And that's your ball game. And the Giants lose their 7th in the last 8. And Petco was rocking last night. That was a big game. Webb versus Musgrove. And Webb showed up, and he got caned. He got caned last night with this performance. We all know about being caned, Matt Cain.
Yes.
Always going 8 innings, giving up 2 runs, and being a hard luck loser. That was Logan Webb, he got the no decision, and he deserved a no decision at the bare minimum.
Was there any party? There was a part of me who was thinking, "Damn, is Webb going to come in the ninth? Is he going to come in a tie game?
Pitches?
Is he going to come into a tie game?" But they had Manny Machado leading off that inning, so it's clear that he wasn't going to come in. And shout out to Joe Vera for getting out of that one in the ninth inning. And speaking of the ninth inning, Taylor Rogers from the Padres. Tyler Rogers' twin.
Yeah, they look identical twin.
They look exactly the same. Now, Taylor Rogers came in a close situation, a save situation, and he blew that save.
He's had 23 saves.
And he blew that. He's been fantastic this year.
Lefty, one's a righty.
Right, yes.
One has a different throwing motion than the other. Just really awkward, but they're both... Tyler, of course, is struggle league.
Yes.
Taylor came over from Minnesota to trade. He has 23 saves for the Padres this year. Hasn't pitched bad at all.
Well, Tyler Rogers, though. Here's the thing, though. Tyler Rogers, since the that's Taylor Rogers that I'm looking at. Since the 21st for Tyler Rogers, or the 20th, rather. I'm botching this totally, Bonte. I've just lost all my spots here. From the 20th, he has had over a 6 ERA. A 6 ERA since the 20th. He had that really bad outing against the Mets where he gave up the 7 runs, and that really just tortured his whole ERA, and that was on the 24th. Well, ever since the 21st, Tyler Rogers was going off, and then when it hit May 28th, so really after Tyler Rogers started blowing it, that's when Taylor Rogers has been... a little bit on a downslope.
So you said it's all in the family?
It's all in the family. He's got an over 8 ERA since the end of May, and it's the same thing with Tyler Rogers. He has over a 6 ERA. Both of them are giving up over 300 in batting average. It's like,
not good.
It's just the parallels there between the two twins. It's like when one does poorly, the other does poorly. When one does well, the other does well.
It sounds like the Twins need a little break. That's what it sounds like to me. Twins need a little break. The Giants need a little break. Again, they lose 7 of their last 8. They've been struggling. Of course, the 2-8, 2-6 homestand. It really since that Pittsburgh series where they lost to that walk-off Sunday, June 19th. It just has not been pretty. They lose 3-4 to the Braves. You lose 2-3 to the Reds. You get swept by the White Sox. You split against the Tigers. You lose 2-3 against the Diamondbacks. And then in the Logan Webb game, you lose. So now you get Blake Snell tonight, who's a lefty. And Blake Snell hasn't been all that this season. He's 0-5 with a 5.13 ERA, 50 Ks, 1.46 whip.
Yeah.
He's been hurt. He hasn't been the same really since Game 6 of the World Series when he got pulled by Kevin Cass with the Tampa Bay Rays. He's been a disappointment for the Padres, especially this season. So he's very hittable, a lefty. But the Giants got to get these bats rolling. Right now, there's no bats rolling. Slater's doing something. It was good to see Brandon Crawford come up with that big hit. But I think this is a series, and even going into the All-Star break, they've got to somehow find a way to get Brandon Belt going. He's probably your best all-around hitter on this roster. Peterson hit the home runs, but he's not going to hit for average.
He's been downhill.
And he's been downhill,
It's gone what? Like his batting average is at like 250 now? It was almost 280.
He's about to hit it. He's hitting the slump now.
Yeah.
Brandon Belt has got to get going. I looked at that at bat in the 6th inning, and I'm saying to myself, this is the swing that can get him going. He can get this rolling. And he didn't. Brandon Bell's got to get going here over the break or before the All-Star break, especially this weekend at Petco.
Shasky has the all-time body language guys where it's just poor body language whenever things are going wrong.
He's always had poor body language.
But Brandon, it's really back to that. Because last year, prior to the injury, he was playing very well. Like, just as well as he'd played in his career. I think he had, 21 home runs or something in a couple of months. Or I could be wrong on that, but he had a massive amount of home runs. And I was like, damn, this is a new type of Brandon Belt. He's wearing the C, he's doing all these different things. That body language wasn't there, but now it just doesn't seem like he has any energy.
No, he doesn't look good at all.
No.
He doesn't look right at all. So Brandon Belt, he's got to get going. The Giants have to get going. They're losing ground big time. The Dodgers win again last night, 5-3 against the Cubs.
Yeah.
They're now 11.5 up on the Giants in the NL West.
Yeah, that's out. It's just
division gone.
Division's done.
Done.
There's no hope to win the division. There's a chance you could squeak into the wild card. Anything can happen in baseball up until October. There's no denying that. I'm not going to just throw a wild card spot out of the mix because they expanded the rosters by by at least one team in each league. So I'm feeling okay about the wild card, but still
they're 2 back of the Cardinals. They're tied in the loss column, so really they have to make up 4 games. If they get 4 wins, they'll be tied with the Cardinals. So they're right there with the Cardinals. They're right there with the Phillies. A game back in the loss column. Again, I like to focus on the loss column and not the overall games back. In the loss column, they're tied with the Cardinals, the Giants, that is, and they're 1 game back in the Philadelphia Phillies. Cardinals just lost 3 or 4 today out of the Braves. And they had to win 1 in extra innings last night just to salvage a win in that 4-game set. By the way, Strider, 6 innings, 12 Ks.
Dude's a beast.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Shutout baseball there. But the Giants, when I look at the Phillies and I look at the Cardinals, and the Phillies right now playing without Bryce Harper, they just don't stack up with those teams. They just don't stack up with those teams. Now, it was good to see Lamont Wade Jr. have a couple good at-bats, the double there. Hopefully he can get out of his slump. But that magic that was there in 2021, they're losing those games. Again, that's another game last night that they win in 2021.
100%.
And it just feels like that's the way the season's going to play out over the next 2.5 months.
Yeah, agreed. And you know what, though? I do like what I'm seeing from Logan Webb. Like, if we're going to talk about the lineup,
Right.
they're at least the one positive, and you got to try and find some sort of silver lining in these types of seasons where it's just the hope for the division is lost. You're probably not going to do much in the playoffs. You got to find the little things, and I do got to say that Logan Webb and just the improvements
Right.
that he's made, like the beginning of the year, he didn't look like the same Logan Webb that we've seen. Just something seemed off. I don't know whether the movement on his pitches just wasn't there. That changeup
Right.
wasn't working. It felt like he was kind of locating that changeup the same way he did to Manny Machado, but last night, other than that Machado home run, his changeup was fantastic. But Lubman gave us the stats here, and in his last 7 starts, he has a 1.59 ERA, and opponents are hitting .218 against him, and
he's a hog.
He's 12th in ERA in the league right now.
I think he's an all-star. But
the thing is, he's 12th in the league in ERA, and you're like, damn, 12th, that's not that high. I mean, you expect him to be higher than 12th, but you look at all the pitchers, a majority of them are in the American League. The only guys that you have in the National League are Gonsolin, Alcantara, Musgrove, who we just saw last night, Corbin Burns, and then the rest are from the American League, and the next up is Logan Webb. Yeah. So really, he's 5th in the National League right now in ERA.
And Gonsolin got another win last night for the Dodgers.
He's been a
We
stud.
know about Corbin Burns. Gonsolin's ERA is under 2.
Gonsolin, a Farhan fine, buddy.
Hey, he's on my fantasy team, too. That is good, a Farhan fine. That gives me hope. And Jerry Harrison Jr. gave us hope yesterday when he joined us, saying, have faith in Farhan, he'll turn it around. But Logan Webb, the carryover from last season, has been there. 7-3, okay, fine. But the 2.98 ERA to 1.11 whip, Logan Webb is an all-star alongside Carlos Rodon. He's an all-star this year.
I believe so.
I believe he's an all-star. He's been one of the top 6 pitchers in the National League. And in a game like that last night, where runs are going to come out of premium, he matched Musgrove pitch for pitch. The one pitch got away from him. Machado hits it to the second deck. Other than that, he was dynamic last night, and it wasn't even his strikeouts. He was just getting outs.
Yeah.
He only had 3 strikeouts last night, so I think he's an all-star. No brainer.
He's one of the best ground ball pitchers in the game, and ever since that Miami game, really, where Kapler took him out prematurely, and then he had that game in Colorado where he didn't lose that game. It was the errors that cost him that game. I think there were 4 of them in that one, and Tyro Estrada had 2. But ever since then, he's just been lights out. So I totally agree. He's living up to that billing of being the ace that we all thought. Because we always do this. We overreact at the beginning of the season, and after the first couple of starts, we're thinking, "Damn,
regression."
We're like, is Webb just a flash in the pan? But I think he's proven that he can be an ace for this team, a 1 or a 2 on any team in the league.
Logan Webb, untouchable. We were talking about untouchables yesterday in the Bay Area. Logan Webb looks untouchable. This is a guy you need to ride into the future. He could be your number 1 ace. Let's hear from Logan Webb.
Build your staff around
Build your staff around Logan Webb. Here's what he had to say about last night's atmosphere at Petco Park in San Diego.
I think that's something that I pride myself on, is the team winning on the day I pitch. And I know last year it seemed like every time we were winning those games. But today there was a different feel. The whole game. Musgrove is an unbelievable pitcher, and it showed. He gave up 1 hit, and the vibe in the dugout is we were still going to win that game. And unfortunately we didn't. But I think if you look back at a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I don't think we'd come back in that game. And I think that's a step in the right direction. I know it's not what the fans want to hear, what people want to hear, but I think as a team, that gives us a little jolt, you know what I mean? Because it felt like we were going to win that game no matter what. And that's the feeling that we need to have all the time.
There was juice in that clubhouse. There was juice in that clubhouse. You saw the way they reacted when Brandon Crawford hit that single to tie the game at the top of the ninth inning, which scored also Slater. I got to say, there was a little more energy I felt through the TV screen in that dugout last night against the Padres.
Yeah, and after Brandon Crawford hit that single to tie things up, that's where it's different than the 2021 team, though. Is that you normally have the rest of the guys in the lineup step up when they needed to. Like, they would have probably scored a run in the top of the 10th had it been that 2021 team.
They win that game.
They win that game. There's no doubt. But you do need that juice in the clubhouse, and I just like how soft-spoken Logan Webb is. Like, the dude is a killer on the mound, and he has such an intensity, and then when you hear him talk, he's just so soft-spoken.
Kind of like Nick Bosa.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, you get those types of guys.
I like that.
Are you just trying to lead me into the Nick Bosa impression right now?
No, I wasn't going there.
There's a little bit of juice in the locker room. I think it was a pretty cool game that we played. Yeah, I tackled Julio Jones. I chased him from behind once. It was really cool.
I just tackled Julio Jones.
That's my favorite.
Super eager.
No, I love the...
I can't wait for the season to start. I have a full off season in a training camp. I get to train with my guys. I can't wait to do it.
I just want everybody in China to wash your heads. That was the best. I mean, COVID hit us 2 weeks later, and he's telling everybody wash their hands. That was pretty good.
Make sure 20 seconds, wash the hands. Make sure you get it all on.
What do you want me to do? Oh, okay. Here's Gabe Kapler, Logan Webb's night, where he goes 8 innings and just gives up the lone run to Manny Machado.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a good situation for tomorrow as a result of what, Logan Webb did. And against that lineup in this ballpark, I thought it was as good as we could have asked from him. And sure, he'd like to have that Machado pitch back. Other than that, it was kind of near flawless. I don't mean that everything went perfectly, but I thought he pitched as good as he could have pitched. And I think he's proud of the fact that he went back out there for the 8th and in a down game and gave us one more inning. If we did end up losing that game in 9 innings, we'd have 2 more pitchers available. Obviously, you're always gaming for the win, and we were in that situation. We were doing everything that we could to win the game. But had we not scored that run, then Logan would have covered the entire game for our team, which is a pretty impressive thing to do.
So Logan Webb goes a full 8, but the Giants lose 2-1. Today will probably be a bullpenny game. Blake Snell's on the mound for the Padres. No announced starter for the Giants yet, but they lose 7 of their last 8, and all that good juju from Wednesday night against the Arizona Diamondbacks has all but dissipated after last night's loss to the Pods. 2-1 extravaganza, late game, extra inning loss. Those are the tough ones. When you have that runner on second base to start the 10th inning, you don't even get him over to third base. It's just not good.
Yeah,
not good baseball.
Michael Hernandez is commenting on YouTube. Of course, you can go live on Twitch at 95.7 The Game, live on YouTube at 95.7 The Game, and we got quite a few messages. But other than the "Good morning, gentlemen, Giants sucked this year," that's from Dreamer. So shout out to Dreamer. But where was it? I totally lost it. Oh, Conrad Arenas, Logan Webb, untouchable. Everyone else get rid of. I'm done with this team. But then Michael Hernandez comments, when you have a runner on second, how do you not bunt with the runner on second? We haven't gotten a hit all game. And in all caps, bunt! That was a little
Not mad at that. When you're not getting hits, bunt. Bunt. There's nothing wrong with a good old bunt.
Yeah.
I know you youngsters who are all into analytics or whatnot. Oh, bunting. Don't bunt. Don't give up an out. Why not bunt? You're not hitting. You're not driving the ball out of the out of the infield. You come up with 2 hits. Why not bunt?
You know me, Bonte. I am an analytics guy, but I like to mix gut feeling with analytics, and I do agree with that sentiment. I just like what I've read, and when you study baseball and this new wave of baseball, there's a book called The MVP Machine, which is fantastic. I highly recommend anyone who's into baseball reads that book. But it's kind of like the new version of Moneyball. That's what they're saying. But like one of the things is, they don't practice bunting anymore. It's just not even a thought in their head.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
You are given a runner on second in scoring position.
Just drop it down.
Who is going to be the first team? It's not like it's mandatory. It's not like in the new CBA, hey, you're not allowed to practice bunting. Practice bunting. Practice bunting. That's all you got to do.
Just drop it down. Drop it down to score a run.
I feel like the mother-in-law in My Big Fat Greek Wedding when she's trying to explain the pastry that she gave the mom. It's a bunt.
It's a bunt.
Cake.
Cake.
Bunt.
cake.
You ever seen that movie?
I have
for all my
seen
my
parts
big
of it.
for all my big fat
Hurts is a
Greek weddings
classic
out there.
Hurts is a classic. I've never been able to stay up through it though.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of the most profitable movies of all time because of how low budget it was and how much money it actually made, like in the box office and via DVD and all that.
Was it all Greek people in the movie?
No, it wasn't. Funnily enough.
Have you watched that, Spinotti? My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
You ever seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
Yeah, like 20 years ago.
Yeah,
it's an old movie.
Yeah,
it's an old. Who's the star in that movie?
Nia Vardalos is her name.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a star? Was there a star in that movie? Because I felt like the cover of the movie had like 12 people on it or whatnot. It was like a lot of people on the cover. That's all I remember. It was like sky blue.
Joey Fatone was in it.
That's who it was. Joey Fatone was like the biggest star from that.
From NSYNC.
That's yeah.
Or is he Backstreet Boys?
No, he was NSYNC.
Okay.
Nice call, Steve. You know.
Yeah.
Not Nick Carter. Nick Carter's Backstreet Boys.
You know.
I gotta make sure.
You know about those boy bands.
Come on.
I do.
Late 90s, we were like 6, Bonte. They were cool.
Oh my gosh, they were never cool.
Dude, they got a residency in Las Vegas, those Backstreet Boys.
Pretty sick.
All right.
Yeah, so does Usher.
They were larger than life.
I mean, they're giving residencies to anybody. NSYNC and Backstreet Boys? Damn.
Talking about movie stars, by the way. R.I.P. James Caan.
Oh,
man.
yes. I wanted to bring that up.
R.I.P.
Everybody was bringing up his role in The Godfather, Sonny Corleone, which there was only one way for his role to end. It was getting murdered, but he was great. But how about him being the head football coach for, what's the college in the program? He was the head coach of the program.
Yes.
Coaching Lattimore, coaching the quarterback, Omar Epps as the running back, James Washington. He was great as a coach. James Caan, very underrated.
Wasn't he in Brian's song too?
That's right. Yeah, he was Brian Piccolo in that movie.
Brian Piccolo.
Yeah. You know that one of the first things, and this is just I'm sorry, Bonte, but you are surrounded right now by guys who are in their late 20s, who were born in like the early 90s.
Sad. So for the first time of my life, I feel like a true OG right now. I feel like an old ass guy.
You're the OG. I didn't even think about that.
I'm the OG.
You've been the OG for the entire week, and I think these guys will agree with me. But one of the first things that we saw James Caan in was Elf.
That is true.
He played the dad in Elf.
Yeah, he did.
And then when I was like 9 years old when that movie came out, 10 years old. So then go on to find out that James Caan is one of the most badass actors in the history of cinema. So rest in peace to James Caan. His role in The Godfather, just playing the brother.
Epic.
Epic. There's that scene in Goodfellas where Ray Liotta goes at the neighbor across the street, right? Because she had harassed his girl.
He beat her up.
Then he goes to he goes across the street. It's kind of that same thing in The Godfather when
beat up his sister's husband.
When he goes into the street.
Yeah,
Carlo.
You see all the fake punches.
It's one of the worst.
Worst fake punches. It was like 2 feet away from him. Boom.
One of the most unrealistic punching scenes of all time, but it was still really
Carlo
badass.
tried to hold on to the rails. And he's like biting his fingers off.
Biting his finger.
Oh, man.
He also had a role in Dick Tracy. Look at all these movies. Eraser. He was in Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Wow.
What? I didn't know that. Bulletproof. Mickey Blue Eyes. Wow, Mickey Blue Eyes.
Honeymoon in Vegas, by the way, also a really good comedy with Nick Cage, James Caan, really funny.
I did love him in the program, though. He was sick in the program.
Yeah, the program was great.
The program was one of my favorite movies. We will play that when we're at George Washington High School. Sometimes we just watch that movie the night before a game just to get all fired up.
Get yourself psyched up.
Get all psyched up. What was the college? Eastern State. That's right, the Eastern State Timberwolves. The Eastern State Timberwolves. He was the head coach of that one, man. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So rest in peace to James Caan. How about Joe Lacob yesterday, though? Joe Lacob on the Tim Kawakami podcast, because James Wiseman is starting to ramp it up. Here's what Lacob had to say about James Wiseman.
I think he has the potential to be an enormously positive addition to the minutes rotation on our team. He is a monster. And there just aren't. I'm sorry, I've been watching basketball all my life. I have not seen many players do what he can do. He's gotten bigger and stronger. He's got to get his timing back clearly. He needs the experience. He's 20 years old, 21 years old, I guess. He doesn't have to be an overnight sensation. But over a few years, he needs to become a really good player, and I think he will be. I think he's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited.
That was primary owner Joe Lacob of the Golden State Warriors on James Wiseman. He said he's going to be a monster
I got to say, with the size that James Wiseman was, because you and I, we went to the G League game when James Wiseman participated.
Cruz Warriors,
Santa Cruz Warriors against the G League Ignite.
Yeah.
And then that was a lot of fun. But that was like when I'd seen him kind of close, but not really. We were quite a few rows back, but he looked good in that game. Like there were some mistakes here and there, but overall he looked like the bigger man on the court. And then at the parade, when the players are walking out, because we managed with the media credential, we managed to get into the pre-parade speeches. So sat there and watched those, and then they had
saw Bobby Fitz running material, baby. Bob Fitzgerald.
Yes, for the Bay Area, for all of the Bay Area.
That ride is still sick. We pull that up,
but I'll get that
from
at the
break. East Bay to Monterey.
But there's
shout out Monterey, Spadone.
But there was the barrier to get to the floats, and actually we had a few coworkers who walked into the players area, and then I was like, where'd they go? And then I see like the back of Lucas Alexander. I see the back of his head walking into that area.
Lubman as well.
Lubman was doing his own thing. Lubman was living it up.
Lubman kind of does his own thing.
But you just got to do the whole, walk like you know where you're going.
Exactly. Yeah. Lubman got in.
He has that down.
And then I tried going in.
He has that down.
And then the security guard looked at me and he goes, hell no. What are you doing?
Dude, producer Sam Lubman knows how to just blend in.
He knows
blends
what he's
in.
doing.
He says what's up to people, and they're just like, well, this kid just kind of looks whacked out of his mind. Let's just let him walk.
Yeah, he just like looks at my media credential though, and he's just like, all right, you know what, get back there. So I was like, fine, that's okay. But the players, I was close to them. You had Andre Iguodala, you had Jonathan Kuminga, you had all those guys walk by. Then James Wiseman did, and I looked at him. I'm like, that guy is just bigger than everybody.
He's huge.
He's so much bigger than everybody on this team. Like when you see him really close up, it's just it's an anomaly, man. You're like, damn, I need to see this dude on the basketball court. I can't wait. And when Joe Lacob says something like that, he's the owner of the team, and they were his number 2 draft pick. But when he does say something as hyperbolic as, I've been watching the NBA for a long time, and I haven't seen many like that. I don't think he says that for no reason.
No, well, you look at the practice videos, right? The 3-point shot looks a lot smoother. It's not as mechanical as it was his rookie season. He's pulling it up. But then I see Marcus Thompson tweets last night, and Marcus Thompson snuck in some scrimmage time, and this is what he tweeted last night. James Wiseman looked pretty good in the brief stint I got to watch today. Even saw a weak side block that showed good awareness, but what stood out most? His touch around the basket. His little flip shots in the paint were feathery soft. He was gassed, though. That's the remaining hurdle, getting his win back. Together, Friday is a rest day for him, so no game. The Warriors do play the Oklahoma City Thunder next Friday in the G League game. Maybe we'll see a little James Wiseman and Chet Holmgren and Alexei Pokusevsky. I just wanted to say Alexei Pokusevsky. Poku. Josh Giddey. It could be a hot one next Friday.
Gosh, that's the lankiest team in NBA history.
In history. by the way, Marcus Thompson.
Also the whitest.
But they fit right in with Oklahoma, right?
NBA champions, Josh Giddey.
Can't be many minorities in Oklahoma. Not too many brothers, not too many Latins, too many Asians.
Never thought a team would be led by a guy named Chet.
Chet Holmgren. Marcus Thompson also tweeted out, Jonathan Kuminga looked like he is clearly on another level, as he should. Again, only saw a little scrimmage, but I don't imagine he will play much summer league. Jonathan Kuminga, but also James Wiseman. How's that make you feel, Dub Nation? James Wiseman. It's going to be a monster, according to Joe Lacob. Plus, we'll get some more sounds about why the Warriors didn't re-sign Gary Payton II, filling out the roster.
The stuff on spending was the most fascinating.
Yes, so we'll get to that on the other side here. It's nice guy Stephen Langford in for Shasky, doing a hell of a job this week on the Morning Roast. This segment was presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Also, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Arm fatigue? Trey Lance? Are we really doing that? We'll get into that. Oh, my God. Yeah, we'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. But we'll talk about arm fatigue and what Michael Silver had to say yesterday. Right here on the Morning Roast. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour.
I'm Quinn Mail from BetQL, helping you beat the books. Let's talk about NBA Rookie of the Year odds at your respective sportsbooks. I'm looking at Benedict Mathurin of the Indiana Pacers at 15.
Tuesday and 2 home runs on
He's
Wednesday.
having a monster season, Langford.
Kyle
a monster
Schwarber.
season. Phillies in the wild card hunt ever since they fired Joe Girardi, and Bryce Harper will be back at some point this season. Schwarber with the power. I thought he was done a couple years ago. Thought he was just going to be a Joey Gallo batting 166. Schwarber, red hot from the plate, hitting them deep.
He just hits dingers. That's all he does. He's going to hit for 220, but he's going to give you at least 30 home runs. Like, that's what Kyle Schwarber is going to do. All right, now this is my criteria, by the way. This is my list. This is totally subjective. This is not objective. So this is my list. This is what I want to do. Now, Bo Bichette is a guy on the Blue Jays.
I like Bo Bichette.
Got a lot of swag, right?
A lot of swagger.
He has a lot of swag, and that leads us to our number 4 home run on Langford's long balls. This was against the A's.
Bichette launches it. Deep left field. That ball is into the corner. Kip gets to the wall, and it is gone. A go-ahead solo home run for Bo Bichette. And the Blue Jays jump on top in the 8th.
Now, not only did they give the Blue Jays the lead in the top of the 8th there, but it was the way that Bo Bichette hit the home run. He turned on this fastball.
He did.
He crushed it to left, and he had this follow-through where he just stared at it. It might be a little better for if you're just watching on TV. Now, if you're at home and you're keeping track, go and watch Bo Bichette's home run.
Hey.
But he just stared at it, and you know what he does? He doesn't flip the bat. He just drops it and jogs down first.
I love the drop of the bat, and then I love those light blue Blue Jay uniforms.
Oh, yeah, the baby blues.
The baby blues. He looks so swaggy with the hair coming out the helmet. That team is full of swagger. The swaggiest teams in baseball may be the Blue Jays and the Braves.
Yeah, I agree.
Spinotti, what you got?
They're just not very good, which is unfortunate. They got roughed up again yesterday against the Mariners.
They did get roughed up. The West Coast trip has not been kind for the Toronto Blue Jays. They got to get going here. They got to get going.
And Spinotti made a really good point. He said that Bo Bichette's home run looked a lot farther than it actually was, which is too true. Like, if you go on MLB's Twitter and you look at how they captioned it, they said, "Oh my God, he crushed that one," and then it barely even goes over.
Humidors, man. All these players thinking they crushed them, and it's barely clearing fences, or not even clearing them. It was like you see it in Arizona in this Giants series. The past Arizona series.
Home run is a home run.
Is it still the barbecue area over there at the Coliseum at the left in left field? Is it still in that barbecue area?
Is it the treehouse? Is the treehouse over there?
No, the treehouse is in left center. I'm talking about in left field where they have like the barbecue, but that's where the ball went. But Bo Bichette is good for number 4.
And look, Conrad Arenas, I agree. Giants need swagger.
And we
all know that.
And that was credit to Blue Jays Radio Network, and of course the Schwarber call was credit to the Phillies Radio Network. Now, moving on to number 3, this dude had 4 home runs in his first 9 games of the season. It's his rookie year. He didn't hit a single home run for the rest of the month.
What?
And as a matter of fact, he didn't hit one all of May, Bonte. And then at the end of May, he gets hurt. And it wasn't a good month for him. He batted .211. He only had 7 RBIs. Didn't hit a home run after his first 4 home runs in the 9 games. And the one guy that I'm talking about is Seiya Suzuki from the Cubs, because he makes his comeback after injuring his finger on a stolen base, comes back on July 4th, and hits a go-ahead home run, except there's a little tweak to it. So here's number 3 on the list of Langford's long balls.
Suzuki drives one in the air, deep left center. It's got a chance. It's off the wall and bouncing away. He might get an inside the Parker. He's around second. He's racing toward third. He's getting the green light. Here comes the relay to the plate. The throw is going to be not in time. Inside the park, home run, Seiya Suzuki. Listen to these Cub fans.
Milwaukee, right? At Miller Park, I believe.
It's credit to 670, the score on that call.
Seiya Suzuki.
He hadn't hit a home. He was cooled off.
Yeah, he had cooled off.
The first 10 games of the year, you're like, damn, this guy's got something.
You know what else cooled off, too? All the Giants fans saying we should have had Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah.
Never heard that at all over the last 2 months because of the slump. I was so sick of hearing about, I could have had Seiya Suzuki. He didn't want to come because of downtown San Francisco and how dirty it is and the crime or whatnot. He wanted to play in Chicago. He hits an inside the park home run. It was cool to see. It's always cool to see an inside the park home run.
It was his first game back.
Yeah.
His first game back, and he makes an immediate impact. And then the following day, he actually hits another go-ahead home run. So Seiya Suzuki, that was number 3. Number 2 on the list of Langford's long balls, Bonte. This guy was the 5th overall pick in 2019. Was the number 2 prospect in baseball behind Adley Rutschman of the Orioles. Now, this guy hit a foul ball off his foot in spring training, didn't make the opening day roster, and he came back on June 18th. And up until this week, he didn't have a home run. And the guy I'm talking about is center fielder for the Detroit Tigers. This is number 2 on the list of Langford's long balls. It's Riley Green, and his first career home run was a walk-off.
Riley Green sits at fly ball center field deep. Taylor back, still going, looking up. It's gone! Riley Green's first career home run is a walk-off bomb to center field.
Credit Tigers Radio Network for that call. His first career home run, Bonte.
Who's that against Cleveland?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Tigers are scrappy.
And there was a back-to-back. It was the second of a back-to-back home run of the night. So it was a really poor game for them. But now he's currently the number one prospect according to MLB Pipeline. He's got to play 45 games, I think, until he's off that list. So he's eventually going to be off that prospect list. But Riley Green, I think you're going to be seeing a lot of him moving forward. His first career home run, a walk-off, Bonds.
Yeah, that's pretty damn special right there. That's memorable. He's never going to forget it. Go get that kid that baseball. Get Riley Green that baseball. First career home run as a walk-off. You get the win. You get the Gatorade bath. You get the sunflower seed bath. That's special right there. That's special.
So we had number 5, Kyle Schwarber. Number 4, Bo Bichette. Number 3, Seiya Suzuki. Number 2, Riley Green. Number 1, we're going back to July 4th. Now, thanks to a couple of 2-run singles and a homer, the Royals were already up 5-0 on the Astros in the top of the 3rd. Fast forward 5 innings, the Royals were up 6-3. The Astros end up tying at 6-6. The Royals don't do anything in the top of the 9th, and with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, Yordan Alvarez,
this was a bomb.
one of the front runners for American League MVP, he does this.
Barlow's 3-1. And Alvarez hits it well and hits it deep to right center. Kiss it goodbye over the Astros bullpen for the second straight day. The Astros hit a walk-off homer and they beat the Kansas City Royals by a final of 7-6.
And it was one of their biggest comebacks of the season. I believe it was their biggest comeback of the season. But
it's 26 home runs now for Yordan Alvarez.
He hit another one, and this dude, I believe he's hitting .312 right now. He leads the league in OPS. He's got 58 RBIs. But here's the crazy stat to me when it comes to Yordan Alvarez. He's only struck out 53 times compared to 42 walks.
Yeah, no, he's balling right now. He's balling. The Astros are balling. They're in first place in the AL West.
Credit to Astros Radio Network.
Yeah,
for
that's a big-time win for the Astros. Dusty's boys. Look, if the Giants don't win a World Series, I want to see Dusty get a World Series. I don't care if he is with Houston. They're up 13 games on the Seattle Mariners right now. 13 games on the Mariners. The Houston Astros rolling, and they had a nice little battle with the Yankees a couple weekends ago at Yankee Stadium. That may be your American League Championship Series. Yordan Alvarez. That's Langford's long balls, man.
That's it, man.
Langford long balls. That's some good home runs.
If you really search through it and you really dig through the home runs that are hit during the week, you can find some pretty cool ones.
Find some cool ones.
You know, like the number 1 was Yordan Alvarez, but I really thought the Seiya Suzuki story was I thought that was sick.
Seiya Suzuki! I love the calls. That's what I love about Langford long balls. I just want to hear the announcers.
Yeah, I was hoping to get one for Shohei Ohtani, but there wasn't really much done this week. He didn't crack the top 5, but anytime
John Sterling?
No John Sterling this week. Although there could have been a John Sterling.
Rise.
There could have been a lot of John Sterling. Didn't they hit 6 home runs yesterday alone?
They beat the Pirates 16-0.
Not on the road anymore, John Sterling.
Yeah, he's not on the road anymore. He's taking a step back. Taking a step back.
If there were that amount of home runs hit, he would have got one of those wrong.
Oh my God.
Why is that a replay?
What did I do wrong?
What did I do wrong? You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, the Odyssey station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors, Giants, and 49ers coverage. Nice guy Stephen Langford in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. I'm Bonte Hill. We got Spadoni on the board, Joe Spadoni. And then, of course, Sam Lubman producing the show. Of course, Sam Lubman made his television debut the other day. Did not go well due to Darren Ruffin. Austin Slater coming up big against the Diamondbacks. And Slater came up big again in the top of the 9th inning. Some Sam Lubman's got to wear it. He's just got to be on ice for the weekend and just chill out for a second.
Totally worth it.
Yeah, totally worth it. No doubt about it. Joe Lacob joined Tim Kawakami on the TK podcast. Tim Kawakami getting all these big-time guests. Who is he paying? How much money is he shelling out? But Joe Lacob was on there. We played the clip earlier today about James Wiseman being a monster. So let's do that first. And then I want to get into the financials of the Golden State Warriors because Lacob touched on that. But here's what he had to say about James Wiseman, Dub Nation.
I think he has the potential to be an enormously positive addition to the minutes rotation on our team. He is a monster. And there just aren't. I'm sorry, I've been watching basketball all my life. I have not seen many players do what he can do. He's gotten bigger and stronger. He's got to get his timing back clearly. He needs the experience. He's 20 years old, 21 years old, I guess. He doesn't have to be an overnight sensation, but over a few years, he needs to become a really good player, and I think he will be. I think he's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited.
I love how Joe Lacob said, I've been watching basketball for a very long time, and I haven't seen anything quite like it. Marcus Thompson mentioned that he got a sneak peek at the scrimmage yesterday in Vegas. He had a nice little feathery touch around the rim, nice little soft touch, had some weak side blocks, showed awareness defensively. Feels like James Wiseman's coming along, and that threat can be added to the arsenal that they already have with Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Poole, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. Then yes, scary hours will be back next season for the Golden State Warriors and the rest of the NBA.
What makes Jonathan Kuminga so special when you're watching him on the court and when he's doing his thing is that when he plays, it feels like you could see that he understands that he is one of the most athletic guys on the court. Most of the time, he is the most athletic guy on the court, and he's going to try and take advantage of that because of the confidence. I want to see that same thing with James Wiseman. I want to see that confidence shine through him because he is bigger and he can be stronger than a lot of these other guys. And during his rookie season, there were times, and this is the reason why people were kind of out on him, was because when he played against other big men, he got pushed around a little bit. You know, and it was tough for him. It was not an easy situation. I mean, it wasn't his second game or his first game against the Nets.
Yeah, first game against the Nets.
Not easy. But
second game against Giannis Antetokounmpo in Milwaukee.
If he could get that confidence, though, and he can bring that onto the court, that same Jonathan Kuminga type of confidence, and I'm looking forward to watching him.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to watch them too in Summer League, although we may not see much of Kuminga. Hopefully we see him tonight against the New York Knicks. Tip off at 5 p.m. today for the Warriors Summer League team.
How about that?
5 p.m. Summer League action. We could watch some of that before Padres Giants, or maybe I'll just watch Stranger Things episode 9, which is like 2 hours long.
Yeah, I watched that last Friday.
2 hours long, huh?
Yeah, well, Jesse and I decided, you know what, we got like 5 or 6 hours of free time. We're just going to watch them back to back. So we watched them back to back.
I'm going to watch the 2 hour episode 9 tonight. Hopefully it's the last Stranger Things. It's getting a little ridiculous.
I'm not going to say anything.
All right, don't say anything.
I'm not going to say nothing.
I mean, we'll probably get a season 5 just because they're making so much money off of this. They have a Stranger Things exhibit in San Francisco.
Yeah, the Stranger Things experience.
I kind of want to check it out. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. The kid in me wants to check it out.
A little cheddar, though. It can cost a little cheddar, you know?
Does it really?
Yeah.
How much cheddar are we talking?
I don't remember, but it was a lot.
Did you do it? You did?
No. I haven't done it yet.
It's probably out of our budget then.
My budget.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm not
my budget is the same. No, my budget.
But you
is
are going. You are going to Europe at the end of the month. I think you got to save as much money as you possibly can.
Gonna be broke. Your boy's literally gonna be broke. I'm like cringing every time Anna says we can do this, we can do that. I'm just like, God. And dollar signs are just
right.
It's like a slot machine.
Yeah, it's gonna be worth it though.
I hope so.
Looks like really quick tickets for the Stranger Things experience. The standard is $70 per person.
Jesus Christ! Really? Well, and Lubman, I want you to do some research. Do some work today. I want you to research what's part of the Stranger Things experience. You've been chilling all day. Let me know what you got, what they offer for $70.
Okay, good. I need something to do. It's rough back here.
Yeah, no, you're sleeping on the job. Joe Lacob on the TK podcast on filling out the roster last year with small contracts.
You may remember last year when we went through this, everyone said Bob had a bad free agency, Bob and Joe, right? We only signed minimums. And when you're top heavy like we are, we've got these guys that have been with our team for a long time, Steph, Clay, Draymond. You can add Wiggins on top of that, but four big contracts, 3 that have been with us for a long time and have, making a lot of money. They take up the entire payroll normalized. So to go over that, we knew last year it was, we didn't use the mid-level. We kind of were pretty clear we likely weren't going to use it. Same thing for the most part this year. But we know we have to fill out the bottom end of the roster with minimums and be very smart about it. We were criticized last year, but actually Bob did an incredible job. Talk about everything working out. All of those guys, Iguodala was injured quite a bit, but other than that, worked out really, really well. And the problem with that, though, on the other end today, is that those guys, because we won and because they played well, are a lot more valuable than they were a year ago.
And then here's Lacob on how they made GP2 and Porter more valuable to the rest of the league.
We're in the same situation we were a year ago. We really can't do much more than minimums at the certain free agency. We can't go and sign free agents. We don't have the money to do it. And so no surprise to us that if these guys like Gary Payton had a good year, that he got a big offer, it was going to be very unlikely we could re-sign him no matter how much we love him. And we did like him a lot. He got a much bigger offer, and in fact, than we thought he would get. Way beyond. And I'm not saying he's not worth it or is worth it, but it is a lot. And it's not something that we really could entertain doing. And Otto Porter, had a great year for us. I'm not saying he's not deserving of what he got, because he is. But, if he got that, we knew we'd be in trouble. And so that's how it played out. To some extent, these guys played really well and made themselves more valuable, and we made them more valuable.
There it is, Joe Lacob. It's hard to disagree with him.
It's a gift and a curse. It's a gift and a curse doing that, especially with the amount that you spend in the luxury tax. I mean, imagine if you go on your Europe trip, and by the end of your trip, it's like, hey, by the way, this dinner that you're going to have to pay for, it costs 8 times whatever you have to pay for it.
Oof.
Oof. Like, imagine that. Like, each time that you spend money on something, and it's going to cost you 6, 7, whatever the number was. Anthony Slater came on. I think he said
times 7.
I think it's 7 times more.
7.
You got to multiply it times 7, Vontae.
Right.
By 7.
So does anybody else have a? There's Joe Lacob speaking about the contracts and the financials and the luxury tax, and there's a lot of people still butthurt about Gary Payton II, and I get it. And I want to bring up something about Gary Payton II on the other side and get more into what Joe Lacob is talking about here about not spending the money here, because there's a lot of conversations, a lot of people butthurt about GP2, and they don't care that they're in the tax. So we're gonna get into that on the other side. Plus, talk about Trey Lance, Damon Minor at 8:00. Yeah, I see 415 Comcast Business text on. I feel you, Bonte. My wife turned a $3,000 Puerto Vallarta trip into a $6,000 experience. Damn, way to blame the wife there. You're a better man than me.
Come on, Certified G.
Come on, man. I'm not doing that. I'm not sleeping on the couch this weekend. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bake Full Service Baking. No compromise. We'll react to Joe Lacob's sound on the TK podcast right here on the Morning Roast.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
How much ketchup do you have left in the bottle?
7, the game.
Steve Kerr, 4-time champ. What's up, man? Morning, everybody. Friday, payday Friday, Frisco Friday. Nice guy Langford in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill, of course. Getting you through another week here on the Morning Roast. Training camp. Players will report July 26th. The 49ers, they'll report July 26th down in Santa Clara. We're about 18 days away from training camp. We will get into arm fatigue and Burtons and who has the biggest Burton to win the championship right now in the Bay Area, coming off of Steph Curry's 4th championship. But we're just discussing Lacob and playing some sound about the salary cap and trying to make sense of why they didn't re-sign Gary Payton II. And here's what Joe Lacob had to say about making GP2 and Porter more valuable to the NBA.
We're in the same situation we were a year ago. We really can't do much more than minimums at the certain free agency. We can't go and sign free agents. We don't have the money to do it. And so no surprise to us that if these guys like Gary Payton had a good year, that he got a big offer, it was going to be very unlikely we could re-sign him no matter how much we love him. And we did like him a lot. He got a much bigger offer, and in fact, than we thought he would get. Way beyond. And I'm not saying he's not worth it or is worth it, but it is a lot. And it's not something that we really could entertain doing. And Otto Porter, had a great year for us. I'm not saying he's not deserving of what he got, because he is. But, if he got that, we knew we'd be in trouble. And so that's how it played out. To some extent, these guys played really well and made themselves more valuable, and we made them more valuable.
We made them more valuable. And now the thing is, something to watch, and I'm very eager to see what Otto Porter Jr. does in Toronto. I'm eager to see what Gary Payton II does in Portland. Because there is something to guys like that leaving the Golden State Warriors and not having the same impact elsewhere. You think of Ian Clark, didn't have the same impact.
Quinn Cook
didn't have the same impact. Alfonso McKinney, not the same impact. Mo Spates was basically out of the league and had to play in China. Who else you want to say? Well, Livingston and Barbosa, of course, retired with the Warriors. Barbosa, he was basically done at the end of his championship run.
Iguodala had a couple of moments with the other teams. But
with the Miami Heat.
Yeah, he had a couple of moments, but he wasn't the same as he was with the Warriors.
So I'm not trying to dilute what they've done with the Warriors. Patrick McCall's another one who just never seemed to figure it out. Gary Payton II that loss will be felt. There's no doubt that loss will be felt. But paying the tax, the Warriors would have had to pay basically $65 million a season for Gary Payton II. I don't think you could do that for a guy who plays 17 minutes a game. That's a lot of money. At some point, you got to limit yourself on your spending. They're already going to have a $375, $40 million payroll. What else do you want?
I think we managed to convince ourselves as Warrior fans, and this is another reason I think why fans were going crazy about GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. I think it's cooled down a little bit, but when they did get signed, and you and I did that show last week, there were some people who to be honest, I couldn't tell if it was sarcastic, I couldn't tell if they were joking or if they were serious, but some were saying, okay, what's this team doing? Like, what are these guys doing? The sky is falling within Dub Nation and all that. The ship is sinking. One of the things that I saw.
You know what, though? I gotta check myself on this, because I thought last week I did a poor job of, we kind of went straight into how to replace Gary Payton II, why it's okay that Gary Payton II moved on.
Right.
But at the same time, I failed to realize how much of an impact he had on people. Everybody I talked to, I was talking to Sarah Kawaguchi yesterday, SK, Stacey Kaufman, our big boss.
Another SK.
Another SK. Yeah, there you go, 2 SKs. So I don't call her SK. I call Sarah Kawaguchi SK and Stacey Kaufman.
Oh, okay.
But
gotcha.
They both said in the span of 3 minutes, I'm really going to miss Gary Payton II. I just love that guy. Yeah. And the impact he had on his fan base, I underrated. A lot of people love this guy, the way he dunked. His dad being an Oakland guy. Of course, him making his way through the G League, playing for 5 G League teams, 4 NBA teams, bouncing around all over the place. The story about him just wanting to be a video coordinator. Him going to different hospitals and supporting sick children and out there showing love to everybody. I underrated that impact. So I apologize to all the fans, because we were just 100 miles an hour. Hey, this is how you replace GP2. Looney's he's more of a priority. Best of luck, GP2. But I really failed to understand how much of the impact, and I should have known that. Obviously, covered the Golden State Warriors, and how many people, Young Glove when he comes back, Young Glove when he got hurt against Dillon Brooks, how everybody felt bad for him. That is a loss. There's a sentimental factor there with Gary Payton the second.
I also think, though, a big part of the show was, if you like GP2 so much, wouldn't you want him to make as much money as possible in the NBA? Like, the way that I'd look at it is, if he's staying with the Warriors, of course, you have this emotional attachment to him and you love him. But if he stayed with the Warriors, like, who knows what his contract would have been? It probably would have just been a minimum contract. Wouldn't have been making that much money. Like, I think we did a pretty good job of explaining, like, even though we are going to miss GP2 on the court, and he was a great dude, like, good for him for getting paid.
But that should have been a day of reflection and showing love to GP2, which I think we did. But
I think we did that.
GP2's, look, he's a big-time player. The Warriors will be all right because they still have Stephen Curry. They still have Klay Thompson. They still have Andrew Wiggins. They still have Poole, Dre, Looney. And you have the youngsters. And you know what? Gary Payton II may be the thorn in the Warriors' ass when the Blazers take out the Golden State Warriors. He may. Guy who could pick up 94 feet. He knows the system. But I think I just realized, like, damn, his impact in a season and a half. How many fans bought Gary Payton II jerseys? How many 0 jerseys I saw? So
you saw a lot of them.
I saw a lot of them.
I didn't go to many games this year, so I didn't see a ton of jerseys.
Saw a lot of Young Glove jerseys. So that loss will be felt. But Lacob is right. This system helped make Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr. more valuable to the rest of the league.
Yeah, and anyone who really, like, that's why JTA was also a fan favorite for a season. Unfortunately, he got his roster spot taken up, and he was only put in little spot positions, spot minutes here and there, like not really doing too much because the roster was already filled out with the younger players, the rookies making their way up. So JTA, there really wasn't much room for him. But the thing that we loved so much is that these guys wanted to play for the Warriors specifically. It wasn't just any other team. Like, GP2 wanted to stay with the Warriors. Like, all those stories that everybody saw, that's why we were so emotionally attached. And Bonte, I'm going to go back on you a little bit. I think we did okay reflecting on GP2's time.
Maybe
here.
I'm just in my feelings.
No, but it's all good. But some people were coming in just, basically saying, like, what are we going to do as a team?
Right. The sky's not falling.
More worried about the team. So I think we were trying to give them a sense of relief, and maybe we got caught up in doing that a little bit because some of the calls were in there. And I think a majority of people were saying, you know what, though? When you really step back and think about it, he got his money.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's making what he deserves. He just got over $9 million a year. He's going to play in Portland with Dame Lillard, who we love.
And he's from up there. He grew up in Seattle and played for Oregon State, so that's right down the road. Corvallis from Portland. He's back, and he's going to have a lot of fans and family up there.
Yes, but I will say this, and this might be a preview of the Doghouse. I don't know. We only got an hour and a half left of the show. I don't know when you want to fit that in. But
I don't know.
It would be a little preview because we are. It's okay if we don't.
We got shameless shout-outs in 19 minutes. And we're bringing back shameless shout-outs, so we got a lot going on.
You know what? I'll just bring out. I'll just mention, like, the one that I was kind of most passionate about when I was writing this. But I saw this earlier this week, and I couldn't help but think of Warriors ownership when looking at this. But it's Jody Allen in Portland right now.
Oh, my gosh.
What's going on with her? Because there's already been...
She's not returning Damian Lillard's calls?
She's not even returning his calls, not returning his emails. The New York Post reported about it. Some sources saying that she's completely avoiding him, and the reason that he wants to talk to her is because apparently there's some toxic behavior in the workplace that is bleeding into management, and every single thing that is brought to her plate, every single note that's given to her, she just passes it to the vice chairman and just says, his name's Bert. It's actually funny in the report. They failed to detail who Bert is. Yeah. So everything that happens, whether it's Phil Knight offering $2 billion to buy the team, she just says, you know what, give that to Bert.
Right.
Like Damian Lillard, give those texts and those calls and those emails. Yeah, let Bert know about it. So you could think, like, imagine what's going on in Warriors ownership right now. Like Joe Lacob being very open about this team. And he's actually talking to the media, whereas ownership in Portland, obviously she owns the Seahawks too.
Don't bother me.
She's just said, no, I don't even want to be
I'm not
involved.
even talking to the star player. I'm not even going to talk to the star player. Joe Lacob's at practice. Jody Allen can care less about the Blazers right now. So that's Dame Dollar's problem. He's got to get out of there. Let's take some calls. Of course, shameless shout-outs 7:45. Shout out whoever you want. We haven't done it in a while. Shout out your mom. Shout out your dog. Shout out your house. Shout out your block. Shout out your neighborhood. Shout out your city.
Yep.
Shout out whatever you want to shout out. 7:45. Shameless shout outs coming back on a morning roast. So line them up. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Doug at Berkeley. Doug at Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say, the Warriors fans, we're really loyal. That's why we miss the guys when they leave. With GP2, and I got to shout out to Bonte for what you just said. Because with GP2, we understand the business. We're happy that he's getting paid. But it's the love.
Yeah.
It's the love for what he gave us, for how he hung in there. The film room thing, man. I mean, I don't remember another player in recent memory anyway, who engendered so much love from the fans and who the combination of making a real impact and just engendering so much love from the fans. So that's why the calls came in kind of hard.
Right.
It's because we were hurt in the love. And good for you, Bonte, for kind of, stepping back a little bit and recognizing that. Appreciate it, man.
Anytime, Doug. Anytime. No, GP2, man, had a big-time impact. We remember the day Dylan Brooks, or the day after Dylan Brooks, just absolutely mugged GP2. I think we did the show together.
We did.
And it was just like fractured left elbow. We didn't think we'd see him in a Warriors uniform anymore. We all felt sick for Gary Payton II. But he comes back for the NBA Finals, doesn't play game one, plays game two, and right away you see his impact. And he's a champ. He's a champ, and we're happy that he got his money. Well deserved for Gary Payton II. But I do recognize the love that he's gotten. He's touched a lot of fans, a lot of the casual fans. A guy like that who's dunking on people. He's 6'2", 6'3", guarding bigs, guarding Tatum, trying to guard Luka Doncic. Like, I was like, damn,
yeah,
my bad. I forget about the love. And so it's more so about the money. It just people want to bring him back because of the loyalty and the fun and the joy that he played with. I think people really connected with that.
Well, I will say this, though.
And the parade, of course.
Yeah, and the parade. He was awesome at the parade. And he's an awesome guy, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the love that we had for him. It's not like I didn't love him any more than you did out there as a listener.
Mm-hmm.
But also, some of the calls and texts that we were getting, I think this is why we were also kind of defensive, was about Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, and some saying that Bob Myers is currently running this team into the ground, or Joe Lacob clearly not willing to spend what he said that he was going to spend. And so we all convinced ourselves that after those reports and after the checkbook championships and everyone talking about that incessantly, why he said checkbook champs, and then saying, well, he is spending a lot of money. And then you get that idea, he could spend even more than that.
Right.
Then there was that report that said he could spend up to $475 million, $500 million, and Joe Lacob is like, nah, step back. We're not going to do that.
Let's chill a little bit.
I think it was also people kind of but criticizing Joe Lacob and Bob Myers for the job that they've done. So I think that played a part in how we approached that show that day, Bond.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'll say
about that. No doubt about that. By the way, shameless shout-outs coming up in 14 minutes, and this is what we're looking for. 510 Comcast Business Text Line, Panda and Hayward. I want to shout out to my wife and kids, Jody, Jayden, Jordan, and our baby girl, Jolene. Dad loves you guys. It could be as simple as that. You want to shout out your sandwich shop. You want to shout out your neighborhood mechanic. You want to shout out, I don't know, the oil change spot, the oil change center in San Bruno. Shout them out. Do whatever you want to do. But shameless shout outs coming up in 14 minutes. I want to get to this cut because you brought up Bob Myers. And here's Joe Lacob speaking on Bob Myers, and he's speaking to the fans here. Listen to what Joe Lacob had to say on the TK podcast.
We've got a good thing going. We're not going to go doing a dumb deal, whether it be now or in the fall or anytime or for anybody. If we didn't feel it was something that was really good for our team, we wouldn't be doing it. So I think the fans, I'll speak to them right here and just say, and believe me, I'm getting bombarded every day about all these things. Just trust Bob and our group to look at all the angles and make good decisions going forward. We've done a pretty good job over 12 years, and Bob deserves the respect to give him that opportunity to do that.
There it is. Bob deserves respect. Trust in Bob Myers. That's what Joe Lacob is saying. Let's go to Adam in the city. He wants to talk about Joe Lacob spending. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
It's honestly just kind of surprising, or even just kind of a little annoying, just how much drama has been stirred up, caused, spoken, whatever. The moment the Warriors won the championship and the parade that happened afterwards, it's been just like constant negativity. It's like, did we not just win an NBA championship? Like, did people just forget that? Like, it's amazing. It comes with business that, when you're successful, you're going to get players poached from you. Like JaVale McGee had 2 very good years here when no one wanted him, and now he's making money and he's got another ring. So good for him. So, I mean, to criticize a management and front office who have obviously done anything and everything for this team and where we are at now, it's a little ridiculous. But I really quickly wanted to give a shout-out to Sam Lubman. I actually had a chance to meet him at the California Classic last week.
Wow.
He had a great one out there. He knows his baseball, and, just wanted to shout him out. He's a good guy.
Hang on real quick. Did he? How were his baseball takes? Did he give you like a 2-minute long rant about the Giants and their managerial staff and how they've been handling the in-game situations? Yeah.
Well, we were at a Warriors game, but we were talking a lot about baseball. But that was also, a week ago when the Giants weren't as bad as they were right now. But no, I like his takes, and I probably could have stolen a little bit more of his time then. But I wanted to let him get his championship T-shirt.
Hell yeah,
championship T-shirt. Love it. What's up with this championship T-shirt?
Love that.
Well, isn't that the whole point of winning a championship? Is so that we can buy the championship gear?
Oh wow! So you spending big money, huh?
I did spend some money. Yes, they didn't have the hats though, so I'm still trying to track down a hat.
Yeah, you could just go online, find a hat.
Where's the fun in that though?
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now.
There is something special about going to the store.
I wore it once.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, man, this is kind of small. I had it on the last little strap. And then I looked inside. The hat said, one size fits most.
Oh.
I'm not part of the
You're
most.
outside of them.
I can't fit the championship hats. My head is so damn big.
Wow.
I'm a little sad about that.
Yeah.
A little sad.
I got the championship hat too. And the thing about my head is it's very oddly shaped. So, especially when it comes to hats.
She filled up all the straps. Look at that.
I got that. I can fill up all the straps. This is like one of the few hats. I got the championship hat too, and then I wore it and I looked weird.
Man.
I was like, this ain't gonna work.
Man,
wow, the one button and it doesn't. You gotta go strapless. Take the straps off.
Raymond Ritter.
That sounds weird.
Raymond Ritter, Joe Lacob. I need a bigger hat. Championship hat. Can you guys make that happen?
You need a one size fits Bonte?
I need a one size fits Bonte, an only size fits Bonte. Here's Joe Lacob on being in trouble with the league for their spending.
I'm already in trouble with the rest of the league. We are in trouble for being where we are. In fact, Vegas, I'll be going to be a board of governors meeting on Tuesday. Let me tell you, they're not happy. It's not just us. The other teams are going to luxury tax this now as well. We kind of blew a hole in the system, and it's not a good look from the league's perspective. They don't want to see it happen. And there are limits. I'm not going to say what they are, but there are limits to what you can do.
So they blew a hole through the system when other teams aren't happy with them because the Warriors are spending. And I want to play this one real quick before I get your reply.
Yeah.
Langford, or get your thoughts on this. Here's Lake about spending everything they make and putting it back into the roster.
We spend everything we make. We don't take anything distributions to me, or I've never taken a dollar. None of our partners have taken a dollar. We just pile it back into building an arena, which we did for 5 years. We were making a lot of money in Oakland in the last few years. We piled it into building this arena without public help. And now when we're in a stage where our players have gotten, been with us longer and they make more money, and we want to retain them, we want to continue to go for championships, it's piling all that money into player salaries. And that's what we've done here last year and the last few years, and we'll again do this year.
I don't think it's the spending that's bad for the NBA, what he said in the previous clip. That's what he said, right? It's bad. It's a bad look for the league, is what he said.
Or he said the league doesn't like it.
The league doesn't like it.
They're spending too much, them and the other teams, and they're blowing through the system. What else are you supposed to do to try to keep your roster together?
Well, not only that, but what I say looks even worse is the amount of player movement that's going on, and a guy in Kevin Durant who's seeking a trade out of Brooklyn, and he hasn't even done anything with his contract. He got a contract extension. He sat for an entire year, wins one playoff game, in the entirety of his time in New York. They gave him an extension worth 4 years and averaging $45, $47 million, depending on what year you're going to.
Right.
And he's not even going to fill out that contract. Like, I think that's a bigger issue. It's not paying the players in the league looking down on that. It's the fact that all of these players can just go wherever they want at any time and not having to, what's the word that I'm looking for? I can't think of it right now, which is not good to do on radio, but I can't think of they're trying
Don't draw attention to it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, they're trying, they won't get out of these contracts. It's just, that's the frustrating part to me. I don't care about the spending thing.
Well, here's what Lacob had to say. We will always look better to make ourselves better.
We will always look at any opportunities to make ourselves better. The question you have to ask is better near term, better intermediate term, or better long term? Some options, if we were to pivot in some way, some partial way, might give us a even higher upside near term, but might decrease the long term. So these are the things that Bob and the group we have to look at and determine, what's the right path.
Man. And so Lacob just going out there on his victory tour. He's probably ticking off other owners in the league. He's probably ticking off the rest of the NBA. But he said, look, I'm not apologizing for anything. We're always trying to get better. And there's been some notion from a certain segment of the fan base that, man, the Warriors are content with this fourth championship. They don't want to spend as much. Well, they're still spending, and you heard Lacob there. Does that sound like an owner who doesn't want to continue to win? Sounds like he wants to win the next 5 championships.
The owners grumbling, Bonte. I'm never going to forget about that.
Being jealous.
Never going to forget about that.
Don't be mad because your owner's broke. Like, Joe Lacob wants to spin. He wants to win. We just watched Winning Time, and I know it was a lot of fiction going on in Winning Time on HBO Max, but Dr. Jerry Buss went to 16 NBA Finals in 33 years.
His goal was to win.
It was to win. He wanted to win at all costs. Eddie DeBartolo, we saw it. He wanted to win at all costs. Al Davis, he wanted to win at all cost. He would turn every stone over to win. And Lacob is right there with them.
The guy who created Jurassic Park spared no expense, Bonte.
Nope.
You spared no expense when you're creating your roster for a championship.
John Hammond.
You spare no expense when you're trying to get a championship roster together. And now you got to spare a little bit of expense, though, because that expense is going to multiply each and every time. Look, I'm almost tired of talking about Joe Lacob and the spending because I feel like we've come to a standstill where it's just, he can't spend that much money. Mm-hmm. like that's as much as you want him to.
No doubt.
I guess is the wording to put there. Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Here's Lacob. His only goal as an owner. He discusses it here on the Tim Kawakabi podcast.
I'm not a big reveler, smell the roses kind of guy, but I will tell you there is one data point that does stick in my memory banks, and that is Jerry Buss as an owner. I'm an owner. He was an owner. 16 finals, 33 seasons of ownership. Now that's pretty damned incredible. We are 6 out of 12, so we're on target. If you want to have a ridiculous goal, because that is a ridiculous goal. It's probably harder to do now than it was then, as great as that was. But that's kind of from an owner standpoint, if you have to point to something, that's kind of where it's at. You can't always win them all, but boy, to have that kind of hit rate to getting your team deep into the finals every year would be a phenomenal achievement.
His goal is to match Dr. Jerry Buss. As a Warrior fan, how can you not be excited about that? How can you not say, you know what? I'll cape for Joe Lacob, the owner. Yeah, I know he's a billionaire. Yeah, I know he has unlimited money. Yeah, I know he didn't re-sign Gary Payton II. But damn it, he wants to win. Compare that with what's going on with the Oakland A's right now. Does John Fisher want to win? Does he care about winning?
No.
Does he care about filling the park or paying people?
Quite frankly, I don't know what he cares about. I don't know what that guy cares about because it certainly ain't winning. It ain't his team.
The guy's goal is to match Dr. Jerry Buss of the LA Lakers. I like that type of swagger. I like those type of goals. I can get down with that. You may not win every single year, but damn it, I could get down with that.
From the 650 at the Comcast Business Text line. Now we want you to get your shout-outs in because we got
shameless shout-outs.
We got shameless shout-outs coming in.
Hell, shout out Joe Lacob.
We are getting shout-outs right now. But guys, we not only didn't get better, we aren't even running it back. It's okay to be 100. Right now we are worse than last year. We lost some players and haven't replaced them yet. Be 100. I'm not judging, just saying facts. you're running it back with your starting five. You got Kevon Looney back. You're running it back with Jordan Poole. You're eventually going to run it back with Jordan Poole. No, you're not running it back with GP2, Otto Porter Jr., or Bielitsa. No, but you're getting Jonte DiVincenzo back. Maybe it's a step back, but it's a very, very minor step back. It's a small step back in all things considered.
What people aren't taking into consideration is that Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman may take a step. And they may take a step to help us forget about some of these players that have left. We're all dismissing that. We're not giving them. Jordan Poole made a leap.
Yeah.
Kuminga can't make that leap. Moody can't make that leap. Wiseman can't make that leap. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's go to film on Mike.
And neither of them, by the way, were in the same situation that Jordan Poole was. I didn't know if Jordan Poole was an NBA player when he first started.
We know Kuminga and Moody can play in the NBA.
I know Wiseman can too.
And because why? They're surrounded by great players. Great players. Film on Mike. What's happening?
Phil Mo!
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man?
I'm chilling, Phil Mo, man. You know, it's a Friday, a payday Friday, a Frisco Friday. It's all good in the hood.
Hey, man, you know, it is what it is, man. I just want to let you know something, Ron. You hit the nail on the head, man, when you said the Warriors system make a lot of players, man. Okay? I got 3 things I want to say. We is going to be so deep next year, man, with them kids, man. Wiseman looks like a beast. And that new kid from Milwaukee, man, we're going to be, Klay Thompson's going to have an MVP year. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I don't know where these people think is talking about the Clippers is the front runner. Did you hear that?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And by the way, this is not our original Fillmore Mike. You're Philmo Mike. But we got 2 Philmo Mikes. You're the OG Philmo Mike, it sounds like.
This the OG Philmo.
Okay. I respect it.
It's the OG.
I respect it. The OG Philmo Mike.
Can I just say one of my favorite memories of the other Philmo Mike, the Philmo Mike that we thought it was going to be?
Yes.
It was one time when we were hot on something with the Warriors, and Fillmore calls in, and every time he does, he brings the heat every single time. And then you were asking, I forgot which topic it was, but you guys asked him this question straight up, and you're like, "How you feel about that, Philmo?" And then you hear just like this car running, and then you just hear, "Hello." After like 5 seconds, that's my favorite thing. And then he just goes into about a take, and then he also gave us, a 2-minute long call about Xfinity Flex.
888-957-9570. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs. Again, let's do a refresher on shameless shout-outs. We haven't done it for a while.
Yeah.
But you're able to shout out your dog. You want to shout out your car. You want to shout out your kids. You want to shout out your city. You want to shout out the neighborhood donut shop. You want to shout out the neighborhood liquor store. You want to shout out the co-workers at Waste Management of Alameda County and Teamsters Local 70 as Panda and Hayward is. Go ahead and do it. Shameless shout-outs in just a sec. Actually, let's hit it right now. Spadoni's shameless shout-outs.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout-outs on the Morning Roast.
I haven't heard this in a while.
You know you make me wanna.
I'll start it off with this Comcast Business Text Line 650. What up, Rose? Conrad Arenas again here. Can I get a shout out to my brother Rick and his fiance Alejandra? They're getting married tomorrow. Love you guys. I can't wait for the big day. Cheers. Shout them out. Rick and Alejandra tying a knot, baby. That's well done. What you got for us, shameless shout-outs, Langford?
You said, shout out your car, and I'm going to shout out my car. Shout out to my 2020 blue Honda Civic for getting me to work every day. Put a lot of miles on that thing coming from Campbell every morning.
Yeah,
I never really thought in this shout-out segment to shout out my car, but when you said that, I'm like, damn, I should shout out my car. And then you said shout out the dogs. I'm going to shout out my dogs that are living with my mom right now, Stan and Ollie, named after Laurel and Hardy. Shout out to them.
Spadoni, who you shouting out today? Who you shouting out, Spadoni?
I'm shouting out young Benjamin Spadoni. He's been potty training the last couple weeks, and he's made some real strides. He's a lot more comfortable, not scared of it anymore. Shout out young Benjamin. Still misses a little bit. That's all right.
It's all right.
We'll get there.
Yay, it's all good. It's all good. Benjamin out there, and he's out there hooping too, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
He's pooping and hooping.
Pooping and hooping?
Yeah.
That's a 10 on a payday Friday.
You like that? You like that? Let's go to Cruiser in a 209. Cruiser, what's happening? Shameless shout out. Who you shouting out today?
Hey, morning, fellas. I want to shout out Roger Troutman from Roger Zapp. I saw him
a year before he passed to San Jose. He rocked the joint, and I suggested it to Steiny for his road trip the other day. I went back and listened and had me rolling. So, Roger, man, miss you. Rest in peace.
There you go, Cruiser. All right, let's go to New Media Warrior. New Media Warrior. Who you shouting out today on the roast?
I want to shout out the Renegade out of the LBC. He's got a podcast now, so he's a distinguished colleague of ours.
Renegade of the
New
LBC.
Media Warrior. New Media Warrior.
New Media.
It's 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to Springwood Swim Team in Concord. Good luck this weekend. 510. Shout out to the All-Star, all the staff and students wrapping up the last week at Heads Up Camp in Oakland. Shout them out as well. Shout out to the Raiders for hiring the first black woman team president. How about that, Langford?
Sandra Douglas. Yeah, shout out to her, former lawyer, I believe. Yeah, now the team president. She just had her first press conference yesterday. And
very impressive.
You know what? Anybody who can just get that team going, at least in management from the top, because the team seems to be set. Head coach is there. Defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, all of that stuff is there. Just need something going from the top because I still don't like Mark Davis.
All right. Lubman. Who you shutting out today, Lubman?
Well, I want to go to the text line here. You got the 860 doing a shout out to local SF black-owned restaurant Man vs. Fries.
I love that.
They got one of those food trucks right around the corner here from the station.
Yep.
I got one of those the loaded fries with like the steak on top. And if you ever get one of those, you do not want a whole lot of plans the afternoon because that is a big food baby there.
I love that. 888-957-957. Shameless shout outs. I just had to keep going with that one. Love it is wild.
Man versus Fries, though.
Man versus Fries. Rick Marquez, shout out to my wife who just gave birth to a healthy baby girl. There you go, Rick and the family. Shout them out. Tyler Miller, shout out to the Warriors for being champions of the NBA. How about that? We got the real film on mic. The real film on mic here at Shameless Shout Out. We had the OG film on mic, and then we got the original film on mic. Filmo, what's happening?
Hey, man, I'm chilling, man. Shout out to my guy, 40 Keys. He getting married. Shout out to him. He proposed to his wife. She said yes. He's a rapper, local Bay Area rapper, known nationwide. I just want to say shout out to Matt Nahigian for getting JT the Brick off the air. Also, I want to give a shout out to Joe Lacob because he's sticking with his plan from the beginning. He's always said that he wanted to be the Lakers or the West Coast, and he's fulfilling that. And he wanted the Warriors to be a destiny, a free agent destiny spot for free agents. Man, I love it.
There we go. Film on mic, the real film on mic. 888-957-9570. Got about 3 more minutes of shameless shout-outs. Adam in the city, 415. I'm going to shout out my local sandwich shop, Say Cheese in Coal Valley, one of the best sandwiches in San Francisco. By the way, 510, shout out to the Bub Shasky and my Buffalo Bills. Look at Shasky getting a shout out on a Friday.
Tyler Miller on YouTube. Shout out to Walk Shop Cafe in San Francisco. Chinese food on fire. It's on Van Ness. So Walk Shop Cafe from Tyler Miller on YouTube.
Oh, I like that. I got to check that out. I haven't been on Van Ness Street in a very long time. All the construction, 2 lanes. It's a nightmare trying to drive down Van Ness. Haven't been around there in a very, very long time. Danny from Richmond, I want to shout out my coworkers at City of Brisbane Public Works. Shout out to the Giants for sucking as much as EAs. That's from the 510. Shout out to Farhan Zaidi 925 for putting together a 4A team. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I got something in the next hour. I went in a rabbit hole of minor league prospects yesterday, so we'll get to that on the other side. But let's continue with the shout-outs from Nick J. Shout out Rick Rocca, Big Rich, and San Quinn. So that's Nick J on YouTube. Excuse me.
All right, let's go to Gene in Oakland. He's got a shout-out. Gene in Oakland. Who you shouting out today? Hey, Gene. Who you got?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I want to shout out my son-in-law, Thomas Moore, who started a charity called Shout at Cancer in England, and it's been so successful at reviving the lives of tracheotomy victims or people that have lost their voice boxes. He put together a chorus of them, and it's been so successful, he's been recognized by the Queen of England. So shout out to Thomas.
There it is. Shout out to Thomas out there. Shout out to Thomas. Shout out to, I just saw this here from the 510. Shout out to TaylorJCollection.com. That's courtesy of the Comcast Business Text Line. 650. Shout out to Mike Greer, the first ever black general manager in the NHL. Shout out to Mike Greer there. Shout out to Arm Fatigue from the 209, our fatigue, which we'll get into in just a little bit after Damon Minor. Let's go to Oos in Seattle. Oos, all the way up in Seattle. He has a shout out. What's up, Oos?
Hey, what's up? I want to make a shout out to my nephew 1K Tui, who just dropped an album today called Fall in Love. Everyone check it out on all platforms.
We love it, Oos. We love it, Oos. We'll check that album out. And shout out to you guys for bringing this segment back. Excuse me. 408. There it is. Shout out to you guys for bringing this segment back. Shout out to 95.7 The Game, 925. The NBA Finals. I've been watching 95.7 The Game since the finals and been watching on YouTube. No more of that other station. I'm locked in as a roaster. We love that shout out right there. Thanks for the shout outs. That was another edition of Shameless Shout Outs. We'll bring that back now that the Warriors season has died down. Now that the Giants are losing games left and right. Football season just hasn't happened yet. It's not happening.
Right.
Training camp 18 days away. It's a little dead zone.
Yeah.
But we want to shout out everybody. Shout out to all the college graduates. Shout out to all high school graduates, middle school graduates, kids going from daycare. All the kids potty training, like Benjamin. How about that?
Hooping and pooping.
Hooping and pooping. Baby Chaz hasn't gotten there yet. She hasn't gotten there yet.
It's one of my favorite things that's ever been said on this station.
She's just been squatting and, kind of looking and I was like, all right, we know what time it is. We can smell it. We see ya. It's go time.
But speaking of the... sorry. You want to get in here, Spadone?
Oh, no.
No hooping and pooping? All right, that's good. Hooping and pooping, Spadone. That's the name of your next podcast.
Ian Bonta, talking about babies.
Hooping and pooping, baby. I'm ready to go.
We'll put that on the 95.7 The Game Podcast Network. Hooping and pooping with Bonta and Spadone.
That would be a great podcast. It would be a great podcast.
Where you talk about hoops and then...
Hoops and poops.
Hoops and children?
Well, like Spadone, I don't know if you saw it on Instagram. I got Baby Chez up. She's dunking the basketball on the big rim. She likes to get carried up and likes to dunk it. She dunks on the mini hoops. And Spadone's like, I can't even get Benny to the net.
It's tough, man. 5'11", 5'10". I'm on that little fringe. It's like, can't get him that high.
It's
and it gets heavier, Bonte, too. It gets harder.
It does get harder.
Shout out to everyone who's 5'10" and 5'11".
Yeah,
we're right there with you.
I feel sorry for you guys.
You're a little taller than we are.
I used to be envious of short people because... I shouldn't say that. That's mean.
We're not short, all right. 5'10", 5'11" is actually above average. 5'8" is average.
But I remember in ninth grade because I used to see all the short guys like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8". They had all the girls. And I was like, damn, I'm 6 feet. I'm 6'1". I'm 6'2". I'm not getting any action. Maybe I need to be short. And I remember with my homeroom teacher, I forget his name. It wasn't even a homeroom teacher. He was there for like 1 year. But he had us all write these notes like, what would you change about yourself? Write it down on a little piece of paper and pass it forward. So I said, I wish I was short because all the short guys are getting girls. And he walked up to me after class. He goes, hey, trust me. They're going to want your height. Trust me. Be lucky that
So you're listening to Skilo and you're like, what's he talking about? I wish I was a little bit taller. No, I wish I was a little bit smaller.
I wish I was smaller. Because all the short dudes are getting all the women.
I never thought about that.
Oh, man. But he checked me quick, and, here we are as a 39-year-old. It is good to be a little taller than 5'6" or 5'7". 5'11" is fine. You're not short.
We're right in between. 5'10" on a good day, I'd say. Spino's a little taller than I am.
By the way, Mikey Dubs wants to bring back King of the Hill. It's been a while.
It has been a while since we've done King of the Hill.
You don't want me to do a baseball edition.
Yeah, you're not. I mean, we're not gonna. What are we gonna do? Well, we're going to do the National League rankings. The Giants are 8th. That's not a wild card spot, though.
Yeah. By the way, this is getting crazy. The hooping and pooping. I didn't even know what I was.
Hooping and pooping, bro.
415.
You got to make that a segment on NBC pre and post.
415. Is it Bonte's nickname in high school? Was no Action Jackson? Oh, man.
Pooping and hooping. You don't want to know what my nickname was in college. Trust me.
Let's not talk about this. I guess it's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Nick Kyrgios caught a bit of a break at Wimbledon. By the way, 925 Bonte, trust me, it wasn't the height holding you back, brother. Probably wasn't. Probably was an excuse. There's more things than that. Boxer Gerson injury report.
You're in a good place, Bonte.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay now. I was in a good place in ninth grade.
Now you're talking about a Hoopin' and Poopin' podcast.
Ooh, we go to the world of Wimbledon for this injury report. Rafael Nadal, an all-time great, was forced to withdraw from Wimbledon ahead of his semifinal match against Nick Kyrgios, citing a torn abdominal muscle. Nadal said that he had been bothered by the injury and experiencing pain in the area during the past week, and it got worse during his quarterfinal match against Taylor Fritz, and it was an absolutely incredible match. Wimbledon has been spectacular this season. Really enjoyed the tennis played on the grass. He added that serving was causing him the most discomfort. Nadal, who has 22 major championships under his belt, was seeking his third Wimbledon title and his first since 2010. That was 12 years ago. And he was right on the cusp. So Nick Kyrgios is in the championship. He's in the championship.
I didn't listen to a single word you said. I'm just brainstorming ideas for the Hoopin' and Poopin' podcast.
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, Nick Kyrgios, good for him.
Yeah, I'm looking at these texts. These are 209. Bonte wears lifts in his shoes to appear taller than he really is, according to NBC Warriors insiders. That is a lie. That is a lie. Do not wear lifts.
Hoopin' and Poopin'.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Damon Minor, former Giant. You may remember him back in the day. Now the hitting instructor for the Sacramento River Cats. We'll get into Joey Bart, Luis Gonzalez, and a little bit more. Then we'll get back into the Golden State Warriors and arm fatigue. Oh, everybody's been waiting for the arm fatigue conversation. Trey Lance, arm fatigue, huh? It's Trey area. Come on. Trey area.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on twitch.tv and on YouTube.
What's that fire look like, though? Like, if you want Gabe Kapler to start fist pumping in the dugout, you're not going to get it. Like, that is just not going to happen.
about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir! Good morning, family.
That was good. Give them 5.
How's your old baby?
You really want me to do that?
Can you give me an old baby?
All right.
Better give me an old baby, man.
We're going to switch roles.
Never work
here.
on the show again.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Never work on this show again. I got to do the face that you make, because when the face that you make during this, it looks like you stubbed your toe. Oh, baby!
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Look like you stubbed your toe when you do that. It's pretty funny.
Yes, sir. By the way, the Yo Baby I did at the parade bled into the KTVU broadcast.
That was amazing. Yeah.
That was
sent us that video.
That was pretty good. Stephen Bass, shout out to him. He's
She
like,
got
"Damn."
distracted?
She got distracted, too.
She looks over, she's like, what the hell is going on?
What's going on over there? Guy standing up screaming, "Oh, baby." Good morning to everybody out there. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Shout out to all our YouTubers. And shout out to our day ones on Twitch. Subscribe on Twitch or YouTube at 95.7 The Game. And, of course, the Comcast business text line. You guys have been a lot of fun today as well. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We'll take a timeout from the Warriors. We'll take a timeout from the 49ers. We'll get to the Niners. We haven't really touched on them at all today, but we were talking about the Giants game yesterday. They lose 2-1 to the Padres. But let's go talk to a former Giant. It's back in my day, Langford. You was a youngster when Damon Minor was up in the big leagues with the Giants. Of course, in 2000 to 2002, and of course, in 2004, had some special moments with the Giants, went overseas, and now he's the hitting coach for the Sacramento River Cats. Damon, good morning.
Hey, Bonte. Good morning to y'all.
Good morning, man. Good morning, man. And welcome back to the organization. First of all, I know you've been the hitting coach for the AAA team, the Sacramento River Cats, and you got to see Joey Bart up close, Luis Gonzalez up close. So let's start with Joey Bart. Hit a big hit the other night against Arizona. I thought that was good for his soul, good for the clubhouse. Should have been a 3-run homer. Comes up just short there, but a big hit nevertheless. What were some of the things you worked on with him as he got sent back down to AAA, and now he's back up with the big boy team? But what were some of the things you guys tried to tinker with as he got off to a slow start?
Yeah, we, obviously with the slow start, and then just trying to get his moves smaller. Being coordinating with Justin and the hitting group up top, and our minor league coordinators. We just getting him a plan to just kind of calm down his swing. His back knee was getting a little sway and had a lot of moving parts with his, especially when, things aren't going well.
Mm-hmm.
But he did a really good job coming down, especially mentally, just getting the work in. And it's not easy getting sent down, obviously, and especially at his position as a catcher, when you're double duty with all the game planning and handling the pitching. So he did a really good job coming down and just controlling his intensity and his swing, especially getting it back in the game. So it was really good to see.
Yeah, Damon, I'll assume before you guys got to work on the field and in the cage, I'm sure you had some conversations about his time up here in San Francisco. And I'm wondering, when you guys had those conversations, did he know what he was doing wrong? And did he come to you thinking, all right, I need to fix this, this, and this? Or did he come to you and just say, you know what am I doing wrong, Coach? I need some help here.
I think there was a really good game plan for him coming down from the big leagues. He came down with a good mentality of just kind of, taking a few days and just trying to clear his head, and then having something that it wasn't foreign to him with his move, with his swing, and just trying to get that feel back. He's definitely a feel guy with his swing when it's going well. Just trying to get that feel back with his emotions and controlling them, and then trying to get him to just free his mind up in the box. And he's done a really good job at that.
Hitting coach Damon Minor for the Sacramento River Cats, of course, on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Of course, was a former Giant now in the Giants organization, helping out with the youngsters there in AAA. How much of it is mental for Joey Bart? Because we get it. It's a lot of pressure. You're replacing a borderline Hall of Famer and Buster Posey. I may have to take borderline off of it because we see what the Giants have missed this year with Buster Posey. I do think Joey Bart has been better defensively, pitch framing, blocking balls in the dirt. But how much of it is mental for him, and how much of it has to do with the pressure of replacing a guy like Buster Posey?
Well, I mean, you can't really say that it's not much pressure there because it is Buster Posey. But, going in, especially trying to compete in the big leagues, and on a championship team. That was the main thing with him, is that pressure is going to be there. And, he actually, handled it well early. And then, that's what the big leagues does, is that you got to prepare for failure. And I think going in, this is, you don't want this to happen, but it did happen. And he's going to come out on the other side a lot better.
How much of your experience with the Giants have you shared with Joey Bart? Because you had your struggles as well. I know they used to call you Tiny. I remember when you hit the scene 6'7", 230. I was like, who is this guy? We got an Adam Dunn here. Damon Minor's a huge dude. How much of your experience have you shared with Joey Bart about the struggles of being a big league player?
I think that comes into play a lot, having that ability of being in the big leagues, coming back down, that kind of that turntable going up and down. Having that experience is very helpful for young players, I believe, and I share that a lot. Know the frustration, know the ups and downs of coming up and down. So I think that really helps to be able to translate, to help them mentally, and be able to help their swing, especially just start concentrating on little things and keeping things small.
Yeah, Damon, you've been talking about how you needed to calm his swing down. That was the primary goal when he got sent back down to the River Cats. And I'm wondering, is that the main thing that you worked on, or were there any tweaks to his swing? Was it the two-strike approach? Because as far as his improvements from 2020, the plate discipline was there. It was just when it got to two strikes, that two-strike approach, it just didn't seem to be there.
Yeah, I think that was the one thing, is that when things start spinning and things get a little bit out of control, and you're trying to do a little bit too much, your swing does get big. And I think that was the focus. He's always had really good swing decisions. It's just that once he got the two strikes a little bit, with especially being in the big leagues, pitchers are pretty good up there. So they're going to make pitches, and then they're going to start expanding. So I think it was a little combination of is fixing his swing a little bit with a little bit of sway that he has, that made his swing long, and his hands will get a little bit high. So with him, was just trying to control those movements, and then ramp up the way we practice with some velocity and some shapes that are moving away, and just trying to see if he can control those in that environment. And then once the game starts, just go out there with your game plan and really focus on competing.
Damon Minor, he's the Sacramento River Cats hitting coach, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And moving off Joey Bart for just a second, we've seen some at-bats with David VR, who you've obviously worked with over in Sacramento. What have you seen from VR so far in his time in the big leagues?
He's really, as you can tell, he's got a lot of power coming up there. He's really good swing decisions. As you can tell, he drives the ball the other way. He's not afraid to take his base hit the other way, and also take a walk, as you see last night. Got a walk there in a close ball game. So I'm very happy for him when he got the call after a game. I mean, the clubhouse went ecstatic for him.
No doubt.
Very happy for the work he's put in and getting the opportunity to go up and help the team.
He's going to be in that Futures game if he's not in the big league club at Dodger Stadium July 16th. Just shows the type of year he's had down in AAA. What about Luis Gonzalez, though? This guy kind of came out of nowhere, and in 159 at-bats, batted over 302. I know he's up there with you guys in Sacramento. Probably won't be there for long, but how about his development here for the big league club?
Yeah, he's been I saw him for the first time rehabbing in some of the mini camps that we were doing in January, and you just could tell. And you just give kudos to Farhan, be able to find players and just see the talent on the other side. And it's just he's been great. I think he's had a couple games here, and I think he got 3 hits yesterday. So that'll be a shot in the arm, be able to get Luis back up there.
Before we let you go, Damon, and we appreciate the time today, I know you're currently a co-owner of Minor 4 Baseball Academy, and you guys love giving hitting tips and helping guys out with summer pro showcase teams or whatnot. What is it about hitting and teaching the art of hitting that gets you excited so much? Because obviously you haven't let it go. You've got the academy. You're teaching up there in Sacramento. What is it about hitting that gets you so excited?
I think I learned that especially just playing every day, and then really kind of when I got with the Giants organization and had some great teachers with Gene Kleins and obviously Bobby Bonds. I think that was the thing with me, is just enjoying the game. I love the game, and I love the Giants organization. coming through, and that's I get to go to work and work for the Giants, and that's the team that I play for, and get to help players and just pass along hitting and playing the game right, and it's just a fun job to go to.
Well, you're doing a great job up there in Sacramento, and we can't wait to see the improvements of Joey Bart. A big spot for him as the Giants try to get off the snide. They've lost 7 of 8. Tough one last night down in San Diego. Damon, we appreciate the time so much. Thanks, man.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Thanks,
Anytime. Damon Minor here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 a game, talking hitting, and that's the one guy, Joey Bart. We've been discussing his slumps, his strikeout rate.
Yeah.
Now's his time, man. This is his time to take a grasp of this catcher spot, and Farhan and Kapler are giving him a lot of opportunities, although I didn't like the Giants pinch hitting for him the other night in Arizona. I thought they should have just left him in the game. He had the big hit. Let him see a few at-bats, man. Let him see 4 or 5 at-bats in a game.
Yeah, I agree. And they need to give him as much playing time as possible. But, I think they do run the risk of if he does continue to strike out the way that he was prior to going back down to Sacramento, that's going to be a tough hole to crawl out of if he gets back to those types of ways. So I think they're really slow playing it. But yeah, one of the things I really took away from Minor was it didn't seem like it was it didn't really seem like it was a swing issue. Mm-hmm. We talk all the time about different holes and different guys' swings. It's not that same thing with Joey Bart. It seems like he just needed to calm down a little bit, and then when he gets to 2 strikes, to not be so hesitant and not go for that big home run ball when you got 2 strikes. Take a 2-strike approach and try and get a base hit instead of trying to hit it over the fence.
No doubt, I'm with you there. By the way, we were talking Warriors earlier, obviously the Cap and stuff, and Joey Lightyear saying his goal is to be Dr. Jerry Buss and accomplish what he did. 16 finals appearances in 33 years as owner of the L.A. Lakers. Really, really a special time for the L.A. Lakers and Dr. Jerry Buss. And Lacob mentioned, hey, we've gotten 6 finals in 12 years. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad.
But what about the 49ers or what's going on there with the Niners? Arm fatigue. Not bad. Not good. I don't know. Arm fatigue, but every day it feels like there's some erroneous report about Trey Lance, and I just wonder where it comes from. How do certain people in the industry like Colin Cowherd come up with something like this? Let's take a listen to Colin Cowherd on what he had to say about Trey Lance's arm fatigue.
What I'm hearing is that he's not his delivery is they're kind of rebuilding it. He gets arm fatigue. It's not an easy throw. He needs days off, and they're worried about his. Yep,
I've heard that too. Yeah.
Yep, and they're worried about his accuracy. You and I are hearing the same things because you and I know. Andy Reid moved off Alex Smith, who got into the playoffs because they were at practice. They saw Mahomes, right? Yeah. By the way, Buffalo, even though Josh Allen struggled first year, was all in because they were at practice.
So that was Colin Cowherd and Michael Silver talking about arm fatigue. And hearing the same thing, and I gotta wonder, Colin Cowherd, isn't there some connection with him and John Lynch? Like Colin Cowherd's daughter. What is the connection with John Lynch?
Is there a connection there?
He's always talking about texting with John Lynch, and I know Trey this and that. Where is he getting this information from? How is it getting out? And is it the type of information that can lead Jimmy Garoppolo back to Santa Clara for the 49ers as either a backup quarterback or a guy competing for a job? I don't know what's going on, but this arm fatigue thing is driving me insane.
We were getting a lot of texts when we played the sound from Joe Lacob talking about James Wiseman and how he is, in all his years of basketball, he hasn't seen anything really like James Wiseman. And then we got a few texts and this just comes naturally whenever someone from ownership or someone from upper management gives high praise on a player, but we'll get a text saying, well, what else is he supposed to say? Mm-hmm. Right? Like, what's he going to say? He's not playing well? I don't think John Lynch would be the type of guy to just text Colin Cowherd, who has a very large reach. A lot of people listen to him. And then, I don't think he'd text him and say, man, Trey Lance, he's got arm fatigue. Like, I don't think John Lynch would do that. I wonder who is doing that. And where are you basing this information from? By also, like, what are you going to these practices that he's holding down in SoCal? Yeah. Are you? Do you see arm fatigue in OTAs? What is his arm getting tired? Like, what is it? Is it fatigue and talking about his arm? Because that's what I don't understand what that means.
Yeah. Oh, so
I think
that's
Ryan
what it was.
Clark was the first person.
So Colin Cowherd, apparently his daughter's dating Trey Lance. Is that where he's getting the intel from? The daughter snitching like, oh, yeah, Trey, Daddy's out for a few days, ice in his shoulder. He's got arm fatigue. There was something like that. It was something. I knew it was something. It's a true story. 510. I think Comcast Business Text Line's on the money. If that's the case, it's got to be coming from the daughter. How else is he getting arm fatigue? You mentioned Ryan Clark. How is he getting this information? Arm fatigue. Is it just small talk around the pool when NFL players said, hey, Trey was throwing the ball, man. He throws a good ball, man, but he needed to sit back for a second, man. He's got arm fatigue. Now, it's also funny because Michael Silver was tweeting yesterday, and he's talking about Jimmy G being elite in terms of arm talent and accuracy.
Oh, that's right.
And specifically, willingness to hang in and throw to tight spots, and the ability to do so accurately. Michael Silver, I love you. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Nobody in the Bay Area that's watched Jimmy Garoppolo the last 5-6 years has ever mentioned him being elite when it comes to arm talent and accuracy. And the willingness to throw it in tight spots. Like, stop it, Michael. Come on, man. We got to stop it. So I don't know what this is about. Is it to protect Jimmy? Is it to hype up Jimmy? Is it to discredit Trey? Because why is Trey all of a sudden, he's getting all these reports about arm fatigue, not picking up the offense, mechanically flawed, not mentally strong enough. Like, where's this coming from?
So I'm trying to do some digging here, Bonte, and I really, I'm with you. I don't understand where it's coming from. I don't get any of that, but this was from back in 2021 at the end of April, so just over a year ago. But apparently Cowherd casually mentioned that Trey Lance was at his house just at the end of April, so that's why they're all making the connection with Colin Cowherd, his daughter, and Trey Lance. Is that the source?
I don't know.
But I don't understand what arm fatigue means. I've never heard, you've heard from pitchers before when they get, past 100 pitches and they get to where Alcantara was, for example, where he got to 117 pitches through 9 innings as the Miami Marlins beat the Cardinals 4-3. I'm sure you could get a little arm fatigue after that because you just threw 117 pitches. I'm sure if you go to a football game and you have one of those games where you throw 50 times, yeah, sure, your arm might be a little bit tired, but I don't understand putting that brand on a player, saying, yeah, he suffers from arm fatigue. I've never heard arm fatigue before.
It doesn't add up to me.
See, there. Hang on, this is it, Bonte, from the 510. Girlfriend, how are you today, Trey? Trey, good. Arm's kind of tired. Cowherd, arm fatigue. That's how it is, man.
Yeah, no,
I think I haven't heard that.
And how about this? They always cite, Trey Lance hasn't played much football over the last 3-4 years. His arm should be fresh. Unless he's just working out every single day, 365, and he's throwing 500 footballs a day. Oh, my gosh. Stop it with the arm fatigue stuff.
I'm trying to, I try to hear all. I try to hear all arguments, Bonte. I really try to hear all arguments. And if you're trying to tell me, you don't think Trey looks accurate enough, and it's going to be those short intermediate passes that he's going to struggle with, I'm willing to hear that. But I'm willing to hear that argument. But when it comes to just the arm being tired and arm fatigue, I'm not willing to hear that argument. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm willing to hear the accuracy thing if you want, because there were some inaccurate throws, but I could also challenge you with some other accurate throws that he did make.
Inaccurate and mentally soft. You can't be mentally soft. Down 7-3 at halftime against the Texans, knowing the season is on the line. And you have to help this team win a football game. You can't be mentally soft playing quarterback in an environment like that. And they got to have a game. And Trey Lance showed up. The whole mentally soft thing, I don't know where that comes from. I every time I meet Trey and I see Trey and I hear him talk, I'm like, this guy's mentally strong. There ain't no softness about his mentals. You want to talk about inaccuracies, you want to talk about footwork, and all right, I'll listen. Mentally soft, I'm out on that one.
How would they know? How would they know? How would that mentally soft? You can't tell someone's mentally soft just based off of a couple of times meeting them. You got to see what he could do on the field, and I think he's proven on the field that he's not mentally soft. You got to think that a guy like Sam Darnold, for example, who's saying when he's mic'd up that he's seeing ghosts, Yeah, all right. You gotta wonder what's happening mentally there when you're playing with the Jets. You haven't really heard that much from Trey Lance.
Maybe it's just FS1 having a problem with the Bay Area. You got Nick Wright and Skip Bayless taking shots at the Warriors and Stephen Curry.
He's a champ.
You got
There's
Colin Cowherd. Colin Cowherd taking shots at Trey Lance. I almost feel like some of these guys are a little ticked off that the Niners duped them about Mac Jones. Maybe it's like, oh, man, you led us astray. You told us you was drafting Mac. No, fooled you. We drafted Trey.
Oh, what a time! There's little segments of my career, my early career here that I think about. It's the Kevin Durant thing. It's the Mac Jones thing. There was oh my gosh, that was such a after those picks were traded. Oh my god.
Well, 925 Comcast Business text line, and this is a concern when it comes to quarterbacks. Bonte, I hella hope that all this Lance talk isn't about race, like it had in the past. Like it has in the past. I just hope Lance proves everyone wrong. Because there could be a lot of coded language. You see it with Lamar Jackson.
Right.
You see it with a lot of black quarterbacks in the history of the game. I hope it's not that. Arm fatigue? Come on, man. Let's go to Dacre in the city. Arm fatigue. That's interesting. Dacre, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, I mean, Steph's going to have to coach up Trey because what are they going to say next? Arm fatigue?
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy has arm fatigue. He can't throw past 30 yards with accuracy. Look, what are they going to say? Jimmy is 1 for 9 on completing the season. He's not durable. Let's talk about decision making. I've never seen a quarterback when the pocket breaks down, he decides to do a 360 and run back into the pocket. We saw how the NFC Championship broke down. Like, they are grasping at whatever, and it's either, to me, 49ers brass is, they need to bite the bullet and realize they're holding the bag on Jimmy, and it looks worse and worse, and now they're allowing, or who knows, maybe have a hand in making, disparaging Trey's name to maybe help elongate the timeline for Jimmy.
Maybe.
No, we all have eyes. We know what bad play is, and we have Jimmy fatigue. Jimmy fatigue is way worse than this arm fatigue that does not exist.
Jimmy fatigue, arm fatigue.
It's real.
They're both real. I'm fatigued from both.
And it might just be, a ploy to, do exactly what we're doing, which is getting us to talk about their show on the radio. It could all just be that.
This is a new one.
Huh.
I do remember Cowher saying George Kittle wasn't a good blocker.
He also said the Warriors were done.
Yeah.
You remember that?
That's why I don't listen to
Draymond
Cowher.
failed to call him out because,
Look,
the volume sports.
Respect everything he does, but, that's why I don't listen. We'll get Nick and Berkeley on the other side. Nick, we'll get your call on the other side. Arm fatigue. What does this mean? Where's this report coming from? Plus, we got a couple other things. It's an anniversary. A 12-year anniversary. I'll let you know. The 12-year anniversary, Langford. You love anniversaries.
I'm a big anniversary guy.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Not
sure.
Really. Nah, not really. When's your anniversary with Jesse? Don't get.
No, we both agreed we don't have a specific day because of the way that we met during the pandemic. So we just both agreed that it's mid to late August, like between the 15th and the 20th of August. Is what
so just between the 15th and 20th.
Yeah, we're just saying, we'll celebrate at some point then.
Oh man. Oh, by the way, Mark Willard saying that it was Doug Gottlieb, not Coward. Mark Willard, I can't tell. I can't tell the difference between the two. Gottlieb, Coward,
whatever.
Same peas in a pod. Basically.
Is Trey Lance a backwards hat guy?
Yes. Well, he's both. I've seen both. He can rock a hat.
What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. More of your phone calls.
I wonder if that championship hat fits on him. How about
that? Maybe it does. It doesn't fit me. Thing is small. I'm disappointed it's so small because the hat is sick. The Warriors championship hats are awesome, and I can't fit them things. Damn. I'm feeling like Zaza Pachulia right now.
Wow.
More of your phone calls. Arm fatigue. Is it a thing? What is arm fatigue? 888-957-9570. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
You can watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/957thegame.
The better quarterback in training camp was not number 10. It was number 5. Shasky and I were ahead of the Trey Lance. We were the first members of the Trey Lance train. We all told you that. We saw what happened in the playoffs with Jimmy G. Came up a little short.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Like it was yesterday. I was working at Cobb's Comedy Club at the time.
Yeah. So when did this happen again? Because I was in college.
2010.
Yeah, I was in high school. Excuse me. And when he made this decision, I was not watching live on TV. I remember that. I wasn't watching live.
Yeah, I ran over to LaRocca's Corner on Columbus.
Oh, LaRocca's Corner.
Yeah, I ran over there to see the decision. He's sitting there with Jim Gray. I'm like, man, he's going to Miami. And I remember that day, all my buddies were like, oh, there's like this plane going to Miami, or there's limousine services picking up LeBron, and there was all these little smoke screens about him going down to South Beach, and people kind of cracked the fact that he was going to Miami. It was still shocking. The way he did it, I thought it showed his power in media and his star power, his Q rating, whatever you want to say, about him going on national television and making a decision like that. But boy, that went awry.
The reaction in Cleveland is what I remember. All the jersey burning. I was like, oh my God. Like, relax, people. I know, like, you haven't won a championship, like, ever, but come on. Then he comes back and then he went, everything's okay now.
Yeah, the decision. By the way, arm fatigue from the 4-4-2. This may be true.
People also need to get their minds out of the gutter. We're getting some nasty texts talking about arm fatigue.
Yeah, I'm not going to read those. I'm going to read this one. Bonte Hill gets arm fatigue from constantly patting himself on the back. Those are facts, 442. Those are facts.
Can we play that sound again? Can we play the arm fatigue sound one more time?
You want me? I got arm fatigue. I don't know if I could reach the mouse.
Oh, snap. All right.
Arms fatigue.
What I'm hearing is that he's not, his delivery is, they're kind of rebuilding it. He gets arm fatigue. It's not an easy throw. He needs days off, and they're worried about his. Yep,
I've heard that too. Yeah.
Yep, and they're worried about his accuracy. You and I are hearing the same things because you and I know. Andy Reid moved off Alex Smith, who got into the playoffs because they were at practice. They saw Mahomes, right? Yeah. By the way, Buffalo, even though Josh Allen struggled first year, was all in because they were at practice.
And they also moved off Alex Smith because Mahomes was a first-round draft pick who's waiting in the wings, and you don't want to pay Alex Smith all that money while paying the first-round quarterback. It's more to it than just, hey, they saw Mahomes in practice. They're going to move off Alex. Well, that's why they drafted Mahomes. That's why they moved up and drafted Mahomes. Not this arm fatigue thing with Trey Lance. Let's call a coward know about quarterbacks.
You got to take a couple of days off? So you're going to just say, yeah, he needs arm fatigue just because he needs a couple of days off? Look, man, I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know where this is coming from. Yeah. I think Trey is going to be just fine. But again, I'm willing to hear the arguments about accuracy. If you want to talk about accuracy, then fine. There were a couple of inaccurate throws that he had made, and there were some question marks about whether he could throw too hard. You know, the touch on the throw is something that was talked about, and I'm willing to hear that. But he can make improvements on it. But when I hear arm fatigue, I'm just like, okay, whatever. We still got training camp to come along. If by the end of a game his arm does not look right, then all right, maybe I'll be willing to hear this. But when it's now, when it's in the beginning of July, and you're just past OTAs, you got training camp coming up in 18 days.
18 days.
Like, I'm not willing to hear arm fatigue right now. I'm just not. If you want to have a couple of days off when you're in the offseason, that's fine. Because guess what? In training camp and when it gets to the actual games in the regular season, you're not going to have any days off except for maybe one or two. So take as many as you can in the offseason. It's fine. It doesn't mean you have arm fatigue.
I can't wait for the first question at training camp.
Oh.
Which, I'll be flying when those questions are
You'll hear it somehow. You will hear it somehow. I don't know how you're going to.
Trey, how's the arm fatigue working out? Do you have arm fatigue? Who's going to ask that question? I have a couple.
Somebody has to.
Somebody has to. But what about this, though? Jerry Rice, who always plays in the American Century Championship up in Lake Tahoe.
It's going on right now.
Going on right now. Steph Curry was hitting bombs yesterday. Steph looked great. Robbie Gould looked great. But Jerry Rice is up there. And our very own Kirsten Moran, a.k.a. the Blonde Bomber. Kirsten, I haven't seen her in a long time. Where the hell's she been at? But she's up there in Tahoe. And she caught up with Jerry Rice. And listen to what the GOAT had to say. Before we get to Nick and Berkeley, listen to what Jerry Rice had to say about Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't actually know what's going to happen there, but the thing is, they should put the best guy on the field. So Jimmy G just had surgery. He's not 100% right now, so I don't know if he's going to be the guy or if Trey Lance is going to be the guy. Let him compete. Bill Walsh always opened the door, and for competition, let them compete it, and the best guy should be the starter.
Let them compete. The words of the GOAT, Jerry Rice. Let Trey and Jimmy compete for the starting job.
I don't want to let them compete.
You're shaking your head.
I don't want to let them compete.
Why?
Because I just don't think Jimmy's going to be on this team by the time there's a chance to have a competition. What's funny is as we're going to have Kruger and Willard in here for the changeover in about 15 minutes or so, I think Kruger asked the question, if I had $100,000 and you had to bet that $100,000 and the Niners are going to the Super Bowl either with just Trey or Trey and Jimmy, I didn't have an answer in the immediate moment, but I was thinking about it on the way home. If I had $100,000 to bet on that, I'd say it would be with just Trey, because the reason that they would get to the Super Bowl in the first place would be because of Trey Lance. Like, if Jimmy Garoppolo has to come in the middle of the season, after Trey Lance possibly gets injured or something and Jimmy Garoppolo's backing him up, I'm not really believing that they're making a Super Bowl there. I don't think there needs to be a competition. It's like I told you, Bonte. It's not to say this dude is mentally weak by saying this, claiming this statement here, but I don't think there needs to be any competition. Let him have free reign to be the starting quarterback. Like, there's nobody just waiting there behind him. Not a former possible franchise guy that Jimmy G was supposed to be when they signed him to that 5-year deal originally when he came here after they traded for him. Like, I don't think they need that. I just don't think Trey needs that. So, and I really don't think Jimmy's going to be on this team. I just don't.
Couple things there. Let them compete. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I'm cool with that because I think Trey's better, and Trey will beat him in the competition. He'll beat out Jimmy Garoppolo for the starting job. I truly believe that. I don't care how much or how well Jimmy Garoppolo knows the offense. Trey Lance will beat him out in training camp. So that's number one. Go ahead and let him compete. And then it will dead the questions of him being mentally weak, because when you bring back Jimmy Garoppolo, who's helped his team get 2 NFC championships and 1 Super Bowl, you beat a guy out like that for the starting job, your confidence is going to go through the roof. Let's go ahead and let Trey compete with Jimmy Garoppolo. I got no problem with that. I put my money on Trey Lance to win that job. I think he'll wow Shanahan in that training camp. And he'll dead the questions of arm fatigue and whether or not he's mentally soft. So I got no problem with them competing. Jimmy, if he does want to compete, he better start throwing some footballs right now. Because you don't want to go into camp with the weak shoulder if the Niners do allow him to come to training camp, and you're going in there with a weak shoulder and you can't throw. Well, the competition is going to be over. So I'm cool with letting them compete. That's from Jerry Rice himself, and he talked about Bill Walsh having open competitions, and Harbaugh did some of the same things. I'm cool with it. Let Jimmy compete with Trey Lance for the starting job. May the best man win.
Well, so that means he's going to be a backup quarterback on this team for the rest of the season. You good with that?
No, he may not. Somebody may say, you know what? We'll take Jimmy off your hands. Maybe there is some value. Maybe he plays well in the preseason game, and he gets flipped for a mid-round pick. I don't believe Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be on his team during the season. I think if there is a competition and Trey wins it, Jimmy will be shipped out. Cut, traded, I don't know. He'll be gone. I don't believe Jimmy Garoppolo will be a 49er by week 1.
So you're saying have a competition, and then Jimmy G's gone, Trey beats him, and there's just no sign of Jimmy G on this team anymore going forward?
Nope.
Okay. All right. I just think Jimmy's going to be even gone before then. I think they're going to cut him, release him, whatever it's going to be. I just don't think they need him in training camp. Just focus on Trey. Trey is your guy, because they would put a little bit of emphasis on maybe trying to get Jimmy G back and working with him. Like, no, focus fully on Trey. This is his team.
Well, Nick in Berkeley agrees with you. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening? I think you agree with Nice Guy.
Oh, man, it's time to cut bait. I mean, first of all, Coward, he just sitting there. If anybody has arm fatigue, it's Jimmy G. And Coward is mad because, Shanahan pulled the old shell game on him, pulled the old switcheroo with the sporting green and the little eraser, with the little half walnuts. And Coward's all messed up. But I'm going to tell you, man, it's just cut him. It's time to cut bait. He's clogging up a roster, a locker room, a room on the roster. And he had his chances, man. Jimmy G had his chances, and he didn't come through. The bottom line on that. I mean, there's a lot of things that went to the game, but he tightened up in the last 4 minutes of 2 championship games, and it just wasn't happening for him. You know what I mean? And we know what he can do, what he can't do, and it's time it's time for him to move on. And I don't know what type of game he's trying to play. With hanging around, man. Just take his key away and tell him to kick rocks, absorb the 26, man. Whatever it is, and just tell him to beat it. Because we can get someone else to work with Trey Lance. And then also I'm just like, with all the Warrior fans that are boo-hoo-hooing, man, soak it in, man. We're getting closer and closer to being the greatest organization of all time for a 10-year stretch. So everyone needs to chill with that.
There it is, Nick and Berkeley. Have a great weekend. Let's go to Rick in Stockton. Real quick, Langford. Rick, what's happening? Happy Friday. You're on the roast.
Hey, I'm kind of not be on Caan side, but I'm just gonna let you know that I've noticed that Trey Lance do got like a Tebow-ish throwing motion, and he maybe like overexerts himself. I ain't gonna say arm fatigue because he probably throw way more passes at practice than he's going to do in the game, so that's not going to be a problem. But, cleaning up that throwing motion for the short, intermediate passes, that's probably his only aim where he can kind of criticize Trey. And I think he's going to have a good season, and Trey's going to be the starter. But, he got a little work to do, man.
No doubt.
Why he's there.
No doubt. I don't know if I see Tebow in his throwing motion. I see a more natural throwing motion. Tebow was funky. Tebow was really funky from what I remember.
Tebow. I don't even want to think about Tebow right
Why not? You like Tebow.
Wasn't a fan of that.
Oh.
Nope. Don't even need to bring up Tim Tebow.
Oh, won a wild card game. Beat the Steelers.
Oh, I remember that.
Didn't they win the division?
Mm-hmm.
Tim Tebow got a raw deal.
Don't even get me started on that. But
he believed in God and never got a job again.
The Bible is my playbook. So I think there is going to be a side-by-side that you will see. That was a Saturday Night Live skit. I don't know if anyone's seen that. Go check that out. But there's a side-by-side they always do. They do this with every young quarterback. I think they even did this with Josh Allen at the beginning of his time in Buffalo. But you take a side-by-side, right? A two-shot. Mm-hmm. On the left side, you got Trey Lance from last year in the limited amount of playing time that he had, but you still had playing time to work with. Use the film from that. And then on the right side, you use the film from this year. I'm sure they are working on that motion because what did they love about Jimmy and what does Mike Silver always talk about with Jimmy? What do the guys who love Jimmy always talk about? His release and how quickly he gets the ball out. Can't knock him for that. He does get the ball out very quickly. I will say that about Garoppolo. And that's because he has a very short arm motion. They probably are trying to work on that with Trey Lance, but they always have the tracker on that on that segment they do, trying to explain his quicker release time. I'm sure you're probably going to see that this year.
Well, Michael Silver said something yesterday on Twitter, or tweeted something about Jimmy G being elite in terms of arm talent and accuracy, and specifically willingness to hang in and throw to tight spots, and the ability to do so accurately.
I'm gonna take a little segment from Peyton Manning and his detail. Have you ever seen those detail videos that he does?
I love it.
They always talk about his arm talent. I don't know what arm talent is. Arm talent just doesn't make any sense to me. You either have a good arm or you have a bad arm, and that's what arm talent is to me. So arm talent, get arm talent out of here. And that's what you hear from Peyton Manning on detail. I don't understand arm talent either.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, they have a good or bad arm. That's it.
And then that assessment of Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, you're basically calling us crazy. Because Jimmy Garoppolo, we watched the last few years, was not throwing the tight windows. When he did throw the tight windows, he nearly threw interceptions. So I don't know what he's elite in. I don't know, man.
6-yard slant routes, Bonte.
I don't know.
6-yard slants.
Come on. Arm fatigue, that's what we're doing here. But Jerry Rice, again, if you're just joining us, here's what Jerry Rice said with Kirsten Moran, our very own Kirsten Moran here at 95.7 The Game. He basically said, let Jimmy and Trey battle in training camp.
I don't actually know what's going to happen there, but the thing is, they should put the best guy on the field. So Jimmy G just had surgery. He's not 100% right now, so I don't know if he's going to be the guy or if Trey Lance is going to be the guy. Let him compete. Bill Walsh always opened the door, and for competition. let them compete it, and the best guy should be the starter.
May the best man win. See, I know a lot of people are worried about Jimmy Garoppolo being a distraction. Let him compete. Let him compete. It'd be good for Trey. It'd be good for Trey to show that, hey, I've grown from my rookie season into my second year. I'm better than this guy. I'm better than Jimmy Garoppolo. So, 707, I'd rather have Bonte Hill at quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. No, you don't. You don't want me at quarterback. I can't even throw behind the line of scrimmage. Arm fatigue would hit me early.
Yeah.
Arm fatigue.
I went to the beach over the weekend and I threw a football for like 20 minutes. Yeah, that's arm fatigue. It really gets to you. Yeah, I had to sit down. I was gasping for air.
Arm fatigue is a real thing.
Yeah.
But where's this report coming from?
Who knows?
Where's it coming from?
Who knows? Who cares? I just want to see the reports coming out of training camp and what's going to go on there. I'm really looking forward to it. I really am.
I am too. By the way, you want to squeeze in the doghouse or two?
I could get the doghouse in.
Let's get a couple doghouses in.
All right.
Everybody's missing out on the pregame show. They're saying, where's Langford at 5 a.m.? Where's he at 5 a.m.? Well, he's been working with me all week. So we've had no Langford at 5 a.m. But we wanted to bring his elements into the show, especially on a Friday. So before the flex moment of the show, we got a little doghouse action with Stephen Langford.
And speaking of Kyle Shanahan, look, it ain't no fun, Bonte. It ain't no fun if the homies can't have no, but it also ain't no fun being in Nice Guy Steven's doghouse. I just talked about this in the third person. It ain't no fun, Bonte. Yeah.
Hopefully I'd never make the doghouse.
No, you haven't yet.
Not yet.
Just give yourself some time.
All right.
Give yourself some time.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But we all know Kyle Shanahan has this doghouse, right?
Brandon Ayuk knows all about it.
This is when the segment was created. Dante Pettis was the first in the doghouse.
Yes.
That's when doghouse started being talked about. And then you had Brandon Ayuk. He was in the doghouse, although was he really in the doghouse? Nobody really knows. Who was in your doghouse from this week? It could be someone from sports, someone from pop culture, someone from your life. Comcast Business Text Line, 888-957-9570. That's also the phone number. I already hinted at the number one person in my doghouse from this week, Bonte, but it is Jody Allen, who owns not only the Seattle Seahawks, but the Portland Trailblazers. Of course, she's the sister of the deceased Paul Allen, who passed away in 2018, so she took hold of the team. Not only did she reject Phil Knight's $2 billion offer to take the team, even though she's already worth $20 billion, and the previous owner said that he would have taken that deal all day. The previous president of the team said he would have taken that deal all day. But she did not. She rejected it, deferred that person, Phil Knight, to Bert, who I think is short for Dilbert, who I think is the name of the vice president. I could be wrong on that.
Dilbert, what a name.
I could be wrong on that.
What a name that is.
But this week, when I see that a toxic work environment is spilling over into management, and your star player in Damian Lillard wants to sit down, have a chat with you, just talk things out, ask what's going on, and you reject talking to your star player.
That's insane.
That's what Jody Allen did. According to the New York Post, a source told them that Jody Allen didn't take any of his texts, didn't take his call. He even sent an email. Didn't take any of that. Deferred it to Bert. Deferred to Bert. That's what it was.
Dame's got to get out of there. Dame's got to get out of Portland.
I just couldn't help but think of the Warriors brass, and you wouldn't hear that from Joe Lacob. You wouldn't hear that from Steph Curry. Those guys are constantly talking to each other.
Dame's got to get out of there.
Completely avoiding your superstar. Get out of here. Jody Allen, you are in the doghouse for this week. Next up, Bonte, I'm going to need you to do a little something.
Okay.
Be careful here.
Uh-oh.
Be careful.
Uh-oh.
I need you to Google. This is a very unsafe thing to Google.
I got my fingers on the keyboard.
Google Ray J Brandy tattoo. All right? Google that right now.
Oh, boy.
Next up in the doghouse is Ray J.
Oh, boy.
Now, we know that his sister is the pop star, the actress, Brandy. He got a tattoo of Brandy on his leg.
I see.
That's totally fine. You want to get tattoos of your family. I have no issue with that. But at least make it flattering, because Ray J got a tattoo of his sister, and he put tattoos all over her face, made her eyes bloodshot, says best friends forever. It's looking like they put Post Malone's face tattoos on Brandy on his leg. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, this is...
What the hell you doing?
This is a terrible tattoo.
What the hell? You get a tattoo of your family member and you make her out to look as terrible as possible? Putting tattoos all over her face?
No, I see another
Brandy's
Ray J.
beautiful. You don't have to do anything. Just put a picture of her face if you want to show love to the family.
But I'm looking also that Ray J has another tattoo that says Brandy on his arm, but the R doesn't look like an R. The R looks like an N.
Huh.
So I'm seeing 2 tattoos. I see one on the leg, which is terrible. She looks like...
Why?
I don't know if
She got bloodshot eyes, too. What the heck?
Yeah.
It's low-key horrifying.
Yes, it is. Why would you do that to Brandy?
Yeah,
So,
I don't
Ray
know.
J, you're in the doghouse for this week for
I
getting
like
that tattoo.
He needs to be in the doghouse.
Speaking of tattoos and putting people in the doghouse for getting tattoos, did you see Aaron Rodgers?
I did see that.
You see that tattoo
I
that he got?
I saw Matson's tweet that went viral.
Yes.
It's like 500,000 likes or something like that.
An insane amount. Insane amount. Madsen went viral for it, but Aaron Rodgers got a tattoo, and it's filled with different things. It's got like the all-seeing eye. I think it's got 2 lions on each side.
One's roaring, one's not.
You got like a compass, and apparently it's all thanks to his new girlfriend, who is reportedly, this is what's funny, it's going out there. People are saying that she's like a witch.
Right. Yeah. I know.
And Aaron Rodgers is like, no, she's not. Now, Aaron Rodgers is in Tahoe right now. He's golfing. But that tattoo, forgetting that tattoo, Aaron Rodgers, you've already been in the doghouse on multiple occasions. But Aaron Rodgers, you're in the doghouse yet again for this week for getting that tattoo.
You know, it feels like a midlife crisis tattoo. You know, you get certain people in their 30s or 40s, they get out of a relationship, a divorce, I don't know, something happens, and they get these crazy tattoos. And we're like, oh, they're having a midlife crisis. That's what that's. I think Rodgers is having a crisis because he knows he's not going to be throwing at number 17 anymore, Devontae Adams.
Brainwashed. Brainwashed. And now you look at it, now you look at Derek Carr, now he's got that kind of midlife crisis haircut going on, now that he's got Devontae Adams, a little swag to him. But that's third in the doghouse. I got one more, and you haven't heard of this guy. You know what's going on right now that we don't really talk about? The Tour de France.
Oh.
The Tour de France is happening right now.
We haven't heard about it since Lance Armstrong.
From July 1st to...
Nobody gives a damn about the Tour de France unless you get an American winning 7 straight times. Doped up.
From July 1st to July 26th is when the tournament goes on, and there's a cyclist, named Jasper Philipsen.
Wait, July 26th is the last day?
Or July 24th, I could be wrong.
Oh, damn. Ooh.
But Jasper Philipsen, you won't know that name because he's a cyclist. Well, he was on the Tour de France, and I believe this was in the 4th stage, Bonte. There's a lot of stages that go on in the Tour de France. But anyway, this guy Jasper, when you have the camera panned on him, he's in front of a group.
Right.
It looks like he is in first. And so he crosses the finish line. You think this dude Philipsen is in first, and he does the belt pose.
Oh.
You know, Aaron Rodgers in the doghouse right now. It's kind of like the discount.
Thrust,
it's the discount double check.
Yeah,
you wear the belt.
Yep.
You know why you do that, champion. You know why you do that celebration, right? Because you won.
You won.
Right? So he's like going to the crowd, and he's got no hands, and he's riding through the finish line, and he's doing the belt celebration. Well, little did he know that about 300 feet ahead of him, another biker had already won the race. So Jasper Philipsen, even though you apologized for it on Twitter and you made fun of yourself, I really like that self-deprecation, but Jasper Philipsen, for that celebration that shouldn't have been a celebration, you didn't win the title. You didn't win the belt for second place, maybe. So Jasper Philipsen, you're in the doghouse, man.
And one honorary member of the doghouse this week. I'm coming in on this segment. I'm hijacking it.
Yes.
Colin Cowherd, Michael Silver, and all you people who say Trey Lance ain't ready and Trey Lance has arm fatigue. You see the hoodie I'm wearing today? It's Trey area. It's happening. You're in the doghouse for all these erroneous reports about Trey Lance and arm fatigue and about being mentally soft and how Jimmy Garoppolo is elite when it comes to accuracy and arm talent. Colin Cowherd, Michael Silver, you're in the doghouse.
Damn it! It ain't no fun being in the doghouse.
It ain't no fun.
That's it. That's going to do it for the doghouse.
That's going to do it for the doghouse. You led us right into the flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity.
There is something special about going to the store.
I wore it once. And I was like, man, this is kind of small. I had it on the last little strap. And then I looked inside, the hat said, one size fits most.
Oh.
I'm not part of the
You're
most.
outside of them.
I can't fit the championship hats. My head is so damn big.
Wow.
I'm a little sad about that.
Yeah.
A little sad.
I got the championship hat too. And the thing about my head is it's very oddly shaped. So, especially when it comes to hats.
She filled up all the straps. Look at that.
I got that. I can fill up all the straps. This is like one of the few hats. I got the championship hat too. And then I wore it and I looked weird.
Man.
I was like, this ain't gonna work.
Man,
But yeah, wow, the one button and it doesn't. You gotta go strapless. Take the straps off.
Raymond Ritter.
That sounds weird.
Raymond Ritter, Joe Lacob. I need a bigger hat.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, Flex Moment of the Show brought to you by Xfinity, and it is time now for the changeover. Nice guy, great job this week.
Thanks.
Changeover brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. Kruger and Willard. I almost say Kruger and Dibs. Dibs on vacation, probably listening to the show. Dan Dibley's definitely listening right now. At IKEA. What else are you going to do? You're going to listen to the music at IKEA, or are you going to listen to Willard and Kruger? Come on.
They play 95.7 the game over the loudspeaker at IKEA so that everybody could hear. Nothing like hearing hot takes when you're going shopping for furniture.
When you're pulling out instructions from one of those big boxes that you know are going to ruin the next 5 hours of your day, there's nothing better than 95.7 the game to have on the background to calm your frustration.
IKEA's death. That is, it feels like
a lot of Allen wrenches.
Yeah,
you guys don't like particle board dressers?
If I go to hell someday, and I might, it will be filled with instructions on how to build something. That's it. It'll just
800 pieces.
It'll just be a big brown box filled with instructions that have little arrows, and the little piece goes over here and go. I cannot read those things.
That's why you have kids. You have kids so they can be your helpers. You know what I mean?
To have kids is how you end up doing that stuff. But anyway,
to get in here, fix stuff.
Yeah.
Where do we start here?
Nice,
we start
nice
with the
hoodie,
Giants,
dude. Nice hoodie.
Trey area.
You're like Gabe Kapler running around modeling hoodies. Modeling
hoodies all the time. I'm a big hoodie guy.
Yeah, you are.
I'm buying too many hoodies. My girl's like, you need to throw some out. Like, there's hoodies everywhere. And everybody's sending me hoodies. I just got a hoodie from Stewart Hall. They won a state championship in boys basketball.
Shout out
to Charlie.
I went there.
Did you go to Stewart Hall?
I went to Stewart Hall.
Wow, your alma mater won a state championship.
I saw that. I couldn't believe it.
So they sent me a hoodie for showing them some love. And I'm like, man, I don't need another hoodie.
You don't need another hoodie. Well, how come everybody's girl always wants to throw their clothes away? Who are the clothes hurting? You know,
seriously,
the space.
Sometimes I know a lot of, and believe me, look, the ladies when it comes to running the whatever, just running the show, they're smarter than we are. I get it, okay, but you don't have that stuff just disappear when you weren't even looking, right? Why does that trigger people in the home? It's just a hoodie, right?
It's just
Are
a hoodie.
your drawers stuffed? Do they not close, Bonte?
Yeah, the drawers are stuffed.
Okay.
The drawers are stuffed. And we went away from the bed frame.
Drawers, then I get it.
I suggest, having a bed frame with the drawers. Those are clutch because you can throw some of those hoodies in there. We don't have that bed frame, so I can't just throw clothes under the bed.
You need to go to IKEA, man. You need to build one of those.
Build yourself a shelf that goes under your bed.
Right.
I need something, man. So where do we start? You want to start the Giants losing their seventh game at 7 out of 8. Logan Webb pitched to Jim.
Logan's great.
Can't hit.
Logan's great. Well, and so's what's his name? Why am I blanking on
Musgrove?
his name?
Musgrove's
amazing.
Musgrove.
That was that game. I picked the under in that game last night. That was an Ottoman pick.
You can pick the under every day with the Giants.
You could do that. You could do that. But no, that was a great pitcher's duel.
No, it was nice. It was nice. You got arm fatigue with Trey Lance. Got more reports coming there.
I don't believe that at all.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe that story?
Where's the story coming from? Where's it coming from is what I want to know. Is it like players who are catching passes from Trey Lance in these off-season workouts and they're having small talk at the hot tub saying, oh, man, yeah, Trey's arm was a little sore, and then somebody runs with it, maybe overhears. I don't know where it's coming from.
Well,
I just don't get it. I just don't get
the 49ers have become, and we should use the music today, Spadone. The 49ers have become the next episode of Unsolved Mysteries. And that's what's going on. We are absolutely turned upside down, going sideways, because everything that's happening there is all under this cloud of secrecy, and it's hard to figure out. Think about this right now. Trey Lance, you move heaven and earth to get him, but we still haven't really, really seen him. I know we saw him for 2.5 games, and whenever you do that, in today's sports media society, we're all going to start guessing because we just haven't been able to sink our teeth into it yet. But meantime, Jimmy Garoppolo is over here behind door number 2 with what has been the longest, most drawn-out mystery. Is it the shoulder? Does the league not want him? Are the 49ers holding on to him because they're not sure about Trey?
Did you hear what Jerry Rice said?
I did hear. Well, Jerry Rice.
They've got to decide, right? He wants.
Well, he told Kirsten Moran, who works with us in 95.7 up in Tahoe, that let him compete.
Did you see the word that she used? She's like, what's going on with this quarterback? Was it debacle or something. She used a weird word. I was like, this is not a debacle. This is just you drafted a guy and you're transitioning to
But
him.
it's a mystery. It is. There's a lot of mystery. And then we don't even talk about
It's not uncommon. We've seen it before in sports. Not a debacle.
Door number 3, Debo is just like, beep, bop, and a boop, boop. And we're just on Instagram. Yep, me and Ayuk are the best team in football. And we're like, are you going to play this year?
Yeah, he's playing. I heard he was house shopping. Word on the street is he's been house shopping.
So, like, what's
really?
going
That's
on?
good to hear.
That's it. That's the whole
It's all
offseason
about because the Niners are the biggest story and nothing's going on. So it's like, let's just make stuff up. It will drive hits, ratings, clicks, whatever you want to drive. It will drive it for you. I don't believe any of those stories. I was at minicamp. I just watched this guy throw dime after dime after dime. He looked great in the red zone. He looked great throwing the ball down the field. I don't buy 1 second of Trey's got arm fatigue,
especially now on July 8th. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. It just in a time we're in a standstill in football and we're just waiting for training camp.
That one doesn't bother me, but I've got Jimmy and Debo questions.
What about the tweet from Michael Silver saying that Jimmy has elite accuracy and arm talent? It's like Mike Silver. I mean, I wouldn't call anything he does elite. Jimmy's a good quarterback. I'm not going to rip him and say he's a terrible quarterback.
Quick release.
Quick release, right?
Yeah, he's got a quick release.
And he does have very, very good arm talent on his first read, provided that first read is 25 yards or closer to the line of scrimmage.
And even then,
he's very, very good at that.
Even then, he may overthrow use checks.
Sometimes.
I mean, I don't know what it's about. I don't know. We've heard a lot of reports, though, about Trey Lance. He's been, I think, outside of Mac Jones, maybe the most polarizing quarterback in that draft. Like, you don't hear anything about Trevor Lawrence. You don't hear anything about Zach Wilson. You don't hear much about Justin Fields out of Chicago, and he's struggled. But something about Trey Lance. And a lot of people were triggered about Trey Lance. I don't know if it's because the Niners duped everybody with the reports leading up to the draft.
It's because those teams that you mentioned stink.
A lot of people thought Mac Jones was going to be drafted, and they go out there and draft Trey Lance.
What's the difference between those 4 quarterbacks and Trey?
They played college.
They played, period. We watched them.
But even before
he played 2.
He played 2 games. He played 2 games, and that's not enough. And so it is. It's a combo of the fact that, A, it's a 49er brand versus the Jaguars and the Jets brand. But also, it's just like James Wiseman.
Yeah.
Why? Because we have to guess. We've got to bet. We haven't seen it yet.
But we've seen a lot more James Wiseman. We've seen a lot more James Wiseman than we have at Trey Lance.
But nothing that we can sink our teeth into. We haven't gotten the stuff that really matters yet. So therefore, you can't really have an informed opinion. I mean, I said this to Larry, even though this is something he loves. This is like draft grades the day after the draft.
Yeah.
What is that? But we this, that, and I think this, and that. We're still in a spot where we can guess on Trey and James. The other stuff we saw is kind of a snooze. This is Zach Wilson in New York. Yeah.
I missed draft grades, by the way, and draft winners and losers. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, it's like Zach Wilson started terrible, but he finished fast.
Got better.
He was really good at the end of the year.
That's what you would think a rookie
and
would
Trey
do, right?
Lance looked dramatically better in the Houston game than he did in the Arizona game.
In the second half.
And that Houston game meant something. They don't win that game. They don't go to the playoffs.
Right.
That's a pressure-packed game to say, hey, Rook, step in. And the Texans were playing better at that point under Lovie Smith. I mean, yeah, you could laugh at the Texans, but they were playing better. And those guys are playing for jobs. Like, people thought the Houston Texans was going to lay down. All those players on that roster is like, I got to play for a job. And I get to play against the 49ers. And this is our Super Bowl. And Trey Lance showed up in the second half. I think people scoff at that saying, it's just the Texans. But it's an NFL team that was playing for some pride.
Oh, no doubt.
And also nobody talks about that game. But if you went back and watched that Texans game, the Niner offensive line got their handed to them. I mean, there was all kinds of Texan penetration into the backfield in the second half of the game. Trey just moved around and made plays. So, we want a definitive answer on these guys. We want it today. We're not willing. Deferred gratification is not a big part of American society.
Well, no. And it's almost like it's become sports gaming. All of us want to bet on stuff, and you can't bet on a future when you've already seen it. I can't get a Mac Jones future right now. I watched him for a whole year. I get it, and he might be fine, nice, whatever word you
Very
want to put
muscular
around it.
now, Willard.
I tell you what.
You see the recent pictures? Woo! Looking swole.
Love looking at bodies.
Belichick's got him in the weight room.
You know what I mean? But Trey,
Patricia,
Trey and James Wiseman are a part of major sports brands, and they are top 3 draft picks, and they are fascinating. And we had heard about them in college, and it has been a year and a half, or 2 years, or 2.5 years, and we haven't been able to really get it yet. So. What is it we're going to talk about? So, you got to start finding stuff. I have zero doubt about Trey Lance being the starting quarterback of the 49ers, provided health every game this year, and I think he'll be very good, and I think he'll get better as he goes. There's just other stuff, though, that's mysterious.
Well,
man.
Here's
mysterious.
One thing has to be brought up. Why are we talking about it? We're talking about it because Cowherd was talking about it. Why is Cowherd talking about it? Because that's what these national shows do.
Yeah.
They park their, is it an accident that Skip and Shannon always seem to find a LeBron topic? I mean,
now it's on Steph Curry, too.
Yeah, I mean,
He's a
so
front
it's
runner
like
now.
you park your car where you think the topic's hot, and then you'll make up a story from there. And Silver and him, I mean, I'm not saying that the whole story was contrived, but it's not based on a whole lot. I mean, neither of them were at the minicamp.
No, it's based on whatever conversations they're having, but that's a chicken or the egg thing to say. Like, I don't disagree with you, but why does that drive interest? It's not, the media is not doing that to the people. The people are doing that to the media.
Yeah,
good
totally.
media
It gets
is
hits.
knowing what people care about, and people care about Trey Lance, and they care about James Wiseman, and a big part of that care is based on the fact that we haven't seen him yet, and so people start to freak out after a certain while. Like I said yesterday, this is a Christmas present that someone tells you got to wait till June to open it. It's hard.
So, isn't Cowherd cool with John Lynch? And isn't there something to Trey? Wasn't he dating somebody? Was it Cowherd's daughter? Something strange. I don't know. I'm just guessing because I'm thinking to myself, like you, Krug, where's he getting this from? Who is talking? And Mike Silver said, yeah, I heard the same thing. And you heard Ryan Clark earlier this year. Yeah, he's got arm fatigue. We're hearing the same thing. Who are they hearing this from? Are the Niners saying this? Is there somebody from the 49ers?
Rich Scangarello?
Scangarello's another one who didn't really...
anybody. It could be a teammate. I mean, listen, I mean, Cowherd, Silver, people like this, they know people. They know a lot of people. And I don't know them to be the types that just, I mean, if you think they're making stuff up out of thin air, I don't think that's true. They're not just
they're just regurgitating what somebody whispered to them, but it doesn't mean what, everybody's got a motivation, everybody's got a motivation for saying what they're saying. The bottom line, I think, on the Trey thing is they want to talk Trey, but you can't go forward with well, you know what? He's pretty athletic, pretty talented, pretty intriguing. We'll see. That's not sexy enough for today. You have to have some meat and potatoes. So the meat and potatoes is he's got arm fatigue and the accuracy, and they still have questions. And, and then when he looks great this summer, they can easily kind of backpedal away from that and just be like, hey, man, I'm just sharing information that I heard. So.
You don't even need to do that. You don't even need to answer it. You just don't bring it up ever again.
Right. What about Joe Lacob telling Tim Kawakami that Wiseman's going to be a monster?
Well,
how about that?
I thought that was fascinating.
That's a great development for the Warriors. And I would not base anything off of Summer League. I think that's where people are going to get in trouble. Like, the Warriors Summer League team plays OKC next Friday. Be very intrigued if Wiseman's on the floor with Chet Holmgren. And if Chet Holmgren goes crazy, all these conclusions about James, he's a bust. You shouldn't have drafted him. You should have gone down the LaMelo route. But I think Wiseman's going to offer this team something that they didn't have last season. And I do believe it is out. Like, Crew, I was doing the numbers. 11-6 his rookie year, James Wiseman, basically. Those numbers are on par with Kevin Garnett his rookie year, Rasheed Wallace his rookie season, Jermaine O'Neal didn't even play. It was on par with Dwight Howard. Those are some of the greats of the greats. And I'm not calling Wiseman the next KG or whatnot, but he did basically what they did in their rookie seasons, and he was the same age.
We forget when we go through the difficulty as a fan of somebody getting hurt repeatedly or, as I said, not getting to open the Christmas present. We forget sometimes what brought us here in the first place. James Wiseman is bananas talented. I mean, just bananas. He was the dude. That was the dude we all heard about prior to the draft. Now, Ant up in Minnesota, also a dude. Like, he's been fantastic. LaMelo, we can get into all of that. But you're starting to hear the low buzz, not just from Lacob. Few different places. Marcus Thompson yesterday as well. that James really looks different. And that's exciting. What I thought was interesting, though, if you're Lacob, let's go down the road of KD conversations are happening on some level with somebody. If you're Lacob and you start talking up Wiseman at such a level, some might take that as you're putting that out to the Brooklyn Nets.
You're marketing him.
I take it the opposite way, which is you're now reeling the fan base in and making us salivate. You're getting us excited. You're not going to do that and then deal him.
And you're basically saying...
Because now I want to see him.
And you're basically saying get over Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Wiseman is arriving alongside Kuminga and Moody.
There's your free agent acquisition right there.
Well, you guys were all up on the Warriors story from beginning to end, so I'm preaching to the choir here. But if you go and look at his run pre the meniscus injury, not pre-meniscus injury, but the recurring meniscus deal, he had some crazy looking highlights in that G League at the end. So I believe wholeheartedly that he's kicking ass and that they have huge expectations for him because he looked dramatically better to me just watching it. Granted, it's G League and he's it's an open floor game and he's getting run, but he just looked like he was attacking the rim with just a vengeance. And if that's the guy we see, to me, if he runs the floor, blocks shots, rim runner, defend the rim, I don't need him to do a whole lot.
That's all you need right now.
What you guys think about this, though? Because I know you brought this up, Larry. Lacob also made some comments about how the rest of the league is already upset at the Warrior payroll.
Yeah, we played that highlight.
Okay, all right. So, because we talked about this yesterday, and I feel like Warrior fans, we get so excited, right? You got a parade, and Lacob's got money, so just keep everybody. The idea that Steph, Clay, and Dre are going to finish their career in Warriors uniforms, that Jordan Poole's going to get an extension and Andrew Wiggins is going to get re-signed, and that Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody are all going to be good and get rookie extensions, you're talking about a luxury tax penalty that will be north of $1 billion. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that all of these players are going to stay Warriors. So, what do? And when?
Yeah, who gets voted off or traded off of Warrior Island? Is that what you're asking?
I don't hear any buzz about Jordan Poole being signed to that extension right now. Now there's plenty of time.
Got till October.
I think you think about Draymond Green. It's good, but the thing
is
with Draymond Green,
element
he is. But and here's the other problem with Draymond Green. He has that player option for $27 million.
So right,
a 15% trade kicker.
I'm saying you might need to deal with this this year.
Klay Thompson is going to be a free agent a couple years later.
This idea that Poole and Wiggins can stay beyond next year, I don't know if that is even possible.
Do you break up the core?
And who makes the decision? In some ways, what Bonte's saying is it makes you think that if you're Draymond and you want to go to the finish line with the Warriors, and if I'm him, I do because I think my best chance for the Hall is to go to the finish line with the Warriors.
Oh, he's in the
Hall.
Maybe,
he's
in the Hall.
Okay.
Maybe he's taking a discount.
But maybe he wants to be here long term and finish here, and maybe he is proactive through his agent and says, you know what? Let's extend me at a declining rate. So now the financial burden on your end is not as great, and I get what I want, which is to go to the finish line with one team.
And will Klay Thompson do the same when he's up?
Yeah,
maybe. But those options are all still 2 years away.
2 years away.
Like if you're sitting here with the salaries that they have right now, are you telling me that a Poole extension and a Wiggins deal that's going to be what? Let's say he plays next year like he did this year.
He's going to get paid.
Going to be a lot.
You tell me you can do that? Because it certainly looks to me like they can't do that.
So who's the one guy that you move on without if you had to?
Is it Andrew
Tough conversation to have.
Is it Andrew Wiggins because Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody can fill those spots?
I don't think so.
Is it Jordan Poole who can get you just average 18 points per game?
And he's the hardest working guy in your team. He's the first guy in the gym.
Except I still have, and I've said this a bunch of times, Bonte, I wonder what you think too. I have major questions about whether or not Poole is even excited about being a Warrior for the next 4 years.
Oh, I think he is.
Because of the presence of Steph and Clay.
I think the love he gets from his fan base.
History tells us that when a young player shows that he can be that guy and score north of 20, he would rather take more money and a role where he can show off, even if it's in Orlando, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing that. Because if
History
you
says-
start making money and you become irrelevant. There's nothing worse than making money and being irrelevant in the NBA. I think he realized it. He said something during the postseason where he said the biggest thing he learned was that winning is more important than anything else. Watching Steph Curry coming off that bench for the first 4 games, I think planted the seed in Jordan Poole's mind saying, I can still have an impact on the game playing 30 minutes a night, despite not getting my name and introduced in the starting lineup.
I hope you're right. I don't
know. I just think he's a different cat.
Does he want another ring?
He's going to need to be.
Do you want to win championships? Because you start to get elevated by winning championships instead of making $30 million in Orlando, losing 50 games a year. There's no fun in that.
Do you want the ring, or do you want to be, the big man at Arden Fair Mall in Sacramento?
We can all sit here and say that's an easy answer, and you all know that history suggests that more guys than not say, I will go ahead and take your $6 million more per year and my 25 a night and an all-star game appearance, rather than be a bench player behind greats.
It's a great question, because some guys have a taste of the title and say, you know what? Give me that. I need that. I need that relevance. I need that excitement. The season goes by quicker when I'm on a team that's going to win 50 games, 60 games, and contend for a title. Other guys are like a checklist, right? I got my title. Now let me secure the bag. You know what I mean? And I don't blame them. I would not blame anybody for taking the money. I mean,
think about his boy Kelly Oubre Jr., who said, "I'm not coming off no bench," and he goes to Charlotte. Doesn't get the contract he was looking for, and ends up coming off the bench for a team and gets blown out in the play-in tournament. He's looking at Kelly Oubre Jr. being like, damn, you left this? You could have been our 6th man playing 28, 30 minutes a game, playing important minutes.
He better than Kelly Oubre Jr.
But that's what I'm saying. He's so much better than Kelly Oubre Jr., and I think he's mentally smarter, saying, I can still get $100 million here, be a 6th man, and be in contention to win championships.
When he makes a big 3, he doesn't yell ring time.
He yells money time.
He doesn't yell ring time. He yells money time.
Money time.
Can I just say, I was listening to this conversation on my drive home, and I got to a gas station right before the commercial break.
And how much was it?
Oh God, it was like $65, $70. I got my car's got a small tank, so it's not that many gallons, So it costs a little bit though. But it was in the commercial break, and timing just works out perfectly sometimes, because I turned my car back on, and I'm not kidding. These were the only words that you said. You just go lentil dip, and then you just say sounds like ass.
Yeah,
and that's it. Like as soon as I got in my car, I was like, what are they talking about now?
That's it. We were trying to pass you up.
That kind of summed up yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
Mark with his lentils.
Larry loves to get by on ass. That's one of his famous quotes.
What do you guys have cooking today?
Well, Moses Moody's coming on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 11 o'clock.
Yeah, so we'll ask him if he's willing.
Moody!
We'll ask him if he's willing to take a minimum salary in 3 years.
Exactly.
And then he'll hang up. And Grant Brisbee's going to come on as well. We'll talk a little Giants. But we're going to start off on this 49er quarterback stuff, because I got questions. There's too many mysteries going on out there.
18 days until players report. I just wonder.
If we're all talking about life like bets, what could you have made if you had put your chip in the Jimmy's still on the team on July 8th? Oh, my gosh.
Poor Rita.
Make it
so
end.
Many days. So many art.
Lovely
just so many pictures.
Rita made. Oh, my gosh.
I thought he'd be gone, man. It's driving people crazy. Hey, Roasters, thanks for another great week, Langford. Good job today. Krug, Willard coming up next until high noon before they hand it off to JD and Guru. That's it for us. Have a great weekend, everybody. Keep listening to 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Larry, you decided to come back.
Seriously, one day was not enough?
Really appreciate it, man. I wasn't sure after yesterday.
But it is Friday already.
It is Friday.
It's amazing quick week when you only work 2 days.
Exactly, yeah, but except for you have to come back Monday. So you're not done yet.
You know, who came up with the 5 days of work and 2 days of weekend? What if we inverted that and it was 2-day work weeks and 5 days off?
So
that would be sweet.
That would be called France, I believe, is what that's called. So that'd be nice. I don't think we would get anything done. Productivity has already gone sideways because of social media anyway. So it's not like we're actually working. I mean, look at us right now. What are you wearing? You're wearing a T-shirt.
That's right.
I'm wearing a T-shirt and a hat.
I'm wearing shorts.
We're talking about the 49ers, the Giants, and the Warriors. Let's not act like we have jobs. Please, some gratitude. Some gratitude for the lives that we've been lucky enough to lead here, Larry. Come on.
You're supposed to say that during the commercial break.
No. I say it out loud.
This is very hard work.
No.
I mean, it's very stressful. You don't know what goes into all this. You know, that's
right. We actually have to drive here.
I've been saying that to my wife for decades. Honey, yeah, it looks like I'm sitting on the couch, you know, eating chips and dip and watching sports. There's a lot of intricate things that are going on behind the scenes.
That's not untrue, but at the same time, to everybody who's driving around, either who knows, coming home from a graveyard shift, delivering for DoorDash, doing Uber delivery, UPS drivers, whatever you're out there doing right now. We're gonna try to get you where you're going and have some fun doing it. So Larry Krueger in for Dibs again today. Yeah, Moses Moody's gonna hop on at 11 o'clock today as we get ready for Vegas, baby. Vegas Summer League action. Grant Brisbee of The Athletic on the Giants is coming up in about an hour as well. We'll get to that, but let's do song of the day because we got some 49er stuff to do right out the gate.
Dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun. Give me the music, make me jump and fun. It a go done. Give me the music, make me jump in the It is a cool and lonely, breezy afternoon. How does it feel when you got no?
I bet you had some experiences to this song back in the day, no?
All right, just turn my mic on. No, I can't really say I can relate to this, but I am a kind of a reggae fan.
Do you even know what this is?
No.
You've never heard this?
No.
This is an iconic song.
Really?
Musical Youth.
What now? Why'd you go with it today? Why was it the song of the day?
Because the Dutchie, in this case, this is this is artistic, Larry. We're trying to have art here in our artistic world. The Dutchie, in this case, is the starting job for the 49ers. Okay, the starting quarterback. And it needs to be passed. It needs to be passed on the left-hand side to the musical youth. The youth that is Trey Lance. Do you see? Do you see now?
I see
do you get
intricate workings of a Mark Willard mind.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down right now?
I'm not sure if I am,
okay.
But I'm just going to nod and just be like, you know what? That was genius, my friend. Genius.
Somehow I should have known that you would not know about musical youth and pass the Dutchie on the left-hand side. But it is. It's fascinating how much talk there has been about someone who has played 2.5 NFL games. And it is also fascinating, and I've got questions, and I want to throw some of them at you. And,
all right,
and everybody can weigh in on this. 888-957-9570. Keep your texts coming. Comcast Business Text Line and Good Morning Twitch and YouTube. We thank you so much for coming to see what Larry looks like. Beautiful man. Look at that T-shirt. He worked hard on his outfit today. So
exactly.
Thank you for coming in and hanging out a little while. But I have questions. I have so many questions because we've got the narrative built on why Jimmy is still a 49er and why everybody is freaking out about Trey Lance, who's barely played. And I started to think about this a little harder, and some of these things don't quite add up. So I'd like to throw those at you coming up next. And we'd love to hear from you weighing in on it as well. So it's Larry in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Sometimes Spadone around here calls these Phil Collins Fridays. We figured that Larry would know this a little bit better than musical youth, so we're trying to get you in your comfort zone. Is that okay?
Phil Collins and Phil Bailey.
Look at you.
There you go.
So there is some knowledge there.
There you go. Thank you.
Do you know all the Phils?
Yeah, yes, I do. Look at
that
you.
one was for you. That one was just for you. And
Velveeta.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a lot of different cheeses.
There's some Bay Area sports radio listeners who caught that one. Most of you maybe not, but that one was for you.
That was good. That's kind of like a Disney. It's like a Disney movie. You know, there's jokes for the kids and jokes for the parents.
That's exactly right. It's exactly. Those are the best, man. When you go do the Disney Pixar thing, and by the way, Spadone right behind you is very much heading into a good solid decade of Disney Pixar. I've been there when Lightning McQueen ran my whole life. Lightning McQueen bed, Lightning McQueen pillow, Lightning McQueen cup, sippy cup, Lightning McQueen plates, Lightning McQueen on the TV, Lightning McQueen backpack. Like, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there. And Spadone is heading in there right now. This is the best part of those Disney Pixar movies is when the kids are just sitting there and their eyes are wide and they got no clue. No clue when Buzz Lightyear comes over and just hands one to the parents.
Exactly.
It's just a little nod like, we got you. We know that you're there. There's a little political humor there for you that went flying over all of the 5-year-olds' heads.
Oh, by the way, and there cannot be a cartoon made in 2022 without some jokes about flatulence. All right.
Sometimes you got to go
flatulence.
You got to go the easy route. Sometimes,
it's always funny. Come on.
I mean, it never gets old.
Not funny.
I remember there was one year when my kids were younger where somebody's like, "Hey, you want to come to our Oscar party?" First of all, there's no chance you'd ever get me to go to an Oscar party. I actually think the protagonist go to hell. All right, go to hell. I think you should go to hell. I remember seriously one year.
Serious fast.
One year they invited me, and the only movie that I had seen that was even listed was Wall-E. I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, I could talk about Wall-E if you want.
Yeah,
that's it.
I'm not. They're like best actor. I'm like, is this animated? I got a shot. If it's if Disney is in, so am I. I haven't. How many non-kid movies have I seen in a theater in the last 6 years? Wow, I could definitely count them on one hand.
See the new Top Gun yet?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's, I guess, technically one of them. My kids have seen that too. I didn't see it with them. But anyway, yeah, that probably counts as one of them.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was better than the first one.
Oh, whoa. Oh, gosh.
No, the first one was a total chick flick.
Don't ruin the show by saying something like that. First of all, nobody agrees with either of your takes. First of all,
the first one was just so slow. I don't need that much loving. I don't need that much.
The excitement about the second one was based on how much everyone loved the first one. And
the first one was so overrated.
No, don't make it about cinematic and this and that.
I don't need to see a bunch of people oiled up playing volleyball.
For crying out loud, Larry. You know what? I knew it. I told everybody. I'm like, he's going to come in. He's going to do a great job. We're going to disagree on some sports things. And then he'll say something that ticks me off, and it's going to ruin everything. You're going to come after Top Gun on a Friday?
And those lentils are ass.
We just bought you donuts that you had nothing to do with, and you're coming at me with Top Gun slander?
By the way, that was a very good jelly donut. Very good jelly donut with the raspberry inside.
What else do you hate? Popcorn and children? What's the matter with you?
I like my own children. You know, that's about it.
Well, that's a fair comment.
I don't know if I like anybody else's
other people's
children.
kids, then we would really get to an uncomfortable spot. Anyway, speaking of all of the uncomfortable discussion out there, so here are the questions, and we'd love to hear from some of you on the dynamic of play. There's two, and one is just very Trey Lance centric, and the other one is Jimmy Garoppolo centric. 888-957-9570, our number. The Trey Lance thing, I guess, just comes from the great unknown. And I really think that that's all that it is. So, especially as sports gaming takes over sports, I think that there's a rise in us doing that in spaces that aren't even sports gaming. Like, we'll bet on this, we'll bet on that. We've got pick your battles. What do you think's going to happen tonight? So we do this with the players, obviously, as well.
Fantasy.
Who's going to be right?
Projections.
Who's going to be good? Who's not going to be good? Now, that doesn't work if you're giving me, unless you're Larry Krueger, that doesn't work for the offensive lineman from Iowa State who was taken in the 3rd round. I don't really care if he's ever going to be any good. But the dynamic when you've got a Trey Lance or a James Wiseman and somebody who is drafted very, very early, looks like a physical freak, and so you get all excited about it, but then you're told, but essentially wait a year and a half or 2 years before we really get any answers. I just don't think we can deal with that. We just can't. And so we've got to start coming at it from different angles, and everybody sort of has to make their own path. I'm going to be a Trey guy, or I'm going to be a not Trey guy. Define it so that when we do get there, then we can have that battle. You were right, I was wrong, that kind of stuff. And that leads to arm fatigue, which is like, what? I mean, there. How many different things have we said about Trey Lance? He's smart. He's not smart. He's got arm fatigue. He's not picking up the playbook. He's the smartest person in the entire draft. I mean, the spectrum has been wild, and I think that's why we just cannot process when something that exciting, and we're told to wait.
Yeah. No, I mean, we don't want it. There is no such thing as deferred gratification anymore in sports. It's like we want it now. We want the answer now. We want to skip to the end and find out the answer now. And it's just, this is a situation where you got to be a little patient, and nobody wants to show any patience. But I also think this is just, you got to look at the money. You know, the old saying, follow the money and you'll always understand the story. The money, there's a lot of interest in Trey. So you know what? Just park your car in the Trey Lance aisle and make S up. I mean, that's where we're at. And because he has not been seen, except if you were at minicamp, and there's only 20 people covering minicamp. So all these people with all these whispers and this and that, I don't put a credence in any of it. Why? Because I'm seeing when I do my own YouTube videos about players that if I talk about the Giants, I'm going to get 1/4 of the number of hits as I would if I'm talking about Trey Lance.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Well, if I was all about just trying to squeeze every possible nickel, I would just sit there and talk Trey Lance all day. And well, if I don't have anything new to say, I'll just make it up. I mean, I can go back. I tweeted out a Cowherd deal where it was like 4 weeks, maybe 3-4 weeks ago. He put out another video on Trey, and it was like, what's going on? His thing was like, Trey Lance needs to play this year. That was the plan all along.
Right.
You know, I mean,
you know what I mean?
You know, so you did a whole video that was like, well, you know what? Trey's got to play this year. This isn't year 4. This is the second year. They drafted him. He was the most inexperienced quarterback in the history of college football. He was the least experienced quarterback in the last 40 years in the first round.
Yeah, but you agree he needs to play this year. I mean,
he needs to play now.
Yeah, like you can't.
But the redshirt year was part of the draft day narrative. Yes, and so to say that anything had changed 3 weeks ago is just making another video to get hits, to get traction, to make money.
Well, and remember, he's not speaking only to the Bay Area. There are people all over the country who don't understand the dynamic as it unfolded. And I remember this changed as well. I remember reading stuff from you. You thought Jimmy was going to get traded before last year. There was at least a time where you thought, a lot of us thought that was possible. Who knows how it was going to go? But you can't put up that draft capital and take someone number 3 overall in 2021, 2022 and have him sit for 2 years. That's just not part of the NFL framework anymore. You can barely get your first-round draft picks through 1 year. None of the other teams did. And some of that is because they're bad teams, but even the Patriots, they're just like, yeah, dude, here you go. Here's the job. Baker Mayfield goes to the Browns. We're starting Tyrod Taylor all year. Yeah, right. Week 4. Here we go. It's Baker time. So it's amazing that the 49ers have gone this long without handing the baton or passing the duchy over to Trey Lance. But sure, now, I mean, it's obviously time. But that begs my other question, Larry. We have watched the 49ers themselves. We watched the Giants do this. We've seen teams all across the country acquire injured players because they feel like that's an opportunity to get them cheaper than what they normally would be worth. Have we completely fallen for this? with regard to Jimmy's shoulder? Now, I do believe that is the number one answer on the board in terms of why he is still a 49er. So let me put that out there. But let me also start asking some questions. Nobody has ever said, oh, this is the kind of shoulder injury that will ruin his career. Or this is the kind of he may not be able to throw the same way going forward as he did before. No one has ever said that. So why is it such insane taboo, the idea that somebody would want to talk about acquiring Jimmy Garoppolo just because he's hurt? The 49ers have signed Jason Verrett 3 times, and he's been insanely hurt every time. Those are flyer.
He's not making $27 million.
Those are flyer contracts. Well, whoever acquires Jimmy's not going to have to pay $27 million.
24, whatever it's going to be.
Nope. You're going to have the 49ers take a bunch of that salary the same way the Browns did.
Maybe
not.
Maybe not.
Okay, well, do you want to deal him or not?
Here's what I think the shoulder mark is essential to what a quarterback is. It's like if WFAN said, you know what, I got to have Mark Willard. Okay, Mark's coming off of larynx surgery. Well, you know what?
I did have nodules on my vocal cords. No joke. When I was in elementary school, so I've had major throat surgery. It might be why I sound the way that I do. It might
maybe
be,
it's the key to your popularity.
Who knew? Yeah, they're like, we can make him sound 70 years old by age 11.
We'll give this guy a distinctive scratchy voice. No, but I mean, if all of a sudden you said, you know what, I'm having larynx surgery, and they're saying, you know what, we're going to pay you, $500,000 a year. You know what? We'd actually like to maybe wait until after the surgery. We can hear a couple air checks, and then we'll make the investment. How is it any different?
I buy it. I just don't know if I buy it to this level, because it's literally as if, well, I'm sorry, we can't even have the conversation. Jimmy's hurt, so not only do we need to wait till he's healthy, we need to wait until he throws, and he's got to have a symposium where all the other teams come. They're going to talk to him. They're going to touch his shoulder. It's like he's got to go have a pro day or something. Like no one's ever been hurt before. No one's ever acquired. Farhan Zaidi has tried to make a business out of, well, that guy is undervalued. He was hurt last year. Let's get him. He's going to recover. Does it work every time? No. Does it work most of the time? Yeah. So I'm not saying that wouldn't throw people off of Jimmy. I do believe that it has. But I just feel like we've gone a little too far with this, like, well, we can't even talk about it until he's 100% healthy. We don't do that anymore in sports. We haven't been doing that for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. The only thing I would say is there is a sizable amount of money. You're also talking about not just a player on your football team. Most quarterbacks are the face of their football team. So you want to get canned in the NFL as a general manager, trade for and make a guy the face of your team, and then have him not be able to play. You're probably gone. So it's a career-altering kind of a decision, and these guys are. I don't bother. I mean, I don't. I can easily understand why they're circumspect about making this decision. If you're the team acquiring Jimmy.
Well, and then let's look at the 49ers. Am I being gullible there? Am I really to believe?
Well, you're always gullible.
So check me then.
Yeah.
Am I being gullible? We are absolutely not cutting him. Even though we owe him $24 million, we are not cutting him. We are hanging on with a Vulcan grip all the way through August because we might get a conditional 5th-round draft pick from somebody.
It does seem.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay,
it doesn't.
Like,
that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so as Cowherd said in that bite with Michael Silver yesterday, everybody focused on the arm fatigue part. I focused on when he said, hey, when Andy Reid did the same thing, he traded Alex because he'd been watching Patrick in practice and he knew. He knew he had a dude. Do the 49ers know? Do they know, like without a shadow of a doubt, we have got our next decade quarterback? And if they do, why are they acting the way they're acting with regard to Jimmy Garoppolo?
When you say acting the way they're acting, you mean why are they waiting to get help?
Why is he still here?
Well, I think he's here because the team on the other end probably doesn't want to commit to it unless he's going to be ready to roll. Unless he's going to be ready to hit the field and play football. I think that's a big part of it. But I think the 49ers are sold on Trey. I really do. And I think they're sold on Trey the person, Mark. I don't know. They still, like the rest of us, have to see progression from Trey the football player. But they know they've got the right guy. And when I say that, I mean there's playing football and then there's the process of football. And there are very few quarterbacks that are great at the game who don't love that process. So that's really the first thing you got to find out when you're scouting. How much does this kid love the process of the game? They know now, after a year in their system and watching the diligence of the player, that he's the right person. But I think they're still discovering it, where he is developmental-wise as a player.
We got some calls on this, which we're going to go to here in just about 2 minutes, as soon as we are done with what is an incredibly important, like an after-school special even. What are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, San Diego Padres. What the hell are you doing? What was that with one of your players last night? Laid out with a knee to the jaw. Hey, buddy, you okay? Here, follow me to the dugout. Holy smokes. Easily the most uncomfortable moment that I've watched all year.
You say moment, it was like 12 minutes.
Or whatever, right. But the moment of him actually, the highlight of what happened to Jurickson Profar. And I ended up sending a tweet out last night that some people thought was a joke. And they were like, dude, this is not a joking matter. I'm like, I'm not kidding. The Padres tweeted out about 20 minutes later, Jurickson Profar has been transferred to a local health facility.
UC San Diego, I believe.
UC San Diego. And I tweeted back at them, I hope you didn't make him walk there on his own. For crying out loud, take care of your people. This is a professional billion-dollar outfit out here. This guy just got a knee to the jaw. He's clearly a complete mess. He's been compromised, and twice you let him stand up and try to walk off the field to the point where he's going sideways and diving down on the infield dirt before you get him some help and get a stretcher out there. That was the weirdest thing I have ever seen a sports medical staff do for the Padres last night.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Where the hell are you parking your cart? In Sanitas? I mean, it took forever. That took a long time. And then you watch him try to walk off the field and he goes down. Once you see him stumble to the ground, you would think that there would be some trainer, somebody would say, you know what? Don't even attempt to move again until we get the cart. Instead, he tried it again.
I mean,
I couldn't believe what I was watching. And then by the way, the people on Twitter, one particular person that I won't name, who's calling out the Giant broadcasters for their tone. My God, do not call out Kipe. Do not call out Flem. They were totally fine.
They were completely professional, and I don't know in that situation what they're supposed to do. They're being asked to vamp for almost 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
In an awful situation where the Padres medical staff cannot get out of their own way. What exactly would you like them to say?
And there was laughter during that, but none of it was directed towards Profar. It was directed towards stories about Dennis Eckersley and different mentions along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, they're filling time, and and we all know their heart was in the right place. So that was just pathetic. But that's secondary. What are the Padres doing? You've got a sizable investment in all of your players and head injuries. I mean, we're in an era now where where head injuries are real and they're life-changing, they're career-altering, and they should immediately take precedent. And the way they handled that was like it was. I felt like I was watching baseball in 1975.
You go to NFL.com. There's still stories up there right now about how we found out earlier this week that Demaryius Thomas had pretty advanced stage CTE.
Yeah, I read that.
And this was a young NFL player too. This is not a guy who was 65 years old. And may Demaryius rest in peace. We have education about head injuries now that we've never had before. So in this age, to watch a team go out there and be so flippant about a guy getting an intense knee to the jaw was
startling.
Yeah.
Just completely baffling.
And baseball is such a weird sport. You know, my kid plays, and this happened in a JV Summer League game where the shortstop ran out and collided with the left fielder. And, you know, one guy's got a concussion, the other guy's got, you know, blood all over his mouth. You know, I mean, these are more serious injuries than football injuries, because you're talking about guys running blind usually into each other, and there's no pads. There's no pads, so it was really a scary situation last night. And if you missed it, Tommy LaStella had a shallow fly to left, and Profar is the left fielder coming out. Abrams is the shortstop or going out. Abrams was going out. Profar was coming in. They didn't see each other. Boom, they connected, and it looked like Abrams' foot or knee
went right to the jaw.
Right to the jaw of Profar.
And Profar's head was...
Profar stood up immediately and then went down.
Yeah.
It was scary.
Just, very, very uncomfortable. And, you know, good to hear that Jurickson, or good to see that, you know, he was pumping his fist and smiling a little bit once he finally was on the stretcher, which is where he should have been a long time earlier. All right, back out to the phones. Sean in Fremont. Hey, Sean, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs. Larry's in for Dibs. What are you doing, Sean?
I'm driving to Chico for the weekend.
Nice.
Hanging out with some friends, but I wanted to get on that Jimmy and Trey Lance conversation. I just don't have any confidence really in Trey Lance being our quarterback and taking us to where Jimmy has the last few years. I mean, you know, Jimmy's been able to take us to the NFC Championship, the Super Bowl. He's having surgery, hopefully. You know, this day and age, usually athletes come back better after surgery. But Kevin Durant, Clay Thompson, you know, the Achilles and the ACLs. And I think Jimmy should stick around. He's a great role model for a young quarterback, and he gets the job done. I mean,
Sean,
our skill players, you really just got to get the ball to them.
Sean, let me ask you this. You said you don't have confidence in Trey Lance to take the team where Jimmy already has. That lack of confidence is based on what?
Well, you know, we haven't really seen much of him, but what I have seen, it doesn't really appeal to me as a quarterback who's ready. Maybe, you know, even a year or two. He might need 4 or 5 years before he's a starting quarterback.
Interesting, Sean. I mean, there are a lot of all-time greats who, if you only looked at their first 2 games, you would not be very, very impressed.
Yeah, Jerry Rice wasn't too good as a rookie.
Gosh.
How did that go? I mean,
dropped everything.
I think, you know, it's interesting that, you know, that he doesn't have confidence in Trey, but he has this great confidence in Jimmy. I'll just debate his whole premise. Jimmy didn't take the 49ers to these things. Jimmy was there, and they went to these games. I think it's a team game. The quarterback record is the most bogus stat in sports.
Well, except for we give it to him when they win. You know, Tom Brady.
We shouldn't.
Okay, and then that's fair. Plenty more on this coming up. Next hour, also Grant Brisbee. Moses Moody is on the show. And speaking of the Warriors, wait until you hear what Joe Lacob said about James Wiseman. Could it change the future? That's coming up next. Larry's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly. Change your vehicle's oil before your summer road trip and save money now with Pennzoil and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic for just $22.95 after mail-in rebate. Save money and protect your engine against sludge and wear with the synthetic oil change. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now batting, Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with incredibly fast and powerful supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers all the bases, and then some. And strike out billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you safe at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
So we were trying to come up with a title for this podcast. Let's have a shorter name that's catchier, that kind of speaks to you. And my wife, Gretchen, says, what about Hey Mayne? Hey Mayne. Hey Mayne. So I gave in, just like I gave in when she wanted a cat. But I get to keep my subtitle, The Kenny Mayne Talks to Famous People Podcast. So it's Hey Mayne, The Kenny Mayne Talks to Famous People Podcast. Get that wherever you get your podcasts. I think that's the tagline.
Dell's Black Friday and July sale is here. Power productivity with a tech refresh. Now with up to 45% off top-rated laptops like the XPS, along with our special deals on business desktops with Intel Core processors. Get big savings on the latest servers, storage, monitors, and more with free shipping.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And say hi to Larry, everybody, again. Larry Kruger is in for Dan Dibley, who is building IKEA furniture as we speak. So I think you're winning today. You got donuts, and he got instructions. So that's going well for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you're here, man.
What a great trade-off.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromise. We'll get into some Giants with Grant Brisbee in about a half hour. Moses Moody, exactly an hour from now, is going to hang out with us a little bit as he gets ready for Summer League. And, of course, the big thing of all the things we're waiting for, Summer League is kind of like, okay, let's take a look at maybe some new guys. And then also, let's see how different the young guys look from one summer league to next. I thought Moses Moody at the Cal Classic over the weekend, you could just see it was like, oh, one of these guys on the floor has played in the NBA before, while the rest of them, I mean, he looked like he was playing with kindergartners out there.
It is amazing the difference between 1 year, huh? You go from, hey, I belong to, do I belong? Do I belong? And then all of a sudden you play a full year, and then all of a sudden it's like, I do belong, and I don't just belong. I'm gonna really dominate out here.
Absolutely. So, but the big thing we're all waiting for is James Wiseman, and I'm gonna try the name again. Is everybody ready for this? Here we go. Jama Malalela.
Right.
Man,
look at that. Nailed it.
Really on fire here. Woo! Jama told us yesterday, no James tonight, maybe James Sunday. Almost definitely no later than Tuesday, because that's game 1, 2, and 3 for the Warriors in Vegas. So they'll play tonight. There will be no James. Might see him on Sunday. If not Sunday, then Tuesday for sure. But I was fascinated as Joe Lacob went on the TK pod. And here's one of the things he said specifically about James Wiseman. And the fact that Joe is willing to say it this way, I think speaks volumes. Take a listen.
I think he has the potential to be an enormously positive addition to the minutes rotation on our team. He is a monster. And there just aren't. I'm sorry, I've been watching basketball all my life. I have not seen many players do what he can do. He's gotten bigger and stronger. He's got to get his timing back clearly. He needs the experience. He's 20 years old, 21 years old, I guess. He doesn't have to be an overnight sensation. But over a few years, he needs to become a really good player, and I think he will be. I think he's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited.
All right, well, that's it. Now you can't trade him. Sorry. No. If you're going to tell me that as a fan, if you're going to say he's a monster, if you're going to say I've been watching basketball for 40 years and I've barely ever seen anyone who can do this, and you're already salivating at the idea of look what the Warriors did last year without anybody who's 6'11" or higher. Can you imagine that team with rim protection and a finisher? Are you kidding me? They would run the league. If you're telling me that that's who the Warriors have, well, then you better get Kevin Durant's name out your damn mouth, because I have zero interest, and I didn't really have interest anyway. But that's why that was fascinating. You can feel that way, but if you're going to talk to me that way as a fan, and you're going to get me all emotionally invested in James Wiseman, well, he better be a Warrior, because if I watch all that happen for some other team, I'm going to be mad.
Yeah, especially if you predicted it ahead of time. I mean, he's the perfect player for their pace and space game. Why? Because we know you got to defend the three-point line, but now with Wiseman, if he's in there, you got to defend the rim. You got to defend the lob. So you got to defend the rim, you got to defend the three-point line. When that happens, that's a ton of space. So he's creating a lot of space in the intermediate range. And then also, who runs the floor at 7 feet better than young James Wiseman? I got two questions for James Wiseman: his hands and his health. I mean, he has not played hardly at all, and yet there's always seemingly a concern for a young guy who had a knee, meniscus surgery and then a follow-up procedure. Isn't it a little bit odd that he still was experiencing swelling late in the year this year to the point where he could never get on the floor? My concern about him is I'm sold that he's the right guy, that he's got the right motor, that he'll blend, that he's a perfect piece. But how good are his hands? I don't think we know that yet. And how healthy is that knee? Well, I mean, the health thing is always terrifying when you're talking. For me, when you're 7 feet or taller, I'm terrified of your knees. I mean, I guess in sports, I'm always terrified of your knees. Like your knees, that's the thing. That's the thing that ruins careers and all of that. But I don't even know if this is a true stat or true fact, but it feels like, doesn't it? It feels like the 7-footers have a harder time staying healthy. And so I'm prepared already for Wiseman. Even if he has a long career, I'm prepared for him to be a little in and out during seasons. You know what I mean? Like, how many games would you take from Wiseman this year? If he can go north of 60, I'm I'd
good.
Take 50. I mean, if I could get 50 out of 80, I'd be happy. I mean, look where we're at, and look, that question. When you factor it, realistically, could you bank on more than 50? I mean, he hasn't played hardly at all, and he couldn't get on the floor all this year. That's a concern. My concern mostly with him is, tell me he's not Greg Oden. Tell me he doesn't have a Brandon Roy type injury. Tell me he's not going to have just chronic pain, and this is just never going to be a situation where he's ever healthy. That's my big concern. And then I thought his rookie year, he struggled, to catch the ball on simple entry passes.
Yeah, absolutely he did. Although I like your Jerry Rice comp on that. I mean, he couldn't catch anything either. Right. And now he wears hats that say GOAT on them. So, listen, when somebody's 19, their awareness of what's happening on a court or a field and those finer things, I don't get too bothered by that. because I just think that I think those come. I think those come with time. And we've watched, there are certain positions in sports where I feel like you need to kind of pop right away. If you're a running back, then I feel like you should be able to be drafted and we should be able to hand you the ball and you can run up there in the A gap and go. Like you can get 1,200 yards as a rookie, and that's fine.
So you're not loving Trey Sermon. Right?
Well, that wasn't great. Yeah. That wasn't great. But other positions in sports and probably across the board in the NBA, it takes time usually. Yeah, there have been some people who've popped right away where you can sort of at least see this is going to be good, but like Jordan Poole for me that's going to be something I remember now when we look at young players, because there's a guy that went, G League, and then it was up, and then it was G League, and then it was a little back and forth, and there was a flash, and then another flash, and then he was kind of gone, and then he showed up and averaged 18.5 a game and became a major piece on a championship team. That happened in a 2.5-year stretch, and a lot of people had called Jordan Poole just to whatever. Like
he's a shameless gunner.
Yeah, it's just not going to be. This is not going to pan out. And now we're talking about, man, we got to extend this guy. He's going to be the next star. So in the NBA, it can take some time, and so I am nowhere near this whole James Wiseman is a bust thing. Health that you bring up for me is the only concern. I don't have any other concerns with regard to James in basketball. I don't know how it's going to look, but the rest of that stuff for me is all too early to talk.
Well, because look, the first year they just threw him out there and just said, you know what, play. We'll evaluate on our end. Just play. Just run the floor and play. But look what they're really going to ask him to do at the end of the day. They're not asking him to do a whole lot. Run the floor, protect the rim, play some defense, get in the way, finish at the rim. That's it. That's it. Literally it. Right. Anything that he does after that is just gravy, right? So he's fully capable. The guy speaks Mandarin. He's obviously a great kid. He's smart. He's athletic. I agree with Joe, and the potential is off the charts. It's all about the knee and to maybe a little bit lesser degree, how good are his hands? You need good hands to be a big man, typically, if you're going to be a star. And does he have good hands? Or was the rookie year that we saw where he fumbled all those passes, was his head just spinning? Was it just a lot?
I would imagine so. You know what I mean?
But even his numbers his rookie year were good.
You can see the ability. That's all. When I see a rookie play, all I want to see is spurts and flashes. Let's talk about Kuminga. It's not like that guy went out there and you're like, wow, he really has a command of everything that's going on the floor with the Warriors. No, he didn't. There were times where he was in the wrong place and doing the wrong thing. And defensively, you're like, there are moments where he's a liability. There are times where his athleticism turned into an offensive foul. Like you could see that the players he was going against were smarter basketball-wise, experience-wise than him. But you also went, holy smoke.
That spin move.
You're flying over people. That's all I want to see as a rook. Flash. Show me your gift.
Yeah.
And I know you're going to grow into it with the experience and the smarts. I feel the same way about James. It flashed at times. You're like, I see it. I see the number 2 pick in the draft in you.
Yeah, I'm super encouraged by their whole young core. The guy we're going to talk to this morning, Moses Moody. I saw Moses Moody at Arkansas. He was the man. Now, he went from the man to a guy who's just a rookie on a very talented team, and I felt like he deferred almost too much this year. I don't expect that to happen next year. I think he's going to have a more significant role. He's going to have more freedom. He's going to have more comfort. And I think you're going to see a 6'6", 6'7" player who, really hits that outside shot with a lot of consistency and gives them another perimeter sniper.
There's a financial aspect to this as well, which we'll get to in just a sec. But let's go out to the phones. Bobby in Oakland on Wiseman. Hey, Bobby, you're on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. And I got to shout out Larry, man. I missed your insight. I'm glad I hope you'll be on the station permanently, man. Definitely miss you doing the basketball and football.
Appreciate you, man.
Something about, yeah, absolutely. I want to bring up something about Wiseman because I'm a big Wiseman fan. I remember how he played right before he got hurt, and he's just starting to blossom. And then I saw him play at Chase Center in the G League, granted the G League, but I was just watching how he moved. I said, we need this guy. I know you don't want to say superstar. I think he's going to at least be a star once he gets acclimated, get some more players. But here's the question. I know there's all this Durant talk and trading for him. I was 40 at one time, but I'm against it. And the reason for that, one, he's injury prone. Let's face it, he's injury prone. And then if the things get tough, will the guy fail again? But I want to get you guys thoughts. Should we trade for Durant or just let these young guys grow and blossom?
No, we should not trade for Durant. Now, there's a financial aspect to this, which we kind of talked about yesterday. More coming up on that in a second. But I at least, and I'll just speak for me, I am now emotionally invested enough in these young players. I don't think that they are. Look, if they're all successful, they're not going to be able to keep them all. There is, I'm telling you right now, there is not enough money for Steph, Clay, Dre, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, James Wiseman. You can't do it. It's not possible. And Lacob, in a way, addressed that, which we'll play for you in just a second. But I am emotionally invested enough. I couldn't even necessarily tell you in which ones, but enough in that group, Poole, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, that I want some form of that to be the next version of the Warriors. More so than I'd like to see Kevin Durant Part 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's so intriguing because if you add Durant, the caliber of player that he is, you're the overwhelming favorite. You know what I mean? And like, if you told me it's all about getting a title next year, then yeah, I guess I'll pull the trigger on a Durant trade. But if you're telling me, you know what we really want to do is we want to be in the mix in our arena for the next 7 to 8 years, then it's not the right move. Durant's 33. 33. He's going to be 34 next year. This is NBA basketball, and it's pretty rare that you have guys in their late 30s who are, dominant. So you got to think, how many realistic great years does KD have left? 2, maybe 3?
Right.
So, well, I mean, and maybe that's perfect and it aligns with the contract, but you've already proven you can do it without him. You also know that we've seen the good and the bad and everything in between with KD. He's a tremendous player, but there's a diva situation there. There's a big ego there. He's got some fences to mend with Kerr, maybe some other people as well. He's kind of called out the media. I don't know. I just feel like this team was more of a breath of fresh air, and I'd like to see them continue on this path instead of going back down the Durant road.
I agree with you. And for me, by the way, this kind of gives a window into, just for me, the way that I watch sports. Like, I love stories. Okay, I think what we do often, we are in media, we're storytellers.
Sure.
And for me, the story of Kevin Durant and the Warriors is not that great of a story if you were to do it again. It's like, okay, here's our story. We're going to just overwhelm the hell out of you with talent and then flex our muscles and there will be a parade. Okay, that's one story. That's fun. That's great. We've done it before already, by the way. But the story I'd like to watch is, let's see if the aging superstars who did just do it again and answer all their questions, let's see how they blend with a new crop of potential stars. Let's see if those guys actually become stars. Can they do a baton toss where you keep winning the entire time, a la the San Antonio Spurs, with players who were drafted by the Warriors? Larry, you know this. You've been one of them at times. I get called a homer a lot. It's not because I'm making money from somebody who owns these organizations. It's not because of that. It's because as a sports fan, one of the things that I tend to do, I fall for the story of the people who are building your hometown organization and the players you drafted. If the Giants traded Marco Luciano tomorrow for Aaron Judge, it would be a smart move, but I'd hate it. I'd hate it because I want to see the story of where Luciano goes, because he's our guy. He was found by the organization. He was drafted by the organization. I want to see where that goes.
You like the building.
Yes.
You like the process.
I completely. Oh, my gosh. I'm so much more process than result. If you just go in the lab and go, watch this. We've got all the good players. We won a championship. Okay,
right.
fine. Like, yay. I mean, you all admitted that it was way more fun this year than when Kevin was here. We've all admitted that. Why would we give that up? Even if it means finishing in second or third once or twice. Even if it means that. I'm here for that damn journey. And that's what Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody, that's what these guys represent. I want to go on that. I want to see where it's going to go.
That's a great point. I would say they also represent consistent crowds at Chase. Consistent. That arena is incredibly fancy. It's an opulent palace. And I mentioned this before, but the Warrior business side built that thing, and it's so incredible that it's costly. And that means that you're going to have a good product on the court for people to pay those prices consistently. And so if I'm Joe Lacob, I've already got some rings. I've already got some respect around the league. What I'd like to pay off my building at this point, and, which I have a sizable investment in, and the pandemic did not help, I'm sure. I'd like to pay off my building and compete for titles as I'm paying off my building. But I need to pay off my building. That's a part of my business.
Wow.
That is part of my business plan.
It's super easy for all of us out here in the real world to tell multimillionaires and billionaires, look, you've got enough money. You should just spend it. And there's a point there, okay? It's not that there isn't a point there. However, I think we all know, gosh, we live in the Bay Area. Probably everybody. I mean, somebody who's got a lot of money, right? I mean, everybody knows somebody who's got a lot of money. Is that how they act? Do they pick up every bill? Do they just throw
Usually they don't, and that's why they're so rich.
Right? Do they just throw it around because they can? I don't know many who act that way, and we seemingly want Joe to do that. And by the way, he kind of does. But
he spends money liberally.
But we act like there's no lid on that can. And there is, and in fact, he talked about it. Yeah, he talked
about that.
So listen to this. Here's Joe Lacob on spending and reinvesting in the team.
We spend everything we make. We don't take anything distributions to me, or I've never taken $1. None of our partners have taken $1. We just pile it back into building an arena, which we did for 5 years. We were making a lot of money in Oakland in the last few years. We piled it into building this arena without public help. And now when we're in a stage where our players have gotten, been with us longer and they make more money, and we want to retain them, we want to continue to go for championships, it's piling all that money into player salaries. And that's what we've done here last year and the last few years, and we'll again do this year.
Okay, so they're saying they will continue to do that. On the other hand, GP2 is in Portland right now because they decided that having that spin through tax money into $170 million or whatever it was going to be, they'd rather not do that. And they would rather take DiVincenzo from the Sacramento Kings and sign him to a deal that was only
2 years, $9.3.
2 years, $9 million. Yeah. So a $4 million a year salary as opposed to about a $9.5 million salary and all of the penalties, and it essentially works out to be a little bit less than half of what Gary's making. And they decided to do that. Why? Because there's a lid. There's a lid on this at some point. And so maybe this is even the other story that I want to see play out. How are you going to do this? How are you going to... Everyone wants Steph to finish in a Warrior uniform. Everyone wants Clay to finish in a Warrior uniform. Draymond to a lesser degree, but a lot of people would like that too. And then a Poole extension, and now we love Wiggins. And then we love our young core, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, and we expect them to grow and need rookie extensions in a couple or 3 years as well. And somehow we want Joe to pay for all that. And if you think he's paying a lot now, wait till you see what that bill would cost. He's not going to be able to do it. He won't do it. And so what's the answer? And I'm really fascinated to see how they play it, because they're a very smart organization. I'm sure they've got an answer or a plan, but I'm fascinated to see what it'll be.
Well, and I gotta think that keeping those young guys is a big part. I mean, there were a lot of people that were demanding the Warriors to trade a lot of their young assets for Bradley Beal and be all in this year. Heck, Andre Iguodala, was on record as saying that, he would have liked to have seen them do more to add to the mix, the veteran mix, to help them win a title this year. They didn't, and they found a way to do it anyway and win the title. I just think that when you start looking at what the price would be to bring a guy like Durant back, you're going to wind up trading a big portion of that core, and that means that your older guys are going to essentially drive your franchise off a cliff, and there's going to be a 2-year, 3-year, maybe a longer period of a ramp down. And I don't think that arena is going to allow for that. I really don't. I think
great point.
I think that is a challenge that they've now given themselves, and I think the young core is vitally important to keeping the crowds going, not just this year, next year, but 24, 25, 26, 27. And he wants those crowds coming. I mean, he needs those crowds coming.
Right. It has to be a show. And so I do think a Durant acquisition ups the possibility of being a lottery team in 5 years.
Yeah.
And we know what it's like in the NBA, even as a major market. Like, how do you rebuild quickly? It's really hard. The Warriors are in the most enviable position maybe in the history of the league. You can't be a dynasty and get 3 lottery picks in the middle of it. You don't get to do that. Nobody ever gets to do that. And they did.
Yeah.
And they found another really good player at 28. So it's like, oh my goodness, you're going to give that up? And then where are you going to get your assets in the future? As Durant becomes 37 and Steph becomes 38 and Clay becomes 2 major injuries, 36, and Draymond becomes 36. Now these guys are all ready to retire. You're not very good anymore. You've got no young players and no early draft picks. What do you do?
Well, and there's a lot of people like you, Mark, as far as people that want to invest their emotions and their feelings in the process and in the young core as they mature, and they like to see the thing built, and that's a big part of it. I think the Giants are now kind of caught in between, where they have invested money in young players, but those young players haven't graduated to the big leagues, and yet the Posies and the Belts and the Crawfords are right near the end, and they may need to do something to transition between Crawford and Luciano, something in between,
maybe,
because Luciano may be not ready to be here before Crawford's ready to leave. So, it's very difficult, and then you have to hit consistently. The Warriors hit back to back with Steph and Clay and Barnes and Green and Ezeli, and they hit consecutively. If they had missed on a couple of those picks, and instead of taking Clay, they took Jimmer Fredette, whatever it was, then they wouldn't have been where they were. So you need to put together a series of good moves, and I think having that young core is going to be hugely important.
650 on the text line, because I want to address this. Guys, please, let's keep it 100. Can we really say we are as good as last year? We have really only lost pieces. We can't be as good. I think the question is less enough to still win. Now, see, I completely disagree with this premise.
The team isn't even constructed yet.
So there's not only that, but let me give you 2 other things. A, Joe Lacob just sat there and fawned over James Wiseman. Is it going to work? I don't know, but that's one acquisition. Oh, by the way, you just acquired a 7-footer who 2 years ago was the most talented player in the draft. So we'll see if it works, but there's one acquisition. Here's another acquisition. Kyle made this really good point as we were talking before the show. Andrew Wiggins, did he not become a better version of himself, not even just this year, but in the playoffs? And he talked yesterday about the light bulb going on about rebounding and how he could help a team through being a tenacious rebounder, and he was. So if there's a brand new Andrew Wiggins who was just born in April, you just acquired him for next year, because that was a different player than who we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, he attacked the offensive glass.
You're also acquiring Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, who have now played in the NBA. And that, as we saw in the California Classic, will be a different player. Just watching Moody from one summer to the next, you're like, oh, he's different. I don't know if he's going to be great, but he's different. So when these players leave Otto Porter Jr. GP2, and you're replacing them with James Wiseman, a better version of Wiggins, a better version of Moody, and a better version of Kuminga, I don't think it's crazy to say that might be enough.
Well, and who did they lose outside of Peyton, really?
Otto was important.
Okay, but I mean, Otto was here on a minimum, and they could still get a veteran on the minimum. What if Carmelo signs here as a minimum?
Yeah.
I'd rather have Carmelo going forward than or at least as much as I wanted Otto. I mean, he could give you a lot of the same things. We don't know what this team's going to look like. Plus, we don't even know if their rookies can play. Maybe Ryan Rollins can play. 6'4" guard with 6'10" wingspan, and maybe he can play.
Yeah.
Maybe Baldwin. Baldwin was a really high school prospect, highly rated player. Played for his dad at Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and didn't have a very good year. But you can see the glimpses of his talent. What if he emerges? So you don't really know. I mean, first of all, it's definitely, when you're adding Wiseman alone, already you're adding a significant presence that you didn't get anything out of this year. Then add up the number of games that Steph, Clay, and Draymond missed this year. There's no guarantee they're going to miss that many games next year. So I don't think this team is backslid dramatically. They lost an elite defensive on the ball threat in Gary Payton. But DiVincenzo is no slouch. He went for 31 in Villanova's national championship victory and is a better offensive player than GP2.
All right, coming up next, is it fair to say, dude, Farhan, this team is boring? Or is it equally as fair to say, man, Farhan, as you try to build up a homegrown core, thank you so much for putting at least a decent winner on the field while we wait. Which statement is more fair? We'll get into that with Grant Brisbee, talking Giants baseball, coming up next, and then back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570 with Moses Moody joining us in a half hour. Kruger is in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Do you know all the Phils? Give me your favorite Phil, not Phil Collins and not Phil Bailey. Who's your next favorite Phil? And then I'm going to tell Grant Brisbee who my next favorite Phil is.
I don't know that many Phils.
See? I asked the tough questions around here.
Yeah, seriously.
So,
Get you.
But Grant Brisbee
put me on the spot there.
Grant Brisbee, one of the Burlingame High School greats doing sports media in this town, just like Peter Hartlaub, San Francisco Chronicle, whose dad's name is Phil, and he was on Twitter playing unbelievable ping pong at age 89 just earlier this week, and was a former teacher at Burlingame High School. Shout out Panthers, Grant Brisbee, the Athletic on the Giants. Hello, Grant.
Let's go Panthers. Let's go Panthers. And my answer is Phil Lynott, then Lizzie.
Well, there. And by the way, is there any rivalry handled better than the way I handle propping up you Burlingame Panthers, even though I'm a San Mateo Bearcat? Isn't that? I mean, that's nice of me, right?
It's nice of you, but it works because your dad was on the right side of the rivalry.
That's true.
So I have respect for the family, even if you went astray. Listen, my parents went to San Mateo, so.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they were on
know
the right
that.
side of the rivalry. So we got inter-family rivalries going.
The plot thickens. No, I remember dinner, the going into the little big game dinner the night before at our house, and it was very, very tense, Grant.
I mean, because what is a Bearcat anyway, right?
Well, I can answer that, but it would bore everybody. No joke, Grant. One day, because that question was always sitting out there, and then one day, you know how like the old late night shows, Johnny Carson or whatever, like once a month they'd bring on somebody from the zoo and they'd bring out all the animals and let them run around on stage and do funny stuff. One night we're sitting there and they're like, "Oh, what did you bring?" They're like, "Oh, we brought a Bearcat." And I was like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, there it is. It's actually a thing. And it is just a tenacious little black furry thing like a Wolverine. You don't want to mess with a Bearcat, as it turns out.
I was like 30 when I found out that the Bearcat was a real thing, and that he did was like actually really dumb because there was a Bearcat. It was pretty cool. I'd like to meet a Bearcat.
Oh gosh.
Can you have them as house pets?
With a lot of work, I think, like a lot of effort.
Yeah, no joke. And that would be less boring than watching the Giants. Am I right, Grant? And how about that for the transition? Huh? No, what do you say? And I know, the interaction on social or just in your daily life, like what is your take on roster construction at this time?
It was a lot better when it worked. And what I mean by that is when you are getting a daily home run from Darren Ruff, or you're getting this late night magic from Lamont Wade Jr., you are thinking, my goodness, they have beat the system. They have seen through the matrix. They've built a roster that is just as compelling as any that you could possibly build. But when it doesn't work and you're watching Donovan Walton, Kevin Padlow and Austin Wynns, and not to besmirch these guys, but just you're watching it not work with some players that you're not familiar with, and then you're watching the players you are familiar with, whether it's Brandon Crawford or Brandon Belt, not play up to their standards. And it's tough, man. It's hard to watch. It's, baseball's not exactly like a Michael Bay movie. There aren't a ton of explosions all over the place, but even in the context of baseball, it's just been very dull to watch.
Very dull. Very dull. And it's, I was looking at, and there's a lot of reasons for these things, but I was looking at the Giants attendance because I wanted to see what the attendance looked like in the last 20 years and just if there are any trends, because the product right now is incredibly dull. And I'm looking at the last 8 years of Sabian's era as the general manager. So let's say 2011 through 2018. The Giants every year in those last 8 years finished either third or fourth in attendance across MLB. Since Farhan has taken over, and I took out the 2020 year, of course, the pandemic year, but they were 11th, 12th, and 12th. And is that due to Farhan and roster construction and the approach he's taking in the offseason and putting together the players? Because that's a lot. That's a pretty damning bit of information there.
I think it's ultra complicated. I don't want to throw it all on, hey, they didn't get a big free agent, they didn't make a big splash in the offseason, because I think that would have helped. I think that would have helped build excitement when you watch the Giants play the Padres in front of a packed house. You start to see what happens with a team that is presenting this, hey, we're going for it, we're all in kind of image. So I don't want to discount that, but the pandemic and what's happened in San Francisco in general, just not having a ton of workers in the offices, and they're not saying, hey, let's kick off and go to a ball game early, or let's do this. I think it's a very complicated just combination of things. But it doesn't help that the Giants have said, no, we're going to run it back and it's going to work again. And we're not going to sign that big name free agent. We're just going to go and sign a couple of short-term deals and hope it works out. But to be fair to them, the 2 free agents they did sign are probably going to the All-Star game or getting a lot of consideration.
Sure.
I don't know how much Trevor Story would have helped. I don't know how much Nick Castellanos would have helped. It's just a complicated situation right now, and I don't see any easy way out for the Giants.
Grant, we've reached a time where it's almost like there needs to be some belief, or for a lot of fans, there is not that belief that the Giants at some point will bring the financial boom and they'll go do it. I feel like they will. They have to. They'll lose their jobs if they don't at some point. But what's your thought? Do you think this is an elaborate ruse? They're taking us on a ride, or the big contract is coming, they're just waiting for the right time?
That is a good question, because I think there's 2 ways to look at it. The first is that free agent contracts are almost always a bad idea. Just statistically, you're going to get a Barry Zito far more often than you're going to get a Barry Bonds. And that's just because there aren't that many free agents who are going to be that predictable, who are going to be that good of an investment. You have to go to the guys who are in their early 20s, whether it's a Bryce Harper, or whether you go back to Alex Rodriguez. There just aren't that many of those players available. And so that's what the Giants would want. They would want a Manny Machado in his mid-20s. That would be the ideal free agent, because you can make a case for it as a good investment in the future, as well as something that's splashy. But if there aren't that many good free agents and there aren't that many solid bets for the future, I think you got to just do a dumb move. I think at some point you have to say, listen, this isn't the best on paper. This doesn't make our abacus hum, but at the same time, it's going to make the fans really excited, whether it's Aaron Judge or someone else, that we have to put someone on a billboard. We have to do the Barry Zito move and hope that it works out at least for a couple of years, just to get fan interest back to where it might be. And I think Judge is a pretty compelling case for that.
Let's talk about last night. I mean, it was interesting listening to Kapler talk about being on the defense, on the defensive side in the bottom of the 10th, and how much pressure it is when you can get a runner to third with 1 out. And so it immediately, of course, begs the question of, well, you had LaStella at second base against Krismat in the top of the 10th, and you got Austin Wynns leading off the inning, who's not a good offensive player. If it's such a pressure-packed situation on the other end of things to have that runner at third with less than 2 out, why didn't you bunt Wynns? And then to add more to it, Brandon Crawford's wife tweeted out something about, hey, do we ever bunt here, kind of a thing. You got to think that that's coming from Craw. I mean, that's a big. What's going on with Kapler? Do you think there's a chance he's losing some of the veterans in this 2022 season?
I can't speak to losing the veterans, but I will say, as an anti-buntite, that there is one good time. There is one good time to bunt. It is when you are the home team and you've got that free runner at second base and it's a tie game. When you are the top half of the inning and you're trying to play for multiple runs, because if you play for 1 run, that's probably what you're going to get. That's statistically what you're going to get. And then guess what? You go to the bottom half of the inning, the other team starts with a ghost double. And so when you're the Padres in that situation, yeah, bunting makes a lot of sense. It puts a lot of pressure on the team, and that's the one time where I'm saying, heck yeah, bunt, when it's a tie game and you're the home team and the other team has failed to score in the top half of the inning, that's when you do it. When it is the top half and you're the road team, you're playing for multiple runs because you know that in the bottom half of the inning, you're going to get them with a runner at second. So I err on the side of Kapler, not trying to be an apologist, but when it comes to bunting, there's really like one really good time to do it, and that's what the Padres did.
Well, Grant Brisbee with us here on Willard and Dibs. Larry in for Dibs, 95.7 The Game. It's okay. Take it from me, the real Giants apologist in this town, Grant, because I want to throw this at you, and maybe it'll help people understand why I'm such a fan of Farhan, and you tell me if this is a fair or a foul statement. I think we forget what he inherited. I think we forget the state of the Giants when he came in and he was given a 0 year with Bruce Bochy, and then he was given a pandemic. And during all of that, the number one thing he was asked to do, build the farm system, head toward a homegrown core of players, which unfortunately takes, with what he was given, a solid 5 years, to be real. It takes a solid 5 years for that to really start bearing fruit. So if that's what you're asked to do, the fact that he gave us competitive baseball in the process that even included a 107-win year, and then whatever this year is going to be, at least they're in the conversation. I'm amazed by that. I'm like, thank you for not giving us what usually rebuilding years look like when you only win 70 games. Is that, do I have a hook in my mouth, or is that fair?
No, listen, the Giants are ahead of schedule. We've known that. Listen, when he came in 2019, the Giants were unwatchable. Then towards the end of 2019, you're like, okay, then 2020 happened. You've got a month of horrible baseball, but the second month of baseball in 2020 was okay. And the 2021 was one of the greatest regular seasons any team will ever get to watch. And how can you not be impressed with what he was left some parting gifts. Logan Webb was in the system. You had Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt, guys. It was good clay to work with. At the same time, I trust his talent evaluation overall. He seems to find Kevin Gossman. He seems to find Carlos Rodon. Find Rodon, but he's finding pitchers. He's polishing up Alex Wood. He's doing this. He's making the best of a lot of outside talent. But like you said, it takes 5 years to get a farm system. I think it should be a little bit sooner. That's the next step for the Giants. You see what the Astros are doing with Jeremy Pena. They have a really different team from what they have or what they had in the World Series here, and it's because they're getting that prospect conveyor belt going. They are filling in major league spots with players from their own system. That's what the Giants have not done yet. They haven't done it with Joey Bart or Elliot Ramos, the prospects who should have been entrenched by now. They have not done it with other prospects that maybe were at the top of the draft. That's going to be the next step, because you can go around, you can find Lamont Wade Jr., you can find Darren Ruff, and you can find all these players on the cheap, but it's not going to work all the time unless you supplement that with your Gavin Lux, with your Walker Buehler. And so far, the Giants haven't done that yet.
Grant, there are many reasons to thank you right now. I think the Thin Lizzy reference is probably at the top of the list.
Hey, the boys are back in town, you know what I'm saying?
Look at that. Look at you. Grant, thank you, my friend.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Thanks, Grant. It's Grant Brisbee, The Athletic, Giants baseball. I'm with you. It's funny. I'm with him normally on the bunting idea.
Yeah.
I'm with you circumstantially on this one last night, because I get what he's saying. Like normally, you gotta go for not the big inning, but you got to see at least for one batter. Can we do something that sets us up to get 2 runs instead of 1? Because that's how you're going to win the game on the road. But, and this is where sometimes I think people do get frustrated with Cap, because it's like, well, wait a minute. Is there something different here that should make us leave our analytics and take a different approach? Here's why. So Austin Wynns, the first guy who comes to the plate last night, looked completely overwhelmed by the pitcher on the mound. Looked totally beaten. Well, I learned this in Little League when my dad was my coach. It's like, look, if the kid with the best fastball in the league is pitching and you go up there and you feel overwhelmed, lay one down, bunt, and see if you can outrun it. Because when you're overwhelmed, you can still do that. And so, A, it might have allowed Wynns to have a better at-bat, and B, your runner at second base is Tommy La Stella, whose Achilles hasn't been right for a year, and he can't run. So even if you get a base hit to the outfield, he probably still only going to get over to third base. So he's not going to score until he's at third. So let's get him to third. That circumstance is precisely why in that case, I might have looked at it a little different and tried to lay one down.
And it's a night where you've got 2 hits. And, two hits.
Yep.
So the offense is not cooking. So, I mean, and the Giants.
A lot of hard hit outs.
I was looking at the, I decided to take a look at the Giants' numbers last night. The last 17 games, they have 6 games in the last 17 where they've scored over 3 runs.
No, they're not hitting.
That's 11 games where they're scoring 0, 1, or 2. This team's not hitting. So this playing for the big inning when your hitting is so anemic just seems like, realistically, what are the odds of getting that big inning against the Padres?
No,
and their killer staff?
not great. But I think it falls into what baseball often does right now, which is that you just don't want to take away even one opportunity to hit the ball out of the park. Because he can do that. I don't even. And here's the other side to it. And this happens more often than we realize. Like take Rodon. 2 starts ago when he was rolling and he got taken out after 6 innings and he was only at 80-something pitches.
Right.
And for a few hours, oh my gosh, Kapler, damn it, why are you doing this? And then you get to the end of the game and Rodon is like, so my fingernail split and we talked about it and I definitely needed to come out in the hopes of making my next start.
Right.
And then you go, okay. So
they had more info in that situation.
So they knew something in the dugout that we didn't know. And I think that happens like 9 times out of 10, which is, I mean, maybe since they don't practice it ever, like maybe Austin Wynns trying to bunt, like in our minds, you're like, well, it would work. Well, the other thing is maybe he'd pop the thing up to the catcher and then you really feel like an idiot. Maybe he can't bunt.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy that you brought that up because I was talking to a baseball guy last night after the show and he said, you know what? It used to be that on a roster of 14 position players or 13 position players, you would have like 11 guys who could bunt and maybe 2 that couldn't. Now he thinks it's inverted.
The other way around.
That there's actually only really a couple guys that they really feel comfortable bunting and that there's a bunch of guys that they don't want to even try to go down that road because they don't feel like they're going to be effective doing it.
So go 2 nights ago and all of a sudden Austin Slater pinch hits for Joey Bart and everyone went, why are you pinch hitting for Joey Bart? He just hit the ball out there to the left field bleachers a couple of innings ago. That's a bad message. And he went, no, I'm one of the players on the team who can bunt, and they're going to either have a shift or whatever they're going to do, and I'm going to get a base hit, and we're going to start a rally and end up winning the game. Like that's, again, where a spot where they probably know a lot more than we do. Now we can go back to the spot before that, which is how come your guys can't bunt? Like why don't you start, why don't you work on it?
Yeah.
Well, they've moved on from the bunt if you hadn't noticed. Although
they don't believe in it. It's like stealing.
It's funny, I just thought of something. The only sack bunt that the Giants have recorded all year long happened earlier this week. Do you remember who it was?
No.
Austin Wynns.
Okay. So maybe he can bunt.
I forgot. I just remembered that. He laid one down 3 nights ago.
Wow.
So maybe he can bunt. So again, in this situation, I'm with you. I'd have done it last night because I hated the matchup and I hated the runner over there at second base. And it did. Like exactly what you'd worry about happened. He struck out, looked totally overwhelmed, hit the dugout, bud. And so that leaves you in a terrible spot.
The other thing that was interesting,
I normally get why they don't do it.
When Harleen Garcia went to third base with that throw and listening to Cap talk about it, it basically sounded like he put that in his head, like we are getting the out at third. In that situation, he didn't have time to look at third and get the out at first. So it's like that right there might not have been the right mindset to just say, hey, we have to get the runner at third. If it's a perfect bunt back to the mound, all right, maybe you want to go to third, but there is no time with Grisham to look at third and go to first mean, you saw it. He beat it easily.
Don't know that it would have played out this way, because if it was 2nd and 3rd and 1 out as opposed to bases loaded, maybe they walk the next hitter. But with what ended up happening, that runner from 3rd is scoring anyway. He obviously hit a fly ball out to the warning track. So, even if they get the out at first, they're probably about to lose the game anyway. It's life in a new world in extra innings with that runner at second. We're all still trying to figure out what's the right strategy. And I don't know that we fully got a handle on it yet.
And we're in an era now where nobody manufactures anything. Everybody's leaning on the back foot. There is no such thing as a two-strike approach. So it kind of lends itself to modern baseball. This is kind of what you have. This is the result of everybody kind of going for the downs.
Yeah. So this is one thing. And by the way, new episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys with me and Joe Shasky that we did last night during the game. You can catch that on the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. That's all there. And this is one thing that we got to. And I know that it's a hot button issue, and I really want everyone to understand. I wish that the Giants had more exciting players too. I really do. And I do think that they will. But I just think this conversation gets so unfair so fast, because it does appear as if we all know, we can look around the league and it's not just baseball. The Warriors did this too. The 49ers, look at their core. Okay, who's the core of the 49ers? Now, you can give me Trent Williams, but if I go to a game and there are jerseys out there, it's Kittle,
Debo,
it's Fred Warner, and it's Debo, and Ayuk maybe on the come. Like, you have to build a core from the draft. The Dodgers did it too. The Padres, I get excited when I'm watching them because Scott Harris told me last year that's the blueprint. Watch what the Padres did, and that's what we're doing. The Padres have the best farm system in baseball. It started to bear fruit. You get a Tatis. You get a few other players. They got a young pitcher by the name of Mackenzie Gore who's going to be amazing. Okay. But then some of those assets all came up, and they also traded them. Blake Snell, Yu Darvish. Okay, start to get more players. And then once that's all ready, pow, with the money, Manny Machado. That's what Scott Harris told this to me.
But that's great, but what's a reasonable amount of time from when you take over? You can't sit there and say, you know what? 8 years from now, we're going to have the farm system going, and 2 years after that, we're going to start investing in free agents. That's just too long.
You're exactly right, which is why, and we can look at this from two different angles, that's why I appreciate this regime so much, because in the midst of trying to do this, they went, we're going to go over here with Band-Aids and win you 107 games. This is not what any of the other rebuilding teams are doing. Other rebuilding teams give you 68 wins. The Giants last year gave you 107, and wherever this one is going, playoffs or not, it's going to at minimum be a 500 team that is at least giving you some competitive
Unless they sell off.
Unless they say
goodbye, Rodon.
Which I doubt, but we'll see. If they lose the next 10 in a row, maybe we're having a different conversation. But what you're watching is a Houdini act. It's a Houdini act, and they're getting ripped for it, which is amazing to me. Because you tell me how a homegrown core is supposed to happen without growing from home. Like, you can't just snap your fingers and do it. And the farm system has gone from 29th to 8th and all that stuff. And it will bear fruit, but you can't make Luciano 23 when he's 20. You can't do it.
It's going to require some patience, but you are charging big bucks, charging $60, $70 to park. You're charging, lots of money for tickets.
Totally fair.
And the price is high. So, your entertainment's got to be commensurate with your price tag, or people aren't going to show. And the attendance is what it is. And there's many nights they say announce 22,000. You look around and you'd swear it's 12.5. So I don't know. I know season ticket holders that are having a hard time offloading their tickets.
I'm not telling people to go to the game. I get you. But understand that the plan gets stunted if, because everybody's going, okay, fine, we'll give somebody $300 million at age 33 so that you can come to the game. And it's like, well, now you messed up your plan. Now your finances are all been out of shape. People screaming and yelling, we need a big player. Okay, fine, let's trade Christian Arroyo for Evan Longoria. Whoops. Now you just messed everything up for 5 years, and you're counting the minutes till those guys leave. Brisby just said that. Like the big-time free agent contract is a bad bet.
Yeah, but
it's a bad bet.
But Farhan's not been great necessarily issuing contracts. If you said what's the worst contract on the Giants right now, it might be Tommy LaStella signed by Farhan,
which is but it's a tiny deal.
It's a 3-year, $18 million.
$18 million bucks.
It might be DeSclafani.
Maybe.
And DeSclafani's done for the year.
But relatively,
those are new contracts.
But they're small. Like they're not $150 million.
Yeah, no, he hasn't made. And I agree with what Grant said. Free agency is, it's filled with mistakes. It's fraught with terror, as Steve Young would say.
Yeah. Moses Moody joins us in 4 minutes. Willard and Dibs. Larry's in for Dibs. 95.7 The Game.
A bad team facing a good team is never completely out of it.
Nick Kostos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
There's 162 games in the season. The best teams are going to lose 60-plus times, and the worst teams are going to win 60-plus times. Each night is its own individual entity. That's what makes betting on the baseball regular season so much fun.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Kostos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves.
So the problem with a company like Home Title Lock is that they can get me in the middle of the crime, and that's your worst fear.
Are you already a victim? Find out today with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value, free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days.
and we're all sitting here going, this is great. We'd love for everybody to stay together forever. Financially, that might be quite a challenge. How do you see it? When you look into the future of this organization, what pops to your mind?
Yeah, I mean, that's evident. That's what everybody talks about. That's what everybody sees, and that's what everybody hopes for. But, I mean, I feel like it'll be easy to get distracted and saying we're next, we're going to be the future, that's what it's going to be. I'd rather just, focus day by day and then let the future happen when it does.
Eric Musselman, I was just telling Mark Moses is a buddy of mine for years and years, and he had just such glowing things to say about you and the way you played for him your freshman year. How would you compare Kerr and Musselman? Mus is full energy for sure.
Mus and Steve Kerr are complete opposites, but they both know how to use different tactics and have different ways of accomplishing the same goal. They both know how to win, and they both have won.
What's the laugh, Moses, when you hear Musselman? Why are you laughing? What made you crack up there?
It's just funny that you compare Eric Musselman and Steve Kerr, given that they're polar opposites.
Fair enough. Hey, Moses, California Classic last week. I think we've learned not to overreact to things that we see in the Summer League, but there was one thing that was very, very evident to me. You can tell when you see a player in those tournaments who's played in the NBA versus the ones who haven't. So you looked different. You looked like the best player on the floor, and I wonder how you would describe your maturation. Last summer to this summer, what's different?
Yeah, that California Classic, it was a lot of fun. We didn't come out with the wins we wanted, but it was a different feel to the game out there. It was a different pace, especially if you're comparing it to last year's Summer League. It was a completely different thing. I felt more comfortable, established, and I had specific things that I was working on, and I was working on, because last year was more about just going out there and playing the best as I can and trying to show what I can do and all of that. But now I have a different mindset, and it's more about development, and I'm working on specific things, and that kind of slows the game down for me in my head.
Did it help you this year to have Kuminga there with you going through it? You guys are both rookies in the same year and kind of experiencing the things for the first time together?
Yeah, for sure. That's like being an only child and having a brother. I got a brother had a brother growing up, so it's just the advantages that kind of come with that, having somebody that's going through it all with you. We can chop it up. We can talk about stuff because we can relate, and you don't got to do all the rookie duties. You can split them in half, and so it's just cool having a brother going through it with you.
Speaking of the brotherhood, you keep mentioning one of the pieces of it, who, as fans, we haven't gotten to see a lot, is James Wiseman. What's been your experience so far playing alongside of him, and what do you expect we're going to see this week?
Yeah, I mean, that dude is a freak athlete. He's got a lot of abilities, and I'm just glad that he's going to get the opportunity to showcase that. He has been off for a long time, hasn't played in a long time. So obviously he's going to have to work through the kinks that come along with that. But as long as he can keep a positive mindset and know he has just as much of an excuse as anybody to take his time and really get in the flow of things, then I think he's going to really start off in Summer League, but then propel the career and the season that he's going to have.
You played this finals run was so exciting for the fans. I was just so taken back by the incredible crowd intensity in Boston and just how. It got a little ugly, to be honest. I mean, what was your impression? You've played in the SEC, you played in high school, you played, I'm sure, in front of some hostile crowds. How do you compare that to what you saw in Boston from those Celtics fans?
Man, holy cannoli. It was crazy. The environment was everything. A hostile environment. Everybody talking. Everybody, saying stuff as you walk back to the locker room, on the court, and even coming from being home and going there, the completely the changes and you're the good guy, then you're the bad guy. It was fun just being there, being in that environment.
Moses, keep it real. The holy cannoli thing. Are you guys making fun of Clay in behind the scenes? What's going on there?
I just found it hilarious. I never heard him say it before, but in that moment, when the promotion was flowing, it was funny. He had a whole highlight reel. I know y'all saw it.
Yeah,
losing the ring, running over the girl. It was
right. I mean, even Lisa Salter, she's like, "Holy cannoli!" Like, what are you saying to me right now? Hey Moses, we're sitting here all talking and laughing about your 20th birthday, which was just like a month and a half ago. And now you're in Vegas for a week, and we know you're there to play basketball, but there'll be some downtime. What the heck does a 20-year-old do in Vegas with downtime?
A 20-year-old in Vegas, he goes to get something to eat. I don't know. He's chilling.
Right.
I go to Top Golf a couple times.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Top Golf. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I can't golf though, but Top Golf something different.
but something that'll keep you out of trouble, right?
Yeah.
Hey, what did you think of the Bay Area? I mean, I know you grew up in Arkansas, then you stayed home for college. So I don't know how much traveling you'd done in your life up to this year, but obviously you did a lot of traveling. But what was your impressions of living out here in the Bay for the year?
Yeah, it's obviously completely different than Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah.
But I went to high school in Florida. Travel for basketball and stuff. So it wasn't just a straight from Little Rock, Arkansas to San Francisco. So it was some meeting in some different places in between, but it was cool. I liked it. I didn't really get into too much in the city. It's a cool place to be, but given that I didn't have too much going on in the city and to take up my time, it was easy for me to lock in the gym and spend time in there, because if I get done with practice and I might be hanging around the gym, getting treatment, getting in the cold tub, and I'm there for a long time, but I ain't got nothing else to do. So
yeah,
this is the perfect situation for me in this stage of my career.
Well,
I like being in the city. I like the weather. I like the scenery. It's a cool place to be.
Speaking of chilling in Vegas and having nothing to do, let's get to know you a little bit better with a big finish before we send you on your way to Top Golf. Here we go, Moses Moody on the big finish. All right. We've done this with you once before, Moses. 2 categories. You pick one. Do you want to do at the movies or fun with food?
At the movies.
At the movies. Okay. First question. Did you see Top Gun Maverick?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why not?
Because I hadn't seen the first Top Gun, and when everybody was talking about the second one, I was about to go back and watch the first one, and I saw it came out in like 1950. So I decided I just wasn't going.
Wow. Shots fired, Moses. I mean, it came out I think when I was 12, and I'm not 88 years old. So
Mark's a boomer. A boomer.
Like it came out it's on Amazon Prime for free, Moses. Come on. You could do it.
I'll go lock in for you.
You're not going to like it. The first one's a total love story. All right. Give me your favorite animated movie. Favorite animated movie your entire life.
My favorite animated. Does it have to be a movie or can it be a show?
We're loose here, Moses. Yeah, wherever you want to go.
All right. It's between the Avatar, like the last Airbender.
Okay.
I used to watch that when I was a kid in Boondocks.
And Boondocks. Oh,
there you go.
Okay, that is those are pretty good answers. So no animated movie. You didn't. You're not like a Disney Pixar guy or anything like that.
I just can't really think of what falls under the category animated.
Yeah. No, fair enough. All right, then what about this? Call it a lazy Saturday night. What old movie, and I don't mean 1950, Moses, but what former movie in your life will make you stop what you're doing and just sit and watch?
Okay. Old movie. If it come on, I don't want to call. I don't want to do the same. I say one of my favorite movies, Life. Paid in Full. That's not that old, but I count it. Yeah, a couple of those.
Okay, paid in full. I know you're like hesitating because you're like you don't want to call something that came out in 2015 an old movie, right?
Yeah.
That's life when you're only 20 years old. Well, Moses, that a whole lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out with us, man, and go get it done in Summer League. We're looking forward to watching you play.
For sure. Appreciate you.
Okay, there he goes. That's Moses Moody.
Good guy, man.
Right?
Good guy. That was fun.
I feel like not only his game is growing, but like his comfortability in these moments. I feel like this is the third time we've had him on, and he's just getting more and more comfortable every time, just like his jump shot.
By the way, everybody who's coming from somewhere else, they almost always say, really love the weather.
Totally. Totally. Wow.
Love the weather. There's no humidity. It's not Arkansas.
Oh my gosh.
It's not hot as heck.
People out here, I don't know, and I say people out here as if I'm not one of them, born and raised here, but like when you are born and raised in California,
you take it for granted.
I think your whole life you have no clue how great it is, especially when it comes to weather. This isn't the best weather on the West Coast. It's not the best weather in the country. It's the best weather in the world. Like no one else can. It's like either 72 and then sometimes it's 62.
It's a non-factor. Right. Weather here's a non-factor.
Totally.
Where in other parts of the country, man, you're shoveling your driveway, you're sweating sweating through your dress shirt. I mean,
you ever have those conversations with your kids where they, like the romanticism of the other weather, like, I'd love to live somewhere where it snows.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you don't. Here's a shovel. We'll see you in an hour and a half. Like,
it's beautiful for a day, and then the second day it smells like exhaust, and you got to shovel it.
Go up to Tahoe, and like, it's so beautiful up here. I wish we lived somewhere like. No, you don't. It's summertime. It's not like that in January. So yeah, that's fun. Man, Moses is he's fun to talk to.
He's got a big future.
He sure does. And he's, by the way, of these 4 drafted young players, he's kind of the afterthought now. I mean, Jordan's the one who was drafted the latest, but he's now averaged 18.5 points per game in the NBA. James is James, number 2 overall pick in the draft, and the mystery of whether or not he's Kuminga, again, a top 10 pick who's got this unbelievable leaping skill. And then there's Moses, who you're just like, well, yeah, like he's nice. He's nice. And he was picked 16th. But man, watch out for this one. Watch out for that guy.
If he was forced to play this year, he would have played really well.
Oh, and he did when he, like as we just said, when he was forced into action, he looked great. Like of anybody who looked like, he even mentioned it in the conversation about the game slowing down. If there's any of that group, because even Jordan sometimes were like, my man, like,
right,
calm down.
Like,
whoa, dude, you're flying around and you got body parts flying in multiple directions. If there's any of the 4 who walked onto the court and they're just like, yeah, I'm here and I'll just play the rotation, it's Moses.
Yeah,
looks really comfortable.
Oh, he's kind of like he's got kind of an older person's game, and he's got the ability to be a sniper, and you can tell he's got high basketball IQ. So it's a good combo.
Yeah, your Giants attendance thing that you asked about Grant Brisbee. I think there's a thing or two to still say about that. We'll get into that next. And don't answer, but do you know off the top of your head what was 12 years ago today?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Just because I saw Windy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Holy cannoli.
Yeah.
That was great.
12 years ago today. Oh, you all experienced it. And
can we play the music, maybe?
We'll take you down memory lane coming up next. Kruger's in for Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Totals are sometimes a tough play with an ace pitcher going for one team, but BetQL has a play even with the Rays' Shane McClanahan on the mound versus the Reds. With the Tampa Bay Bats coming alive, scoring 6 or more runs in 5 of their last 6, and facing a terrible Cincinnati bullpen, even if McClanahan shuts down the Reds, the Rays' bat should do enough damage to push the total to the over. So even with the Cy Young favorite on the hill, BetQL considers the over a solid play today.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card.
So I guess it's time for them to stop chewing. The answer to the question everybody wants to know, what's your decision?
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
Another day, another dawn. Another Keisha, nice to meet you. Get the math, I'm gone. What am I supposed to do when the club lights come on? It's easy to be Puff, but it's harder to be Sean. What if my twins?
So before the show today, Hot Take Jake, also known as the great Kyle Madsen, he hits me with this. He goes, hey, has there ever been, in the history of sports, has there ever been something that has shaded a legacy or people's opinion of a player that's not illegal more than the decision.
No. When you call a press conference to kick, your hometown in the nuts,
So you apparently didn't love it either.
I mean, it just ruined the entire economy of Cleveland in one announcement.
Yeah, but boy, the Boys and Girls Club got $1 million out of it.
Oh, and the owner of the Cavs responded so favorably as well.
And that went well for him as well, right?
Yeah.
Freezing cold takes. We will win before you do, LeBron. No, you will.
No.
You will do whatever I tell you to do for the rest of your lives, Cleveland. I will win before you, then I will bring a win to you, and then I will leave again, and I will be the greatest athlete your city has ever known. I put it this way. This is one of those optics things, the decision from LeBron, and I totally get how it, I guess, rubbed people the wrong way. Like, is it narcissistic? Okay, sure. Let's go down that road. But man, did we overreact or what?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, we have turned this guy into a villain because he raised money for the Boys and Girls Club.
That was a come on, man. That was a spin-off.
And focused on him at a very high level and announced to Jim Gray that he would sign a contract with a different team. Is that really worth being like, dude, we hate you?
Well, no, of course not. I mean, and it's always going to be blown out of proportion. But it would be like a couple, you're getting a divorce and you're like, I'm not going to divorce you and call you. I'm going to have a television event and then divorce you. It's like, you know what I mean? Do you need to do that?
Well,
do you need to do that? Do you need to have hey, you know what? Goodbye to Joyce. All right. There were some good years there. But
there's an old, isn't it? There's an old Sandra Bullock movie that was based on this, where somebody announced to her that he was cheating on her on a talk show. Took her to a talk show to be like, so here's the big reveal. Here's my mistress.
Yeah.
Like, yay, okay, like.
It actually kind of led to
a little
this
bit like that.
I mean, what about these people who are having kids that are, I'm going to have blue balloons carry us to the. I'm going to have this explode into pink powder. It kind of became. I don't want to say it's all from LeBron, but this whole let's put our announcement out there for all of, and you see it on Facebook.
Are you blaming LeBron for gender reveal parties?
No, but okay. I mean, we're kind of in that. That kind of started there. I mean, if you think about it,
did it because well before LeBron, we had
everybody got kind of very self-involved.
But remember
social media with this announcement.
The high school athlete who can't buy beer and has achieved nothing in life has had the press conferences with the 3 hats sitting there. Oh, I'm going to U.S. Just kidding. I'm going to Notre Dame.
What about families who break up over that? I wanted you to go to Georgia,
right?
And you're going to Auburn,
right?
I'm out of here.
I mean, that was happening before LeBron.
Okay, I guess.
You know what I mean? I mean, yes, it is definitely part of the social mediaification of our society, no doubt. Like, absolutely.
Just because he's very self-aware, so he knew what that would do to Cavs fans. And supposedly you love these people. This is, this is the town. These are your people. These are your friends. It's not like you played. It's not like you're Moses Moody. You grew up in Arkansas, and now you're playing for the Golden State Warriors. You grew up in Akron.
Right. But
these are your friends. These are your people that have followed you and supported you forever.
Would this have felt better to them if he just left? If he just found out? Like, okay, yeah, there's a report LeBron's going to Miami. They wouldn't have burned his jerseys? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know. I mean, if my wife leaves me, I'd rather her just, I don't know, maybe send me a text as opposed to, calling up Larry Beal and popping on the Warrior postgame show.
Hold on. This sounds very much to me, though, then like we are asking LeBron to do something we don't ask any other athlete to do. We don't ask any athlete who's been with a team like, oh my gosh, you're not allowed to go be a free agent. And by the way, find a team.
Well, who's done it since?
Well, this has happened in every sport ever.
But who's had the decision since? No.
Well, no.
Because everybody kind of
not
viewed
in
it as
that way. But I'm saying I think they're burning jerseys even if he leaves without the decision.
Probably.
And that's absurd. Like, I'm not, just because you're from Akron, you're not allowed to be a free agent.
No, you're allowed. But that it's going to bring a lot of pain to a lot of people that love you. You know that, and you went forward with it anyway. So that kind of shows that you're all about your moment.
He's supposed to not go to Miami because
not, but
you
maybe
just
not
mean
have the
TV show. Well,
Yeah,
the TV that was clunky.
Yeah,
but if that's
the Boys and Girls Club thing was a add-on at the end to just try to make it look better.
Listen, I'm not going to disagree with you there.
The dream was not the Boys and Girls Club. That was the spin. Let's say
maybe I don't know how it came together. It might have been like LeBron saying, "Hey, you know what? There's an opportunity alongside this." I don't think it was the motivation, but I'm not going to hate on money being raised for kids. That's wonderful.
Okay.
I guess my point is that it was clunky. I'm not going to disagree with you there. But if that's your worst crime in life,
no, I mean, and nobody really. I don't think anybody really held it against him other than Schneider and the hardcore Cavs fans. I think people, but it's just an easy thing to kind of poke at because you claimed you loved all these people and then you made a big deal about your departure, which you knew brought pain to them and you knew would.
We've watched so many people literally go as far as saying, "I won't leave you, Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I won't leave you." And 5 minutes later, they're gone. LeBron never said that.
That's true.
He never said, Cleveland.
I mean, by
I'm
all
from
accounts,
here.
he's a terrific guy. I'm not, it's not like this is a big anti-LeBron thing, but it just doesn't play very, you claim to love people, then you do something that you didn't have to do that hurts them. It's just hard to spin it as anything other than just what it is.
Now Steph Curry is hosting the ESPYs, which are coming up soon. And I appreciate LeBron doing the decision solely because it literally led to the only thing that I've ever liked at the ESPYs. Do you remember Steve Carell and Paul Rudd with their takeoff on the decision?
Yes,
do you remember?
Yes.
This is the only good thing that ever came from the ESPYs.
Did you tell television's Susan Lucci?
I did.
You told Susan Lucci?
She called and wanted to know.
So I'm going to be the last person you tell?
Not necessarily. I might not tell you.
Please tell me.
Ask me again.
Please, tell me.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
I've decided... This is tough. I have decided I am going to take my appetite to the Outback Steakhouse.
You will be eating dinner at the Outback Steakhouse?
That is correct.
Let me ask you, did you ever consider Fuddruckers?
Yes.
Olive Garden?
Yes.
What about Ruby Tuesdays?
Ruby Tuesdays was last week.
And how do you explain that to the staff and management at Chili's?
What a good run with Chili's. And in a perfect world, I would be eating at Chili's constantly. But tonight, there's no rules. Just right. Outback Steakhouse.
There it is.
I don't.
The best part is when he's about to announce and he's like, "Oh, this is tough. I will be eating at the Outback Steakhouse." Yeah, how they did that, because it was done live. Like, I think it was done live. How they did that without losing their S, no clue.
I know. That
no
is
clue.
awesome.
That was unbelievable. It's the only good thing that's ever happened at the ESPYs.
No, what about the when they made fun of Elway's teeth?
Well, sure. Oh, no, there have been moments. And
some-
actually, there have been serious moments, right? Like Stuart Scott at the
Albano.
ESPYs. And yeah, there have been good things.
The all-time one, not to cut you off, Mark.
thank
Norm
you.
Macdonald's doing the OJ jokes in circa 1998.
Yes.
R.I.P. Norm Macdonald, by the way.
R.I.P. Norm, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. I forgot that one. That was that earlier this year? See, if Dibs were here and he had said R.I.P. to Norm Macdonald, I'd have been like, oh, hell no. Nope. You don't know this. Dibs kills people on the radio all the time.
People that aren't.
Oh, gosh. Mel Brooks has been dead 5 times on this show since I started last October. I mean, at least.
Bob Barker, too.
Bob Barker, dead. I mean, who knows? Was Bill Walton killed on this show? Like, I mean, so many people.
He drops an RIP.
Just dead. Yeah. Once you turn 60, it's like you're dead, which is crazy because apparently that's him in about 8 years. Once you're north of 60, he just assumes you're gone.
Can I tell you a true story? I'll leave out the names to protect the innocent. I'm doing a pregame show, 49er pregame show with an ex-Niner.
Okay.
And some guy calls in and says, hey, blankety blank football player, have you run into this ex-Niner or that ex-Niner? And, when you do this for a living, you know the difference between what you suspect and what you know, right? You have a nice you've got it compartmentalized. Well, if you're just dabbling in radio, maybe, and this football player just wanted to make people happy, he's like, yeah, I just ran into those guys the other day. They're both doing great. And so we go to the break. I'm like, great. All right. See you. Bye. Great to hear you. Okay. We go to the commercial and the producer walks in. He's like, Krug, can you come in here for a second? I'm like, sure. Uh-oh. He's like, I go, why are the lines lighting up? The lines are lighting up. What's going on, man? And he's like, those two guys that, your co-host just said he saw last week, both those guys have been dead for like 4 years.
Wow.
And line one is one of their family members.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He's like, wants a public apology.
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'm like,
what'd you do next?
I think I called the program director and just said,
show's over. Game's about to start.
What should we do here? I don't make enough money here to make these decisions, but yeah.
Gosh.
So the moral of the story is don't kill people off that are still alive.
Yeah. No, the whole
and don't have people still alive that are no longer with us.
Yeah, no. Well, don't tell that to Dibs.
Yeah,
because that's like half of his shtick. It's just like
I just ran into Bob, man. He's doing great.
Yeah, they're all.
Did you imagine?
They're all gone.
It's your relative, and he's been deceased for 5 years. He's still alive. Maybe he's still out there.
I'm alive. I'm dead. Wasn't that was a Cure song back in the day? Anyway, all right. Pick your battles is coming up next. Steiny and Goo, but no Steiny. JD again. We got JD. All right, Goo and JD around the corner as well. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You can watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/957 The Game.
I apologize to all the fans because we were just 100 miles an hour. Hey, this is how you replace GP2. Looney's are more of a priority. Best of luck, GP2. But I really failed to understand how much of the impact, how many people, Young Glove, when he comes back, Young Glove, when he got hurt against Dylan Brooks, how everybody felt bad for him. That is a loss. There's a sentimental factor there with Gary Payton II.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Ken Maxey, president of the Bay Area Urban League. Do you want to work in the entertainment industry? If so, apply today to be part of this amazing opportunity provided by Warner Brothers Discovery Access. For additional information,
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, another fun day having you in here, man. Another fun day. And we will send you on your way for the weekend. It's kind of like, parole or whatever. Like, you got to promise to come back, though.
2 days off.
Monday
2 days
morning.
on, 2 days off.
Monday morning. Oh, that's a good schedule.
Yeah.
Hashtag France. And by the way, congrats on your first ever Pick Your Battles selection was correct. I'm livid with you that it was correct because it was the Padres to win, but congrats nonetheless. You were right.
Yeah,
as was I.
You had the under,
I had
right?
the under, yeah.
And who lost?
That would be Joey Spadoni. He had the Giants to win.
Yeah.
And then Kyle went on some weird. What did you do? The Dodgers or something like that?
The Dodgers run line.
Dodgers run line.
Kimbrel nearly gave it away.
Oh, he tried.
And then the Giants tied it, so I was like, there's a chance.
Hey,
and then no.
Let me tell you all something right now. This is completely off the beaten Giants path for a second, and this may, I don't know if this will trigger you because the Dodgers are going to win the West. Okay, so that's
what?
No. Here's the thing, though. They're not winning the World Series. They're not winning the World Series.
Who's going to win the World Series?
Somebody who has a closer, because you're not going to win the World Series when your bullpen does that junk. Go back to 2010 and 12 and 14. And for me, I know that to a degree.
They could probably get a closer.
Maybe. They got this one last year at the deadline, and it didn't working. And so when I look back at 10, 12, and 14, and I've always likened the bullpen to an offensive line in football. You brought this up earlier when you were talking about Trey Lance against Houston last year and what was actually going on in the first half. And the Niner offensive line was getting crushed. You can't play football if your offensive line is a mess. It doesn't matter how talented your quarterback and receivers are. The whole thing breaks down if your offensive line is getting beaten. Same thing is true about a bullpen. You can have I got the right starter. We got the right position players. We took a 5-3 lead. Everything is great. We are playing good baseball, clean, no errors. Here we go into the 8th inning. Wow, just vomit all over yourself. Lose game. And it crushes you. And it's the reason the Dodgers won the division 413 years in a row and never won a World Series, because they would get to the playoffs where your bullpen has to start coming in earlier and they would lose baseball games. And I used to laugh. I'd be like, the Giants were often the second best team in the division and they're winning all these World Series because why? Because get to the 6th inning, Affeldt, Javi, Romo, Casilla, B-Dubs, everybody had a defined role. They were good. They came in, they did their job, and they did it really well.
And the manager had a great feel for it.
Get a beer. Bullpen. Win a World Series. Yeah, that's what they did. And try Kimbrel out there. You're not winning a World Series. I promise you.
Yeah. No, he does not look like he's up to it for sure. No question about that. But, that's the other one. In today's game, would you rather have one closer or would you rather have the rotation of a bunch of nasty arms that you use in different roles? Because it's like in some ways, if you have one closer, then they can scout your closer and figure out how to beat your closer. And if you're using a bunch of different guys in different roles, you never know what inning you're going to have, what reliever. I think it's a little bit more of a moving target.
I mean, I guess that's the bullpen question and equivalent to why everyone's so mad at Gabe Kapler's lineup every night. Like, do you need a dude that's like, this is my role. I'm the left fielder. Get out of my way. It doesn't matter who the starter is. Do you need a dude in the 9th inning for that? Or can you play matchups? Can you be situational? I think that you can do it either way. If you're going to have a defined closer, he better be amazing. I do think you need one guy who is at least your usual closer, but an openness to other people in that role, or more importantly, very defined roles starting in the 6th or 7th inning, to me is actually more important than who pitches the 9th. Like right now when John Brebbia comes in, I feel good that we're going to get to the next inning because he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
You felt that way about Leon until recently. Now he's struggling a little bit. But, I mean, when Duvall comes in.
McGee right now, he looks like he's lost confidence in McGee.
I mean, he's not even pitching. I don't know what's going on. There are questions that I would love to ask about the bullpen. Where is Jake McGee? What happened?
Right.
And why won't Camilo throw the fastball? Like, question.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
They got a bunch of different looks, but yeah, and right now it makes you think that. And what's going on with Alvarez? He was on the injured list,
right back on.
Had the elbow,
came off,
didn't pitch though
for only like 2 days.
Yeah, and now he's back
back on the injured list.
Yeah, that's kind of concerning.
Yeah, that's looking like a lost season for him right now. But that's when I think a bullpen works. It's like as a fan. You get to the 7th inning, and I don't even need to see what the manager's going to do. I already know what he's going to do because I know who comes in this situation in the 7th inning. I know. And it's changed a little bit because now you have the 3-batter minimum. You know, like if you had a left-handed batter coming up in the 7th inning when Boch was like, we're going to get Javi. Javi's going to come in. He is going to get that out 92% of the time. But you can't do that anymore because Javi would come in and the other manager would be like, so I got 2 right-handers waiting for you after you get my left-hander out. I wonder.
The Giants have won 3 in 5 years if they had that 3, batter rule in. Because, Romo was death on righties. Javi was death on lefties. There were many 8th innings where they both pitched.
Yep.
That probably wouldn't have been the case.
It would have had to have a very different approach and potentially even different personnel. What would Javi Lopez's career have been if he couldn't just come get 1 or 2 lefties out?
Yeah. They don't get by the Phillies in that NLCS with Howard and Utley without Javi.
Oh, 100% accurate.
Yeah,
absolutely. But now with the situation being as it is, as a manager in baseball, you have no choice but to pick your battles. You have to pick your situations as to when you're going lefty, righty, who, what, where, when, and how, and the beauty of a clean slate. Oh, the standings are 0-0 across the board. I know Dibs has already sent his selection in, so we'll get to that in a second. But Larry, as an undefeated contributor to Pick Your Battles, please, your selection for tonight.
Oh, how can I not stay with what's hot? I'll go with the Padres.
Well, except for the Padres tonight.
It's a bullpen game.
Yeah, but it's a minus 162 on the money line. That is an ineligible selection. So if you would like to take them on the run line.
Yeah, how about Padres minus 1.5?
Yeah, that's the run line. Yeah, you can do that.
Yep.
You can absolutely do that. Okay, there it is. Padres to win by 2.
Yep. That's a lock. Lock it up.
You don't know how bad the Padres have been struggling, too. You notice they didn't score any runs last night either. So
I watched the game. I did see the 2 lineups. I feel pretty good.
I hate your pick. I think it's an awful selection. Joe, save us. Go ahead.
The lock of the century tonight is the Houston Astros run line in Oakland, California against the Athletics.
I think that's probably very, very well played. Okay, so Spadone locks it in. Next is Hot Take Jake, also known as Kyle Madsen.
The Braves are playing the Nationals. The last time these 2 teams played, the Braves swept Washington and outscored them 27-11 in 3 games. I like the Braves on the run line tonight.
Okay, there it is. Dan Dibley's selection. What nation are we going to tonight for this?
It is going to be women's Euro soccer.
Perfect.
France against Italy under 3.5.
Okay, excited. Let me know what happens there or don't. It's all good. Speaking of running selections back, I'll do it as well. The Giants don't hit, and the Padres kind of don't either. Give me the under. Give me the under 7.5 total runs tonight between the Giants and the Padres. Give me the under.
They got Manny Machado, though.
They do, and he hit.
Where's Will Myers? Is he hurt? Or is he just? He's hurt.
Yeah, he's rehabbing right now. Machado is just back, although he looked very, very... Jesse Aguilar told us yesterday, he's like, yeah, he's not 100%. Well, hell, what's he look like with 100%? Because he hit one way out and just missed another.
How about the Giants reliever? We were just talking about the loss, but how about, was it Joe Vera?
Yeah.
Mauricio Joe Vera?
Yeah, it's pronounced, it looks like Lovera, but it's Joe Vera.
96. He was
nasty. Good.
He struck Machado out on a pitch that was well off the plate.
Oh, gosh. That was...
he couldn't have that with
that
a broom.
ball was almost a wild pitch.
Yeah.
And Machado went after that sucker. So, yeah, he looked good.
Yeah.
He looked good. And, more importantly, Logan going a full 8 innings gave those guys that everyone was worried about, Duvall, and gave everybody a day off. So, in theory, a bullpen game where the bullpen is somewhat at full strength tonight. So, all right, we'll look forward to that one. And as we always do, we look forward to the changeover. That's when Guru comes in here and just makes everybody feel good about life. JD in here as well as we get to the changeover. Brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. Gentlemen, which is used loosely. How we doing?
You know how I'm doing, and I'm going to let my new teammate know.
It's a big day
I'm
for
always smiling, Larry, but on payday, I'm smiling. I had to fire the treasurer, which was myself, so my wife manages everything. But today is payday. I'm in a good mood.
Don't the shoulders just feel better on payday? They drop back down.
Talk
to
me Monday. It's a different story.
We're eating tonight. We're going to eat tonight.
There we
go.
Good.
It's all good.
Talk to you at 4 o'clock.
Look at you.
Do you splurge? Do you splurge at all on payday? I mean, will you do something on payday that you wouldn't normally do?
I'm going to keep that a secret, but I'm going to wink at you. But the place is not too far from where we're at, the establishment. But other than that, Larry, I'm status quo.
Guru has to be paid in ones. I mean, what's going on there?
Keep my money out your mouth.
Yeah,
okay?
no, not
Keep
that.
my money out your mouth.
Willard, I thought of you last night.
What's
Both
up?
of you, all three of you. I thought they were going to win that game, and Crawford got to hit.
To
tie it up, that's the old Giant magic.
I tweeted something that ended up getting some people making fun of me.
It.
Well, no, making fun of me at the end because I said, when Crawford got the hit, I go, look, I don't know if they're going to win this game or lose this game, but for 48 hours, the Giants are giving me 2021 vibes. And I didn't mean that because they were amazing. I meant that because on a night where you got one hit.
You had no business.
Somebody got hit in the foot with a ball, and seconds later, with 2 outs in the 9th inning, suddenly the game's tied. And that's what the Giants did over and over and over
You mean
last
get
year.
lucky?
You can call it.
I thought when they reached on the strikeout in the 8th inning, I thought that was going to lead to something that was also 2021
That's
vibes.
right. Darren Ruff hustling is an uncomfortable moment in our lives, by the way. Like when he starts running as hard as he possibly can, I'm like, oh, someone's about to get hurt. But,
maybe it's my older age, but baseball, fix yourself. Just that play. When you strike out, you shouldn't get to first base regardless of what happens to the ball. And I said this, Larry, I'll leave you alone. There's nothing more prestigious in sports than first base in baseball. To start a runner on second, where are you at with that next
I
range?
hate it.
If you don't got time to watch a damn game, don't watch it. But to put a runner on second as if they earn that, I just can't stand it. Where do you got to go?
I mean, it's ridiculous. I hate it. It's so
you, Larry.
it's so manufactured, and you're sitting there and you're like, well, who's the runner?
Right.
And then, but then it's even more maddening when you watch you're putting a runner on second in a sport where nobody can move runners along and knock
They
them
don't
in.
even try.
So there's no situational hitting. So everybody's on their back foot trying to hit a bomb anyway. So what?
Unless you intentionally walk the first guy up.
What was that? Talk to me, Will.
Wow.
Unless you, I mean,
Talk to me.
No,
you're right. Nobody can advance any runners. So
But what was that?
In that situation, well, obviously that runner does not matter at all. Right? So you're going to set up double play possibilities. You're going to, whatever. But
you're going to set up a bunt for a guy whose best asset is bunting at that point. Like one of the few players on the roster on the field that can do that.
You did do that. Yeah. No, the strategy of how to handle the runner at second base, I feel, is still in an evolutionary process right now. But I'm with you guys. I hate it. The funny thing I think about, though, is there any bigger dichotomy out there in baseball in terms of the players and the fans? Because there's not one player in baseball who doesn't love that thing. I mean, maybe relief pitchers.
Well, because they get out of there. It's like leaving early.
Well, that's what I mean.
Man.
Like we have jobs that you know what I mean? Like if you're driving around and you're in construction, and this is why I'd always tell people in our business, there are no bad days. Don't you dare come
Preach.
on here and start complaining to people who are driving around with 10-hour jobs. And their perception, whether fully true or not, their perception is we wake up, put a T-shirt on, drive down to a studio, blah, 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 Joe Lacob, Steph Curry, 3 hours, turn around, go home. And they're like,
that's not the perception.
okay,
I think that's kind of the reality.
But we no matter what job,
big mouth know-it-alls.
But no matter what job you have, it is a job, and there are job aspects of it. And you have to deal with it, and whatever. Same thing with baseball players. We would all kill to be a professional athlete, make that kind of money, travel the world, and play a game. And these guys are sitting here going, "Man, we need to get out of here and go home." And so as a fan, we're like, "Huh? What do you mean you can get out? What? You're playing baseball. You can't play four more innings?" But that's their reality. And yes, they want to go home.
But it's a bigger issue, though.
But I get
baseball doesn't know what they're doing, and and when you're sitting there, if you felt like they knew what they were doing, you would be like, maybe they're onto something. But you really know they don't know what they're doing. Manfred's called the World Series trophy a hunk of metal. How's that a good idea? The Futures game, which is their kind of their rookie sophomore game, is now going to be on Peacock. So it's like, are you trying to market your young players? Or are you trying to hide them from everybody?
Trying to sell Peacock subscriptions.
Yeah, I mean, baseball
apparently.
just can't decide
It's
what they
Joan
want to do.
Rivers. They doing facelifts every left and right, trying to sell their soul to appease I don't even know people who are not coming. But you are right, Larry. And I'm going to say this. This goes back to our conversation yesterday. Something's going on with the humidor ball. I'm seeing guys crack it. I'm like, that's true. And now all of a sudden at the track, and I'm watching all Quick Pitch, which is one of the best shows going, but something's up with that. And I'm like, I hate to have that feeling like, okay, we're not in the know, but who's really winning? Why are you tinkering with things?
Well, listen, when you slice a ball into the woods, what do? You hook the next one because you overcompensate. And that's what baseball did here because we ripped them for the juiced ball too. We're like, I'm watching guys who are totally off balance flick a bat and the ball's going into the third row and the pitchers are sitting there with their arms up. I mean, going, what in the hell is going on here? And so we rip baseball for that, and now we rip him for this, and I think it's deserved because the truth, as it usually does, lies somewhere in the middle because it was too easy to hit a home run for a little while. But now it's too hard. It is way too hard to hit a home run.
There's not a lot of action in the game.
Yeah. And there we go.
I mean, that's the thing. There's not a lot of action. There's not a lot of athletes. There's not a lot of doubles, triples. You're not seeing a lot. The three outcomes, strikeout, walk, and home run, two of them don't give you anything. One of them gives you the ultimate. But, there's not a lot of action. Well, I'll tell you what hooked me. My dad brought me to a game mid-'70s. I can still remember it like it was yesterday. Friday night, he came home. Hey, I got tickets. Giants-Phillies. Let's go. Went out to the park. Game had already started. Top of the first. Bake McBride hits a triple in the gap.
Bake McBride.
I just pictured him.
The helmet pops off.
Oh,
he's got the big
amazing.
and it's bouncing, and he's rolling, and I'm hooked. I'm hooked.
That's amazing.
And there's no action like that now.
Dude,
there's no.
It's almost by design, JD. Is it by design? Like, is that what they want? You just talked about the three true. I hate it.
Well, I mean that is where the analytics have come into play, also because they dictate that that's the way to do it, and I think that gets into not being able to attach yourself to players and a bunch of similar type players that keep getting shifted in and out of the lineup.
I don't like basketball's, over three. I don't need to see 50 threes per team.
100 a game sometimes.
I don't need to see 100 threes. I mean, I would like to see a little bit more, some variety. So
at some point, the overanalyzation of everything has taken some of the soul out of the game.
Well, no, there's no doubt. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. I mean, it's why moms and dads at Little League games sometimes have vodka in that water bottle.
Wow.
And the reason is, at a Little League game, when they first learn how to kid pitch, you have, as you're saying, you have three outcomes. Usually, actually, two.
Yeah.
It's a walk or it's a strikeout.
Or it's an error.
If somebody
the
accidentally
third outcome
hits
is an
it,
error.
and it can be a home run because you can just keep running and they can't throw you out. And it is painfully boring. You love it when your kid comes to the plate. Isn't that cute? Let's get some pictures, put them on Instagram. And outside of that, you're sitting there for 2 hours watching a game where they cannot throw a strike and they cannot hit the ball, and it's bad. It's a bad watch. And the pros are mimicking it right now. It's the wrong direction.
Yeah. Let me throw you guys a curveball, because I was driving in, and I talked to myself driving in, Larry, a lot of times, and I said, how good, because this is fascinating to me, and we're going to find out, how good do you think Trey Lance is going to be in year 1?
Technically year 2, I think very good. I think very good.
Why do you say that?
Because he loves the process of football, so he's done all the mental reps, and I think he's got a big arm. I think he's mentally really, really sharp, and I just think that we're going to see a dramatically better football player than what you saw a year ago. We saw a dramatically better football player in the Texan game compared to the Cardinal game, so I think he's going to be really good. Also, they've surrounded him with tremendous talent. I mean, they got a bunch of runners, and they got a bunch of run after the catch guys, and I think they'll probably keep him on a pitch count, and you're going to see him be efficient. I think they'll limit his passing.
Who is the leading rusher for the 49ers this year?
I think it's going to be the LSU kid.
The rookie?
Not Mitchell?
No, I think it's going to be Ty Davis Price.
Wow. Huh. Where does Sermon factor in, if at all?
He looked great in the minicamp.
Yeah. That's when it scares me, though. Because that's when it scares me.
He's in better shape.
No, okay, that's good. I trust your eye, but at the same time, he looked great in camp. Is one thing that gets us excited about people who don't look great in the fall.
That's true.
But the best part of the Shanahan system is you don't know what running back is going to rise to the top, but somebody inevitably does rise to the top, and you're happy with.
Yeah.
By the end of the year, that's the guy. Let's go. Right. You may not know at the beginning, but you know
something happened yesterday, and you've talked to me about these guys on TV. I respect Cowherd, but that conversation between him and Silver, and I'm hearing arm fatigue for Trey, I thought that was weak. I'm like, you can't put that on the kid. I'm hearing
who's putting that out
fatigue. Like Colin. Even if your name was Tony, that's foul. I wouldn't have said that and not cited the source. When you hear that, all three of you, like, is it just me or is that foul? Like, that ain't cool. What do you mean I'm hearing arm fatigue? And this kid's supposed to be in his prime.
Yeah,
and you're talking about his arm, which I'm excited about. But how did I miss arm fatigue, or did the Niners miss that? I thought that was weak.
I think in general, if I take not just that comment, but your concept of I talk to people and I'm hearing this, we all are like, put your name on it. Well, the second they put a name on it, that's the lost conversation they have with that person. I mean, you can't do that.
How about don't put a name on it, just don't say it.
Right. But why? Like if we do this all the time. We're hearing things.
There's a way to do this. I mean, like, hey, I want to talk Trey Lance, and let's talk Trey Lance. But you don't have to, I've got some unsubstantiated rumor.
But if there's concerns, you're not allowed to say it. We can only say things that are good about him.
That's what I'm asking you. So do you believe there are concerns about arm fatigue?
I believe that they had conversations with people who are concerned about something.
Wow. And that's where I go with it. Yeah. It's, I always tend to go to, who told him that? It's not that it's not real or that he should or shouldn't have said it, but where my head tends to go is, did Kyle Shanahan tell him that? Did John Lynch tell him that? Did the quarterback coach tell him that? Like, who told him that? And why would you want that out? Like, who would want that out?
No, but we've all got relationships. You know what I mean? Like, right? I mean, Goo, you're tight with Joe Lacob, for instance. We know this.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Right? So if Joe told you something about what's going on with the Warriors, and you had something that you thought was incredibly relevant to the following season, I mean, let's take it to so actually, James Wiseman,
I was just going there.
He not it.
But he wouldn't tell me that.
Well, but what if you actually had a relationship where he would? And then you've got this relevant piece.
So you believe somebody told them that then?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
wow.
I do too.
I will say this. I was doing
That's what I was getting at.
I'm doing a live stream about a week and a half ago with Grant Napier, the former voice of the Kings. And he starts telling me a story on the air about how he goes up to Bobby Jackson, who was an assistant, and said, "Hey man, how's Thomas Robinson looking like?" And that Bobby Jackson just said right to Grant, he's like, can't play.
Yeah.
He's like, can't play? What do you mean can't play? He's like, he cannot play.
And then he went to the ownership of the team and asked if he was allowed to say it.
He cannot play. And Grant said, I couldn't believe he said that. And I said, well, he asked him like 3 or 4 more questions. What do you mean he can't play? He's like, I just watched the guy practice. He cannot play. So we found out over time Thomas Robinson could not play.
Wow, man.
So I don't know. I personally, Mark, I'm like, if you have something good to say about somebody, that's one thing. But when you have something bad to say about somebody, you better be right, or you better be sourced.
This is also not he can't play. Like if 2 guys are being told, hey, Trey Lance is fantastic, but we worked him hard for 2 days and then he needed a day off, and that's a little bit out of the norm. Like, we need to rest him in different ways. A load management, if you will, in practice. I don't find that to be some sort of like massive criticism. Like, oh my gosh, keep that under your hat.
See, I take it as a defect. Like arm fatigue. Like, that is, to me, like, you're supposed to be a young, strapping lad with a rocket.
Like he's not allowed to play the fourth quarter.
And I'm hearing arm fatigue. So what does that mean in the third, fourth quarter? If they ask you to throw 30, 35 times, the ball's we're going to see ducks? Like,
it's negative. It's negative statements that can't be really substantiated. Okay. That's what bugs me.
You know what?
It's like, wait a second. What if you think that's bogus?
Larry,
how do you substantiate that?
Wait, negative comments that can't be substantiated. 4 sports radio hosts are going to sit here and say that's not allowed. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, no.
I love you, brother,
I'll
but
say
come
this,
on.
But framed as a report is differently.
If you're gonna report that and put your name behind
that's where I'm at, Will.
That's running a guy down. You better be right. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
you better be pointing to something, not just kind of
again. I go back to, yes, they had conversations with somebody who is in the know. And something happened where Trey's arm was tired after some period of time.
But we need a filter. I need to know what exactly, because everybody needs to be filtered. Was it Scangarello? Maybe does somebody have an axe to grind? You know, there are guys. These are good jobs, and if Scangarello had a good job here, and then suddenly he's not working here, and maybe it has something to do with something that we have no knowledge of, he could have an axe to grind.
That happened once.
Sometimes
before.
You don't know people's motivations.
Well, remember the whole like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch don't like each other thing? Remember that? That was from that. Like the report came from someone who had sort of been like disenfranchised out of
Bleacher Report thing.
Yeah,
wasn't
like
it?
it was. I talked to someone. Well, yeah, that person got
Matt
fired.
Miller. Was it Matt Miller?
I don't think it was Miller, but their source had like been fired by the 49ers. So it was like, you know, I mean, does it mean they don't know anything? Does it mean they're ticked off? We have to. You're right. You need a filter. We need that with everything in life.
And Silver's follow-up to it made it sound like the follow-up tweet was like that was a last year thing. Like somebody had clearly got to him and we read it.
Hey, what's going on?
But
Mike?
he followed up. Yes, this was an issue in the past. The tone of it was that it was like like last year. Maybe he had some issues with it, but it wasn't a current. Because that was the other thing I thought. If this is going on now, that to me would be a problem. If it happened last year, as they're trying to work him up as a rookie that's not really going to be playing much.
You're right. We give takes all day, but when we say something that heavy, to me, somebody in the Warriors organization told me, or you know, just leaving it at, I didn't like that at all. Like, damn, let the kid breathe, let him live a little bit, but to put that on him and then just half-ass it and not say where you got that from, I just thought that was weak.
No, that's a fair statement, and I also think that this is part of our sports society now. When we are given someone we're excited about, it's an early pick, there's a trade, what have you. We've only got so much time before we just take off. We'll only wait for you for so long. So now James Wiseman's a bust. Okay. So we're just going to, there it is. James Wiseman's a bust because I gave you a year and a half of my life and I still don't know, so that must mean you're a bust. Trey Lance is in a very rare scenario. We don't do this with top 5 quarterbacks. We don't wait a year and a half. Those guys don't go to good teams and get a year to wait. It happened with Mahomes. That's the only comp we can come up with, unless you want to go all the way back to Aaron Rodgers, who wasn't a top 5 guy, and actually neither was Mahomes. So that's part of this. Like in a weird way, it's a veiled compliment. Like we're so amped up to see this guy that he's being talked about ad nauseum when we haven't even seen him play yet. So almost anything we say is unsubstantiated, including your excitement about what you saw at camp last week, which is great. But it's camp.
But I'm putting my name on it, and I'm not saying, hey, a guy that I talked to who was there said this. I'm telling you, I was there, and this is what I think.
Yeah,
and that's a huge difference there. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those. It's what I don't like about it is that you're parking your car, in an area where there's going to be a lot of talk, and now you're just making stuff up.
And you taught me, Will, about that, the beast that is the television. Sometimes I don't even believe they're handed what to say. So when I heard that, I was like, I stopped brushing my teeth like, I wonder how real that is, or is he throwing stuff up against the wall? What's next? I'm hearing he can't read NFL defense. Well, they ain't played anybody. Well, he has 2 games under his belt, but still.
I mean, the cadence is, and that's a little bit more in the debate world where you get any show that has the topic that shows up on a bar at the bottom of the screen.
All of them.
Right? And it's just a fake question.
Yeah. They've clearly flushed out both sides.
What if Dak Prescott were 7 feet tall?
Wow.
Okay, now let's argue about it. He'd be amazing. No, he would stink. He wouldn't be able to move. Yell, yell, yell. Commercial break.
Wow.
They don't actually think that.
This hurts me.
Cowherd and Silver.
Larry, this hurts me.
Cowherd and Silver, that's a little different. Like, they're not debating, right? But you have to be definitive. You are not allowed. Like, this is if you are attached to ESPN or whatever, and you say some sentence like, well, I could see both sides. I mean, it's like,
a wrap.
Well, I mean, I was watching a thing before the finals started. A girl named Cronin was on from ESPN.
Courtney Cronin.
Yeah. And she's talking about Steph Curry in the finals. And somehow the story went from Steph Curry hasn't won a finals MVP to she's referencing his clunkers, his previous clunkers. Then I went and looked up his stats. He was averaging like 27, 6, and 6 in the finals. So what clunkers are we talking about? There were no clunkers. She just took the narrative of he hasn't won a finals MVP and just made it hyper negative by suggesting that he had bad series in the finals. In reality, he wound up in the finals not 100% healthy, but he didn't have nightmarish finals. He just hadn't won the MVP.
And we all know, we lived that.
Yeah.
If you look at the numbers, we can make arguments. He could have won the MVP over Iggy in 15 in the first one.
Should have. Yeah. Come on, be more definitive, Guru.
No, I said should have had it. Yeah, that's for Steiny if he's out there listening.
He's not listening.
Yeah.
Did you text with him yesterday?
No, we hadn't heard a peep.
Did he shoot a 98 or a 78?
I don't know, JD. You hear from him? I ain't heard from him.
He did. I did get a text last night. During the Giants game.
It was yesterday. One of the they have a practice round yesterday.
I think they had a practice round.
Today's
go time.
It's Friday and Saturday, and then you have Sunday off. Do they just drink or go home? Or
well, he's headed to Summer League.
Oh,
yeah, so he'll make it.
Goes from Tahoe to Vegas. It's a tour of America's casinos. Amazing.
It's a fun trip.
All right.
It's a lot of buffets.
Yeah. Sounds about good right now. All right. Larry, we'll see you on Monday, brother.
Sounds good, man.
Okay.
2 days on, 2 days off.
Guru and JD coming up.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Goo?
It's payday.
Payday Friday.
Yes, sir.
John Dickinson sitting in again for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Phone lines open. 888-957-9570 as we're with you till 3 o'clock. Big thanks to Mark Willard, Larry Kruger here is getting everybody set up for the show. Always
I'm
good
really
talking.
I better be quiet, but I like the 4-man thing too. Give me 5. I'm ready.
Not 5, not 6.
No, you suffice, though. You're my guy.
Not 7.
But it's just fun, fun like Wu-Tang.
Yeah, everybody's in a good mood. It is payday and it is Friday, and I think there's still a little bit of the holiday vibes coming off of last weekend and everything. We were talking about 2021 vibes as far as the San Francisco Giants go, and they were in play last night, ninth inning, as Willard was talking about. Felt like, can they do it again like they did the night before in Arizona? Yeah, and can they pull it off? And they were unable to pull it off as the Padres wind up winning after the Giants tied the game in extra innings. And I think those two outcomes, Goo, are more in line with the 2022 Giants split those two games and can't quite win them both. The 2021 Giants would have won them both, and then it would have been off to the races. But so no momentum gained, just to kind of start.
And I hate
there.
that. Yes, I hate that.
Because the big question we were talking about yesterday, right, is can they use the win in Arizona with Logan Webb to propel them into a hot streak, and instantly that gets snuffed out.
And my thing, I just keep going to, and I don't want to say it's the low-hanging fruit, but every game the Giants play and they stay one game over or go 2 under, if that starts to happen, it's not too far off if they slip up here in San Diego, is what were we watching last year? And I don't think it's unfair that I keep, that I'm fixated on that. When you win 107 baseball games basically out of nowhere, I'm sorry. There are expectations I have, and maybe I need to check myself at the Giant door, but what I'm seeing now is a bunch of guys that are not living up to what they did last year. Collectively, the team, the rotation, the pinch hitters, every part of this Giant team right now is not hitting on all cylinders like it did last year. And this is what I was driving in thinking, Jay. What can I put my finger on? Is it what's Farhan not doing? Forget the minor leagues for right now. Buster Posey, if you're listening, I sold you short. I already said that you were a Hall of Famer. You earned that. An MVP, All-Star, Gold Glove winner. You've earned that. But JD, as I look at you on this Payday Friday, that's what this team is missing. He was their Steph Curry on and off the field, in the clubhouse.
He ain't coming back, Goo.
Okay, but are the Giants going to come back? Because you and I won't call it heated, and producer E got into a conversation to where we're 4 years in on Farhan. Where are we at? Where are the youngsters that we've been hearing about? Why are they 2-3 years away? I thought they were on the fast track. What Giant fan is happy about what they're watching? And basically, I'll say it, Jock Peterson being your best player.
I guess the question is, and we're going to get into it, 888-957-9570, is just how comfortable are you with where the Giants are at now, in whether you say it's year 4, as you just alluded to, of the Farhan Zaidi regime, where the Giants are at with Gabe Kapler. He takes over. The 2019 season is his first, and I think we're in different places as far as what the goals are, where they should be, when you need to start holding them accountable for X, Y, and Z. I tend to look at it as this team, quite simply, they're in the middle of a rebuild where they're also trying not to suck. That's the bluntest way I can put it. They're in the middle of a rebuild where they're trying not to suck.
What makes you think they're trying not to suck to where you could say that on air?
Well,
what gives you, seriously, and I'm not saying you're wrong. What makes you think that that's over the top? They're not trying to suck.
Because they have routinely the last 2 years, and even before that, even going back to 2020, they would try to find guys on the scrap heap and the waiver wire and via a million small trades to build a team that could be competitive on a day-in, day-out basis, if not win games. It's the reason they were, as much as I didn't think it mattered, one game out of a playoff spot in the BS didn't matter 2020 season.
Right.
They won 107 games last year, clearly trying not to suck, and that was it. All clicked and all boxes were checked.
Incredible.
And this year, this team was 9-10 games over 500 not that long ago. Now, yeah, they've dropped, 4, or they've won 4 of the last 17. They've lost 13 of the last 17, so that's dipped them right back to where they're only a game over 500, but they don't suck now as much as they have sucked the last 3 or 4 weeks. Overall, 41-40, as you like to say, look at the standings, and they're right there on the cusp of a decent second half from getting in and being a wild card team. So to me, they're trying to buy time for the younger players that are in the single and double-A ranks.
Oh my God!
To come
single and double?
They're just doing.
That's not a for sure shot, Jay. That could take forever. And then when forever arrives, they may not pan out. You know, prospects are coin flips. I've had my heart broken, and you know what was told to me? Guru, you need to move on. And we need to move on from 107. And that's what I'm having problems doing. And when I do it, and I look at the lineup that they fielded yesterday, Jay, I don't know how talented this team is.
888-957-9570. We'll continue this conversation. Just where are you at on the Giants rebuild at this point? Because I still think it is a rebuild, but it's a different kind of a rebuild.
Explain that. I can't wait.
We'll explain that coming up next. Also, if you're looking for the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. It's powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Damon and
Hell yeah! Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's the deal. Payday Friday. JD for Steiny. Guru's here. You're fired up.
Yeah, and I'm hoping Steiny wins.
You need some bars? You need a second?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, positive.
Okay, I'm going to give you a second.
Here. Yeah.
All right, I'll give you a second to get after it if we needed to. 888-957-9570. Here's the deal. Giants are 41-40 at the halfway mark. And it got us into a conversation before the show about where they are big picture in the rebuild with Farhan Zaidi at the helm. And going back to 2019, the first season where he was in charge, Bruce Bochy's last season, Madison Bumgarner's last season with the Giants. Then you have the pandemic year of 2020, and then you have 2021. And we kind of went at it a little bit in the green room, and it was all love.
Always.
Sports. We got sports heated about the fact that I don't feel like to this point, one, that it's truly year 4 of the rebuild, and I've got some reasons why that I'll explain. Right. But I also think that given the fact that they do have so many prospects that are at the lower end of the minor leagues, they, to this point, have been successful in what they've tried to accomplish because they have been able to win. And I maintain, and I said this before the break, their goal, and part of the reason Farhan Zaidi was hired, was because they want to try and cobble together a competitive team that has a chance to win and has a chance to be in the playoff picture every single year while they're getting their farm system in order, while they're drafting and signing young talent that's going to be spread all over the diamond as the future stars of the organization. And they, to this point, have been 4 years in, able to do it, I think, successfully enough to where people shouldn't be up in arms because this team's 41-40, Goo, acting like it's some kind of a failure when a year ago we were giving everybody their flowers and acting like nobody could do any wrong.
I was a part of that. But I was also told that this guy was going to come in here and his expertise was in the farm system and maybe some guys would be on the fast track. But when you look at it and you look at Luciano and Ramos and those guys in Bart, who by all accounts didn't pan out, but he hasn't panned out as of yet, you get excited about what Bart was. And we did that with the 60-game season. But, JD, if I got $50 in my bank account and you ask me, hey, Goo, how much you got in the bank account? And it's $50 and I show you my receipt and I say, you know what? It really should be 80 or 90. Well, guess what? It doesn't work that way. I got $50 in there. So I'm blown away that year 4 of Farhan to you, I get it, but the fact that you're leaning into, I'm going to do JD math to make it, to me, it feels like 2 years. No, it's year 4. And I'm looking at guys that are in single A, double A that aren't, where's the next first baseman if Belt were to go down? You don't even have that on the farm system that I'm looking at. Maybe I'm wrong. So it's not like guys are on I go back to the Cubs when it was Baez and Rizzo and Bryant and guys like that, and they were messing with the clock, keeping them from coming in. You had guys that we would like to see them fail, but they're that close. I'd rather see them fail and watch what the future could be than the Giants. And you tell me I got to wait a year or two more To do what? Watch a mediocre baseball team? And no shade at Jock Peterson, but if he's your best player or the fan favorite, I don't know how good that is for business. But with that said, the math is there for them to go on a run. But 107 last year poisoned me because now I expect them to be better than one game over 500.
See, and I think you're fair. It's fair to expect them to be more than one game over 500. I think it's fair to look at this season to this point at 41-40 and the way that it's looked.
Okay.
To say that this season right now is disappointing.
No,
they would not be a playoff team right now. They're 41-40. I will give you that.
Okay.
The expectation, especially with the extra playoff spot, is, hey, you need to be in the mix and make it, to me. So if this team doesn't make a wild card, a 6 seed, with 6 teams now allowed in, then to me this season goes down as, okay, that's a failure. That's a disappointment. I have no problem attaching that to it. My issue, though, is, one, this season isn't over.
No doubt.
And while the way that they've played the last 3-4 weeks has been abominable, horrible, I mean, listless, ugly, disconnected, there's still an opportunity for them to right the ship and make this a successful season. And what I'm getting at is, and my math is a little bit different on the 4 years because I think 2020 doesn't count. So immediately it's 3 because there was no minor league system.
Yeah.
It was better they didn't make it because it would have been a joke if they had made it. But that's fine. We can agree to disagree on that.
Dodgers won a World Series.
And I think that the year one was just a deconstruction. Bruce Bochy was still here. You're trying to figure out what you have and who you're going to move on from. Everybody thought, oh, Brandon Belt's going to get cut and Brandon Crawford's going to get DFA'd, and they deemed that wasn't the proper route to go, and they wound up getting good seasons out of those guys in 2021. They got a good season out of Buster Posey, so good that they were begging him to come back and play in 2022, but he decided to retire. What I'm getting at is year one is a deconstruction of Freebie 2019. 2020, I don't count. 2021, they won 107 games. And this year, while it's not going as well as anybody would want to this point, is not over yet. So I look at it as not even close to being a failure as far as the 4 years, if you want to really call it 3 years in terms of the rebuild, because they are working it out in the minor leagues behind the scenes, but they haven't sucked in the process.
I'll give you that. And again, you know how many teams would want to take being one game over 500 at this juncture? A lot. But my question to you is, and maybe you don't know the answer, and I'm kicking the can down the road. Come September, we're going to see Luciano, we're going to see Ramos, we're going to see Hunter Bishop. I mean, my question to you is, how many years are you going to let this thing play out if at the trading deadline this year, let's say they're 3 over. Let's say they're 4 back of the wild card. Right now, you sound like a Snicker bar. You sound satisfied and it sounds like and I don't want to speak for you, that they're going to be buyers. What do they do then?
Well, the next couple weeks are going to determine it. If they go 4-13 in the next 17 games, then sell. But then they'll sell because they would at that point be falling miserably out of the race.
Then I'm really going to throw something at the dartboard of, oh, you're telling me we didn't throw in the towel on this season? This is how we follow up 107, and then we're not even going to try to go shopping to get something to try to rectify this and have us compete. Now it's just about, okay, we'll watch these aging players age. We won't use the black card, and 107 was what it was. And if you're telling me 4-17 is it was a fluke. So this is what do we have to look forward to the rest of this season if that does happen and Farhan doesn't try to enhance? I'm talking about this year's team.
Well, if they are betting that they're not going to be bad enough in the next couple of weeks to sell, they also could buy and sell if they get to a point where they look to acquire, trade veteran players for younger players that are lottery ticket type guys. Because that's what Farhan, when things don't go well, what does he continue to do? Churn the roster. Change the roster over. This guy gets DFA'd. This guy gets traded. This guy gets flipped. Somebody else comes up. and you're searching for somebody that's going to get hot for a couple of months or somebody that maybe could be in the future. I mean, go back to Yastrzemski coming up in 2019. He comes up and he winds up being somebody that you don't think is going to be a factor at all, and he becomes a major factor in 20 and a big factor in 2021, even though he didn't perform at the rate in 21 that he did in the short 20 year. It's finding those in between pieces that can help you remain competitive while the young studs continue to grow at the minor league level to come up. You're in essence buying time by trying to remain competitive, and the way you try and remain competitive, if it's not working, is by continuing that roster churn.
Yeah, but if we get to the again, I'm not mad at anything you're saying, but if we get to the deadline and they don't do anything, okay, this year was a failure.
Well,
I'm not talking
but it's
about
not a
the
failure
farm.
on August 2nd. It's not a failure on August 2nd.
Well, at some point, you got to look yourself in the mirror and see what you need and see how close you are and say, we're going for it, or we're going to try to get some infusion of talent so we can go for it. We can go for it. But if you're telling me that's not on the table, and then the average fan doesn't care about the farm, okay, to me.
Well,
how many years are you going to play this game of they're trying to be good and compete, but they're not?
As many years
and
as
the
it
farm,
takes.
the guys are getting more experience. Like, at what point do we say, what the hell's going on here?
When the players that have been touted that are at the low end of the minor leagues get close to coming up and either aren't good or aren't coming up. But we're not to that point yet. At least I don't think we're to that point yet.
So this man, and I'm not speaking for you. So in John Dickinson, Farhan is at a point to where he basically can't be, if I understand you correctly, graded yet?
He can be graded yet. Sure, he can be graded. We can give him a grade. I think year one, C-, year two doesn't matter. Year three got an A+, and so far we don't know what it is now. Like, and some people would say, I mean, is that an unfair grade? Like, I'm just looking, like, if you want to say he gets a C for the first year because it was Bochy and Bumgarner. I mean, they weren't a good team. I think they won 77 games. And, okay, so you can pick, you want to give him a D even for the first year. Like, I would even be open to that.
Held on to Madison.
Okay. And that was a mistake?
Looking back at it.
Okay,
yeah.
but I remember you.
No, and
at
that's
that
why I'm
point
telling
in
you.
July.
That's why I'm telling you.
It was,
Keep
it was go for it.
Yeah, and he did
and that team had no shot.
Yeah, but
that team was worse than this team.
But I'm giving him credit. At least he held on to him for that. And I don't know if it was pressure from the fans or it probably had nothing to do with the fans. I was glad he did that. It didn't pan out.
I didn't expect the 2019 team to be any good, and they weren't. And I didn't think they had any action in the middle of July when other people maybe thought they did. I thought that was a fluke. But whether they traded Bumgarner or not, I think he wanted to give Bochy his guy for a couple of more months. You can take points away or not. I'll call it a C. Is a C a fair grade for the first year? C-?
I'm not mad at that.
Okay. I know we disagree about year two. I think 2020 is completely meaningless. They didn't make it.
They had a chance to the last week and choked against the Rockies at home.
Only because there were 8 playoff spots in each league. So to me, 2020, there was no minor league system to develop guys. To me, 2020, that's just a dash. Like, does not count, pandemic. And then last year, they get an A+. I mean, you won 107 games, the most in franchise history. So I'm grading, basically, at this point, on 2 years. I'm grading on 19. And we were having that conversation before the show. It's like, well, wait, 2 years? Yeah, there's 2 years of evaluation. One, I'll even give him a C-, and the other one, I'm giving him an A+. This year's incomplete because it's not done yet. Now, if they don't make the playoffs, that's a problem. And the grade will be negative according to that. But so far, I've got an A+ and a C-. So that's 100 and a 70. So 100. So that's basically, it's a straight up B to this point. I give Farhan a B for his overall tenure.
What if somebody called Farhan and they were interested in Brandon Belt?
Okay.
Would you listen?
Sure. Why not?
But then
what are you really going to get for Brandon
Belt,
though?
That youngster down on the farm, that future first baseman, Lamont Wade Jr.
But maybe you trade.
Darren Ruff could play, but if you were to see, that's what I'm saying. It's not as close as you make it seem, and in this world that we're in now, it's about now, and the fact that you're talking about not just you 2 or 3 years away from that's a long time.
The 707
Lord knows what.
707 Comcast Business Text Line. Goo, we should be seeing these young guys right now. I don't need to see Belt go 0 for 4 again. These highly touted prospects.
I'm getting
Farhan
there.
keeps talking about need to come out and shine, but that gets us to another question. And that is, would you rather see this team coming off 107 wins last year, Goo, absolutely flat out suck this year, but hey, they're playing a bunch of young guys and it's not Belt and Crawford? Like, to me, that makes no sense. Like, why would you do that?
But if those guys are your future and they're touted like everybody's telling me this Giant farm system is, that's okay. I.e. the Pittsburgh Pirates. They got like 6 or 7. Nobody knows what's going to happen, but guys you get excited for, youngsters getting experience. So we're going to find out sooner or later. But for the Giants, it's like they still got the old guys with Belt and Crawford. And I'm calling them that now, and I was giving them flowers last year.
They had great years last year.
My question to you and Giant fans is, what really is going to change in game starting tonight in San Diego? Everybody is, deserves the same amount. I don't want to say blame, but what levels do they really got to go up? Like,
we talk about
this is really what they are outside of last year where everything went right.
We talk about 2 timelines with the Warriors all the time. I feel like the Giants are on 2 timelines. They're trying to be competitive as they possibly can be right now, while beneath the surface, behind the scenes, they're developing a young core that should come up at some point, group of players, and be the anchor, the foundation for what the franchise is going to be moving forward. And then those players are going to be peppered in with other Yastrzemskis and Wades and guys that you find along the way. And then, as we talked about yesterday, the cherry on top becomes the big-time free agent, the Mookie Betts type of a couple of years down the line, the guy that puts you over the top. And because there's so much other talent on your roster, he's able to come in and succeed. To me, you should not be knocked for trying to win and develop. And the Giants right now are trying to win and develop, and they're, I think, being successful with it in the grand scheme of Farhan Zaidi's tenure. But because we live in this society where things just don't look right for the last 3 weeks, and it's been foul the way that they've played. Now it means the whole thing for the last 4 years is, blow it up, holy hell, mistake.
No, the blow up hasn't even started.
It's terrible. It's the worst thing ever. Like, are our attention spans that short?
No. I'm telling you, last year, nobody was saying that. And you're right. And I was one of them because we were fed.
And the irony is I was tamping down last year. Like, that's where I come at it a certain way. And I'm not coming at you, but it's like last year I was like, this probably isn't. Like, this is nice.
Everybody could see
but it ain't real. Like, it ain't 107 real. And then I got called a hater repeatedly because I thought, you know what? This team has gotten kind of lucky.
Believer. You're acting like a believer off of that.
No, I'm not a believer. I'm a believer that you can build a team that doesn't suck.
Okay, where does that get you, and who wants that? 29 other teams could say we're trying to field a competitive team.
Well, that's why he got the job, in my opinion. I think Farhan Zaidi got the job because the Giants' ownership doesn't want to do the Chicago Cubs of 2012, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, until they finally started to get good, 15, and then win the World Series in 16. They don't want to do what the Pirates are doing right now. They don't want to, and their young guys are not at the point where the Pirates guys are, but they don't want to bring those guys up and suck. They don't want to bring those guys up and for 4 years be terrible.
20, you have. 19 and 20, you were nothing. And I'm looking at Yaz, 228, 8 homers, and 32 RBIs. He's not 21. I'm no shade at Yaz. Is he the future right fielder for the San Francisco Giants? Like, how long are we going to watch our guy Belt anchored in and out the lineup, Crawford, who, was reverting back to what he was before last year. Like, at what point do you say, you know what? We got some young guys. I feel more comfortable running the young guys out there and see what they got. If we can get a haul for Belts or Crawford, and maybe there's nobody calling asking for those guys, but 19 and 20, it stunk. How long are you and Giant fans going to wait before we say, what's this guy really done for us?
You have to look at individual seasons as the pass or fail or incomplete. And I think this point, there's no grade for this season yet. If they find somebody better than Brandon Belt, they'll play that player. If they trade Brandon Belt for somebody that they think is hitting at AAA that can come in and be more productive, and somebody wants Brandon Belt for a playoff run, they'll make that move. Like, I don't think they're invested in the Brandon Belts and the Brandon Crawford just because they signed them.
Yeah, but if this goes south, then it's like, wow, we got how many more games of this? And this guy was supposed to be the Messiah, and now you're telling me the 2-3. I mean, that's a long time.
We knew that.
No, it was sold like these guys were closer than 2-3 years away, Jay.
I don't think it was. Yeah. I don't think it was, man. And I think the part that made Farhan's idea attractive, and I say this a lot, is it's the A's component. It's we're going to cobble it together and be sneaky competitive while we're building it like the Dodgers on the back end and churning the roster like the Rays do to come up with every single little advantage we can do. And if it doesn't work, bye-bye.
Let me ask you this. 107 was fantastic.
Sure.
I can't even believe I'm saying this. Do you think in a crazy way that could have been the worst thing that happened to the Giants? As far as now fans have expectations?
No. I mean, I don't think it's the worst thing that could have happened to them. I really don't.
But it sent a message that we won 107 games.
Right.
We're established.
But you have to understand
we took the Dodgers 15 round. We are a player. Like, there was nothing.
You always want to win. You always want to win, right? You always want. What you had to understand, what you had to take away from Agu is that it wasn't 107. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about yesterday.
What was it?
Like the 107 for me was really more like 94. It was really more like 94.
But the 94 is still good, Jay.
And I think the odds makers had the Giants at about 86. For this year, not quite as good. Buster Posey being gone.
So what were your expectations coming into this season for this team that just won 107?
Be a wild card. I mean, with 6 spots now, be a wild card. If there were only 4 spots or 5 spots, I'd say, if all things go right, be a wild card. I think with 6 spots, all things don't have to go right, and you can still be a wild card team.
And if you're not, I can use the D word, disappointing.
Absolutely. No question you can use the D word. And it's trending that way for this season right now.
Okay, then we talk about what's upon us on the horizon. Nobody will be up. None of these dudes on the farm will be up. That infusion of youth and talent, you're still stale and old and stagnant looking for the next Jock Peterson.
But it doesn't mean you're going to stand pat either. Just because, but you hit it. You nailed it, Goo. I love you. You nailed it right there. You're going to be looking for the next Jock Peterson, and that's exactly what Farhan is going to do. He's going to be looking for the next Lamont Wade. He's going to be looking for the next Darren Ruff.
Gosman.
He's going to be looking for the next Gosman. Absolutely. All those guys.
DeSclafani.
All the guys that and you don't always hit. I mean, that's a great point.
But we thought he hit with Anthony. Both. He let one go, and then we thought DeSclafani was.
And you know what?
He pitched like Gwen Stefani.
You wear it. And you try to you wear it, and it's on to the next.
Yeah.
And you try and the thing is they're for the most part low enough money bets to where if they don't hit, it's not going to crush you financially to where you can't do something else. Like, that's the other thing that they've done. And I know this Giants fans are just going to scream at this, but they've also gotten their payroll in order to where they now have the ability, when the right guy comes available, to go try and get him. And, because their payroll, even with Belt and Crawford still sticking around, and even with DeSclafani that looks like a bad deal to this point, They have enough flexibility to where they're not hamstrung by the tax. They're middle of the pack in terms of payroll.
They're just hard to watch, man.
They are. There's no doubt. I don't disagree with that, but I also don't think. And look, maybe it doesn't work out this year. Maybe they do continue to free fall. At that point, okay, then we can start saying, all right, well, 22 was a failure. 20. But all I'm saying is,
so then I'm starting the clock on Farhan. Then you would say, okay, I'm putting the batteries in the clock, because to me, I'm like, you know what, that thing we did with Larry and Willard yesterday, that stayed with me. Like, I mean, dude, it's quietly been 4.
Well, but
about to be 5.
But it's not though, Goo. And like I said, this season is not what if they make this? What if they win 84 games? And that's good enough to be the 6.
Then I'd get on the same microphone and lick you in the face and say, you know what, I was wrong.
They'd get a B- at that point,
but it doesn't look like it's trending that way.
It doesn't look like it's trending that way, but it doesn't mean that the season's necessarily over either, because a good chunk of this thing, they were 10 games over 500. 888-957-9570. We'll come back. We'll tie off this conversation. There's one more point that I wanted to make as far as the future and next year and what does it look like. We'll do that. It's all coming up here. It's Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on Twitch.tv and on YouTube.
I know that it's a hot button issue.
I'm Team Guru for life.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hour number 2, JD for Steiny.
Yeah.
Daryl the Guru Johnson here, as always, having a good baseball conversation. Giants lose last night to the Padres. So.
And I was blown away real quick here that Manny played, Machado.
Yeah.
I remember I told you they're going to be without Tatis Jr. and Manny. And then I tune in, I watch every Giants game. I do, JD, but I'm just... And it's no shade at any one player, but it's just like, who am I tuning into? I'm not in love, man. I'm not infatuated with someone's game.
Well, we had a few texts, and I know we've had people call in the last couple of days here. I mean, they are a difficult watch, and there's no... Like Lamont Wade Jr. hits different when it's...
But last year he was a pleasure to watch.
Right. And I think...
I'm like, this guy should be every day.
I think and the Farhan Zaidi knew that wasn't what it was. And Farhan Zaidi...
this year hasn't been that to stick up for Lamont Wade Jr.
He's been injured.
No doubt. And Belt.
Look, we can come up with... All I'm saying is the Warriors, the Giants are not...
I wish.
The Giants are not invested enough into Lamont Wade Jr. to where...
I understand that.
If he hits one home run this year and is a disappointment... Next year, there'll be a new Lamont Wade Jr.
I get that.
And I think that's
Will
that's
it be
part
a successful Lamont Wade Jr.?
Possibly.
Because now I'm not getting mad that, the more time goes by that I put 107 as a fluke. There's no shade. I'm not mad at anybody. But guys were healthy. Guys were to stay upright and do what they did and participate. And the guys we laughed at, the JTAs, the Solanos, and Dubons that we laughed at, they all played a role. And you let those guys go. And I'm not saying that's why you are who you are, but Steph Curry left in Buster Posey. And I shortchanged him. And I'm mad that I did that. But there's no way in hell this team, as I deem hemorrhaging, when you look at it through the scope of 107, it's because of Buster Posey and the others I just mentioned.
You asked me a question.
And Gosman.
You asked me a question before the break. What happens if this team doesn't make the playoffs this year, and what happens for 2023?
I already know.
Basically. And look, if they don't make the playoffs this year, it's a disappointment. And that factors into the overall grades where I'm going, all right, C for year 1, you're evaluating everything, and year 2 doesn't count, year 3 A+, year 4 we'll see, right? If you don't make it. But what do they do next year if the young players, the prospects, the Lucianos, the Harrisons, if those players are not ready to come up, which they don't project to be ready to come up for 2023, well, what do? What you do is,
I'm all
what
ears.
They will do is exactly what they did before 2021, and exactly what they did in 2020, and exactly what they did in 2019, which is they will try to sign some cost-effective free agents, and they'll try and find some guys that are in other minor league systems.
That's Sanford and Son. They're trying to salvage.
They will cobble it together, Goo. That's and Farhan will try to be as good as possible again in 2023, and we'll see how it comes out. And if it doesn't, then he is going to start to be held, I think, a little bit more accountable, because you get farther removed from the success, regardless of what level you think last year was a success or fluke or whatever it is. You do get credit for being a damn good baseball team.
Do you think if Aaron Judge does become available, which by all accounts he will be, let's just forget I think he's staying in New York, the Farhan that I want you to think that you know, do you think he would even go after a big name? Because everything you laid out, elegant. I'm with you. But where is the part of the big, what the Dodgers do, what the Red Sox do, the Cubs at times, the Phillies? Where is the part to go after a big name if that big name becomes available? And that's what we've been talking about. Where is the next Barry Bonds? Let me tell you where he ain't at. Sacramento.
No, he's not there.
Okay, so can we supersede or expedite something to where if somebody becomes available, they go get their Durant and throw him in the outfield, and now everybody's coming to third and king to see John Dickinson in right field or center field or left field? How long are we going to do this?
I think they'll be in the mix for Aaron Judge if Aaron Judge gets to free agency. I think history would tell us they'll probably come in second.
But you know what? I'm not mad at a closed mouth doesn't get fed.
Sure.
And if it's real,
but some of
just
that,
like they did with Stanton,
but
I still think they were in on Harper.
See, I think the Stanton, Ohtani, Harper, like them being in on all those guys and coming in second or third or whatever, I think a lot of that was for show.
But then you're not okay. If you're right,
well, let's say they have Bryce Harper.
I'm irritated because you're doing it.
Would you be happier if this team had Bryce Harper right now and they were, let's say, 3 games better?
I would be happy in the sense that I have somebody I could gravitate to.
The irony is
MVP.
The irony is I would consider that more of a disaster because you spent $350 million and you're still average at that point.
But it's I have something. There's pleasure. There's viewing pleasure night in, night out watching Bryce Harper play baseball. Okay, so all these, wannabe GMs spending and worried about the savings. It's not your money. I'm worried about what can I do? How can you reel me in to come to the yard? Or even if you lose 5-3, I can watch one of the best players playing baseball. And at least for the Phillies, they offer that with Bryce Harper. The Giant, Jock Peterson, again, no shade. That's your best player? That ain't good for business.
Let's get to some calls. 888-957-9570. Tony in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tony.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good.
What up, T?
Hey, what's up, Goo, man? Hey, man, you kind of nailed it, bro. I mean, I don't really think the Giants really need a big name like a Aaron Judge or like John Carlos Stanton. What they need are players like Sean Murphy, or like a Chris Bryant type, maybe on the cheaper end. But I mean, look at the Washington Nationals; they're not as good as they were back then. But once they got rid of Bryce Harper, the very next year they won it. So what that shows you is that you don't really need that big like mainstream name, but you want players that are going to play as a team, and they all come collectively together for the main goal is the pennant. So I think the Giants are right there. I mean, I think they're struggling this year. JD, I'd have to disagree. I mean, if you guys don't make it this year to the playoffs, it's not really a disappointment because of the season you guys had last year. I mean, I know it's tough to watch them right now because they're playing bad, but I'm pretty sure they weren't tough to watch last year when they were winning 107 games. It's just you guys are on a down year. I mean, it's very difficult to build up to something that's going to win a pennant, but I think the Giants are on the right track. I mean, as an A's fan, I watch more Giants games than I do A's games. I've even been to the Giants Stadium more than the Coliseum as of right now. So as a fan looking in the outside box looking in, I think you guys are on the right track. You guys are just fumbling through a tough time right now. All right, fellas, have a good one.
Appreciate the call. Good phone call there. And I think, I mean, look, it's a disappointment if they don't make it. I'm just going to say that.
Okay.
If they don't, with 6 spots, if you don't make it, that's a disappointment and or failure even.
I get that, and you let me know what you think. I really hope I'm not coming off as I'm judging this team against the 107 team. My thing is, if you don't bring anybody in at the deadline and this is status quo and you are one of the 6 teams that make it, I'm still disappointed at the brand and the style and the lack of flair that you play with. This team is slow, and I know baseball's changed. The stolen base has died. I don't see guys flash the leather all that often. They are boring. So, again, you can make it and be one of the 6 seeds and still have those traits. Am I watching all day long, Jay? But right now, where's the new Brandon Belt on the farm? I'm looking at, they don't even have a first baseman right now. I'm looking at
VR's a first, third guy.
Okay.
VR's a corner. I mean,
but you're telling me what? I'll be a grandfather by the time he comes up. I'm just saying.
VR's up now.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about on the farm.
Oh, right.
I'm like, he ain't the next.
Who? VR?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Well,
I mean, he just came up. He's been up for like 3 days. So, I mean, we'll see. The 628 on the Comcast Business text line, Luis Gonzalez, he's injured now, is the new Lamont Wade.
Right.
And yeah, he was doing a lot of the same things.
And he's hurt.
The 925, Guru, welcome to the Farhan A's experience. I say this all the time. It drives Giants fans crazy. That they are trying to do it like the A's. They really are, like the Rays. The only difference is they haven't found their Olsen and Chapman yet. Like, those guys haven't come up yet.
Well, that's everything.
Right.
How are we going to give them a 10-year plan for Farhan to find his Olsen and Chapman? I was like, damn, at what point do we say,
no.
Let me talk to you.
You're not getting 10 years for it. And when I say they haven't found them, they aren't up yet playing, right? Like O'Neal Cruz. Right? O'Neal Cruz is up. And he's playing, and he looks like a player, but we don't know
he
yet.
Can fizzle out.
Yeah, we don't know yet because dude's got to come up and actually be good for a couple of years at least. The point I'm getting at, relating it back to the A's, and we got a lot of people who want to talk on the phone. Some good text messages here. The part that I come back to is when the Giants, if we get to 2024 and we're having the same conversation about the Olsen and the Chapman aren't here, meaning the Luciano and the Ramos and whoever. Right. We get to like 24 or don't make the playoffs this year
then it's a hot seat.
And you're in the same spot next year that you are this year kind of thing with the guys still not here.
Yeah, because I don't see how
you're
you
average
can't be.
or mediocre. Then we're having a different conversation.
Right.
But what I'm saying is when they find the Olsen and the Chapman, and this is where the A's comparison veers off, and to me it becomes more of a Dodger comparison. The Giants are going to pay those guys. Like they're going to, when they have the next crop of 3 or 4 young players, if they're good, they're going to pay them. Like they will not trade Olsen and trade Chapman if they find those guys in their prime. They will sign them, and Giants fans will be thrilled. But that's the part that takes. That's the part that takes a little time. And in the meantime, the Giants are trying not to suck. They're trying not to be
over a span of 162 games. This is not baseball. Is not college basketball, college football. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. It is 162 games. So when you just say, okay, one season, that's 6 months. It's forever. It's torture. It's depressing, and it's that now with their style of play.
We're getting a lot of this to go back to the star conversation. Couple of texts, and then we'll get back to the phones, Goo. The Angels stink, but Ohtani and Trout are must-watch at bats, to your point. And then the other one, 650, if Harper was here, at least I could buy a jersey. What Giants player do you want to buy right now? I mean, those are...
Like, that means something to me.
And those are fair. Those are fair concerns. Right. And you are speaking for a lot of people when you say that. I mean, that's why we're having this conversation. I mean, we're in the office before the show, and it's, this team needs star power, or they need to suck.
I'm watching the Cubs, and they stink, but they're bringing up no names, but they play hard. Contreras is a catcher. You need a catcher. If I'm Farhan, 41-40, or is it like, why wouldn't you be calling them to see if you could pry him away from Chicago, which I don't think would take that much?
Well, if the Cubs want your guy, I mean, if it doesn't take that much, you'll get him. I mean, and this is not a same for same comparison, but they did go get Chris Bryant. And Chris Bryant did a lot more for you. Like Chris Bryant was like Chris Bryant, because you're thinking of 2000. You're thinking about 2015 Chris Bryant. You're thinking about the name Chris Bryant. The reality is Chris Bryant wasn't that dude, and so the price wasn't that high. So you got the name value, but you were getting a player that wasn't truly Chris Bryant of his prime, and he came and he helped you. It was sort of two different agendas met, right? Like you got the name that you liked, and a lot of Giants fans, I think, were thinking of 2015-16 Chris Bryant, but they were really getting 2021
well, he
Chris
got paid
Bryant,
like more better than the 15-16.
And aren't you glad the Giants didn't do that?
But that's a different story. You're right.
Like that's and I think they got maybe, I don't want to say suckered, because I don't, but they when you win 107 games. And Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt are free agents, and they both are major contributors to it. And going into the season, you were probably going to let them both go. But because you win 107 and they're both good players, you wind up bringing both back.
Who's mad at that?
Right. Like nobody was mad at that when it happened. But when you're mediocre or average or sluggish the next year, then everybody's mad about it. It's like you can't, and I'm not saying you specifically, but you can't have it both ways. Like you can't, 107, everything's great. Like that leads you down a path to make some other decisions. But I think there's nothing that the Giants didn't do where it was catastrophic to me as far as the offseason. Gosman, would you rather have him than DeSclafani? Yes. Would you?
What's the goal?
Make the playoffs.
Nah, but you did that last year, and to their credit, they gave the Dodgers all that and some. We could make arguments all day long. They should have beat LA.
But again, the goal is.
But now we're talking about just make it.
And the goal is make the playoffs
and get swept, and then that's a good
we don't
season.
Know that happens.
No, I'm just saying. But that would be that's a total 180 from what you were last year. You were the machine going into the offs, shocked the world. And now here we are. And the more I keep thinking about Gosman, like, damn, he couldn't have had a spot in this rotation.
Well, he could have.
No doubt. But we were, and to his credit, he looked like the fall off was imminent. But
sure.
He ain't perfect now, but he's damn sure throwing the ball and would be your second or third best pitcher in this rotation.
Let's get Roy in San Leandro. 888-957-9570. We got a lot of people that want to squawk. Hey, Roy.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
Roy.
Good. Hey, look, the thing that I have is that, okay, the Giants didn't replace Buster Posey's bat. That's the reason they can barely play above in Major League Baseball. That's one problem. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that, you could look at St. Louis, you could look at Houston, you could look at the Dodgers and the Braves. What I'm saying is that the Giants have never devoted 2 solid years to their minor league systems. Trade old veterans and stuff like that just to build their minor league systems up. And then they wouldn't have never had to do that. Okay, when you win, you have to pick last. But St. Louis, the Braves, Dodgers, and Houston and all these, why does these teams keep on bringing up all this talent with all these scouts? And the Giants don't do that. They win, and plus they can still continue to bring up talent. That's my whole point.
They're farther along in the process. That's the short answer is they're farther along in the process. Houston, the Dodgers, and Atlanta specifically. I mean, Houston started this process a decade ago.
Remember, we used to call them last rounds.
Right, exactly. The Dodgers are doing it in a way that the Giants, I think, are trying to do it in a sense, and that the Dodgers didn't suck any of the years they rebuilt their farm system. Like, the Dodgers actually rebuilt their farm system while not sucking. Now, they did have some higher salaried talent on their roster and a bigger budget at that point to where they did a different version of what the Giants are trying to do now, which is not suck. Now, they were more successful with it. Don't get me wrong, but not suck while they were cleaning it up behind the scenes. And then Atlanta, Atlanta was, they're going back to like the Freddie Freeman era of guys, and then they sucked for a couple of years too. And then you had Acuna and you had some of these other guys, and they peppered it in with Jock and some of the others.
So you enjoying this season thus far?
Of course not.
281 games?
No. I'm not. Yeah. But 3 weeks ago people were. I mean, 3 weeks ago they were whatever, they were
it's
10
not
over
so
or
much
9
the
over.
record, but we talked about it. We said it from the beginning.
If you win, I don't care. Like,
who's
if
a
you
household name, and that may not mean nothing to you,
but that's where
or anybody else
that
listening.
Is
but
one
to me,
area
it does, man.
But those guys are coming at some point. Like, to me, if you're,
what does that mean?
Luciano.
Yeah. What we don't
Ramos.
know what he's going to be.
We don't.
Yeah, and so we're waiting just for the opportunity to see if they're going to pan out. That's a long time.
Look, and the 510, wrong, JD, they're scouts talking about these other teams are much better in evaluating talent. Bottom line, that we don't necessarily know that to be true
Giants
yet.
got the 11th ranked farm system.
Exactly. Chris in Oakland. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Hey.
So no, my whole thing here is like, last season we were selling out. There were people coming to the games and we were winning. There's not a whole lot of house names. It was all the old heads that have been here forever. Now we're hearing people suggest going and spending $300 million to get a name just to fill up the stadium, but that puts us right back in the same place where we're sitting here waiting for contracts to expire. All we're going to do is just tie our hands at that point. Let's put the rat on the table. Right now, we're not going to win. This team is not set up to win a World Series. The Dodgers just have better talent. Their farm system's better right now. We need to invest in the farm system, and if these fans are real Giants fans like me, they'll still go to the games and have a good time. They'll still show up. I'm tired of the whole fair weather fans, here when we win, not here when we lose. They're the ones that give Giants fans in general a bad name. So let's get back to going and investing in the farm system. You look at the Dodgers, they got all these great players, but they're bringing up a new guy every few months that comes up and kills it right off the bat. They got Bobby Miller waiting in the minor leagues right now to come up. Who do we have waiting? What it really comes down to is our drafting process and us bringing people up through the minors successfully. And
let me ask you this, because you make great points. How long are you willing to wait? Because you kind of hit me you struck a chord with me, and I'll keep it real. I do sound like a fair weather fan looking at this Giant team after 107, but you're a real one. How long are you willing to wait?
I'm willing to wait and give it at least 2 to 3 years before things really get to the point where we're in that upper echelon where it's from the beginning of the season, they're talking about us having a realistic chance of being at the top. I don't think we're a year away by any means. It would take way too much talent influx to come in. But I think if we draft well, we invest in the system, we can get guys that can come up and produce in a couple of years. And who knows? Maybe we hit on one of them, and they are that big name, and we don't got to pay them $300 million.
Thanks for the call. To me, they are going to spend. I know people are mad that they haven't done it already, but that doesn't mean they're not going to. To me, they're just going to do it when they're farther along in the process as far as having some of these young players up.
You sound like, to me, since being with you since 12, that's putting candles on the cake. That caller's talking about getting new batter. We thought we had the cake. We thought it was in the, now we got to start from scratch and get batter. You're talking about spending when all that's right and the cake is made. I thought the cake was bacon. I thought 2 or 3 years for these guys, for us just to see if they're going to pan out.
But none of the guys that came up last year that were good were like young top prospects.
But you didn't do it with those guys, right? You did it with the Wade Juniors,
right?
With the Donnie Barrels. You did it with Buster Posey, and who was a caller before the last caller. They didn't replace Buster Posey's bat.
No, they didn't.
Maybe they just assumed that they could replace Buster Posey's bat, and this is what we're watching. Well, Steph Curry leaving the Warriors. I feel like that's what we're watching, and I don't know where I was or what pillow I had my head under. I just didn't think the ramifications from him behind the plate. I'm still ain't forgot about those 2 pass balls a week ago that cost him the game where the runners advance. I'm just like, wow, that dude was Captain America.
They didn't replace his bat. They didn't replace his leadership.
And glove.
But catchers don't grow on trees. And I think the other part of it is...
Well, you had Joey Bart.
Well, the other part of it is Joey Bart's disappointing to this point. Joey Bart was also, in fairness, not a Farhan Zaidi draft pick.
All right.
So we'll see.
Just real quick about that, I hate hearing that. It's about he's on the Giants.
No doubt.
It's about getting this team better.
Right. No doubt.
Yeah.
But he wasn't his pick. So it just, that's kind of one you got.
That's not a strike against him.
He's still yours, but you got to, and they're trying to fix him. I mean, they are. That's why he got sent down. So 888-957-9570. Great conversation. Natalie and Bud, you guys are coming up right out of the chute. More people on the phone lines. It's JD for Steiny and Goo here on 95.7 The Game.
You can watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/957thegame.
I apologize to all the fans because we were just 100 miles an hour. Hey, this is how you replace GP2. Loonies are more of a priority. Best of luck, GP2. But I really failed to understand how much of the impact, how many people, Young Glove, when he comes back, Young Glove, when he got hurt against Dylan Brooks, how everybody felt bad for him. That is a loss. There's a sentimental factor there with Gary Payton II.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
5X480.
Dayton B100 V-Belt, one of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold, deadline fast approaching, but a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done, safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you book the Townsend's 10th anniversary ticket?
Alona's travel agency is overbooked and experiencing delays. She needs to land a new project manager to clear her business's runways.
Yes, Mrs. O'Hara, we checked. Pygmy goats do not count as emotional support animals.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, halfway through, flying along here on a Friday, Goo, payday Friday.
Yeah.
In the city, beautiful day.
I'm going to go see Thor tonight.
Nice.
They said it's whack.
I hear a rumor.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm out on Thor. I'll probably catch it Not in the theater.
Which means you won't catch it, but go ahead.
But are we going to the cafeteria? That's the real
that's
question.
a for sure shot.
That's the real
It's been a
question.
long week.
It has been a long week, but a happy ending.
Yeah, and I love our team. We got teammates. We got Board Op Brian, tall guy. I wish I was tall as him. I'd probably be in the league. He sent me an interesting text. You mind if I read it to you?
Absolutely.
So he's listening to us. We love you. He says, my guy. Oh, good. I did my readers.
He's talking to you because you sent it to
is
you.
going to start in the All-Star game in left field this year. Is that not good enough? And I read that to you, and I'm not mad at Jock, but that's not the Tatis Jr. where you're here forever. That's not the Machado. That's not the Judge. So you are right, Brian. You are right. He is going to make the All-Star game, but JD, I'm talking about a homegrown stud or a stud like a Soto in the nation's capital because they're flailing, like one of those guys. And as much as I like Jock and the dude wears my car and he keeps it light, I get all that, but he's a stopgap. He's not Barry Bonds. I'm looking for the next Jeff Kent, that type.
He was a nice signing, but he was not.
He was cheap too.
He was a cost effective, a frugal signing,
and he's made the most of it.
No doubt.
But
he wanted to be here. He's from here.
Yeah.
He wanted to be here. Right. He had already won a ring, couple of them. That's the dude he is.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't somebody that was. He wasn't we're going and we're getting a star.
Right. I did tell Willard this, though, watching the game, and I'm going to get to the yard.
He's a good player, though.
There were some Peterson jerseys. But still, he's not what I'm talking about moving forward.
No.
Like you hope Luciano is.
No, you're talking about signing somebody that's 25 years old or 28 years old in their prime.
There's nothing wrong with that.
To a $250 million contract that's going to be. I know.
Right.
It's not the same. Natalie in Martinez, 888-957-9570. Hey, Natalie. Oh.
Hey.
Oh, we lost
that was
Natalie.
our phone. Sounded like old dial-up, huh?
Was that? Did we accidentally hang up on her?
No, I think we did.
I think we did. Natalie, call back.
Yep.
Natalie, call back. Bud in Oakland while Natalie calls back. Hey, Bud, you're on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, fellas?
Bud Rock.
I'm going to try to keep it a little quiet. I'm going to try to keep it a little quiet as possible because I got a 5-month-old baby right here asleep. You know what I mean? So listen, man, I just want to say I'm an A's fan, but I just want to give the Giants fans just a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Whenever you're feeling bad about your team and you're feeling bad about your season, look across the water and just thank the Lord that you don't have an owner or a franchise as worse as the A's. I mean, they can't get nothing right. All of the big-name stars, they're going to let go, which I don't see why the Giants didn't look across and try to get Matt Olson or the third baseman, Caan, even try to get Simeon over there. But you guys are talking about a catcher. They need to pick up the phone and ask about Sean Murphy. You know, he may not be all that, but the A's groomed him, and he can play. He can throw some guys out from that home plate, and he can hit a few out the park for you. So if you guys need a catcher, call the A's because it seems like they're liquidating all assets, Gru.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
you like Murphy?
I do like Murphy. I do
but
like
he ain't
Murphy.
Contreras. That's a catcher. I like him.
I like Contreras a lot, but you're gonna have to give up something to get Contreras.
But that's life. Make something happen.
I hear you, but are you giving up Luciano?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying you necessarily have to, but you're going to have to give up somebody that you're uncomfortable giving up in all likelihood if you're going to get Contreras. I don't think Chapman and Olsen were coming to the A's or were coming to the Giants. I don't think they were. I mean, those teams were giving up a lot, number one. But number two, I don't think that was. I think those two teams will make some smaller moves, but I don't think the A's are shipping off potential future Hall of Famers and perennial All-Stars to the Giants at this point.
Let me ask you about one player real quick before we get back to the phones.
Oh, I do want to get Natalie.
Yeah. Oh, go get her.
Let's get Natalie. Hey, Natalie, thanks for calling back at Martinez.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, so, you can look at the season and you can be disappointed. Yeah, we're just about 500, but, you look at how we played last season. It was a lot of small ball. Like, we did have Buster carry us through the end of that season there especially, but, of course, we don't have him anymore. And, as the guy said before, we're not filling his gap. I mean, he was behind the plate, after we won our World Series and everything, you would see him. He is the most tired freaking guy out there. Like, it's a big mental game. And so with that, comes a lot of leadership. You look around, we have our legacy players, right? We have Belt, we have Crawford, and then we have, like, some vets, like Yaz and everything. But, there's not the same leadership there. And so especially, we're trying to bring in these guys, like Gonzalez, and Gonzalez went on the IL. And he was, honestly, like, him and Jock were kind of doing the most for a little bit there. And now that, he's on the IL too, it's a whole lot of waiting around because, last season we did have Donnie Barrels, and even like people like Dickerson and Duggar, like, and we had like one-shot names. These guys weren't, they weren't knocking it out of the park. They were, again, a lot of small ball. And but they're also making the plays out on the field. And when I remember going to games and everyone was excited. I'm not talking about fans. Of course we were. Like, it was a hell of a season. But the players were excited to be there. And it was like everyone was working together like PB&J, And now I don't think we really see that. We're bringing in all these guys in, like Bart, and even with like Casali out, for example, there's just not a lot of guys in here that, like, I think can really fill the boots that we need to be filled. So, is it going to be a little bit of a struggle of a season? I think so. But I mean, hell, I went to a bullpen game this last weekend, and that was hard to watch with Burbia. But we made it work last season with a bunch of bullpen games and everything, and so I think if we could just hold in here, hopefully we get some of these guys back off the injured list because, I mean, it's really expensive. So I think we just got to hold tight, really. And,
thanks, Natalie. Good stuff. Thanks, Natalie. It's just they played much cleaner.
Natalie.
Great call. They just played cleaner baseball.
And what do you
There were a lot of three-run homers.
Okay, what do you attribute that to?
But it was cleaner.
Is that on the manager? Who sets the tone in that? Is that Buster Posey's job? And they do miss guys like Estrada. I understand. Like, he plays the game the right way, but for this Giant team and what they are, guys like that mean more to their team. Gonzalez, so they're missing those guys.
Well, Gonzalez was productive.
Yeah.
I mean, the
I'm not
name
saying it's
value
Tony
ain't there,
Gwynn,
but he was doing a lot of the same things as somebody pointed out on the text line earlier that Lamont Wade Jr. was doing. Like, he was hitting clutch home runs in big spots and helping them win games. And they lost that, and they you could only replace it so many different ways. I mean, the 925, winning is the ultimate deodorant. And the Giants there were a lot of points last year. They won 107. But there were a lot of points last year where it could have gone in a different direction and they could have hit a slide. And you know what happened? Every time they were about to maybe get into a little bit of a slide, they'd come back and they'd win a game like last night.
No
or they'd win 2 games like they would have.
Or 3 games. What was Steiny's stat? They only had one lose it.
Yeah, it was, I think, 4.
Oh, my God.
Twice, maybe?
Yeah.
And so but a lot of it was right when it looked like, this team might be in a little bit of trouble, they'd steal one. And or they wouldn't play a great game, but somebody would hit a home run and they'd end up winning, and then they'd win like 3 in a row after that, and all of a sudden everything was fine.
So you used it all up? Is that what's going on?
No, I
haven't heard you mention Buster. I keep bringing him up.
Buster is big.
But did you think it was going to be this big, or were you drunk off of last year?
I thought it was going to be a reason why they were not as good.
Wow.
And again, when I say not as good, I don't mean 107. I know right. I mean like 94, because I didn't think they were 107 good last year. They get credit for 107, but they don't get credit for 107 as it relates to how good you are going into the next year.
Yeah, and it's not just the fans.
You get 107, but you get 107 for that year only.
And you know what? I don't want to use the word unfair, but Gabe Kapler, again, I haven't heard how great the beard looks and all the things that he does well. It's totally different, and it's wearing on him. And this is the price you pay to be in that position. Different. All of that. He knows what time it is. He can feel it. And I'm sitting there. It's not just the callers. It's not you. It's not I. It's Flim. It's the guys on the broadcast. They are keeping it so 100 that they're talking about what they see. And Jeff Jay, I've watched a lot of ball, a lot of baseball. For a home announcer to talk about the team and what is lacking in regard to passion and fire, that's heavy. And they've done that. It's not just Crook and Kipe. It's like you can't ignore on a bad day what this team, how it looks. Dead men walking at times. Like, that's not a player. That's on, I believe, the manager and whoever, who is the captain. Is it the Giraffe? He had the hat on at the beginning, belt. I mean, whose job is it to get these guys? Let's go. We look like molasses. Let's turn it around. Like, whose job is that? To me, that's Jim Leland. I'm thinking of LaRussa.
I don't think you're wrong to think that, but I also think the way that, like,
it's not okay. You're missing something.
It's not okay, but it's also just not the way that the leadership structure is.
It's not the
way. Like, it's just
so.
Like,
which way is it? What I'm asking then? Who's the leader?
They don't have one.
Wow.
Because I'm not like, and this is where I am comfortable saying it because I was not.
That's a real wow from me. Yeah.
Well, I'm comfortable saying it because I gave Kapler his due last year.
Okay. We all did,
but I also wasn't. It wasn't to the point where I thought
he grew.
He was doing anything spectacular, or I think he just kind of.
Ooh.
He just kind of did his thing. So like I'm not going to crush him now. Because I was still leery of him last year, if that makes sense.
Almost in essence, if I were managing or you let me know. Like they would have won 107.
Like it was easy for him to say all the right things and be real thoughtful and
that's interesting.
50 coaches
and everything's going right,
and everybody's we do this and it's like a football team and we got our meetings and. Everything, we got our philosophies and our different ways we do things and get these guys, we're not work smarter, not harder, all that stuff. Like,
wow,
like
man.
When you're winning at that level,
and that was a level,
you can't say anything wrong. But when you're not winning at that level, that doesn't mean you have anything in the tank to say. And I feel like he doesn't have it. I just don't feel like he has a lot in the tank to turn anything around if it's not going well. That's beyond what Farhan would be doing in terms of actually putting different players or talent on the roster.
Well,
like he can't. Gabe Kapler can't fix it, is what I'm saying.
Well, that definitely is not a vote of confidence. And I'll say this: I know what's not on the spreadsheet: heart, passion, fire. And again, it's bigger than wins and losses. It's how you look. And too many times for my liking, this team looks listless. That. Again, you said there's no leader. There's a natural leader, but organically to me, and that's the manager. If you don't got a player to do it, no Pete Rose or Joe Morgans, the manager better do it. And I'm
Giants
telling you,
flatliners, man,
dude, that's not good. Especially when you don't got all the top, you're super duper talented.
But Buster Posey had a gravitas to him, even as a quieter dude.
You better play. Yeah, you better come to play,
like Steph.
I like that.
To where it was just you were like he had a bar that you were going to meet if you were going to be in his clubhouse.
Yeah.
And there's a void with him gone because Belt and Crawford are not the same as Posey. They're from that same era, but they're not the same kind of dudes. And I think Belt. But here's the thing.
I think he's
Belt,
about to.
But Belt with the C and the captain's hat and all that, I put that in the Kapler category of it's cute when you're winning, and it's one of those things that like when you're winning, it's like that's that's awesome. But when you're losing, what do you got in the tank?
Right,
nothing.
We're looking at
crickets.
You too. Yeah, no doubt.
Crickets. And so how do you fix that at this point? And then Jock, who you like, but Jock is the class clown.
Yeah.
And
got some clay
and you
him.
need those guys, but he's kind of the class clown.
He
like, it's funny, Jock. Well, you know what? When you're winning, who wants the funny guy? Or when you're losing, who wants that guy?
And people could be
that guy ain't a leader when you're losing.
Oh, Guru, you never played. You never been in a major league clubhouse. But all that we're talking about, those traits, it matters. I've read books. We've seen interviews.
Jock ain't a leader, is what I'm saying.
And it's not his. And it's fine. Klay Thompson's not a leader,
right?
But we love Clay. And Jock just got here.
Yeah,
if you want to keep it real,
He's a good teammate.
I just hate the fact that
good player.
I'd rather lose 5-1, and we got dudes going into second trying to break up a double play hard. Like, that's not asking for too much, and for too many games. People are wondering what's wrong with the Giants. Where's the fire? That's what makes it bad. That's what I don't like.
Zach in Redwood City. What's going on, Zach?
Hey, what's good, guys? I don't know why you're being so negative. We just got a chip in basketball. And, we got Mark Willard brought up a good point. I think on Tuesday or Wednesday, he said, when you have 107 wins, it skews people's views, and I understand it. But look, you're talking about trading Marco Luciano, the top 100 baseball list just got released. He's number 9. I saw him down in San Jose. Man, put it like 30 feet over the scoreboard. Like, come on, that's what we need. We can't be trading him just because we want to win now. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm with you.
Are going to be good, and we're 500. Like, that's where we want to be. Like, I'm still, really optimistic for this franchise.
Let me ask you this question: What if something happened and Judge or Ohtani were available? I'm being real, and it would cost you Luciano. You would then put him in that package, right? To get something that's young and something that's already at the top of its craft.
Or Judge, come on, that's a little extreme. I mean, Ohtani is going to win the MVP. I mean, I think baseball has a problem with marketing him as well as all the guys in the MLB. But they're not trading. Who are you looking at? Like, who do you think is going to be that one guy this year that's going to change around this team and we're going to win the chip?
Well, guys, yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, you never know. Baseball, you never know as far as the chip goes. It's just get in. And I know Giants fans hate it when I say that, but they have become kind of the A's Rays, and it's you want to get in the tournament and then see if you can make a run. And that's not really all that different from where they were.
Yeah, but I hear you.
That's really not all that different than 10, 12, and 14, really. But it's just, it is kind of there are undertones of, my bleep don't work in the playoffs.
Yeah, and to the caller's point, I was kind of having some fun fantasy baseball, but you understand, again, if you had a chance to get Ohtani in a Giant uniform or Judge, there's not a prospect I would hold on to that you wouldn't say. I mean, the caller must have heard it and thought, Goo, you being so unrealistic, that's not going to happen. But there's nobody you're holding on to prevent you from getting that back. That's Durant. Both of those guys.
Yeah, but again, how much better does one, like you would blow up the farm for one guy right now?
And I mean, we would have some everyday players, some guys. We would come with a package, but I wouldn't say, we're not doing the deal.
Luciano's going in that, and Harrison's going in that. Yeah. I mean, you're giving up, if you're getting Aaron Judge.
Who would say no?
I mean,
and we're going to wait
he's
3
be a free
years
agent
before we see if it pans out. That's my thing.
Well, you're in
what?
worse shape if you trade for Aaron Judge, and next year you're 86 and 76.
Well, you can't be afraid to fail. I'm just the way I operate, Jay, and we're different. I want him in my uniform. I'm not. And then if we go 86 and 70, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying that's a guy people will flock to the park to see.
No, but
and then we'll build around him.
But now you don't have the farm system with guys on the come anymore because you have him, and you have less financial flexibility to go sign other guys like that.
But the farm system's not a for sure shot.
It's not, and we're going to find out.
Many teams have been losing forever.
And if
we got the farm system.
No doubt.
Reset.
But those chickens are going to have to come home to roost in the next year. I would say by 24.
All right.
By 24, it's got to be, hey, these dudes are up, and they look like O'Neal Cruz looks right now.
Right. Yeah,
to your point, the youngster for the Pirates.
Year 6 of Farhan. Wow.
But again, what if you've made
the?
But my point is, what if you've made the playoffs 3 out of the 4 years that matter? Again, you throw me with year 6 because 2020 does not matter. I'm gonna go Steiny and hit the table.
Did they play baseball or not?
Not really.
No,
there were no fans in the stand. I mean, I'm sorry. 2020 was a
World Series
freaking
winner
joke.
Did culminate from
There
the
was no
2020
minor league.
season.
2020 was an absolute joke. It was a joke. They played 2 months of baseball.
We
It was
saw
a
Bart.
joke.
We saw Bart.
Yeah, and he wasn't ready.
And now it looked like 2 years later he ain't ready.
That's a problem.
Man.
That's a problem.
I love that. Yeah.
But no, to me, but that's what I mean on my scorecard. And we were I think we were talking about this during the break, and we'll bring it on the air. If you won 107 last year, and let's just bear with me on 20, because 20's not 20 cannot be a failure.
All right. And before you finish,
Like,
I hate when you're
say
saying
it meant-
107 like it's a World Series ring.
No,
I think people are starting to throw those
they were
three
the
numbers
best team
around.
in baseball.
Okay, but were they?
They were the best team in baseball.
In regular season.
They
All right.
were.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't win the chip. The Braves won the chip.
But we talk about it like they did 107 because it was powerful.
Well, I don't.
But they didn't win.
They didn't win the chip. But in baseball, again, it kind of goes back to winning 107 is not nothing. Like, we shouldn't throw that around like it is nothing.
I
because
would
you
never
don't win
do
the
that,
chip.
especially with a team.
Because
that came
there's
out of
such a
nowhere.
variance in baseball, Goo. It's so hard to win the chip in baseball.
But if I had a chance to judge, I'm going to do whatever I can to get him in here. I'm not living my life or running my team like, okay, what if we don't win? He's good. He's great for business. He's a star, and we got tasks to complete, and we got to build around him. But damn it, this team has been going. It's been dry around here for too long.
Let's get Evan in San Francisco. What's up, Evan?
Hey, guys. How's it going? One thing that I was thinking when we were talking earlier about how we could make baseball a little bit exciting, I mean, minus changing the texture of the ball so pitchers have a little more control or like banning steroids, what if we just went to metal bats? I mean, I think that would be an interesting way to have some more excitement in the game, see a few more home runs, have it be a little bit more exciting to watch, and ultimately fill up all the ballparks a little bit more.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this about that. These guys are bigger, stronger, faster, and I don't know if you know, but I've seen some documentaries on these metal bats. I mean, they'd probably kill somebody coming back to the pitcher.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's something that you got to adjust and you got to make time and space for, but it at least makes the game a little bit more exciting. And to your point, these guys are a lot stronger and faster than they ever have been. And I feel like we had the same concern back in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But I know the metal bats is going to change the trajectory and the speed a little bit. But that's just my two thoughts. My other thing is I think if the Warriors do end up pursuing Kevin Durant and we give up the whole farm system for it, I don't think that's a bad trade if the Nets are willing to package Ben Simmons in with it. Even though he's a head case, even though you don't know if you're going to get him night in or night out, maybe that man just needs a change of scenery to be able to come out and play. Because that way you're at least getting some defense on top of an offensive-heavy team.
They couldn't fit Ben Simmons on this roster. It would just KD. They wouldn't even have enough room for Ben Simmons.
Well, I mean, if you give up enough, you could.
I mean, that would have to be everything.
It would.
Right. Ben, they make it. He ain't cheap.
No, he ain't cheap.
Yeah. You would save money getting KD, but to fit in Ben, and who wants Ben at this point? Ben don't even want Ben.
No, you'd be taking back two guys with. I mean, they're very different, but you'd be taking back two guys with. I mean, Durant's got drama, and Simmons has got too many issues. Yeah.
Real quick about the baseballs. I feel like I'm getting lied to when I'm watching these games, Jay. And I mean what I told you, Larry and Willard, about the balls tattooed, and even the announcers are like, "Oh,
I think you're right.
Something's going. Why would you
There's
do
about
it?
10
And where's
feet.
the win? What's going on? Who's happy?
To me, it's that it got out of hand the other way. And I agree. I think
I thought that was a steroid era. I thought that's when it got out of hand.
It got out of hand the other way last year. And you know what? You know the irony in it? The irony is you could make a case now. We start talking about what's different. The irony is the Giants are one of the teams that...
Don't say that.
The Giants are one of those teams that 10 feet was helping.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. You could almost pencil in 2 homers for the Giants.
You could almost pencil in 5 wins for the Giants. Think about all the home runs they hit last year.
I hope we don't find out something's going on.
Well,
Ballgate.
Well, they have changed it. I mean, they've admitted that they've changed it, I think.
So now we're turning the volume down.
I think they are turning the volume down.
I'm just okay. Yeah.
All right, Israel Gutierrez. We're going to switch gears. Goo, we'll talk some hoop coming up next of ESPN on the sidelines and ESPN.com. Hour number 3, 95.7 The Game.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on Twitch.tv and on YouTube.
I know that it's a hot button issue, and I really want everyone to understand. I wish that
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final hour. Let's get to the guest line here.
Yes, sir.
And it's a pleasure to be joined by Israel Gutierrez of ESPN.com, and you see him on the sidelines as well, covering the NBA. He joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Israel, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, my pleasure.
One of the reasons we were having you on is to talk about something that was 12 years ago today, which I was actually blown away, and then it all hit me at once, which was the LeBron decision and the production that it was, and him going from Cleveland to Miami back in 2010. Just to kind of get into that in this vein. Isn't it? It feels like everybody in the league has some semblance of the decision nowadays. I mean, how surprising is it to just look at the landscape now 12 years later?
Well, thank God this is what you're asking me. I was afraid we were going to get a bunch of summer league questions.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show you sort of, if we revise history a little bit, just how angry people really were with LeBron. Were they really angry? Were they just angry because he wasn't going to their team? You know, did they were they annoyed by the television product, even though, you know, not a lot of, but the money was going to a good cause? You know, all those things, when you look back, it's just like, well, if all these guys today were to do that instead of leaving us all hanging and just, you know, actually make a good cause out of, you know, the free agency thing, then I don't think people would hate it much. In fact, I think people would prefer that to, you know, everybody hanging in the balance of, you know, trade demands and what's going to happen when and everything else. So, it was a crazy time. I remember being in it was actually in my sister's house, just with my laptop on top of my lap, and just kind of had no idea where he was going, but getting ready to write a column for the Miami Herald at the time. And, I heard screaming in the living room, because I had locked myself in a bedroom and realized that, they were ahead of me by about 10 seconds on the broadcast, because my family was a bunch of Heat fans, and I realized that he'd said South Beach, 10 seconds before I actually heard him say South Beach. So I can't believe it was 12 years ago.
Yeah, I'm with you, Israel, and I'm thinking about LeBron and what he is and what he's meant to the game. KD and Kyrie now, to where their contract's not even up and they want to get out. With all that said, does that make you appreciate Steph Curry more? Because I've been telling the fans here, Israel, out of nowhere, I guess I woke up one morning and I'm like, you know what? That does mean something that Steph has stayed and remained with one team like Magic or Bird. What do you think of that?
I think in the end it's going to mean a lot, frankly. I think it's going to mean that he went through different variations of a championship-level team and, ended up with whatever he ends up with, probably more than 4. And I think, like you're mentioning, just sort of riding through the difficult times and trusting an organization is not something you seem to be trending in the other direction. I mean, unless you're Bradley Beal and the Washington Wizards, those two are married forever. But I think, most of these individuals are thinking of themselves as brands and everything else. And so when it's all said and done, if he ends up being just a Warrior till the end, I think, that brand of basketball is going to be, tied to the Warriors forever. That, bringing joy to the game, that even going back to the Oakland days, which is obviously not like long ago, just being a loud, boisterous, all that stuff's going to be, really attached to the way Steph and Steve Kerr specifically and Clay have just sort of brought this, this joyous, beautiful game and made it, a San Antonio Spurs-like dynasty just a little bit more fun to watch.
Israel Gutierrez joining us here on 95.7 The Game. I want to go back to the conversation about players under contract demanding trades. What's your sense of just where the league is at with that? Because you're right, it's very different. Hey, free agency, contract is up, do what you want to do, go be happy where you want to be, play with who you want to play with. But there is this semblance of, guys that will sign the big deal and then a year in or 2 years in want to change the mix. Is there something the league can do to fix that? Do they view it as a problem in your estimation?
Fixing it would imply that, it's a problem from both sides, which, I don't think it is. From the player side, the Players Association side, I don't think they would ever agree on a new CBA that would be sort of punitive for changing teams. I think that's something that they're going to hold strong on. And when you look at sort of the rest of the world, other leagues across the world, that, you know, soccer leagues specifically, like, you know, no salary cap and some, you know, you can just sort of change teams without all these crazy rules and everything else. And I think, you know, player empowerment is not just going to stop. It's not going to go back to the old ways. It's going to get, you know, more and more of a factor. It's going to be more and more of a factor. And so I don't think that teams will be especially comfortable even if they sign a guy to a 5-year deal, because they know it could blow up. And effectively, like, what are you going to do? You're going to hold your franchise hostage, or you're just going to say, all right, we didn't work with this star, let's hope we can find another one. And I think, I don't think the NBA can legislate what a player wants to do. If he wants to, you know, change, I was going to say change jobs, but effectively just the same job, just change locations. And I think, you know, it's going to be a constant battle of, you know, the player who feels any sort of loyalty, who just is patient and wants to win. But, you know, all those things are going to factor in versus, you know, a guy who's been 7-8 years with an organization and hasn't actually won anything. It's always going to play into the player's thinking. And so I don't think they're going to strip away the ability for them to change teams, even if it is, you know, requires currently a bit of, you know, a noise-making situation in order for sort of pitching a tantrum, if you will, in order to make it happen.
Are you surprised that maybe teams haven't held more firm with players, especially players that have multiple years left on their contract? It seems almost as if the teams are just, you know what, we don't want to deal with the hassle. Let's just move on. We'll make you happy, and we'll flip the script. Yeah. I mean, because that's the one way it could really change, right?
It's not punitive enough. Like if you throw in a 15% trade kicker or something, it's not punitive enough for a team that's willing to take on that amount of money. You know, let's just say the Warriors, for example. They're not worried about the price tag right now. I think that's more of a topic of conversation with them, is they're willing to pay whatever because it's within the rules. And so, I just think that they'd be more willing to, you know, sort of wash their hands of it. But there's also just different organizations as well. Like, I don't know if people are going to clamor to leave, let's say, the Lakers, the Heat, you know, the Warriors, some of these championship teams in great cities. I think, you know, they'll work it out rather than create a mess. And so it's a combination of leadership and what players want, and knowing who you're bringing into your organization and sort of projecting who they might be. And I think, you know, it all factors into the scouting process.
Can you share with us where you had the Warriors at the beginning of the season, you know, what you thought of them, and then how surprised were you about Andrew Wiggins and his transformation? I always thought he had the talent, Israel, but it all came together. How shocked were you at those two?
So, beginning of the season, I thought they were, you know, just a non-play-in team, so anywhere from 1 to 6 in the rankings, playoff in the Western Conference. I wouldn't have been shocked if they were anywhere from that range. I didn't have them as a championship team. I thought it was more of a size issue, even with their scorers being a little bit smaller, and obviously the interior defense being a little bit smaller. I just thought that eventually things would, you know, somebody else would be able to take advantage of that. What I didn't recognize is basically how sort of top-heavy the West was going to be, and, you know, that they would eventually be able to get the best of Steph throughout a playoff run and just weren't overwhelmed by, you know, big bodies. And I thought in the finals, frankly, was when it was going to really hit them. And just so turned out that Celtics weren't really doing enough. I mean, they were getting out-rebounded by a much smaller Warriors team. So it's like, all right. So in the end, it just turned out that sort of Steph and his, you know, what he does to a defense, the way he fatigues them, the way he makes, you know, everything different, and you can't even let him go for a sliver of a, you know, amount of time. I think all that just kind of wore them down, and it just made me realize that, you know, there wasn't a team this year, maybe a healthy Bucks team, that would have been able to go in and overwhelm them more so than what the Warriors do, can overwhelm the opponent. And so it just turned out that they got a great championship out of it. In terms of Wiggins, you know, once he got there, I felt like the transformation was made before this year. It just so happens that it all came together this year. And he was almost fortunate to be in a situation where there wasn't all this pressure the last couple of years. And then now you just realize that, hey, if I'm in this role, there really is no pressure, regardless of what level I'm playing at, so just do what I do. And, he's obviously a very skilled basketball player.
What do you think ultimately happens with Kevin Durant? And I guess the second part of it is, where do you think he would be the most happy?
I think he's going to end up. So the way these things kind of end up working out for Pat Riley is sometimes, good fortune. And if Phoenix and Miami are really, the two preferred landing spots, then it's just one of those deals where KD is, digging his heels in and saying, I'm not going to play for anybody else, then I think he might end up down in Miami. Because if you look at Phoenix, like if there's anything where DeAndre Ayton wants any say in where he goes, he can just sign a restricted free agent deal with anybody. And then Phoenix would basically be out of the Kevin Durant runnings, which leave one team available. And so Brian Windhorst has effectively been on top of everything this offseason, right? Even if he doesn't directly tell you what he's saying. And so when he came out the other day and said that the trade request or the trade is not really going out, the requests aren't really coming in the way they thought they would be in Brooklyn, and that the market isn't as crazed for Kevin Durant, that had to be music to the Miami Heat's ears, because they're just sitting back saying, I'm telling you, based on where he wants to go, this is your best offer unless you can get, a DeAndre Ayton package out of it. So he might end up down here. Where I think he'll be the happiest, I think he'll just be in the happiest in a place where it's not ridiculously overwhelming media presence with a championship, really focused type of franchise, because, he's not really about all the nonsense, even though he sort of patrols it on Twitter. He just wants to play basketball. And I think, down here, he had a meeting with Spoelstra when he was a free agent and ended up going to the Warriors. And basically he talked about how much he loved the idea that Spo presented to him. It just so happens that the Warriors had a better, roster with which to do that. And so maybe on the second try, he ends up down here. And will he be happy? I think he'll be happy if he gets another Finals MVP and can just shut everybody up.
No doubt. Israel, I got to share with you a random thought I had. I'm a guy rooting for Kyrie to end up in L.A. I know Kyrie gets a lot of flack. I like his game, but I kind of want to see him in L.A. But with that said, it got me to thinking about Russell Westbrook and where he's at in his career now. And I don't know if it's social media and just the fact his inability to shoot. And we're talking about athletically one of the greats to ever do it. Do you have a comp from a fall from grace that we've seen like a Russell Westbrook so fast?
Well, no, but part of that is because his fall from grace is effectively because he is trying to latch on for a championship. Because if he would have won, let's say in 2012, he doesn't have to prove anything to anybody after that, and he can just go play ball and go to a place that doesn't allow him to play point guard and allow him to be the triple-double threat that he is, even if it's not, quote-unquote, a winning formula. So I think it's kind of harsh to say the fall from grace because it's basically the attachment to LeBron and the Lakers that forced that to happen. Mm-hmm. So, I look at what he did with the Wizards and what he could have done, or what he even could do with a team going forward, like the Pacers or any team that might end up with his services next year if it's not the Lakers. I think he can still be an all-star level player. I still think he can be a productive part of a good team. Now, I feel like I've already sort of chucked him in the Charles Barkley pool of one of those great talents, undeniable. Right. He's just not going to have a championship. And I actually don't think he's going to be the type that just wants to ring chase and be even less of a role player than he is now just for the ring. So it's just like, I feel like he's just basically coming to terms with, he's effectively painted the picture of his legacy. It's already been done. Hopefully, people don't stain it with all this mockery because he did not make the Lakers work. But, overall, I don't think he should feel bad about anything that he's done.
Israel, great stuff. We really appreciate the time. Thanks a lot for coming on. And you don't have to answer this, but I'm going to ask you. Chet Holmgren, Hall of Famer? Just kidding. You don't have to answer that. Thanks, Israel.
Hall of Fame body.
Appreciate it. All right, have a good one. Israel Gutierrez joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Good stuff.
Yeah, he was great. You snuck in that Chet. Was I too harsh saying that Russell's going through a fall from grace, or he kind of checked me? I know how great he was. I'll always remember the good times, but what we're watching now, and again, who can I feel sorry for? I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, I don't, because to me it's his own. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I don't feel sorry for Russell Westbrook because it's his own hard-headedness.
Damn.
And belief that he's still that dude, even though he's not that dude, that's got him in the position.
Israel said he's still kind of all-star-ish.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, maybe if he's just getting numbers on a middling team.
I get you.
And so I think that's a fair point. But to me, he's just like inefficient, and he doesn't want to sacrifice his game to win a chip.
Wow.
That's on you.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways. But he's still an entertaining player.
Yeah. And LA came to get him.
Sometimes for the bad.
So that's on the Lakers. I do think Kyrie's ending up there.
I agree with you. Yeah. I think that is going to happen. What about nothing on KD, it feels like, the last couple of days?
I already told you. I called the shot. He's staying in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Boy, I would be at his. Who is it? It's me. Owner, GM. Got some food. Come on, let us in. Just stay. He has no leverage, man. And I was looking at the rosters outside of the Warriors and maybe the Clippers. They got some, who can really give you what they want? Not picks, ready-made dudes ready to go. Toronto, maybe? Does he want to play in Toronto? I don't know.
I think I was kind of hoping Phoenix, because I think it would be fun to see CP and him and Booker together.
Man.
And all right, now that's a
Monty Williams.
There's a legitimate challenger to the Warriors. I think the Warriors would still be the favorites, obviously, over those two teams.
Pacific Division.
I think that would be fun. I think the best place for him to go probably would be Miami.
No doubt. I'll give you that.
Because
structure, everything, coach.
And I think we would see a lot of the drama go away. Because the only drama that's going to be going on in Miami is going to be a drama that's coming from like when Jimmy Butler and Spo were having drama because they were getting into it.
Yeah.
Because they were getting into it. But that's a competitive basketball kind of drama, not the nonsense kind of a drama. Pat Riley ain't going to stand for that. Like if you want to go back and forth on basketball related stuff and mix it up a little bit, and we'll be friends at the end of the day, that's fine. But the other nonsense to me is getting cut out. You go to Miami.
Last time people don't know this. Last time you and I cut a rug together, it was at Spears' final party.
Oh yeah,
back at 18. Our guy.
That's it.
Have you gone to bed in the last week? And I'm basing it off of Spears' report about the Warrior players. They were all in the big three. Pretty much, and it was Thompson, but they had talked to Myers. Had called Brooklyn.
Of course.
Did any part of you think I could see that happening? Him coming back?
Not coming back, but every part of me could see them making the call and having the conversation.
I meant it'd be a consummated, like he's coming back.
I think it's
Poole's out. Kaminga's gone.
To me, it makes some financial sense.
Go ahead. I'm gonna be quiet.
That's the part that allows it to maybe be more realistic for me.
But the personal stuff,
I wouldn't
the
want
Sherwood
it.
Strauss,
I'm on record.
They didn't yell loud for me. The motion offense.
I wouldn't want it, but
my goodness.
Especially coming off a chip and coming off. But as we learned in the interview that Joe Lacob did, the podcast interview with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, and we already knew this, but there are financial limitations. And it's not as if he made it sound, at least, and we can play some of it maybe coming back here to close out the show, but he made it sound as if it ain't a lock that Poole's just getting his extension right now, and then Wiggins is going to be getting his extension, and it's just going to go on, as Steiny likes to say, till the end of time.
And I'm thinking he's going to Santa Claus. Hey, Jordan, we want a chip. Let's do it. Hey, Wiggins, let's tackle it before. That was not concerning at all, but Jay, I was like, maybe that's just business.
Little bit of breaking news. I saw this. Chris Haynes reporting this. Nothing major other than it's a good dude getting a bag, and that's Damian Lillard and the Blazers close to finalizing a 2-year, $122 million max extension.
Oh,
Chris Haynes.
Shout out Dame Dollar. He was in Vegas Summer League last night.
Yeah. So Dame, he said it, loyal till the end.
Yep.
to Portland, but
KD couldn't. They don't have nothing to get KD, huh? If you had to go over that route, I guess you could Simons and who else?
You could do Simons, and they added
Nurkic. They wouldn't want Nurkic.
Well, Nurkic is a free agent.
Oh, okay.
I think at this point, but it would be.
Dame needs he needs a Robin. Damn.
Well, they got the dude from.
That ain't Robin. Whoever you about to tell me, Grant.
Yeah, Jeremy Grant. Yeah, no,
but
he ain't Robin either.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
You know what I mean, right?
He's not.
Yeah. But Boston with Brogdon, that shocked me.
That's a great deal.
I want to see the finals again.
Yeah, and they had Gallinari, and I forgot
him. Gallinari.
Boston's in the finals right now, as much as anybody could be on July 8th.
No. Middleton playing Milwaukee. Don't forget Giannis. Well, yeah, you're right. He ain't playing. But you know what I mean. Them fully healthy Milwaukee, I'm riding with Giannis.
No, I don't think.
Because that thing went 7.
It did. But,
without Middleton.
Right, but Middleton's coming back, and Boston added Brogdon and Gallinari. So to me, advantage Boston. Like
Gallinari.
I hear you if you like that.
I feel like that's
coming up, Guru speaks Italian.
Already done.
Coming up in 10 minutes. Guru.
Give me the buzzer.
Guru.
Yeah. Jesus.
So yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens as far as the Durant thing, but it does feel like things have calmed down a little bit. Summer League's coming up. I know at one point we were going to have Kevin Dan on today. I think we kicked that.
Cash me out one time.
We put that to next week, but the Summer League is starting.
I'm excited
with the Warriors playing tonight,
Moody,
and Sunday.
Kuminga.
So a couple of games to react to on Monday.
No Wiseman.
Yeah, no Wiseman.
But they're saying maybe. What's the yet mean?
Maybe at some point.
Somebody added me on Twitter. I believe it was Spears Marcus Thompson saying he's looking good. Talking about the big man, James, and maybe we might see him.
I think we are going to see him at some point. It's just a matter of are we going to see him more than once?
And are we going to see him play?
And
we see him.
See, I'm with you on this. Like there was the report yesterday from Marcus Thompson and I think Anthony Slater as well, just about maybe watching some of the scrimmages and everybody looking good and almost like Kuminga was looking so good or good enough to where he wasn't going to play as much. Almost like
no risk injury, right?
He don't even need it, and I'm thinking, I don't know about that. I want to see him get out there. People coming down my road yesterday saying they need to play in the league and not play in the summer league. Like they need to play in the
They kind of
Jay, you should have that same energy about them playing for the Golden State Warriors.
Well, let me tell you this,
and not
people,
the summer league
coming
Warriors.
down my guys' road, they'll be featured this year.
They will, no question. They both pencil. But I want to see these guys play.
Me too. I cannot wait.
And I want to see Wiseman be able to play.
Remember Bazemore when he was coming in the league? They won the chip in the summer league.
Oh yeah, they won the summer league.
Yeah, that was years ago.
They won that summer league. Apparently, there's going to be some summer league rings. Did I read this? I don't like this.
Okay, and then I got a mini gripe on the other
Apparently,
side.
there's a new. There are summer league rings. Summer league champs will receive rings.
But where would you wear it?
You're playing 4 games.
Want a ring? Yeah,
this is the ring. I'm gonna show it to you right now.
Damn.
I'll show it to the.
Now that's bling bling. I'm a silver guy myself.
Looks like it comes out. Look, box of Cracker Jacks come with that goo.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll come back. I know you got. Is it official Guru gripe?
Yeah, it's official.
Official Guru gripe coming back here.
You.
We'll wrap things up on a payday Friday. JD and Goo 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com.
That's true. Then you should have drafted Mac Jones. The word "I'm tired" has not been attached to him, not once. And he's played every game that he could possibly play so far. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't want to hear it. I mean, I guess. I don't want to hear it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
We're on a hamster wheel to hell.
95.7 The Game.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final segment. Payday Friday. I don't like change. That's all it is.
Can you elaborate?
No, I really can't. I just don't like change. Like sometimes, like I'm the kind of person where it's like,
I love this.
Well, no, it's like, and it just, I don't want to spend too much time, but I'm the kind of person where, like, if I think something's going to be a certain right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, you know what? It's not going to be that way. Like
life.
Like it's called life, and it's fine. And like, even though the alternative is totally fine,
right?
and it like, there's no issue with the alternative, right, at all. But it always does hit me like, I got to deal with it.
It throws you off.
It throws me off to a point where I have to get a grip. And then I get a grip.
Adapt.
And then I get a grip and it's fine.
Okay.
But I always do have kind of an irrational negative reaction to like
the
when
initial.
I'm kind of
I got
to
you.
the initial. And that's just something, you know.
There was a punching bag right now. You
learn and you grow and you move forward and
that's all we can do.
And it's a non-factor.
That's all we can do, Jay. What sign are you?
Capricorn.
Wow, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
which
Taurus.
is, I don't know, maniacal. Maniacal, to say the least. Guru's gripe coming up here. Might as well just do it.
Yeah,
and then I want to revisit something we talked about a little bit yesterday before we get out of here.
You want, bruh?
But
bruh?
It's
let's go.
Yeah. Well, and I'll just to finish that up. And here's where I actually do feel bad. I feel bad because this is totally a JD suck it up, like, because there is no issue with anything.
Right.
But what happens, it's like, well, wait a minute. Did you know about that sooner? Because my initial reaction is like when something changes, it's like, well, did you know about it Tuesday? And I'm hearing about it now.
You got some Rain Man in you, but
that's not the case.
Right.
And again, that's on me.
I love it.
Like suck it up, Buttercup.
But that was another layer of
of the reaction,
the timestamp.
Like and that's my bad because I almost anticipate the fact that there was a ball drop somewhere, but there wasn't.
No fumble lie.
So Guru's,
I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Guru's gripe right now. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It's time for Guru's gripes. Fire away, Guru.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! You're starting to piss me off. It makes me so mad! Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. King Kong ain't got on me!
It's time for Guru's Crops.
Mother sucker!
So, Jay, you know me at heart. You know what I stand for. I try to be the best friend I can, the best co-worker I can, the best family man I can. I'm not perfect. But too many times on this damn show and at the cafeteria, my comrades had told me, oh, SOFT, you're soft. Guru loves the kids. I get ridiculed for stuff that I care about.
Okay.
But the participation trophy has been thrown at me, and you guys have mocked me because, sometimes I'm like, hey, everybody deserves something for participating. So we know it's a slow time technically in sports, and I'm looking at the news, and we're talking about Jock Peterson, possible all-star, okay, and I overlooked that. I'm like, okay, that's fly. And lo and behold, I get this nugget. All-star honors for the upcoming All-Star game. Now, you know how you qualify for the All-Star game. You got to get votes, and you got to pretty much be at the top of your game.
Right.
So I'm looking through Twitter, IG, ESPN, my Fox News, all of it, and I see All-Star honors Pujols and Cabrera to get All-Star game nods. Those are two greats, icons.
Mm-hmm.
But let me tell you what they're not. They're not All-Stars. So when did we start giving the participation trophy? And it happens to be these two gentlemen who, honestly, I wish would say, you know what? I ain't coming. Y'all didn't do that for Cal Ripken. Y'all didn't do that for Reggie Jackson and Ricky Henderson when it was all bad. Y'all didn't give them this treatment. And it's not no hate on these two future Hall of Famers, but this, my friend, is the epitome of participation trophy. How the hell you gonna say come to the? We're gonna. No, you didn't do that for umpteen guys. I'm not naming. Why these two? I'm out. That is participation trophy. I don't like it. You don't deserve it. And I wish you would just say, you know what? I'm gonna chill at the crib with the fam.
Are they taking spots away from somebody else?
No. But they're not all-stars. Why did the bottle stop on these two for you to go? Like, whose idea was it? Do you know how many dudes have been in there? Ricky, all the guys that didn't get this treatment is why I'm doing this gripe.
The 925 on the Comcast business text line. In the same year, the Summer League has rings for the winners.
I'm not. Hey, I'm not. That wouldn't fly either. But come on, Jay. What are we doing?
I'm more out on that. I'm more out on the Summer League rings.
What about this, though? Seriously, am I overreacting?
I think
Pujols can barely run.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, honest.
I think you are.
So what do you call this? And what do you call this? And why is it limited to just bring back all the other guys you didn't do this for?
I would hate it if it was among the whatever the normal amount of roster spots are. I would be right there with you. I'd be standing on the table. I'd be screaming with you, dude. But
the day of the All-Star game, they're
added
going to get
an extra spot for legends.
But what happened to the other legends that didn't get to go out like this?
That's fair. You can definitely make the case that they should have done it sooner.
That's who I'm griping for.
They should have done it sooner. I agree with you on that.
No shade at two of my favorite players.
But because they didn't do it sooner, does that mean you never do it? Just because maybe you get I think that's cool.
Steiny taught me just because you could do something don't mean you need to do it. No, you can't.
It's a good point. It's a good point. The 669 Cabrera's quietly having a productive season. I bet the Giants would love his production.
Right, he just left town too.
Can he come in and DH?
You had no idea where my gripe was coming from. Did you see that being the subject matter?
Yeah, I did. I kind of did.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
I thought so. You may have given me a little. You may give me a little teaser.
Damn. All right.
Like full disclosure.
Didn't the NBA do this for Wade and Dirk?
They did, I believe. And they and I don't even think it was in the CBA. I just think they did it. Yeah, the 510, the legends, this is to you, this person, Guru, the legends for the All-Star games, it's new in the CBA. Yeah, it was negotiated. Did you see the
I don't like it.
Did you see did I tell you about the new schedule? Did we talk about that or not? I don't want to get I know we talked about the hockey schedule.
Oh, where everybody plays everybody. The same amount of time. It's an even schedule.
Did we talk about that?
No.
Do you like that or not?
I love it.
Okay.
I mean, that is like what took so long.
Okay. Because I kind of liked it too.
And when did you find out?
I didn't know. Well, that was another thing.
What do you mean?
Well, that was the other thing that was in the CBA. Like, there's all these things that were in the CBA.
To be the guy that I could have laid that on you. You would have never forgot that. Who told me?
I was blown away. I was watching. I was watching the Giants game on Sunday, and Krug mentioned it on TV. He said, "Yeah, they're going to have a new schedule."
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then I went through, and I'm like, well, what's it going to be? Because I hadn't. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, I hadn't. So yeah,
that is dope. What took so long though?
Well, I think the CBA is probably the DH. You can't have 46. There's going to be 46 interleague games next year out of 162. 46. It's almost a third of the season.
Have you warmed up to the DH in both leagues? I'm a National League. Like Bochy wouldn't be Bochy now, right?
I mean, I've kind of warmed up to it. I still don't love it, but part of the reason you do it is to so everybody's going to play everybody every year.
I love it.
And everybody's going to play at everybody else's
This
part.
is odd. Every other
year. So the Pirates are going to come to Oakland every other year.
Dude, that's awesome.
The Yankees are going to come to Oracle every other year. The Red Sox are going to come to Oracle every other year.
Well, Yankees come every year anyway.
But no, I mean to San Francisco.
Okay, gotcha. You're right.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Oppo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's and 46 interleague games. That's going to be a lot. But now with the DH, you can balance it out. And, yeah, the games are going from 19, division games are going from 19 to 14. So only 4 series against each division opponent instead of 6. I actually like that. I get kind of sick of like Giants Rockies, Giants D-backs.
Oh, good God. And
but you also lose the Giants Dodgers, which does kind of suck.
You know what I thought about the other day was a Tachman catch last year. That was the sign, like, something's happened. Buffalo, Springfield, something's happening here. And I just thought about that catch, like, if that happened today, that game was played, it would go over. The ball would have went over for a homer. You know what I mean? That's just how. No. That's why when you come across something in sports, I don't care if you got a guy on a bender scoring 30 points a game or 9 straight hits. Just enjoy it because you never. Rich Gannon broke the record of consecutive completed passes against the Steelers, I believe, at Pittsburgh back in the day. Just enjoy it because you never know, what's going to happen and when.
Did you hear what Jerry Rice said?
He's probably said something about Jerry Rice because he loved him some Jerry Rice. No, he could still play.
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, and Evan's going to cue it up, and we'll hear it because he weighed in on.
I'm growing my dreads back.
Garoppolo and Trey Lance.
Oh, no.
And we were talking about it yesterday, and there's really nowhere to send Garoppolo right now unless Cleveland becomes an option. Cleveland with Deshaun Watson. They shipped Baker Mayfield to Carolina. We were talking about that. We were talking about arm fatigue yesterday. Did we give arm fatigue enough? Like, is that?
I think we did it in.
Yeah. Did we give it enough?
Willard and
was it a
Larry.
big deal? Was it not a big deal? Is it a bigger deal today?
No, I thought it was foul because the way that you say that to me, Colin, you make it seem like the Niners didn't know that and they just found that out. I'm not saying it's chronic, but the way you said it, it's like, you just bought this new car and the training's got a leak.
Yeah, and there's difference in the context on the timing for me. Like if it was last year, who cares? If it was last month,
what the dude?
Then I don't like it.
What the hell y'all been doing?
Regardless of how or why, I hear you on how or why it came out. I get you on that and being foul, and you don't like it.
If this is recent,
but if we're talking about like 3 weeks ago,
and you know what?
Then we got
who would know that?
Well, somebody on the staff.
But what incentive would they have to go leak that? That's why I think it's a big crock of you know what.
Okay.
Who would go sell their team out to be, hey, this dude's got arm fatigue?
It could be somebody that maybe wasn't necessarily on board with that pick.
Wow.
I mean, that's just.
And they exist.
That's just the logical situation.
In every walk, haters.
So, Evan, I want to make sure I'm setting this up correctly. So this is Jerry Rice. He's at Tahoe, up at the golf tournament, the celebrity golf tournament in Tahoe. And he got asked about, hey, Garoppolo's still on the roster, and Trey Lance, it's going to be his team, and here's what Jerry Rice would do.
I don't actually know what's going to happen there, but the thing is, they should put the best guy on the field. So Jimmy G just had surgery. He's not 100% right now, so I don't know if he's going to be the guy or if Trey Lance is going to be the guy. Let him compete. Bill Walsh always opened the door, and for competition, let them compete it, and the best guy should be the starter.
Can you imagine?
Can I tell you how I process that?
Sure.
If I'm Jimmy G, I'm somewhere, whatever I'm doing, I'm watching Netflix. I'm like, I appreciate that, JR. I hope they do that because that means I have action. And I'm looking at you right now on this Friday like, I'm all pro Trey Lance, but I got to be honest, I don't know if he's better than Jimmy G right now. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope politics, CNN take over, and because they move mountains to get Trey, it's his job, and you're like a milk carton. The X date is on Jimmy Garoppolo.
I just don't think you can go through the entire offseason and have it effectively be Trey Lance's team and then come in day one of camp because of outside circumstances which have led you toward Jimmy Garoppolo still being on the roster, and now it's a competition. Like, to me, you just can't do that.
you know what? I agree. It'll be holy hell.
It
would.
And I think Jerry, all due respect to Jerry, I think Jerry maybe just
because he kind of said two things, right?
I just think hearing it, I think he got caught a little bit,
right?
Just maybe answering a question he wasn't totally prepared to answer. In fairness to Jerry, he gave an opinion, he gave a take on it, but it also maybe sounded like he wasn't totally popped in on how the offseason had gone.
It ain't like our lives or my life, I know, is not perfect, but feeling kind of sorry for Jimmy G at this juncture right now.
I feel a lot sorrier for Jimmy G than I do for Russell Westbrook or Kyrie Irving, I'll tell you that much.
Well, Jimmy's done nothing like those guys. They only have themselves to blame.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I feel I do feel.
But I feel like the game has stabbed Jimmy in the back, man.
Yeah, I mean,
or
the flip side to that though is the timeline on the injury.
Randy Gregory.
I mean, to be fairness, and I feel like the 49ers are feeling some kind of way about. Oh, I thought everything was good. Oh, now you're having surgery. Like there's a part of me that still thinks maybe that the Niners think he kind of screwed him on that. Like the timing could have been like maybe he was hoping he got cut back, like that would get him cut.
Well, he couldn't, so he can't be mad at anybody.
You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like hey, I want to be cut so I can go.
No doubt.
Have
a
10
team
teams
by now, right?
That I want to try to take
be
a look
on a
at
roster by now
and figure out a situation.
So that's
for
not
me.
the Niners' fault though. He can't be mad. That's just the football guy.
And then it's like, well, now you're hurt.
Yeah.
And so
not just hurt, you got to go under the knife.
Right. And so now that shuts down everything, and we're either going to get a little bit for you, or you're going to get cut when you don't have any options. So I think there may be a little bit of that to it. Like the Niners are going to keep him until the very last possible day.
And I keep saying he's got one spot in his Seattle, but it's not Cleveland. When this, I don't know what's taking the Watson.
They do
thing.
have Jacoby Brissett, right?
Yeah, is he? You want him better more than Jimmy?
No, I mean I would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo than Jacoby Brissett. Just quarterback for.
But
quarterback.
now is it Jimmy Garoppolo after injury? You know what I mean? It ain't Jimmy on a good day. We got to see if he can, And it wasn't his throwing shoulder, so that's a good thing, right?
And let's be honest.
Am I correct? It wasn't his throwing shoulder.
No. Wait. I thought it was.
I thought it was.
No, it is his throwing shoulder. Yeah, no, it is.
Hurt.
That's why it's an issue.
Oh.
Yeah, it has to be a throw. Yeah, we went back through that.
I was hoping for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, no. But it's...
Damn.
It's and the 510, yeah, Jimmy's agent was trying to get him cut. What would you give up for Garoppolo if you were Cleveland? And you already have Brissett, you already have Deshaun Watson, for crying out loud.
I wouldn't give up a damn thing.
Right.
I'd deuces.
I think that's where this is, right? It's the league is essentially saying, hey, you're out of options. We know you're out of options. If you really want to keep him, but we'll take him once he gets cut.
Let's put another rat on the table. The Niners backup quarterback thing, if Trey does, assuming it goes like we think it is, Sudfeld? Oh, Lord.
Well, if the arm fatigue thing is real.
Somebody said Colin's daughter is dating Trey Lance, and the daughter gave him that information. I shouldn't even read this text line, but
I believe that's actually true.
What?
I think I've heard that.
So the relationship
Evan,
is over.
Is that common knowledge? No, I've heard that before.
Holy mackerel!
Actually.
I would break up with her. My pop's doing me like that. We're done.
You know what's funny? I hadn't thought of that when we were talking about it. But like when we were talking about yesterday, and we were in the green room. But I do think somebody said. I do think, like that's when sometimes somebody will say something, you'd be like, "That's right."
What?
I think that might be common knowledge.
Oh, if I'm him, I'm like, it's over. You told your pops that?
I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think at one point they were dating.
Oh, it says it right here. 49ers quarter. Wow. Oh. She can't tell pops. Oh, we'd be done, Jay.
Yeah, it's a known 925. It's a known thing. I had forgotten, but I do remember somebody. I should have remembered that. I should have remembered that.
He's got to be upset.
Well, I mean,
pillow talking, and then you go tell pops, and then he goes and puts it on.
To your point, it's not the best look.
Yeah, we figured it out.
Whether it's exactly what happened or not,
that's what happened.
You're just rolling with it.
Pops. Wow, dude. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, we'd be. Yeah.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
That ain't even. You went and told your dad I had arm fatigue? Oh, my gosh.
You get the Belichick apology?
That is great. Hey, I'm believing right, no doubt.
Yeah, I should have remembered that.
No,
as somebody
that's
as somebody that tends to remember. Oh, I should have made the connection. As somebody that tends to remember everything.
I'm surprised that didn't get more run.
Yeah,
because Jimmy and Mia got run.
Yeah, and that's 925. Maybe Trey came over for dinner.
He didn't tell me.
And Colin asked how he's feeling, and he said, my arm's a little sore.
Well, before I answer that, I'll be like, Mr. Cowherd, you got to promise me what stays at the table. What I tell you at the table stays at the table. I'm like, sure, son, sure. And then he runs and tell that? Yeah. What's arm fatigue? I don't even know what that means. I do, but I don't.
Your arm's tired.
Yeah, but
it means you go back to throw it
after 20 deep throws or what?
Well, but it means you
third and 8, Niners hand off,
and he's only got 6.
He had arm fatigue.
It means
I got Bill fatigue. How
it means
about that?
You go play action, deep drop, and you're trying to throw at 60, and you only got 47.
Could you? This better not be anything.
That's arm, or you're trying to throw at 60, and your arm, you're
rotator
thinking,
cuff.
oh my, but you're just like the muscle's tired. We've all been there. You've been there, Goo.
Yeah. I told you I could have went pro. I don't know what that's like. Your boy used to gut and pump them out, man.
My point is, like we've all been there with if you're just throwing the football around a little bit. If you're playing catch, if you're playing three flies up or whatever.
I had a bionic arm. I know not what you speak of.
And you just you really just huck it a couple times.
We call it chuck it. But yeah.
And it's just
this is incredible. I hope this. Now I'm more nervous that this could be something because he obviously had to tell his girl, and she told Pops.
I mean, I'm not going with that as 100% fact.
But it wouldn't floor you, right?
I don't know that to be true, but I also think it would be kind of obvious to make that connection.
That is just fascinating.
So maybe it wouldn't.
It's really not, but it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
What if I told you I'm excited about tonight's Padre-Giant game?
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. It's a big. I mean, this is the next couple weeks are going to determine.
And your
what
tweet,
they do.
Willard tweeted it, and you did real quick here.
Yeah, the vibes.
If they would have got that one off of the way they got the
maybe you got action
before here with 2 in a row,
but they didn't, and that's where it's different. That's where I'm different than Willard. Like Willard was kind of making the case today. Hey, they're getting a little of the mojo back, even though they didn't win the game.
Okay.
To me, when you don't win the game, like that just gets wiped out. Right. Like you got to restart it.
That's fair.
Again.
Yeah.
And
so if you lose tonight, now we're like, oh Lord.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look, you got to give you a 4.
How much time we go?
About a minute. Coming up on Damon and Ratto, they got Kenny Mayne of the new Odyssey podcast. Hey Mayne.
Hey Mayne.
4:15.
Yeah.
And then Tim Kawakami coming on at 4:45 to talk about his interview with Joe Lacob on the TK show.
TK.
Awesome. Yeah. Great interview with Tim and Joe Lacob, and yeah, that'll be good. Coming up.
Let's do it, Jay.
All right.
Hey, I'll see you Monday, too.
We'll see you Monday. Yeah. We're going to the cafeteria, and keep it locked at 95.7 The Game tomorrow, because I'm on with Evan at 9 o'clock.
Bam!
9-1. Me and E. Yeah. And he comes after me hard.
That's how we taught him well.
Yeah, so he's coming at me at 9 o'clock. Right here, 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming. Stunning.
listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Here we go on a Friday afternoon. It is good to have you here. We're wrapping up the week with one hell of a show and one hell of a haircut for Lucas. I just saw him walk into frame during our Zoom meeting. By the way, Ray, I officially tested negative for the first time in a while for COVID, so I could be coming back soon, honey.
Yay.
If we get a haircut on Lucas?
He's had that for about a week.
Oh, gee, well, I've not seen Lucas in about a week. Or he's usually wearing a hat or something. Lucas, do you have a date tonight? Are you going to prom or something? You look fantastic.
I actually got it last Thursday. I had to look sharp for Twitch and YouTube. By the way, check us out, twitch.tv/957.
That is some really solid promotion.
Yeah.
And it's a really solid haircut. So we're off to a smashing start today. What's going on, Mayne? Kenny Mayne is going to be joining us a little bit later on. We're going to say hello and welcome to the whole Odyssey famdamily. He's got a new podcast. We will talk to him about the art of podcasting, and I'm sure that comes up as well with Tim Kawakami, who's going to join yours truly and Ray Ratto a little bit later on in our 4 o'clock hour to talk about a very comprehensive conversation that he had with Joe Lacob. And we got some sound to play before Tim comes on by to talk about it. And we got ourselves a really good show for you here on a Friday afternoon. Ray, last night, Logan Webb got Matt Caned by the San Francisco Giants. He went out there and did everything you could ask a young man to do starting a baseball game. He was really good. He didn't have a big strikeout total, but he did his job. He went 8 innings, which, is basically a yeoman's work at this point in any major league staff. He gave up 1 run, and the Giants managed 1 run and 2 hits behind him to lose in extras to the Padres. The good news, like the only silver lining, is that Logan Webb got a no decision for his efforts last night.
Yeah, he was about as good as you could be. Problem was, Joe Musgrove was a little bit better than you could be, because he was genuinely lights out. Even with the 4 walks, he was what he's been all year. I mean, if he's not the National League Cy Young leader right now, that's probably Sandy Alcantara, but Musgrove's been about as good as anybody.
What about Tony Gonsolin?
Gonsolin's good too, but I think that Alcantara's got the best numbers.
Well, I mean, he's undefeated with the best ERA, I think, in all of baseball. I mean, Gonsolin has been unbelievable. I know that there's a little talk about what legends are allowed to be included in the All-Star game, and I heard that wouldn't it be great if Clayton Kershaw could start at Dodger Stadium? Yeah, but what about Tony Gonsolin, who I think is now 12-0 with an ERA under 2, for God's sakes? He has been unhittable all year. So that could happen. By the way, I have even more gaudy Shohei Ohtani stats to get into. We got into Shohei in a conversation about him late in yesterday's show. We'll get to him a little bit earlier today because there's just more amazing wrapped around that guy. The San Diego Padres athletic training staff last night hardly covered itself in glory. We're going to have to talk about that. It's one of the most negligent moments of on-field what's the word I'm looking for? Triage, as you're, sort of evaluating how bad this injury is. For the first time in my entire life watching sports, I'm talking any sport. Now, I feel like I need to put an asterisk on this because I'm not talking about soccer, because no one's ever actually been hurt in a soccer game. It's all fake injuries. They get run off on a stretcher and then run right back onto the field. No one in the history of soccer has been hurt actually playing soccer. Not ever, not once. So they're all fake injuries. They do not count. Jurickson Profar took a C.J. Abrams knee to his head in a collision in the outfield, and it was bad. Bodies were twisted. They fell. They were both rattled, but Profar really took the brunt of it all. He tried to walk off the field not once, but twice, and fell down basically fainting, while not a single member of the Padres staff was even giving him a shoulder to lean on, and he was evaluated walk off under your own power oh, no, never mind. We're going to go ahead and get out the ironing board, strap you to it, completely immobilize you, and then call in a cart, which I guess came in from Torrey Pines. It took so long to get there, and then wheel him off the field. It was negligence personified, Ray. I couldn't believe I saw it in a major league game. I just could not believe I saw a training staff ho-hum their way through a clear neck injury.
I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be one. But it seems to me that the first thing you have to do if a guy gets hit in the head is keep him on the ground. Keep him on the ground until a doctor can come to assess him. And if the doctor doesn't come to assess him, he stays there. And if the game is delayed for as long as it takes to find the doctor, then it's delayed for that long. And once, a doctor comes and assesses him, then you could talk about, how that needs to be taken care of. But the fact that they didn't get out there for as long as they did, and then didn't bring a cart out, even if he doesn't use the cart. I mean, it was like there were no options except, sorry, you got to walk off here. And it doesn't matter, how loud that ringing is in your head. It wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. And frankly, if he misses a lot of time, I would not be surprised if he sues the club, or that the club will have to settle at a significant price, because head injuries are never a thing to even do anything about except be as cautious as possible. Even if it delays the game for an hour, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, look, now, before anyone who was not watching or might not know exactly what we're talking about, I don't know if anyone else talked about this today, but I basically tweeted last night that this is the first time in the history of me watching sports that I ever saw a training staff have a player walk it off and then reevaluate, saying, oh no, we need to completely immobilize him. It's one of the most negligent things I've ever seen. Susan Slesser, who is not a sports talk radio host or tries to act like one or deals in hyperbole or breathless evaluation of anything. Susan is a pro's pro. She, is not there to take pot shots or over-exaggerate anything. She responded to me just saying, what I'm looking at is absolutely disgraceful. There is no excuse for this. So it really was a beyond-the-pale moment for the San Diego Padres, who tonight will be dressed as tropical Skittles as the Giants take on the Padres. Sam Long against Blake Snell, who's had his struggles this year. And when it comes to struggling in baseball, the Giants are officially at the halfway point, and they are 41-40. They are as average as the day is long. They've dropped 13 of 17 to get there. They are slow starters. They are both physically and conceptually slow. And I think we may have found the reason, Ray. And we'll get into some interesting graphs that I saw on the internet explaining why the Giants have so little talent to throw at major league teams these days, or let's just say underperforming talent that they're throwing at other major league teams these days. So we're going to get into all of that. But if you want to know why the Giants have been a yawn, you basically need to look no further than how poorly they've drafted since about 2010. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Joe Lacob stopped on by the Tim Kawakami podcast, and Tim Kawakami stopping by with us at 4:45 today to talk about the spending, who's still here, who's not here, the year that just went down, and an awful lot of stuff. A lot of people are wondering, how come Peyton and Porter aren't going to be here when it feels like the money never ends? And Joe Lacob told Tim Kawakami about Peyton and Porter and the decision to move on.
We're in the same situation we were a year ago. We really can't do much more than minimums at the certain free agency. We can't go and sign free agents. We don't have the money to do it. And so no surprise to us that if these guys like Gary Payton had a good year, that he got a big offer, it was going to be very unlikely we could re-sign him no matter how much we love him. And we did like him a lot. He got a much bigger offer, and in fact, than we thought he would get. Way beyond. And I'm not saying he's not worth it or is worth it, but it is a lot. And it's not something that we really could entertain doing. And Otto Porter, had a great year for us. I'm not saying he's not deserving of what he got, because he is. But, if he got that, we knew we'd be in trouble. And so that's how it played out. to some extent, these guys played really well and made themselves more valuable, and we made them more valuable.
It's a thing. There is a price point. There is no such thing as the money goes to infinity. And I don't think that any Golden State Warrior fan or critic could come close to criticizing the Warriors for not spending nearly $500 million on an NBA team. And when it comes to spending on an NBA team, there is no team that has gone deeper and further into the tax. It's not even close. The results have been extraordinary. But there's a lot of interesting stuff that Joe Lacob shared with Tim, and we're going to go through quite a bit of it today here. But, Ray, you're not certainly, I don't think you're surprised that these players have priced themselves out of the Warriors' business.
One, it's their right to. B, it's what they deserve. And, the Warriors are going to have to make choices at the margins. And that's what they're going to be doing for the next few years. And they are, as useful as they were and as helpful as they were players on the margins contractually. So when, Porter gets his offer, I think most people knew he was a one-and-done guy if he had a decent year. And so, that was expected. I don't think anybody thought that Peyton would be as dramatic a help as he was. But once it was clear, especially in the postseason, that he's got gifts that other teams, if they have the wit to exploit them, can, he was going to be gone too. The Warriors, because they are so deep into the tax, they'd be paying 5 or 6 times what that contract is. And Joe Lacob might love basketball, but he understands money. And there is a point at which Gary Payton, you cannot look at Gary Payton and say, I'm going to spend $60 million on him.
We got ourselves quite a bit to get into on a Friday afternoon, including a Tour de France update. Before it is all said and done today, it's wonderful to have you along. We're going to get into some of this Joe Lacob sound as soon as we come on back. Again, Tim Kawakami joins us at 4:45. Kenny Mayne earlier in our 4 o'clock hour. An awful lot coming up here on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Getting a booster shot can be like getting a recharged cell phone. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series of vaccinations, which wanes over time. So schedule an appointment today to see if you are eligible. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
If you have certain chronic battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Some have called it the greatest thing that they've ever seen. Others have said, what the hell am I doing? I need to get outside. Both are correct. Damon and Ratto, streaming on Twitch and YouTube. You can watch us, twitch.tv/957 The Game or youtube.com/957 The Game. You can see whatever the hell this is. Bask in it if you'd like. We will get back to this Joe Lacob sound, but real quick, Ray, I was only joking when I said that no one has ever been hurt on a soccer field playing a game of soccer. But I'm actually not. Like, it's a sport of faking injuries. And for those who want to get all breathlessly upset with what I said, because your sport is soft, somebody said, in the 2020 Euros, Christian Eriksen died on the soccer field. He's fine. He's 30 years old today. He will be playing for the Danish national team. They even fake death on a soccer field, much less injury. He's fine. He didn't die. No one has ever been hurt or died playing soccer. Come on. Stop it. Someone's like, Damon, real injuries do occur in soccer. There were 2 teams all struck by lightning. And that wasn't a soccer injury. That's not a soccer injury. That's a lightning strike. That has nothing to do with the sport that's being played. Go indoors the next time it's storming, if that's even true. Stop it. Ray, back me up on this. All soccer injuries are fake.
No.
Maybe a sprained ankle. Oh, my shin. Excuse me.
No, people get hurt. I mean, there are concussions that happen in soccer. You go up for a header with another guy, you collide heads. It happens. I mean, do there are a lot of guys who dive? Yeah. But it's a long way from nobody gets hurt playing soccer.
All fake. Including
okay, fine. Then don't ask me.
Including the death. I'm joking around.
I know.
You should be sticking up for Christian Eriksen, by the way, Damon. He plays for your favorite team, the Brentford Bees.
Oh, the Brentford Bees.
At least he did.
He's moved on to a bigger money operation now.
Yeah. I'm liver snaps. Or is it liver pond? Liverpool.
That's Steve Kerr's favorite team. You're treading on blasphemy there.
Isn't that like every third soccer fan's favorite team? That's like saying, I like the Yankees.
No, it's not.
No?
If you're talking about that, you're talking about Manchester United, which currently is in the toilet.
What about Real Madrid? Isn't that one of the big
Real Madrid
bandwagons?
is up there, but it's not nearly as globally popular as Man United.
I'm an Ajax guy. I even know how to say it. I'm learning.
I'll give you that. When you know how to say the guy from the Tour de France, though, that's when you'll have cleared the bar.
Tojag Prodikar? Something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out before it's all said and done. It's at the end of the show today. I got like 3 hours to warm up. Okay, so I want to get back to Joe Lacob talking with Tim Kawakami. And again, Tim is going to join us today at 4:45. This is Joe basically talking about how, I guess the question is even in here about, this is Lacob about, is the ceiling in your mind, Joe, around $400 million? Is that the limit?
Is there a number that you put up there for Bob, or did you guys have a number like we can't go over 420, total commitment, or 450?
You're really good at reporting. You're one of the smarter reporters out there, but I'm going to tell you your numbers are kind of messed up.
Okay.
I will just say that. You were throwing numbers out like 400 and 500.
I'm like, the multiples go crazy.
Those numbers are not even remotely possible. It's just not.
So before that, he was talking around the 400 million limit mark. I believe this is one without the question involved. Go ahead and hit that if you would, Grandy.
To assume that we would go $400 or $500 million and that's not accurate. It's just not possible.
If you game it out, it could end up there, but obviously there's ways around that.
We're not far from it. I'm just saying it's not. You can't expect those kinds of numbers unless we were to raise everyone's ticket prices immensely, and I don't think anyone wants that.
like I said, double tall whiskey ginger ales are going for like $42 a pop over there. So, yeah, you really can't get much more expensive than it already is inside of Chase Center. Again, this is what I think, leaves that Kevin Durant is out there lingering maybe in the back of Lacob's mind, because he's going to need box office should, Curry and company exit stage left eventually, and you think that Durant's still going to be around. But hopefully there's a new generation of players that the Warriors are developing that will be and turn into that box office before it's all said and done. But yeah, I mean, a $400 million price tag, the team is worth about six and a half. I'm sure if they tried to sell it, $7-8 billion. You can't have 25% of your overall team's value almost wrapped up into, a single season roster. There is just that guys don't get this smart making decisions like that. You can't.
Well, more to the point, Durant doesn't help them with what happens after Curry because he's about the same age as Curry. So it's not like that's a bridge to the next universe. Their bridge is the guys they already have. So if you're trying to extend the glory years, there's no doing that with Durant because he is, again, the same age as Curry, and when Curry goes, it collapses anyway.
I would agree. Asked why DiVincenzo was able to be factored into the price of the roster when Payton and Porter had to go. Well, here's what Joe said.
Now, we did step it up with Dante DiVincenzo in a way that we probably weren't planning on doing. But after losing, several guys and it feeling pretty bleak, and he became an opportunity. He's a very good player. He became an opportunity. We had to step, as far as we could go. So as a result of that, we're over where we were last year significantly, which was already an NBA record.
So again, they will be spending more money next year already than they just spent on this year. And DiVincenzo, let's be totally honest, has an awful lot more where his career started pedigree than Gary Payton. And he plays comparable defense, to Gary Payton II. He really does. He's a good defender. He is a better offensive player. He is a better NBA player than Gary Payton II probably is going to pan out being in another city, and probably comparable to Otto Porter Jr. So it's legit. This guy can play. I think he's one of the better sneaky signings of the NBA's offseason.
He could be. I mean, I'm not ready to go there yet because I'd like to see it, but it's not a big downgrade. May not be a downgrade at all. I have that has to be proven to me, but it's not a bad alternative.
As a player who was, really good with the Milwaukee Bucks there, it was an injury that basically turned him into the value that the Warriors got him at. If not for that injury, I think he continues to ascend as a player and is totally priced out of the Warriors universe. So they're looking to take advantage of the depressed career and hopefully get the most out of it. And we've seen them do that plenty times. Anyways, an awful lot. All of this Joe Lacob sound coming from the Tim Kawakami podcast. Kawakami's going to join us here on 95.7 The Game at 4:45 this afternoon. And Joe Lacob talked about the amount of money that the Warriors are spending is officially, blipping on other NBA owners' radars, and they're not exactly thrilled with the way the Warriors throw around the cash.
I'm already in trouble with the rest of the league. We are in trouble for being where we are. And in fact, Vegas, I'll be a NBA Board of Governors meeting on Tuesday. Let me tell you, they're not happy. It's not just us. The other teams are going to luxury tax this now as well. We kind of blew a hole in the system, and it's not a good look from the league's perspective. They don't want to see it happen. And there are limits. I'm not going to say what they are, but there are limits to what you can do.
And they did. They gamed the system by creating a printing press for money that is Chase Center. And that has helped them game the system. And another thing that helped them game the system is he bought in at 400 and whatever million, and it now has a return of so many X times over that they have a staggering flow of cash coming in that is the envy of not just other NBA teams, but really all teams around sports. They caught a moment in time, Ray. As much as they've gotten lucky with picks, they've caught a moment in time that could benefit an awful lot of teams had they capitalized on the same moment in time. But, you know, it takes a Joe Lacob level aggressive to take everything that you have made and just reinvest it back into the product. You know, this is Joe Lacob's legacy. He understands that. And he's willing to use every single legal loophole to keep it going. And if other teams are upset about it, if I were him, I'd be like, look, I'm not trying to be a bad partner. I'm just trying to win championships. And if you tried a little harder too, I wouldn't get angry at you.
I don't think it's right to say he gamed the system, though. He just ignored it. Because the idea behind the tax, as it was introduced by the owners, was to prevent people from spending over that number ever.
It's a speed limit.
Yeah. You know? And basically, you know, he's doing 90 and a 60. And there are other teams that are willing to do that. And that's what happens when you get more owners like Joe Tsai, like Steve Ballmer, you know, who are worth significant multiples of $1 billion. I mean, what is a tax to Steve Ballmer when he's worth roughly $60 billion? You know, I mean, it still comes out of the petty cash fund. That's all it does. And so I said this before, and I believe it. The owners are going to tweak that system. They're going to make it even more onerous for teams to go over the tax. They might even get rid of some of the gradations to try to make it closer to a hard cap than it currently is. Because if they're mad at Lacob, they're going to be mad at others. Because when Steve Ballmer has a chance to spend that kind of money, he will. You know, there's nothing governing him at all. And when you sell to people for whom money is no object, big surprise, money is no object.
To me, the biggest scam there is not that Joe Lacob is spending like the devil may care. It's that he's spending like the devil may care to retain players that he drafted and developed. Like ownership that is incompetent to the point where all there is buying of championship. You know, we're going to spend more money in free agency than absolutely anybody. We are going to go out there, and since we cannot draft well, since we do not develop well, we will take other people's polished players, remove them from their crown jewels, and stick them in our crowns. That, to me, is the offensive level of spending when that happens. That's like the New York Yankees. And I can prove to you that the New York Yankees are actually a bad baseball outfit that just has more money to spend on talent than anyone, and that's why they're so good. But the thing about the Warriors' tax situation is they're spending this money to keep the players that were homegrown. And that is something that the NBA, I think, needs to address. You should not be penalized for drafting well. You shouldn't be. You just shouldn't be. So I hope that is something that's talked about at the owners' meeting. You know, forget about a hard cap. How about softening it for people who actually know what they're doing? You know, I mean, and what happens to all this taxed money, too? I would really like to know where this money goes, what it does, what it funds, how it's used.
Half of it goes to the teams that stay under the tax. It's distributed evenly among the teams that don't go over the tax. The other half goes straight to the league.
What's the league do with it?
Company picnic.
It must be great sandwiches, man. It must be really good sandwiches.
You know, but again, Lacob has made it clear that the tax is not punitive enough for him. And that's why other owners are going to say that's what needs to be addressed, not, you know, how you spend the money. It's the amount of money because that's the only thing they really care about. It's how much money are the Warriors spending. And since the tax is not enough of a deterrent, they're going to want to create a bigger deterrent, a more strident deterrent, so that even Lacob has to walk away. Because for them, it's not really about talent acquisition or development. It's about money out the door. And when you pay $2, $3, and $4 billion for a basketball team, that's going to be an owner's first concern. So you're right conceptually, but as a practical matter, that doesn't matter to them. And it will never occur to them to think that, no, they should be rewarded for spending wisely and drafting wisely. No, they need to be punished for spending. That's their view.
888-957-9570 is the number. Big Dave in San Leandro. Big Dave, thanks for the call. You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Hey, happy Friday. Well, first off, I agree. It happened in the soccer game, but you have to think outside the box. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of injuries outside there on the streets, both hooligans. So don't forget that piece.
Again, not the actual game of soccer. You get hit with a beer bottle, that's called ouch.
And Joe Lacob, in my opinion, I think that he's making it pretty clear. My prediction is the Warriors will trade for Kevin Durant. I've heard numbers thrown out there, right? We're talking about how much they're spending today via the luxury tax. How much are they going to spend tomorrow if they were to extend Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins? I think Joe Lacob said today that they're going to wait on that. There's no rush, but still, how much is that going to cost? How much is Wiseman going to cost if he ends up being any good? He's making $12 million a year now. So the numbers I've heard, right, if we were to keep the team intact with Draymond Green's extension coming up in a couple of years, we're looking at like $1 billion. So that's not going to happen, right? TK already asked them, like, what's the limit? So it makes complete sense for them to put together a package to trade for KD because they will actually save money, right? They're going to have a better chance to win championships in the short term. I would say we get a couple. My only thing would be I don't want to trade everybody, right? Like, if we can negotiate and, if it's Wiseman, Jordan Poole, and Andrew Wiggins and 3 first-round picks, which will probably end up being second-round picks, let's make it happen. And if we have to throw in Moody, great. But make it happen. Keep Kuminga. And, that's all I got to say. Well, that's my prediction. I'm curious to hear what you guys have to think about that.
Big Dave, so you talked about Lacob, asked about Wiggins and Poole, and he basically said, there are big problems coming, but the best part of them is that they're at least 12 months away.
It's going to be difficult. I'm not going to sit here and lie to the fan base. It's going to be really difficult to figure out what we'll do next summer. This year, we're good. We're going to run it. I would call this is running it back. Some people may think that because Peyton and a couple people are not back, there's always going to be some change. Yesterday is yesterday, and the future is the future, or today is today and future is future. So we think we're going to have a great team this year. But, next summer we're going to be faced with more issues with respect to the cap and luxury tax and all that. And we'll just have to see how this goes. I mean, it's sort of a year-to-year thing. Let's see how everybody plays. Let's see if we are contending again, which we think we will. Let's see if we're going to win again. That certainly extends what we're able to do. If we don't, you have to sort of rethink things a little bit.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That's the thing. A lot of teams would have won 4 championships and, basically been satisfied with that. A lot of owners would have been satisfied with that. The breaking up of successful teams is so common that to see a team stay together like this, that's what's uncommon. This uncommon success, to me, should not be penalized. It should be rewarded. And Joe Lacob, and really, this doesn't just apply to Lacob. Ray, I think this should apply to every single owner. Like, if you can afford the yacht, stop complaining about the price of the slip and the gasoline it takes to make it go. You're not losing money. You own a yacht. You're that level of rich, which means there's no amount of owning that yacht which will ever put you in the poorhouse. Like, you never sell your house. You'll never be in anything other than 10,000 thread count sheets. There is no end to billions level of wealth. Like, these teams are long-term future investments for these guys. You can't really go wrong owning one. Now, a lot of people are looking to take money out of the pot as soon as they buy into it. Like, hey, I bought an NBA team. That should be making me an awful lot of money now. That's not the way Joe Lacob and this team is getting run. As a matter of fact, he's saying everything they make, they put right back into the team. Go ahead and hit it, Grandy.
We spend everything we make. We don't take anything distributions to me, or I've never taken $1. None of our partners have taken $1. We just pile it back into building an arena, which we did for 5 years. We were making a lot of money in Oakland in the last few years. We piled it into building this arena without public help. And now when we're in a stage where our players have gotten, been with us longer and they make more money, and we want to retain them, we want to continue to go for championships, it's piling all that money into player salaries. And that's what we've done here last year and the last few years, and we'll again do this year.
And to me, that's the difference. The amount of people who would have been like, hey, we've done our job, now it's time for us to reap some of these rewards, I think it would be far and wide. That's just not how the Warriors are doing business under this guy's watch.
Yeah, a couple of questions I have, and I don't know if Tim covered this, so we'll have to ask him. Is the arena paid off yet? Because if they're not taking dividends and they're plowing this back into paying off the arena, that's simply prudent management. I mean, the guys who own Manchester United, when they bought the team, they bought it with debt load. And to this day, they take out somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million every year, even though their stadium needs to be renovated. And even though, they spend money, they don't spend it well, so they get into budget crises. If he's taking the money that they make and he's putting it into not only the operation of the franchise, but the paying down of whatever debt is left on the arena, then he's doing what a prudent businessman would do. I don't think there's any debate about that. If that's the circumstance, then there's nothing to complain about there.
No,
he's meeting his obligations.
The way I look at it is a lot of guys who reached the level of success that Joe and his partnership have reached, become satisfied. The fact that they're not satisfied is what makes Joe Lacob dangerous to other owners. Like, he doesn't want to spread the wealth or share the wealth. He just wants to reinvest the wealth into being an even better basketball team next year than he was this year. And look at the amount of teams that are going nowhere fast. Perpetually. Like, all they do is go nowhere fast. Like, the minute that Tillman Fertitta started feeling a squeeze on his $1 billion, he'll never, ever, ever move out of his own house empire. I mean, the Houston Rockets got blown up like a bridge. Just detonated and poof. That's the way so many of these guys operate. But not this guy. Not our guy. That's what makes him different, and that's what makes the Warriors special. Joe Lacob likes winning basketball the way that Steph Curry likes knocking down threes. There isn't much of a difference. And that is rare. When Tim stops on by a little bit later on, I got to ask him, is there any doubt in his mind that Joe Lacob is now the single greatest owner in the history of Bay Area sports? You can talk about, well, what about Eddie DeBartolo? Look, we know the level of incompetence in which his era ended, and that has to be factored in. We know what the whole story on Eddie D is, and as great as the peak was, the valley at the end has, basically thrown the 49ers into a level of, I don't want to say incompetence, but I mean, they have not really bounced back yet. They have blips, they have moments, they have seasons, but this, decade-long rolling of excellence is escaped the 49ers completely, because he was in a situation where he had to turn around and sell his team to his sister, who really doesn't know what she was doing. We will hear more from Joe Lacob talking about the team and as it's built and his young players and how he's looking at them. And then again, Kenny Mayne is going to join us at 4:15 this afternoon. Tim Kawakami at 4:45. We got open lines, and we're looking forward to talking to you about the Warriors and Lacob and everything you've heard. If you haven't listened to this podcast, I suggest you do. It's a very interesting one, and I got to tell you, Lacob is really transparent, man. He tells you the truth, which I think is pretty rare these days. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The Angels are a plus money dog against the Orioles. I'm Joe Giglio here to help you beat the books with BetQL. After a winning month of June, the O's are all of a sudden just 4 games under 500. Meanwhile, the Angels' hot start is a distant memory. The odds for today's game reflect that, and the BetQL model sees some value on LA and rookie starter Reed Detmers. BetQL has the Angels plus 120 on the money line as a 5-star best bet. They think Los Angeles.
Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
If you're looking for more Giants talk, you got to check out Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. You know, we got Kenny Mayne talking about his podcast, Tim Kawakami's podcast. There's a podcast for Giants fans right there. Our friends Mark Willard and Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy, host Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys on the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. Check them out. We'll have a little bit more on the Giants today, a little bit later on the show. They're taking on the Tropical Skittles Padres, who are debuting what of all the City Connect jerseys is just as bad as any effort you'll see. These things look absolutely ridiculous. Have you seen them, Ray? Turn your mic on. God bless you. Turn your microphone on.
Leave me alone. It's hard for me to remember the technical details. No, they're awful, but most of the City Connect uniforms are awful. They're just
they're going out of their way to get extra awful on these.
You know what? Once you pass awful, it sort of doesn't matter. I mean, they're awful.
To bathe in just pastel colors of random selection. Look, I understand that they're not for us. They're definitely not marketing to me, to you, or obviously anyone with the power of vision.
How many fans have you seen wearing the Giants City Connect jerseys out on the street?
None.
Thank you.
How many people have you seen wearing baseball jerseys out, period, though?
There are a fair amount. If you see people walking to the ballpark, you'll see people wearing jerseys.
Yeah. Well, of course, going to the ballpark. I'm talking about just out and around. I think there's an interesting target audience that this City Connect uniform is going for. I think they're pretty cool. And to me, they scream like Cancun beach party or pool party. I think some people are going to buy these where Fernando Tatis Jr. open jersey, and I think it's built for the summertime. I think these are, I like them. I'm in.
You like the Padres jerseys?
Yeah.
Oh. But again, you dress like a 7-year-old.
Agreed.
I love you.
Target audience. Yeah. I'm wearing a collar today, though.
Oh my God!
With a haircut.
Hey.
But look, I look. They're not for me. I don't know who they're for. If you want one, go buy one. God have mercy on your soul. Look, to say that I've seen no City Connect jerseys is a slight exaggeration. I have seen a couple, but the old school, just giant vanilla jersey is borderline perfect. Like why you'd ever want a Giants jersey other than that, except for maybe a gray road San Francisco jersey, I do not know. I will say this, having grown up on the East Coast and lived in the Midwest as well, there's a lot more jerseys in normal everyday just living than there are in California. I don't know if it's more fashion conscious out here or stylish, or it isn't as stylish, but there are tons of jerseys of all types on the East Coast and the Midwest. Fewer than in Northern California anyways, until football season comes along, and then the city's like awash in 49ers and still to this day Raiders jerseys. I want to get back to this Lacob sound, though. Actually, you know what? I want to get back to the phones because we got a couple guys holding, and we want to get to you at 888-957-9570. This is Don in Berkeley. Don, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Talking about Lacob, I agree. He's a great owner, and I couldn't help but notice the contrast with John Fisher, and I wanted to find out if you think John Fisher is the worst owner in professional sports, or whether it's just that I live in the Bay Area, so I'm more exposed to.
Oh no, Don, it's not where you are. It's that you've just been paying attention. There is no doubt that John Fisher is as close to the concept of an owner being evil and awful as you can get. He's a detestable businessman. He is he all John Fisher does for his own wealth that he doesn't even care about is crap all over his own fan base. That's all he does. So yeah, he is the worst, bar none, easily.
Danny Snyder.
You do get bonus points for that.
Oh, yeah, because it's not close. John Fisher may be greedy, small-minded, and basically a carpetbagger. I will happily agree to all of that. But Danny Snyder wins the crown.
I will say that if you were like, how do you treat your own employees? Are you sexually harassing every single skirt that walks into your office? Daniel Snyder does take the cake. John Fisher doesn't have any sexual harassment case attached to him as far as I've ever heard of or known. But that's it. If the tiebreaker is sexual harassment, yeah, Dan Snyder takes the cake. But you know what Dan Snyder actually does want to do? He just doesn't know how. He wants to win. I think I can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt John Fisher has no interest in winning or on-field success at all. Like, Daniel Snyder wants to win. He just can't. I don't think John Fisher actually wants to win.
I think he wants to win, but he only wants to win at a certain price point. And the price point almost never is sufficient. He's prioritized making sure that he gets his cut first. And there are a lot of owners like that. And he's more naked than most in that because he goes in recognizably discernible cycles. His baseball people build up a team that has some young, appealing players to it. And as soon as they get near free agency, they're gone. It's just not, it just happens like that. There's no lingering, no internal debate about, well, maybe we should keep Matt Olson. No. When the clock chimes midnight for him, he's gone. When the clock chimed midnight for Matt Chapman, he was gone. When the clock chimes midnight for Frankie Montas, if he gets healthy again, he'll be gone.
Oh, look, Paul Blackburn.
It's eminently predictable, and that makes him a bad owner. That said, Snyder's even bad at wanting to win because mostly what he wants to do now, because he no longer sells out a building that used to have a waiting list of 50,000 people per game.
Well, that was also a lie then.
It was a lie then, but it wasn't that he didn't have a waiting list. It wasn't 90,000 people deep. But now they have a 93,000 seat stadium that draws about 50.
Yeah,
and more to the point, he thinks it's because the stadium is inadequate. So he wants a new stadium built for him. That's an evil guy too. Because when you say, I want a new stadium and I want you to build it, what he's saying is, I don't want you to have upgraded hospitals or a better school system or police and fire and nurses and social workers being paid properly.
Well,
I don't care. I want what I want.
Do you think for a second that John Fisher wouldn't take 1,000% of public funding if that were available to him? That he'd leave a penny on the desk?
No, I do. But, Snyder's done this twice already. I mean, he's got a new stadium. He got to leave RFK. Now he demands a new one. And, it's the sheer brazenness of how he operates put upon the fact that he's also a social reprobate.
Right. You're not even allowed to look him in the eye if you work for him. He is a scumbag. He really is.
Yeah.
So how about this? John Fisher, definitely the worst owner in baseball. Dan Snyder, maybe the worst owner on the planet. And by the way, Paul Blackburn, who's 6-3 with a 2.90, and the only good thing the A's really got going for him this entire year, takes on the Astros tonight, and he'll be gone as soon as contractually obligated to be gone, which we know, will be as soon as possible. So,
that's all part of the turnover.
I want to get back to a little Joe Lacob sound. Asked about Kevin Durant, he couldn't basically comment specifically on Kevin Durant, but he did vaguely. And here is Joe Lacob on the Tim Kawakami podcast.
We will always look at any opportunities to make ourselves better. The question you have to ask is better near term, better intermediate term, or better long term. Some options, if we were to pivot in some way, some partial way, might give us a even higher upside near term, but might decrease the long term. So these are the things that Bob and the group we have to look at and determine, what's the right path.
Dave in Livermore, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Dave? Dave going once, going twice. Hello, Dave.
No Dave.
No Dave, no dice. He wanted to talk about Kevin Durant being a pipe dream. At least that was the comment next to Dave's name. And look, Kevin Durant, let me just say this about Kevin Durant. Who would have ever thought that we'd live in a world where that guy didn't have a market? That's the world that we're living in. There isn't a trade market for Kevin Durant. And we know it's got nothing to do with basketball. He's awesome. He's one of the best ever at basketball. It's all the other stuff. He's the NBA's. He's a massive drama queen. He's 33. He's damaged goods. He can't put Twitter down. He says he's not a leader, and he runs away from the very first sign of adversity he sees, really in his entire life, always. You know, I know that he was really upset that they were chanting cupcake at him in Oklahoma City. They weren't wrong. He's cupcake-ish. He's cupcake adjacent.
The reason why he hasn't been traded yet, though, is because the asking price is almost certainly prohibitive for most teams to begin with. Secondly, I think the Nets are trying to create a bidding war for him, which means you have to find every team that's willing to overextend itself to get him. And I think that takes time.
Hey, to have a war, you need more than one. We can't even find one that's really interested.
Well, we haven't heard of one yet, is all I'm saying.
Right, but are there any secrets in the NBA? The answer to that question is a definitive no. Had an offer been made to the Nets, good, bad, fair, or foul, we would have heard about it. Full stop by now.
Well,
and we haven't heard of it.
Yeah, but I don't believe that there aren't things going on that we haven't heard about. The other thing is, the Nets are in no hurry, and the market for Kevin Durant may be out there. They're still trying to formulate what it is. So I wouldn't say that there's no market for Kevin Durant, but I wouldn't be surprised if the market doesn't materialize to the point where Brooklyn's happy with it. Rudy Gobert may end up being the reason why Kevin Durant doesn't get traded.
Oh, he definitely blew up the market a little bit there, and the Nets are asking for, a king's ransom, which would be the ransom you would expect to have to pay for a talent like Kevin Durant. They want 2 all-star caliber players and multiple first-rounders. They're not getting that. And they're not getting that because he's not worth it. They're getting that because people just... I just think everyone's kind of out on Kevin Durant being good for your team or good as a teammate. He's a spectacular individual scorer. Without Steph Curry, he ain't won jack. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
When it comes to getting back into the Kevin Durant business, that would obviously blow up the 2 timeline approach, which, as if 2 bullets fired at each other from across the room, they actually perfectly hit. The Warriors' 2 timeline approach worked in a way that even Golden State Warriors involved in the 2 timeline approach didn't even think it would. Andre Iguodala, I'm looking at you, buddy. Here is Joe Lacob talking about the plan and how it worked.
People criticized me and us, some people did, for the, quote, dual timeline. Why would you...
2 timelines. It's a 2 timelines. 2 timelines.
Yeah. Now everyone thinks it's brilliant, because we won. I would think the fans, and like us, we don't want to have a span of 5 or 10 years where we're not good. We want to try to win championships. We did it. We're going to try to do it again this year. And at the same time, develop young players who can eventually, continue to take more and more minutes as the older guys start to take less of a role.
And look, here's how it works, kids. No one can win a championship every year. That does not happen, except for when you're playing Madden, and the only reason why that happens, or 2K, is because you hit reset whenever anything's going wrong in a big playoff game. Like you just cannot win in perpetuity. Trying to compete, though. I mean, what Joe Lacob fancies for the Golden State Warriors is never returning to the old Golden State Warriors again. He wants to be up there with the competent franchises year in, year out, where it's... Are they involved in the playoffs? Of course they are. They're in the playoffs. Like the Detroit Red Wings didn't win Stanley Cups every year, but they were in the playoffs every single year, basically between the ages of I was born and I was in college. All the time. The Blackhawks had a hell of a run in that regard. To be consistently a really well-regarded team is a noble goal. I know that there's a whole bunch of douchebags in sports who say, right, you won it all, you didn't do anything. I only understand who crosses the finish line first. You're wrong. You're wrong. No one can guarantee cross the finish line first all the time. So you want to be in position to where when you do have the car that can drive that fast, you can get there. But you can't always drive that fast. That to me is, I think, one of the best things about Lacob. He understands that what you're looking at is the zenith of all their hopes and dreams. They never want to get back down to base camp again. They want to be somewhere close to the summit of the mountain at all times.
No, I think that's true. We don't know if the dual timeline plan will work, but it has an internal logic to it. And, we'll find out how it plays out. But for the moment, it's hard to find something that is egregiously wrong with it. The best you could say is it's value neutral right now, but it's an idea.
Well, I mean, it's not value neutral. It's already off to the single greatest moment of success that it could hope to provide in the timeline. Like, they began the two timeline. They're into the multiverse with a championship first year into the multiverse. The real question will be when it is not Steph, not Clay, not Draymond, and it is, let's assume Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman.
Yeah,
Patrick, Baldwin.
Yeah, but for now, that was a championship that was won largely by the veterans. So it really, we're just at the start of this.
Right.
And the only thing I'm trying to say is we don't know if the dual timeline is going to work. But it is at least an idea that few teams take, which is we've got to look at a 5-year plan that doesn't involve us sucking for the first 4. That's the creativity of it. And again, we'll find out how good these young guys are and whether they can become cohesive enough to be, perennial playoff teams. But the idea, A, is not a bad one. B, has not come close to failing yet, because even the worst you could say about any of the young guys is that James Wiseman's been hurt more than he's been healthy. That's the worst thing you can say about any of the young guys.
Yeah. It's pretty, look, it's a 2-step process. The first step, fantastic. The old guys that were still here won without more veterans added at the expense of the young players that we're just talking about. So first step completed. Second step, well, it'll take time to make that step. And that step will start to come into focus more right next year. And this is the last bit of sound that I have from the Tim Kawakami, Joe Lacob conversation on the TK podcast, is Joe Lacob says, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman, expect all bigger roles for them next year.
You can plan on seeing them quite a bit more this next year, I would suspect. They're going to take on bigger roles, and that was in the plan. This is year 2 for them. And Wiseman, of course, sort of like year 1.5, but he's going to play a big role this year as well. And he's looking great. He's really healthy. And so, we're going to have to, that's up to the coaches, who they play. We don't tell them who to play. But I would suspect that they are big candidates to log a lot more minutes than they did last year. And they should be ready for it. And if not, we'll figure that out.
By the way, the timeline continues tonight. It's the Warriors Las Vegas Summer League. Gets underway against the Knicks at the Thomas and Mack Center on ESPN2 in about an hour from now. Continues through the weekend. I think we're going to take one of these games over the weekend here on 95.7 The Game. And, the 2 timeline starts officially tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock tonight.
Playing against a team with no timeline.
Exactly. The Knicks are without lines or time. The championship rings for the Summer League, by the way, are among the most pathetic things that the NBA's cooked up in a really long time. We won't even talk about them because it's that offensive. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Tony, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas, how we doing today?
We good.
Hey, man, so I just wanted to say that a lot of these owners, man, they're being a bunch of little girls crying to their mom about Joey Lightyear's being able to open up the pocketbook and not being afraid to spend money. You know, they say you got to spend money to make money. Well, the guy's taking that money and putting it back into his product, while all these other owners are crying to Adam Silver, telling him that that's not fair, that we're doing everything that we can, when in reality all they're doing is taking money from their product and putting it back in their pocketbooks. And they're sitting there with a shrug at Adam Silver, like we don't know what we're doing wrong, but their pockets are full of money. When you got when I would say arguably he's one of the greatest owners of all time. And then just to chime in on that John Fisher talk you guys are having, I mean, look at that guy. That guy he's a bozo. He's a complete bozo. He was coming from a diehard A's fan that grew up, as a child going to those games. And if that guy had an ounce of dignity and was able to put money where his mouth was at, we might have won a pennant or two within the last 20 years, but he's sitting there not wanting people to look at him because he's so shameful of what he has on the field because he doesn't care about nobody but himself.
Yeah, I mean, forget about like a huge hitter that would complement the middle of the lineup. He won't even invest in a can of paint for the Coliseum. And you can say, well, it's, he doesn't own the Coliseum. It's not up to, doesn't matter. No, if he wanted to take a can of paint to a concession kiosk and improve it, he could. He doesn't. He refuses to.
Yeah, just for the caller, nobody's crying to Adam Silver. Adam Silver can't fix this. The owners are the ones who have to do that themselves, and that's one of the great myths about commissioners.
If I were
they're
Joe
employers. The owners are employers. The commissioner's an employee, and there's never been a case of an employee telling an employer what to do. So if you want to talk about who's dissatisfied with the way the system works, Adam Silver doesn't care. He'll enforce whatever system he's given. But the people who created the system were the owners.
Well, look at it this way. Based on that truth, Ray, and you are totally right, the man who should run the NBA is Joe Lacob. There you go. If I were him, I'd walk into this Board of Governors meeting next week in Las Vegas, and I would say, the only thing I want to hear from any of you a-holes is thank you. Because I have the most watched, the most covered, the most interesting team in this league. Without me, you die. So you're welcome, you SOBs. Make it easier for me to have the biggest show in the room. You aren't even trying, half of you. You're welcome. I provide you your ratings, your eyeballs, your success. You're on my teat, not the other way around. So anyone who's got anything to say, shut up. Light years. I'm serious. If I were Joe, everyone's walking in Armani suits. I would come in wearing board shorts and a T-shirt that said light years. And on the back, it says D's nuts.
It's a vision. No, Joe, I will tell you the one thing. You won't get your way on that because Joe Lacob is going to walk in wearing a polo shirt and khakis like he always does, because the only way to get that system changed to his detriment is to act like you're the smartest guy in the room.
Which he is.
Well, he's among them. I don't know if he's the smartest guy. I don't rank it that way. But you don't make friends by acting like, the room lights up when you walk in, because the 29 of them have more money than he does. And if they want to screw with him, they can vote and screw with him. That said, that's why Joe Lacob isn't going to go in and wear the board shorts with the tank top and, fire off double birds to everybody else in the room. He's going to do what smart people do, and he's going to keep a nice low profile. He won't wear any rings into the room. He'll be remarkably dignified about this, and then hope that they don't get mad at him while he's talking.
I'd bang the gavel and say, welcome to the Warriors Invitational.
Yes, you would.
Kenny
and they'd hurt
Mayne.
you.
Kenny Mayne comes up next to talk about his new podcast, and he's part of the family now. So Uncle Kenny Mayne joins us next year on 95.7 The Game. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content, well, you certainly just got a lot of it here on 95.7 The Game. Text the word Warriors to 20357. You hit the subscribe button. Boom. Kenny Mayne joins us next. Tim Kawakami later this hour. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come.
to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Boys and girls, you got to trust me, because these days don't exist anymore, but there were some Sports Center anchors who were so great that they weren't just the anchors of the show, they were the show as much as the sports were. It was the glory days of Sports Center and ESPN, and our next guest was certainly right in the middle of it. And the glory days ain't over for Kenny Mayne. He has joined the Odyssey family, which means, Kenny, we're officially now related. A new podcast, Hey Mayne. You can find it anywhere you get your podcasts. Certainly, your Odyssey family of podcasts are all there for you. He's going to have weekly conversations. He's already got a couple out, more coming, and to talk about it, about sports, about the good old glory days. Kenny Mayne is nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. Kenny, thank you. How you doing?
I don't think you had enough praise for me in that introduction, so if you want to just keep going for a while, that's cool.
You know, I can relate to this because I did my time in Bristol before I made it back out here to the West Coast, and certainly you spent plenty of time in Bristol. I've seen you at the Stop and Shop. I have seen you at the 99 over in Bristol. So I feel like we've always had a lot in common, mostly sad moments in Connecticut.
What about the food bag, the Bristol food bag that was, I think it's changed names. You know, the dumbest thing, the biggest mistake, I should say, if we had been wise and bought a couple of houses adjacent to the property, because now, you know, when I got there, it was 2 buildings. Now you can't even, you need a taxi to get around from end to end. It got bigger through the years. I'm wishing them all well, and, I'm doing other stuff now. So, I don't really dwell on it. The departure or leaving or whatever happened, it was great years and great fun, and they gave me a bunch of good opportunities, and I still have many good friends there, and everybody's in the right place.
So the new podcast, in what is a fairly crowded field, I think, what is it that's going to separate yours from the pack?
I don't think it will, actually. It'll probably be a miserable failure, but it sure will be fun, just the fact that we got together and recorded some interviews, for a brief period of time. I don't know. I agree, and that's partly why I was a little reluctant to even do it, is how much space is there for one more of these things? Essentially, they're all people talking to people, sometimes doing little sketches, sometimes, they have sort of a gadget, a trick, whatever they call it. What do they call that? What's the hook?
A gimmick?
Because when they asked me, I just said, how about it'll be good. We'll do good interviews. I don't know. So I kind of lined up 2 lists. One was a group of people who are pretty well known for what they do that I know, I'm either friends with or know them a good amount. And then the other list was sort of like, all right, I've never met these people or I don't know them well. Let's shoot for the moon on the left side of the screen or the right. So we've mainly going off tackle early, grabbing the people that I thought would be interesting but easy to get, easy to say yes, because people are busy. Like even Sue Bird said yes right away, but she's busy. She's playing her WNBA season, and that schedule is crazy. Like just saying, oh, I'm going to devote this 90 minutes, on a shoot-around day or whatever. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's just a matter of luck. Some people are selling something, they have a book or they have a movie or they have an album or whatever, and sometimes they want to do publicity, so sometimes we'll go that route. But out of the gate, I just calling all friends. I went down the list of people I know well that I thought would be good, and pretty much everybody said yes. So we got a handful of them banked, and we're rolling them out one at a time. Some of them are getting dated quickly, like Sarah Kendzior, one of my favorite podcasters. I don't know if you're familiar. She has a show called Gaslit Nation.
Oh, yeah, she's very good.
She has been a strong leader through these times. But, I taped her in May, and I even said at the top of that interview, I just said the truth. Don't pretend it happened the week it's running. Just, hey, we're taping this in May. God knows what's going to happen in this country in the next couple months, and sure enough. So we might try to do a little addendum with her. At least I'll do a little setup that will kind of explain some of the stuff is dead. We've got lucky. Chris Guest, the great film director, actor, he's in. Paul Crawford just ran. Chris Berman was the first one. Ben Schwartz was the second one. Comedian, actor, friend of mine. Jamel Hill's going to be on. Bill Walton, Talk Forever. Jason Kander, he was an Army intelligence guy and now a political office seeker. He actually just released a book, and it talks about his PTSD and all the things he's dealt with coming back from serving in Afghanistan. So the list has been good so far.
Kenny Mayne joining us here, the new podcast, Hey Mayne, available now. I think a lot of people, certainly in the Bay Area, remember an interview you did at an Applebee's with Marshawn Lynch, and I'm wondering if he isn't also on the target list.
Absolutely. I put him on the friend list, but he's busy. He'll do it or he won't do it. And no hard feelings either way. And it's none taken when somebody doesn't want to answer or doesn't want to do it, because a lot of people already have their own projects and they're busy enough doing that, and to, take time and space. And it's just like setting up any other appointment, right? Depending on what your job is, you say, okay, I'm going to devote this hour on this day, but matching up schedules can be hard. Marshawn definitely is one we'd love to have.
Given what you did when you were at ESPN, and I don't want to go back to those days, but if you were doing a podcast then, how different do you think it would be from the one you're doing now?
Depends on when then is, because I was there 27 years. I probably 27 years ago wouldn't have been as good at it, right? I'm more practiced. I've done more interviews in that time period, and I didn't really come in with much of a plan, except for you write down 5 or 6 things. Don't forget to get into this area. It's not like you write a list of questions ahead of time necessarily. It's more just see where the conversation goes. And a lot of them, kind of went all over the place, and we'd bring it back. One of us would forget what the question was, and the other one would remind the other. And they're a little chaotic, but so far, we're happy with the first 3 that came out. Ben was very funny. He's done such good work. He was in the show that I did at ESPN. Man, that was a long time ago, 2006 or somewhere in there, 2007. We did a thing called Main Street, and it was like a takeoff on life at ESPN and my life, taking real things and kind of exaggerating them. And Ben was one of the young actors. He'd done a couple things, but really not that much nationally. Aubrey Plaza was in, and Allison Becker, John Glazer, a whole bunch of people have done really good things after that. So, heck, maybe we'll just get all of them at some point, one after the other.
Who do you think was the best co-host you used to work with on SportsCenter in terms of complimenting you? Because you have one of the most unique deliveries in the history of sportscasting. As funny a straight man persona as you can get. Who do you think played the best off of you?
I don't know. I hate doing that because it's to the exclusion of others. So I usually just name a bunch. I mean, I got along with just about everybody I ever did a show with, and everybody had different styles. Some were a little wilder, Neil Everett. John Buccigross could make me laugh. He played off well, John Anderson, we did a ton of shows. Trey, way back when. Dan Patrick, going way, way back. So and Stuart Scott. Like, I'm going to just keep listing names. Like, there really weren't too many occasions where afterward you're like, man, that didn't work. The only time that was true, and it was nobody's fault, was more often when it was a brand new engagement, right? Somebody I'd literally never worked with, and the first one was never as good as the second one. You just get to feel each other, and doing that show, people usually they think that everybody's reading off teleprompter. That's sort of the cliche or the put down, when in fact you almost never read off the teleprompter. You might read off the teleprompter for the open if there was something important to say, or a big lead in to a feature story, where you want to say it just right, or a serious story, like a crime situation or whatever. But the rest of it is you got notes and you got highlights, and you're talking to each other and talking over the highlights, and it's freeform with some backup, right? You got your research group handing notes about the stats, and it's very loose. And I think the looser the other person got, the looser I got. Like that person would bring the best out of me.
number one dream guest to have on your podcast, almost to a level of unobtainable, you're almost afraid to even ask? Who would it be?
Well, number one, I don't put it in that category because I actually have a bit of a connection there. And I said this on a different interview. Like, I don't want to make this weird, like it's a campaign that gets creepy going after one name. You've seen people do that kind of thing. But Stevie Wonder is the first name I listed for my dream list. And I've worked with him a few times through the years. In fact, the second day I ever was on the job back in Seattle at KSTW, the little independent station, I was a news reporter, and Stevie came to town for the top of a concert series. And so we got to go to his rehearsal, and I was so nervous when I got up there to interview him, which we weren't even supposed to do. Somebody kind of ran up on the stage, so we all followed. And my mic is shaking in my hand. I think I set it on his keyboard, and all of a sudden you hear like, dong, like the key, whatever I hit. And he just calmly turned it to 0, didn't get mad, kept talking. So I reminded him of that on another occasion. So I've said to him that I've told people we've collaborated, essentially, musically, and he got the joke. He also helped us out with the Detroit Baseball All-Star Game. Remember, I used to play in those so-called celebrity softball games, and he was from Detroit, from Saginaw, so I was trying to tie that together because the game was there. We got him to say, I can't be at the All-Star Game, I have a high ankle sprain. So that was his one killer line for a little bit that we did.
Better Stevie Wonder song, Superstitious or My Sharia Moore?
Superstition is the title of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd go with that one over there. But all his stuff's great. His young years where he was this 12-year-old playing fingertips and, he grew out of that and started developing his own thing, and he broke away, from the hold that Motown had on him and got to do his own thing. And Music of My Mind, Talking Book, Intervisions, Fulfilling This First Finale, Songs in the Key of Life, Secret Life of Plants. Like, he cranked out in the 70s, which is where I was, a young kid. I was 12 years old when he was when I think he released Talking Book. And I've just always kind of revered him in a different way. I kind of look at him almost like a prophet. Some of his lyrics and the meaning that those songs had 50 years ago that they still have relevance today. He's just an interesting guy. That would be the number one by far.
Podcast in the key of Kenny Mayne. It's also called Hey Mayne. You can find it on Odyssey. You are up in Seattle. What would be the bigger development in Seattle? A rebirth of the Seahawks, the Kraken winning a cup, or the Sonics coming back to town?
Well, I'd say getting the NBA back. We love the Storm. We just went and saw our friend Sue Bird play the other day, and they're doing great. Kraken was, they're going to take a minute to get it together, but I'm sure they're going to improve. They just had a good draft choice, I heard the other day. It'd have to be the Sonics returning or whatever. I hope it's an expansion. I don't really want Oklahoma to come back. I want a new team, build it out, make Jamal Crawford, some kind of role, whatever he wants. Bring back Gary. Sean's already here selling weed over there on First Avenue, I think it is. It's legal here. And, yeah, that would be something. I hope that happens. Hey, the Mariners got to 500. They've come on the last few weeks. I'm going to the game tomorrow night with a bunch of family. So we're happy that they've kind of turned the corner a little bit this season.
Did they? I think I read today, I don't know if this is right or not, that they will have played as many games at Safeco as they had at the Kingdome. Like, that's how long Safeco's been open already.
Yeah, well, was it I'm forgetting, was it 2000? I can't remember the exact year. It was right around there because the All-Star game was 2001. 2000 or 21? I've lost touch with reality here. They started at the Kingdome in, 77?
Was it?
So, yeah, 77, because I was in high school. Seahawks were the year before. I'm so old, I remember the Seattle Pilots, who a lot of people don't know are the Milwaukee Brewers, right? They played in Seattle just 1 year when I was 9 years old, and they played at this old stadium called Six Stadium. It's now a Lowe's home improvement store. I think they put home plate in the paint aisle or something to kind of commemorate. So, yeah, those were the days. We had Tommy Harper, led the American League in stolen bases. Tommy Davis, who just passed away, Lenny Wilkins' good friend growing up. He was a National League batting champion a couple times with the Dodgers. Jim Bouton wrote Ball 4 principally with the notes he took that season and, going back to his Yankee years. So there were some characters on that team. It wasn't the best team. They started okay, but I think they finished dead last. But they left the very next year and became the Brewers.
Hey, enjoy the game tomorrow night. Enjoy Julio Rodriguez and Kenny. We wish you the very, very best with Mayne.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Part of our family now. Kenny Mayne here on 95.7 The Game. By the way, we have one good piece of news and one sad piece of news to share with you. Ray, would you like good or sad first? Happy or sad? What do you want?
I know the sad news, so surprise me with the other.
Jacques Peterson isn't just going to the All-Star game. He's starting it. Jacques Peterson, a platoon player for the San Francisco Giants, is starting the All-Star game. I think he needs more at-bats, okay? I'm just going to throw that out there. Quit playing the splits. Play your All-Star. Jacques Peterson has been named an All-Star starter for the National League. The sad news, which you do know about because I got the same text from Lucas, is that Tony was it Cicero? Is that his name?
Sirico.
Tony Sirico, who is better known as Paulie Walnuts on The Sopranos, has passed away. That stinks. Paulie Walnuts, one of the great characters on one of the great shows in the history of HBO. And as long as bad things happen in 3, I guess we got to wait one more, because I had another kind of sad, a death announcement that I just learned about last night. Mike Brito, who was the man in the white fedora holding the radar gun at a billion Dodgers games when Dodger Stadium used to not have, just Mary Hart's legs right behind home plate, but an actual well that scouts did their jobs from. This is, Ray, is it an exaggeration to say that Mike Brito is maybe the only recognizable scout in sports history? Like, he was instantly recognizable with that radar gun and the fedora that he was constantly holding up at Dodger Stadium, and he is responsible for so much Dodger greatness. It's ridiculous.
He's not the only one, but he's probably the most recognizable because the Dodgers were on all the time. And, between that and the fact that he was instrumental in getting Fernando Valenzuela to Los Angeles, probably makes him among the 3 or 4 most famous scouts ever.
Pedro Martinez, man.
Him too.
Pedro too. Yeah. I mean, it's the list of guys that came from his scouting tree is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, Gary Hughes would be on that list. Huey Alexander, who was a scout for the Phillies for a lot of years and had the added advantage of having only one hand, so people knew him by that. But scouting, is largely an anonymous business, and it's more anonymous now than ever. But yeah, Brito, Hughes, Huey Alexander, those are the 3 that probably stand out the most.
We're going to have Tim Kawakami, who, of course, hosts the Tim Kawakami podcast, join us coming up in our next segment. It's been forever since we've had Tim on. He had an incredible conversation with Joe Lacob that is out on his podcast. Everybody's got a podcast. Ray, when's your podcast coming out?
The 14th of Never.
Looking forward to it. It's about how the Golden State Warriors are just, a monster that doesn't seem to be resting on its laurels anytime soon. So we're obviously going to start there with Tim and then start painting in different colors around all the sports topics that we got going on here in the Bay Area. Just to bring it back, though, Forbes had a story saying that, the NBA has had a luxury tax around for 21 years now, and it wasn't even applied in the first year. It's been applicable in 19 of those seasons. And in 19 of those seasons, 28 teams have paid over $2.1 billion in payroll excess tax. The Golden State Warriors have been in the luxury tax 5 times, yet they have paid more than teams that have been in the luxury tax, doubling them in double the time. In 5 years, the Warriors have spent $337.8 million in just luxury tax. That's before a player. That's after the players get paid. That's money that they have sent to the NBA for the sprinkles to put on top of their cake. Now, just because you spend in the luxury tax doesn't even mean you won, unless you're the Golden State Warriors for the most part, because the team that spent the most beyond the Warriors, and they're still not even close, believe it or not, it's Brooklyn. $297 million in tax has been spent by Brooklyn, and they got absolutely nothing to show for it. Coming in third place, 10 years into the tax, it's the New York Knicks. You want to talk about nothing to show for it. $248 million in tax dollars with nothing going on. Now, the Cavaliers come in fourth. They've spent $179 million over 7 years. That's obviously an awful lot of LeBron. The Lakers, $171 million over 7 years. That is the end of Kobe into LeBron, obviously. But just because you got crazy cash to throw around doesn't mean you're about to be successful. That's why I think that the NBA owes it not just to the Warriors, but to its own business to have less punitive tax applied to teams that are only trying to retain the talent that they drafted and developed in the first place. Do you think the NBA would see the merit in that?
No.
Why?
Because money is money, and the tax is not meant to provide any sort of competitive component to it. The tax is meant to deter spending. And the fact that Joe Lacob and Joe Tsai and a few other owners have gone into the tax and done so blithely is an indication to most owners that the tax isn't punitive enough. They're not looking at this as a matter of basketball in any way, shape, or form. This is about money that they don't have to spend. And so,
and I don't mean to cut you off, Ray, but if the Warriors had not been able to have the means to do this, the entire NBA's last agreed upon television contract doesn't even happen. The Warriors have 2 ratings vehicles that are above and beyond every other entity in the NBA. The number 1 vehicle is the Golden State Warriors. The second vehicle is LeBron James. LeBron James ain't going to be here much longer. You know, I mean, there's an awful lot of cutting off your nose to spite your face going on here, the way that I look at it.
Yeah, there is. But that will not deter them from A, complaining, and B, trying to devise a system that punishes more punitively based not on who you draft or who you develop, but what you spend. Because that's the one thing owners do understand. Even the ones who don't know much about basketball know money. And that's what this argument is going to be all about.
We're going to talk to Tim Kawakami about this. And by the way, if drafting and developing is key to a team's success, it explains an awful lot of the stalling out that the San Francisco Giants have encountered this year, because drafting and developing is not something that they've done well since 2010. And we're going to get into that. We're going to say hello to Tim for the first time in a long time, and we're doing it next here on a Friday afternoon. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
You can watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/957thegame.
I apologize to all the fans because we were just 100 miles an hour.
Looking good, Mrs. Dubs.
The head groundskeeper at Thad's golf course just retired.
We need to find someone in the next 2 weeks. Someone with botany and management experience.
He needs a replacement because the greens are already looking a little rough.
Water and aeration. They need to know it all.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
To assume that we would go $400 or $500 million, that's not accurate. It's just not possible.
If you game it out, it could end up there, but obviously there's ways around that.
We're not far from it. I'm just saying it's not. You can't expect those kinds of numbers unless we were to raise everyone's ticket prices immensely. And I don't think anyone wants that.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you for stopping on by, Damon and Ratto, this Friday afternoon, and we thank Tim Kawakami for joining us on a day where the podcast is certainly, I would imagine, exploding and doing great numbers. He had Joe Lacob of the Golden State Warriors on the TK show. And Tim, it's been a really long time since we've had you on our show, so thanks so much for stopping on by today. How you doing, man?
Doing real well. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I know I've been on with you, Damon. I can't remember when it's been. It's been a while, but good to be on, Damon.
Been a very, very long time. Nothing nice to say to Ray. Not good to be on with Ray, correct?
Well, Ray's the one to call me, and he requested I come on, and those puppy dog eyes. I couldn't see it on the telephone, but I could imagine them, and I can't turn them down. I can't turn Ray Ratto down. It's impossible.
Yeah, I'm adorable.
It's just silence. I love it too. It's a tremendous way to work.
So, look, where did the podcast take place? Do you go to Lacob? Did Lacob come to you? Where'd that happen?
No, it's a phone. It's a phone or a Zoom call.
Okay.
We post the audio, only the audio, but the Zoom is the better quality of sound. And he just had back surgery a couple weeks ago, right, the day after the draft. So he's not moving around great, although he's going to Vegas for the summer league, typical Lacob. But, yeah, we usually do this by phone. It's just easier that way. Everyone's used to doing it. We usually do it, twice a year, something like that. And this was one of the times. And we've had an ongoing conversation, Lacob and I, over the years. At games or on the phone, and this was the continuum. Yeah, you played that intro. I was like, yeah, geez, Lacob and I are co-hosting the show. So it felt like I was like, yeah, I guess we could do that. Lacob and I can bat around a few things on a radio show.
Well, again, I love good audio, and who's ever putting your audio and producing it together, it sounded like the two of you were in the same room. So cheers to all that. Tim, when Lacob walks into this room in Vegas, the Board of Governors meeting or the owners meeting, whatever they're calling it, will he be greeted warmly, or are they actually, the rest of the NBA owners, had it up to here with Joe Lacob's spending habits?
Yeah, he said he's gonna hear about it, and this time I think he's not alone. In 2016, you remember that's right after he signed Durant, and he got lit up, and that's kind of famously got lit up in there. And the commissioner ripped him, which I thought was kind of bizarre because actually Lacob went under the salary cap to sign Kevin Durant. That was by every rule. He was not going crazy with the money. He actually had the lowest payroll of his era with that one because he had to get under and then signed right to the number with Durant. Now, you got the Nets are kind of way over. You got the Clippers are over. You got the Lakers are over. I mean, you got some luxury tax teams way more. I think there's 7 now, which is way more than there usually is. Kind of the numbers are blowing up on the league. So I think there's some kind of a double pressure here. The teams the smaller market, mid-market teams don't love that the Warriors have all this money to spend. Although, as you can tell from the conversation I would they're finally approaching a place where they can't go over. They're not there yet, but they're looking at it hard. That's why Gary Payton II was a contract that they could not match when he went to Portland. But I think it's a kind of a double. Wait a minute here. The numbers are getting out of hand, but the system they've created, if you draft well, which is what the Warriors have done essentially, these players, if you keep them, they're going to be making $35, $40, $50 million. So you're great players. There's just this internal pressure on how this is going to work. I think, he's going to talk about how he's going to get heat, and he's definitely going to get heat, and there's going to be heat on Brooklyn. There's going to be heat on the Clippers. Steve Ballmer, I don't think he's slowing down at any time soon spending. But also there's some pressure on let's just figure out how to make sure teams aren't punished for drafting well. Oklahoma City was. Like, there's no way they could go to luxury tax. It's just not a market they could. You draft Kevin Durant, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, you can't keep them, and they had to bust it up. I think there's kind of a dual pressure on that, but the Warriors will be out front. The Warriors will be the ones that are spending upwards of $350 million total tax plus payroll in the last season that just finished. There will be some heat on the Warriors. There's no question about it. Which it'd be interesting to see how it goes, though, if they kind of try to alleviate some of this drafting pressure, where you just can't keep three good players if you drafted them for a long term. That's unfortunate, I think, if for anybody would forget about the Warriors. For any team that drafts well, to say, well, wait a minute, there's three players, we can't do it over the long term. You want that, right? You want teams to keep their good players. You want them to draft well, and you want them to keep them for 10 years. That's what the Warriors have done.
That said, if he's going to catch heat when he goes to the owners' meetings, how will that heat manifest itself? Will it just be a bunch of side eyes, or are they going to try to alter the system so that the tax penalties are more onerous to the point where you can't do what the Warriors are doing?
I think there will be more than side eyes. From what I've heard, 2016 was pretty uncomfortable with the people speaking out against the Warriors. And, again, I don't know exactly how you could logically do it, since they did get under, but they just didn't like the idea of super teams. And yet the commissioner publicly ripped that whole thing, which was, again, I didn't see how it fit logically, but whatever. I think you will see owners maybe in the room or maybe outside the room criticizing some of this, the idea of this, that the luxury tax should be more penalty, should be more harsh. I don't know how you can do it. The Warriors are going to be paying 7 times on the dollar. Every dollar they go up beyond this point, that's pretty tough. I think long term, maybe you might see an NFL-style flat salary cap. You can't go over it. I think that would be tough on a lot of teams, including the Warriors at some point. I don't know if, you would have to work it in slowly. But that's one way to try to, normalize it. That's one way to say, okay, here is the salary cap. The Pittsburgh Steelers and the San Francisco 49ers and Dallas Cowboys and New York Giants all have to obey by this cap line. There can't be, moving around. There can't be luxury tax. This is just it. Maybe the NBA is a long way from that, but I think that maybe is the way they might go. I don't know how that fixes everything, but it does there is a sense of unfairness, I guess, for some of the smaller than mid-market teams, but because the Warriors' revenues and presumably the Clippers' revenues can't get up there, and the Lakers' revenues and the Knicks' revenues, they can just go over whenever they want to in a way that Oklahoma City and San Antonio and Indiana can't. I think that might be the way, but I think there are ways away from it.
Lacob said that he and his ownership group keep plowing their profits back into the product. Now, by product, does he mean just the basketball operation, or is he also talking about paying off the arena? And is the arena paid off yet? And if not, how close is it to being paid off?
The arena's not paid off. It's not a huge debt number. It really is. And I was surprised how low it is. Since the famous Giants was $20 million a year, right, for 20 years or whatever it was, for a $200 million or whatever it was, $300 million stadium. This is a $1.4 billion, and I think it's about $40 million a year. Just it tells you how much money the Warriors had to put up. They paid it down pretty quickly with the cash they got from that seat license, from all these other things they're doing. Then they still got to pay it. This is out for probably another 16 more years. This is how you finance the building of this $1.4 billion structure. But I do believe this season it's the basketball team. I think this was, when you talk $340 million of commitment, that they can't balance out with other things. I think in previous years, when Lacob was saying that we put it right, and I've been taking $1, is what he says all the time. He said it to me yesterday. And the partners don't take $1. I think it partly was the financing, or largely was the financing of the arena, plus the pandemic. We have to count that. That's always a factor. They built an entertainment site trying to have 41 home games of a basketball team, but also 120 other nights, and they're not there yet, and they were nowhere near that during the pandemic. So I think they had some, other places they had to put their money. Right now, though, I think it's the basketball team. I think 350 is a line, 360, 370 where they're going to be next season, which is, I think that's where they're going to be. And I think there's an oncoming 380 line is what my guess is. He tells me my numbers are wrong a lot, so maybe I'm a little off of 380, but it's around there. I do think the basketball commitment is taking up that profit. Now, there's, the math is hard to do because we don't know the tax burden, and we don't know all the other overhead. We don't know all the employees, what they're making, what the coaches are making, what Bob Myers is making, all those things. I do think in the past, yes, he wasn't counting the basketball as a loss. I think currently they're right about neutral with the basketball team. It is not a money-making situation this season, or the one that just ended. Going into next season, who knows? It's and again, the value they get out of their TV ratings, and there's all these other ancillary things that their future deals they're going to have. But I think at the moment they're looking at a basketball operation that is breaking even, maybe at $350.
Is there an indication that Lacob and the partners ever have contentious discussions about how things are getting split up, or does the operation basically work kind of the way the Raiders did, where you had a lot of partners, but they're essentially silent?
I think they're essentially silent. I think they like winning. I think that's, if they didn't win this year, or at least get to the finals, I think maybe there would have been some tension. I think not maybe, there would have been outright financial tension. Whether there would have been personality tension, I don't know. I think there were some, elbows thrown when Vivek was a minority partner. You hear stories about that, and you can imagine Vivek and Joe Lacob in a room together for very long. Maybe some of the other partners, there's some buy-ins and buyouts. There's been some movement back and forth. They sold to a equity group, or there's some things that have happened that you can imagine. There might have been some disagreements, but when you win championships, it kind of is self-approving, right? You're like, what are you going to do? This is what we said we were going to do, and it got to 4 championships. This was the 4th championship they got. Again, a lot of it is built on that, and I think the 2 years where they were out of playoffs, there had been some building pressure with it, but then they won a championship in the 3rd year. So I don't sense, personality tension. I think everyone knows this is built on success. They must succeed. They must win. They must go deep in the playoffs. I think the finals is their goal every year. The finals, right? You can't get any more home games after you go play in the finals. So it's not win or lose. It's just fine. But getting the finals is their kind of bottom line. They got to get there every other year. They got to do it to make sure those home games are, they get 11, 12 home games in a postseason, which is what I think they got this year.
Tim Kawakami joining us here on Damon and Ratto, and just a minute early, not even a minute early. We're almost right at the top of the hour. Let me welcome everyone into your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
See, Tim, it's that quality voiceover work that you might need for your podcast one day. We'll rent Ray out to you should you need him. Now, this is going to sound a little sports talk radio-y, but I really mean it. If I were Joe Lacob, I would maybe remember getting yelled at in 2016. I would walk into this owners meeting and I would say, Adam Silver, you work for me, not the other way around. And every single one of you guys sitting around this table with me owes me a debt of gratitude, no grief at all. Your league essentially has 2 huge shows that everyone signs up for. The first show is called the Golden State Warriors. The second show is called the LeBron Show. And our show is going to go on much longer than his. You don't enjoy the television contract that you're enjoying right now, but for me and my spending. So I invite 29 other of you to shut the hell up. I'm Joey Lightyears. Suck it.
Yeah, that might not be exactly the wording for Joe Lacob, but I don't think it's far from the sentiment that might be walking into that room for Joe Lacob. They increase revenue, by a lot, and their playoff runs actually impact the salary cap number. It raises the salary cap number. It was one back-end way they got into the Durant free agency in 2016 because they remember they played all those home games in 2016 playoffs, and they bumped up the salary cap a couple $1 million. Yeah, it's part of it. It's what the Lakers had, for those years of Showtime. And believe me, the Warriors hierarchy was almost obsessed with winning times. The HBO show about the beginnings of the Showtime Lakers, there is some affinity for that. But the Lakers had some tension too. Like it's just part of what happens when you have a incredibly successful, incredibly expensive operation going up against a bunch of others that are not as expensive as not as successful. It's just going to happen. I don't think Lacob is going to walk out of there beat down and overwhelmed. I think he'll just hear it, and there will be arguments and discussions. And at some point, they're going to say, "Is having the Warriors at the top of the game good for the sport or bad for the sport?" It's good for the sport. Every ratings point shows that. Every trip to the playoffs shows that. Every time they look at their bottom line, it shows that. Doesn't mean they don't have to resent some of the way they do it. Doesn't mean, a lot of the guys are going to, just try to figure out how to punish them more in the taxes. But I don't think the Warriors are going to get beat down by this. I think that point might be uttered by Joe Lacob in some general way, and I don't think it's going to come out of this with the Warriors as a beaten down team.
Do you think, Tim, are you surprised about how much transparency and candor that you get from Lacob? Because he seems to talk unguarded in a way, and I know that the whole light years comment, in a funny way haunted him for a while. It shouldn't, because he's been sort of proven right. I'm not a rube, you're not a rube, certainly Ray's no sucker either. I think I'm hearing honesty when I listen to your conversation.
I will point out that he did not say the light years thing to me, which is what I always say when there might be certain Warriors people who are always nervous when Lacob talks to me. And he's never gotten into trouble with anything he said to me. If we talk, and I agree with you, it's mostly authentic. I would understand, obviously, if there's some weight angles and some shadings, but I think it's mostly a back and forth. That's what Joe and I have had over the years. We have had testy back and forth. We've had very good back and forth. It's very professional through the years. He said the light years thing to the New York Times, which he said it's off the record, so I just want to clarify that part. I've never gotten him in trouble. But no, I do think because we've had an ongoing conversation, because he sort of knew me before he even bought the team. I didn't know him, but he was reading my blog. Because we've had very, very good, intense conversations over the years, because I was the person who stopped him when he got booed at Oracle and talked to him. There's a familiarity there. There's an understanding there. There's also sometimes some tension there. But I think generally when I talk to him, he understands where I'm coming from, and he knows, maybe most importantly, he knows I kind of know stuff. So it's kind of hard to BS me on Warrior stuff. Maybe I don't know everything. I certainly don't. But we can have back and forth, and where I might say, I don't know if you're right about that, Joe. And it was on the podcast a couple times where he said I was wrong, and I was saying, I think I'm right. So I think that's a good relationship. That's a good way to do it. I don't have that with everybody, but Lacob's somebody I do have, and I think it does help for good conversations.
I hear the mutual respect. The same thing almost happened with you and Harbaugh.
No, it's similar. No, it is similar. Absolutely, it is similar. And again, Harbaugh and I didn't always get along, but we understood each other. And when he was pissed at me, I knew it. And when I was pissed at him, he knew it. And I do think it helps conversations. I do think it means like there's a whole level of stuff that we don't have to deal with. We don't have to deal with the BS things because we know each other too well. And, Harbaugh and Lacob pretty close, or have been pretty close over the years, the old Stanford connection. So I see, you bring that up, I see some similarities too. And I kind of like those guys. I like those alpha guys. I do. I get along with them because they tend to be straight shooters. They tend to not be that in fear of saying something that get themselves in trouble. And those are the guys I like.
Well, let me ask a basketball nerd question that's also hypothetical, so it's not only stupid but painful. If they don't win the title this year, if Boston wins, do you think Lacob would have gone into the room and said, we're going to break down some of this. You've got to get Wiggins out of here because he's going to create way too much financial problems for me. Do you think it was that close, or was he committed to basically the group that he's going into next year with just because they got to the finals?
Yeah, I think getting the finals was the line. I do. I think they lose to Memphis in the second round, then they start having those kinds of discussions. I don't know if it would have been Wiggins specifically. It might have been Poole. It might have been a whole other thing. I don't know. But I think getting to the finals was, because again, you can't get any more home games after you're in the finals. So one of the key things is getting those finals home games. Do you know what they charged for those finals home game tickets? It was unbelievable. I think it was like $1,300 average price. That's pretty good when you multiply that by 18,000. So I think that was the line. But yes, let's say they lose to Memphis in the second round. I think there are some very, very tough conversations that are being held, like, in beginning of July, end of June. Some things that we have not seen them do, but they got there. They validated a lot of things, and not only they got the finals, they win. And then I think it might be a similar situation next season. I think, if they don't get to the finals, let's go back to this conversation and see where it leads them. If they do get back to the finals, I think it alleviates a lot of it, and then if they win, I think it alleviates most of it. But they got to do it. I think that's what they're saying is this is predicated on them winning championships and them getting the finals and getting all that money. If that does not happen, then they have to make some adjustments.
Tim Kawakami here on 95.7 The Game. Do you think there is any true desire for Joe Lacob to see Kevin Durant become part of his empire once again?
Yeah, Joe likes stars. I think if you had to line up some people who would be in favor of at least looking at it, Lacob would be near the top of the list. I don't think anybody's surprised by that. He loves the big names. They're flattered that, Durant might be semi-interested in doing this. He's always interested in doing everything, though, so I don't know that Durant rules out many things. But I think they are flattered by it. I think some of the players are flattered by it. I think Durant is flattered by the sense that some of the Warriors, most of the Warriors, many of the Warriors, whatever you want to say, are interested, at least in thinking about a reunion. I think it's impossible. I think you probably heard it on my podcast when I was telling Joe, I think it's impossible. It's always doable. I mean, you could put things together in a 3-team trade that would make it possible, but I think it's so complicated. The emotions, which we don't even get into, would be so difficult. Not maybe for Joe Lacob, but there's some other people who are really big in this franchise, and it would be really tough, I think, for them to have to go through this again. And Durant might want to go again in a year, right? I mean, what's to say he has to be traded from Brooklyn after getting a 4-year contract. So, it hasn't even started yet. So there are a lot of interesting things with this. There's nooks and crannies and a lot of, but I would say Joe Lacob will be semi-interested in it. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. In fact, I would say it's not going to happen. I will bet on it not happening. But if you ask Joe Lacob, if Giannis said you're interested, he'd say, let's go try a look. If Kevin Durant says it, if, whoever, he's going to say, let's take a look at it. I like the idea of that. Let's see. And maybe they did that, and maybe it's not the greatest thing in the world for them to do, but of the people that we know who have great decision-making influence with the Warriors, Joe Lacob would be the top of the list of somebody who would say, let's make sure we look into this Kevin Durant thing. He loves stars. He loves being in the deal flow. That's what I've always said. Dwight Howard back in 2013, they got that meeting, which was unbelievable. But that's what led them to spin off and be involved with Andre Iguodala. This is just what they do. They jump into stuff, and Durant is the biggest thing out there to jump into. I'm sure they looked into it. I'm sure there are 15 different ways they could spin off of it, but I don't see it happening. But no, I think Joe would be interested in talking about it. Yes, I would.
Tim, look, if we count on the Giants to get us through the summer, it might be a long summer here. So the good news is we're going to blink our eyes, and it's going to be football season. When we're done blinking our eyes and we open them again, do you think Jimmy Garoppolo is still in the room?
Yeah, it depends on what day. If it's like July 20, maybe July 21st, maybe not. I think it's going to be right in there. I don't think he's going to be at training camp, which is July 26th. I don't think even if he's on the team, I don't think he's going to be standing there, in a red jersey behind Trey Lance. I just don't see that. There's still room to maneuver. They might just release him. I think they don't want to. Obviously, they've proven that they can withstand a bunch of gossip, a bunch of chatter for all these months when they just refuse to cut him because they still think they can get a 5th-round pick or whatever for him. But I just don't see him. July 26th, I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be on the team. And if he's on the team, he will certainly not be in Santa Clara for camp. That's what I would say. But God knows. I mean, Lynch and Shanahan really don't mind this stuff. They just don't mind it sitting on them. Other teams don't like that, right? They don't like all this conversation. What's going on with Jimmy? Why isn't Jimmy? What are you going to do, Jimmy? This is something they could have handled in March, and they decided not to. So why would July 20th and 21st and 22nd, 23rd and 24th and 25th be that much different? They're going to hold out to see if they can get something for him, and maybe they hold him all the way through camp to see if somebody else's quarterback gets hurt. I don't know. It seems like a lot to do, but they've gone this far with it anyway. He's not going to be their quarterback. That's what I'll say. He will not be their quarterback, and he will not be their backup quarterback. He will be in some kind of limbo the same way he's been in limbo for months, or he will be on another team.
Are you as surprised as I am that they haven't tried to make a peace with Deebo Samuel just to get it behind them? And I know that might be a different way of doing business than they normally go about, but it just feels like that's the wrong guy to be messing with, especially as you're trying to develop a young quarterback.
I agree. I mean, you want to be good, right? You want Trey Lance to have every weapon possible. But I think they have tried. I just don't, the way I've reported it, and I'm very confident in this, is that there is a philosophical difference on this. Like, they believe he's at his most valuable when he plays multiple positions, or at least is available to play multiple positions, and yet they think that might shorten his career. It's a weird double-edged sword there. You're very valuable if you do this, but you're not so valuable that we're going to pay you for 4 years. And Deebo logically is saying, well, if I'm that valuable to you, then you've got to pay me for the long term. It's just this, at this point, it's not it's hard to find the compromise there. I think they will. I think both sides will understand that this is, at some point, the dollars are going to speak. And maybe the 49ers, edge closer to a longer term deal than they want to. But I just think that this is the philosophical difference that started the whole thing, where they didn't talk dollars necessarily with him way back when it started, but they just generally said, geez, running backs get hurt a lot, and I don't know if we want to go 4 years guaranteed money with you. Or not guaranteed money, but likely to be guaranteed, likely to sit on the cap for 4 years. And I think Deebo didn't like that. And I understand 49ers part of this. They're looking at, Ezekiel Elliott going, like, this guy's, like, I don't know. Is he going to be there for the whole time? And they're looking at Deebo saying, that's where you're valuable to us. That's my understanding of it. Do I know for sure that's the conversation? No. But they're going to have to go a long ways philosophically for them to meet what Deebo wants. And we know Deebo is not a guy who backs down very easily. We just saw it. The likeliest way is there's some sort of compromise, but I've said I don't know that he's going to be on the team beyond a year. Maybe he plays 1 year, and the understanding is you play a year, you play your butt off, and then something else happens beyond that. Now, maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm not saying I'm as a prediction. I think that the sides are ground in. This is not just something that happened in a flutter. This is a real thing. It was a real thing on draft night. It was a real thing the day after the draft. I think things have calmed down just emotionally between the two sides. I think Deebo likes Kyle, and I think Kyle likes Deebo. That's always going to be, kind of a cooling off thing for everybody. But I think when you look at it, the dollars are not meeting. There isn't a easy path unless the 49ers cave in and guarantee more money, or Deebo caves in and takes less guaranteed money. And I don't see that happening. I mean, if they're still that far apart, Deebo probably doesn't show up for training camp. Then we'll see. I don't know, but I think they would have to be on a path towards something Deebo really likes for him to be there at training camp. And I don't know that it's happening. I'm pretty sure that hasn't happened yet. There's still time. We know deadlines make deals, but I think they're a ways away on this one.
I'm not going to go as far as to say Ray enjoyed this, but I did, and I think the audience did as well. So thank you very much for joining us, Tim. It had been too long, and we hope to do it again sometime soon. Thank you.
Sounds great to me, Damon.
Thank you so much. Tim Kawakami here on 95.7 The Game. Really good podcast with Joe Lacob that if you're a Warriors fan, you're going to want to check out. Indeed. So, Ray, while we were talking to Tim, there was a little bit of news that came from Summer League, and look, is Jama Malalea actually coaching Summer League? Is that his job now?
He is.
He's coaching Summer League? Well, he's got himself James Wiseman to coach, not tonight, but James Wiseman has said in Vegas that he plans on playing in the Warriors Summer League in the game on Sunday. So it has been a very long time since we have watched James Wiseman play any basketball other than what? G League basketball. This isn't quite NBA basketball, but Summer League is as close as you're allowed to get at this particular time, and there you go. Summer League officially just got a touch more interesting for the Golden State Warriors than it would have been without James Wiseman. I'm interested.
Yeah, I think we sort of knew this was what the Warriors were aiming for. They sort of had hinted at that. So I guess what this means is they're still on schedule. And yeah, I'd be interested to see how they use him and how much they use him, because I don't think they want to overtax him and find out that his knee still isn't, fully operational. But I think we'll see some of him. I don't think it's going to be like a 25 minutes. I think they're going to ease him in because they don't have to not ease him in.
And I mean, look at it this way: the last thing Jama Mamalea wants to do is, hi, in my first weekend coaching Summer League, I burnt out James Wiseman, and you're going to love me on your bench, Steve. By the way, he has been promoted to the front of the Warriors bench. Kenny Atkinson slips over, and a really good interview that Jama did with Willard and Dibs with Krug filling in this week. I listened to that, and sounds like a really well put together guy, man. He sounds like someone that Steve Kerr would love talking basketball with.
And what a coincidence. They do.
They do. Isn't that nice? By the way, Wiseman playing Sunday. It's a 4:30 tip-off against the San Antonio Spurs, and that game's going to be right here on 95.7 The Game. So there you go. Really good stuff with Tim. Awful lot of stuff on the Warriors. I'm glad we got a little 49ers talk in there before it was all said and done. I do want to come back to the San Francisco Giants because last night Logan Webb, poor guy, got Matt Caan to buy his own team. He went out, he pitched great, but they didn't hit and they didn't produce any runs for him. And at least he didn't get the true Matt Caan, which is a great pitching performance and a loss. At least Webb got the no decision. Webb said post-game, like, hey, it felt like we were going to win, which is a step in a better direction for a team that is now officially, they've lost 13 of their last 17 games, I believe. Here's Logan Webb.
I think that's something that I pride myself on, is the team winning on the day I pitched. And I know last year it seemed like every time we were winning those games. But today there was a different feel. The whole game. Musgrove was an unbelievable pitcher, and it showed. He gave up one hit, and the vibe in the dugout is we were still going to win that game. And unfortunately we didn't. But I think if you look back at a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I don't think we come back in that game. And I think that's a step in the right direction. I know it's not what the fans want to hear, what people want to hear, but I think as a team, that gives us a little jolt, you know what I mean? Because it felt like we were going to win that game no matter what. And that's the feeling that we need to have all the time.
Boy, that's a really quiet clubhouse when guys are talking in hushed tones. If they were at a funeral, you can tell things didn't really go well. As much as he wants to tell you that there is a better feeling through the clubhouse, it's certainly not coming out vocally. Logan Webb last night, he was good. He worked 8 innings, gave up 1 run. It was a bomb to Machado, by the way. That was a second decker. Giants managed only 2 hits last night in a 10-inning game, only 1 run. Joe Vera did a good job in the 9th inning. Garcia worked the 10th and totally misplayed a bunt. And one mistake in extras with a ghost runner, Ray, you're in trouble. I mean, you cannot survive a mistake or a mental lapse. And Garcia had nowhere to go but to first with that ball. He looked at third, and that was the heartbeat that the Padres needed to have everybody safe. Next batter, boom, hit, good night.
Yeah, he had to make the simple play there. I know the temptation with the ghost runner is cut off the lead runner, but you have to know you can get that. And if you don't, then you're in trouble 2 ways, because even if you get a play at the plate and get the guy at third out, you still have somebody else in scoring position. And that's a lot to ask for a pitcher in the 10th.
Giants have dropped 13 to 17. They are officially at the halfway mark, as much as you can be. They are 41 and 40. And you really can't get more average than that through 81 games, boys and girls. Everything about the Giants screams not good enough. It's to the point where, look, 2021, 107 wins. It really now looks like a whole bunch of false positives that led to more hope than actual spending that you'd think you'd throw at a team that just won 107 games. So maybe we need to just acknowledge that Farhan, I'm sure he's got a tighter budget, but I'm sure he also realized that last year was an oversell and he didn't want to overpay because he thought he was going to go nowhere quickly once again. Farhan's not stupid, man. I think he knows that this team is average. And I think Kapler knows, and they're going to face this the very best that they can. But they all know. Like Belt knows. Crawford knows. Yastrzemski, who is just in a rut, a huge rut right now. He's been around baseball long enough to know. These guys know what good baseball teams are, and I think that they know that they don't really have one. It feels like Rodon is finding out the hard way. You can tell he's not been impressed with the way the team's playing around him from just his recent comments post-game, hushed, toned, not very happy with direction comments post-game. I think they should be sellers, Ray. I think they should be sellers. We're talking about Joe Lacob, whatever level of public honesty he is putting forward. I think that the Giants need to be a little bit more honest, not just with themselves, but their fans, and say, look, 2024, that's when we're really going to start trying to crank this bad boy back up. We're going to use the rest of this year to kind of clear the decks. Next year, start developing. The year after that, we're going to see what we can get out of this crop of minor leaguers that are coming through that are supposed to come and save the day. And I just... wild card contention, illusion aside, they had to relax the standards of wild card for the Giants to even be in the conversation for a wild card.
The only problem with them being sellers is, what do they have to sell?
That's a great question.
I mean, that's the thing. It's that they don't really have anything that anybody covets, and they need a catcher. But, Wilson Contreras is going to be expensive. They need a second baseman, but there aren't that many good ones. And even if Cincinnati was interested in moving Jonathan India, it would have to be for a lot more prospects than the Giants really have to pay. I don't think they're going to be sellers or buyers because there's not much to buy for them, and they don't have a whole lot to sell. I think they are who they are. And that's how they're going to be the rest of the way. And the other interesting thing about the payroll that people keep bringing up, this payroll started at a dip before COVID happened. So this is not just a market adjustment because they, had a year where they had no fans and only 60 games. They were at a high point in 2018. It dropped in 2019. It was going to drop again in 2020 before it got prorated out. And now it's essentially 30% less than it was. So I think this is not just a Farhan idea. This is a long-term budget thing, that they're out of this big spending game, at least for a while. And I don't know if that's Charlie Johnson making that call or Greg Johnson making that call, but I think this is an organizational direction, not a Farhan idea.
Well, then Farhan's got to deal with this organizational direction if you are right about that. And that means you're probably not going to be spending a ton more money coming up. And the money that you try to give away to free agents seems to be constantly passed up. So where are you? You're stuck. What assets do they have to sell off right now? I can come up with two, Ray. Carlos Rodon and Jock Peterson.
Okay.
I think you get a return for those guys.
But what kind? But let's ask the question: what kind? Are you getting veterans back? Or are you getting prospects back?
No, it's Prospect City. I would be going Prospect City because you know what sucks? the Giants farm system pretty much since 2010. Sabian knew what he was doing. Bobby Evans, super nice guy, did not help the Giants. He did not stock the cupboard at all. I mean, there was a graph today that I saw. This is WAR totals by organizations for drafted players. The single best team in baseball since 2010, just in terms of drafting players that made differences, is the Houston Astros. The Houston Astros bottomed out, and then after bottoming out, which isn't enough, you need to bottom out and then make some great decisions. They made great decision after great decision after great decision and added very good player after very good player after very good player. And the Houston Astros have done better drafting and developing since 2010 than any other team in Major League Baseball. The New York Mets might not have as much to show for it, but they actually come in second in baseball, believe it or not. And a lot of that has to do with DeGrom and Pete Alonso. The Giants, they haven't signed a major free agent since Barry Bonds. Is that an exaggeration? I don't know how much of an exaggeration that even is. They haven't landed a major, certainly positional player since Barry Bonds. And I don't know if that's fair or not, but, you know, it feels like that. So you got to go down to the farm. And if you got nothing coming out of your farm, what are you going to do? Because since Crawford, Posey, Bumgarner, and it's significant, no doubt, they've got nothing coming out. By WAR, down on the farm by WAR, the Tigers are the worst team in all of baseball. The Tigers haven't done anything to crank players through their own system. Followed by, believe it or not, the Angels, and that includes Mike Trout, who is essentially the Mike Trout is the Angels' WAR total all by himself, and they're still second last from the bottom of baseball since 2010. Then it's the Yankees, and again, the Yankees just throw money at problems. Then it's the Royals, then it's the Phillies, then it's the Giants. The Giants are the sixth worst farm system based on WAR they have gotten out of minor leaguers since 2010. That's 12 years of your farm system basically giving you nada from a positional talent level. And that's what's killing the Giants. That's why they are among the major league boring leaders right now.
When we talked to Alex Pavlovich earlier in the week, he said that they were very enthusiastic about a bunch of guys who are playing in A-ball. And that's basically the sign that they don't have anything really in the pipeline, because everybody's got really promising guys in A-ball. That's what A-ball is. It's when you get to AA and then AAA where you find out what your actual ability to develop either tradable assets, keepable assets, or depth assets. And that's where the Giants have failed, is that while they've talked about, you know, the strength of their farm system, and all the minor league and prospect nerds out there say it's a good farm system, it's produced nothing. And that doesn't mean that they don't have anybody in the pipeline now, but you don't know they're in the pipeline until they've come out of the pipeline and you start seeing them in major league uniforms. And that's the problem. It's that, you know, for all the glowing reports, all they are is reports. And that, I think, is the biggest problem, because if you're not going to be big players, you know, on the payroll end, you've got to be big players on the development end. And they're not big players there. At least they haven't been.
That's, you know, like I keep on hearing, you know, Ramos, Luciano, and all this young talent that's going to be coming up. It's all Christian Arroyo until it ain't.
And Christian Arroyo's still in the big leagues.
But he's a non-factor. I'm
just saying, that's the sort of guy that they would be happy to have, because they could turn him into something. They don't have that now. They have a bunch of guys who were promising minor leaguers 3 years ago who are still promising minor leaguers.
So without a commitment to spend, and without a minor league system that you can really believe in to give you some, hey, that guy matters in a major league lineup. What are they, Ray? They're stuck. I mean, it feels like the Giants are if the Warriors are trying really hard to stay at the mountaintop, it feels like the Giants are quite comfortable with just sort of hanging around in the now relaxed wild card nonsense that gives non-contenders the illusion of contention.
I don't think they're stuck. Let me put it this way. I don't think they're satisfied where they are. I just think they know they can't get out of it right now.
Yeah, what you going to do about it?
Word.
What you going to do about it?
Well, that's the point. I don't think they can throw enough money at the problem because they've done that. They've tried to do that before and been rebuffed. They haven't signed anybody of consequence who's a positional player since Carlos Beltran, and he hated it here. And I think, opportunities like that go squandered, linger a while. I mean, to the point where when they chase a guy, and they've chased their share, they're not really in the argument. They're among the first of the big players to be told, nah, we're going to go somewhere else. And I think the Bryce Harper thing is instructive of what they're trying to do. They will spot a guy that they think is worth paying, and he won't entertain them. Because I don't think it was just money that Harper was dissatisfied with. I think it was, I don't want to play there. I don't want to play for them. And if you don't want to play at the place that they play their games, and you don't want to play for them, then there's no reason to take that call. So they don't.
My buddy Flanders, who is one of 26 remaining Oakland A's fans, said, where are the A's on this war list? They're near the top. The A's have had a robust farm system. Billy Beane, David Forst know how to draft them. They know how to develop them. What they can't is keep them once they become valuable. That's why there's never any fruit that really falls off the A's tree. Even though the tree grows great fruit, you don't get to keep any of it. You never get to put it in a bushel and bring it home with you before it's bought by somebody else.
Yeah, they box it and send it to market.
It's the perfect, like the plums, bringing them to market.
Yeah, no, I mean and that's why when people grouse about the A's, it's almost never about the ball team itself. It's about the overarching organizational plan, which is try to get as many really good homegrown players as you can get them right to the verge of free agency, and then ditch them as though they had anthrax. And they've done that at least 4 times that I can tell.
Yeah.
And, now people know when it's coming, like 2 years ahead of time. People have been worried about 2022 since 2020 because they can tell when the clock starts ticking and when it starts to approach sell time.
Yeah. Well, then it starts applying to players that you don't even think it's going to apply to. Like you thought that Minaya was going to be around, right? Nope. You thought Chapman or Olsen. Okay, you can't have both, but you're definitely going to hold on to one, right? Nope. And that's what's brutal. That's what's brutal. That's what makes John Fisher the opposite end of the spectrum that we were talking to Tim Kawakami about how Joe Lacob is on the tippy top of that good ownership spectrum. By the way, did you see this note about the All-Star game because of a legends allowed on the roster? Albert Pujols, who, for those of you who don't even pay attention anymore, he's actually back with the Cardinals, and Detroit's Miguel Cabrera are both going to be in the All-Star game. And I was listening to the end of Steiny and Guru, little JD filling in for Steiny today. Nice job. This got Guru all pissed off. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Baseball is dying for recognition. Baseball is dying to give you an at-bat that you've heard from before. And that's what these guys are. Now, look, Albert Pujols isn't a good baseball player anymore. He is one of the greatest baseball players you ever laid your own two eyes on. If you're a baseball fan living the same life that Ray and I are living. If you've watched baseball, you know how good he was. How good he is certainly debatable. He's hitting like 200 with no pop, no stats, no power, no nothing. But sure, give Albert Pujols a chance to tip his cap in an All-Star game. Well, it's no big deal. It's an 11th All-Star selection for Pujols. He's in his 22nd season. He's 42 years old, which he's probably not. I mean, he's probably like 44, 45. Who knows? He's got doctored birth certificate written all over him. He's 5th in Major League history with 683 home runs. He's 9th with 3,326 career hits. A 3-time MVP, including back-to-back in 08 and 09. Guy got a batting title, Rookie of the Year, and 2 World Series rings. Albert Pujols is one of the greatest baseball players ever, full stop. Miguel Cabrera. He's not that, but man, he's just been incredible, and he's still pretty damn good, all things considered. He doesn't have any power left. But Miguel Cabrera right now has a 308 average, which is the 14th best in all of baseball. Now, that's baseball's fault that that's the 14th best, but he's got the 14th best average in all of baseball. There's no power there anymore. He's a single hitter. He's basically Fat Ichiro at this point in his career. But Miguel Cabrera is going to be in his 12th All-Star game. He got to the magical 3,000 hit plateau this season already. He's already a member of the 500 home run club. 4 batting titles. The guy won a Triple Crown. 2 MVPs over his 20-year-long Major League career. 5 seasons in Florida. He won a World Series in his rookie year and then got back once in 2012, and the Giants said, none for you. How about this? I when I was reading all this in this story, here's what I didn't know. Do you realize that Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera are the only players in Major League history, along with Hank Aaron, who have 3,000 hits, 500 home runs, and 600 doubles? That's profound, Ray. Give them one more All-Star game for both these guys. They'll be gone soon. Well, I got no problem with it. And they're not taking roster spots from anybody.
See, that was the point I was going to make. It's an additional roster spot in a game that doesn't mean anything. So why not? I mean, what's the harm that's done?
None.
I mean, if somehow putting Miguel Cabrera on the team keeps Jose Altuve off the team, then I'd say, yeah, probably not.
Don't do that.
But it's entirely ceremonial, and this is the time for exactly that. I mean, the rosters went from 25 to 34. Tell me how much this is supposed to be like actual baseball. It's not. It's naming guys to the team, whether they play or not. They just get to go. So, again, no harm, no foul.
And by the
I'm
way,
all for it. In fact, if they could find another guy on each team to do that, more's the power to it.
Jock Peterson is starting for the All-Star team. But yeah, I mean, Clayton Kershaw, right? He should pitch at Dodger Stadium. No problem with that. I get it. By the way, Shohei Ohtani, you wouldn't believe how good he is. I know Ray, I got more evidence that he's the greatest baseball player of all time already, 5 minutes into his career. And I'll have that for you and the Tour de France update that America needs. As we wrap up this Friday afternoon here on Damon and Ratto, there is a $5.6 million prize up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. You can check out the Beat the Streak daily podcast on the Odyssey app, which you can also check out Hey Mayne. We had Kenny Mayne on earlier today. Tim Kawakami had a hell of a podcast, so you got a lot of podcasts to listen to over the weekend. We'll be back to wrap things up here with a tidy little bow next on 95.7 The Game.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients...
replace Buster Posey's bat, and this is what we're watching. Well, Steph Curry leaving the Warriors.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
You know, it takes a Joe Lacob level aggressive to take everything that you have made and just reinvest it back into the product. This is Joe Lacob's legacy.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, that actually timed out perfectly. Welcome back. It is the end of Damon and Ratto. And Ray, we can't let anyone go without knowing what happened today in the Tour de France. Are you ready to go?
Go.
Taj Podkar, baby. Stage 7. He won it once again. He came agonizingly close to a breakaway win, but then Jonas Vingegaard, who sounds like he's an extra in the new Thor movie coming out, they went to the La Planche des Balises Felices. How did I do there?
Sure.
The ski resort is in Vosges? Vosges. Anyways, our guy Taj, he's from Slovenia. He likes the mountains, Ray. A 24% gradient, he spits on it. He really separated himself from the pack last year in the Pyrenees, and he loved it on the mountain range today. He's in first place, your yellow jersey, going into the weekend. Did you see that there was a broken neck in Stage 6, though? A cyclist named Daniel Oss has been forced to retire from this year's Tour de France with a broken neck after he collided with spectators. And that's the crazy thing about the Tour. The way that they let just people, like basically create a single file ability for the peloton to go through on some of these narrow streets. It's unbelievable. Last year, remember, a fan caused a major crash by stepping in front and having like a "Hi Grandpa" sign. She got identified. She got arrested.
Yep. I mean, basically, it's like putting spikes on a NASCAR wall.
It really is. It's kind of nuts. Anyways, you know, I know we just play around with it and have fun with it. It's one of the most amazing endurance events. Steroids or not, doping or not, you know, whatever. Lance Armstrong or not. It's incredible what these riders go through for this thing. It's incredible. It's one of the greatest endurance tests sports has ever asked.
Yeah, it's almost too nutty. But then again, that's what most of our sports are. I mean, there's nothing nuttier than football. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, the what you put your body through just to do that one time, let alone every day for a month. I mean, it's brutal. That's why God made cars.
Exactly. I don't know why God made Shohei Ohtani other than to absolutely dazzle us. As I was saying yesterday, I don't need any longevity. It's not how long you can do it. It's can you do it like this? And no one has ever done it like this in the history of baseball. I think he's already the greatest baseball player of all time. You want to debate things? You can go ahead. You know, no matter what your favorite sluggers' totals were, what was his ERA? No matter what your favorite pitchers' pitching totals were, how many home runs and RBIs did he drive in? And there's also this, and this is what really blew me away. I don't know why they're hitting my timeline. Maybe it's true. Our phones are spying on us, and now all of a sudden I'm getting bombarded with Ohtani information. How about this, Ray? The highest slugging percentages with runners in scoring position over the last 50 years. This is a minimum of 400 plate appearances. At number 3, it's Mark McGwire, who had 615. Or a slugging percentage of 615 with runners in scoring position. That's third best over the last 50 years. 50 years is a big enough sample size, I think, for most. Mike Trout comes in third with a 616. Shohei Ohtani. the greatest, highest slugging percentage with runners in scoring position, minimum 400 plate appearances in the last 50 years. He's slugging .621. So if you'd like a clutch power hitter, he's that. Now let's say you're having trouble slowing down that other team's clutch power hitter in slugging percentage situations with runners in scoring position. Over the last 50 years, Ray, Aroldis Chapman allowed players with runners in scoring position only to slug .226 against him. Dellin Betances, .211. Shohei Ohtani, number one in baseball with a minimum of 200 batters faced. A .201 slugging percentage allowed. He is the greatest power button with runners in scoring position we have ever seen over the last 50 years at the plate. And on the mound, he is the greatest mute button for shutting down your ability to score with runners in scoring position. Like, what more do you need?
Longevity. He's the most unique player ever. I will grant you that, and do so cheerfully. When he does this over and over again, I will be willing to accept the possibility that he is the best player ever.
But
and I think
no
most people will accept that
year.
that's the best definition.
But here's the thing. If it's a matter of longevity, how about nobody could ever do what he's done over the course of one day? How about that for longevity? The entirety of Major League Baseball can't match this guy for a day.
The test of baseball is to do it for years. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disputing any number you've given me. I'm not disputing the fact that he is indeed the most unique player the game's ever seen. When you say he's the best player of all time, I need more. I need to see this for years, because that's the thing that separates the great and the truly great.
But if the great players that you believe have passed your longevity test couldn't even hang with this guy for 24 hours, what does it say about their longevities?
It says they were long. I mean, sorry. I'm not going there with you. You stand on this hill, and there will be people standing with you. Knock yourselves out. I know what I like. I mean, I like him. He's sentenced to play on a team that's going to finish 17th in a 15-team league, but that's the way it goes.
You like him. Do you like Lucas? Do you like that new haircut?
Oh, God, no.
What about Grandy?
Grandy gets his cut, I think still by his mom.
No, thanks, Ray.
You're welcome. And thanks to your mom, too.
What about Kenny Mayne and Tim Kawakami, our guest today? You like either of them?
I don't know about their haircuts.
How about our audience?
Our audience's haircuts? Oh, for God's sake, no.
What do you think
they
of
should
this
be wearing
here?
hats.
What do you think of this right here? I'm going to take my headset off just so you can see the mastery that is what I got left, which is still considerable, all things considered.
It looks like you combed it with a piece of bacon.
Have a good weekend, honey.
No. You have one, too.
Thank you very much for tuning in. It was great having you here today. We will be back on Monday, and then Ray's going on vacation. Like he's going to have one more week left, so he should be really spry and fun and happy next week.
Wow, those are three things that aren't going to happen.
Sports don't build character; they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
How much ketchup do you have left in the bottle? If you used it all then to get people to come in, day out. Now the bottle's empty. You're running out. So you got to do something else.